As the apocalypse looms, Xiao Fan inadvertently activates the End Times prisoner system. By apprehending prisoners, one can earn survival coins. Unlocking an S-rank goddess grants access to boundless resources. Upon awakening, he gazes at the goddesses queuing at the prison entrance, seeking refuge. With an air of authority, Xiao Fan proclaims, "I care not for your previous identities. If you wish to join our prison, you must first pedal a stationary bike for 10 hours. Chapter 1. Countdown to the Apocalypse. The End Times prisoner system has been activated. Ding! 59 minutes and 30 seconds remain until the apocalypse descends. The mechanical countdown resonates in Xiao Fan's mind, each decrement sounding like a blade, incessantly urging him to hasten. At this moment, he clutches the last heavy box, sprinting through Jiangxing University. Though breathless, his gaze remains exceptionally composed. No one notices Xiao Fan's flushed face as they are engrossed in their own affairs. They are oblivious to the impending collapse of the world's order, less than an hour away. The End Times prisoner system has been activated. Please designate a prison's main structure for binding promptly. Failure to complete the binding before the countdown ends will result in automatic unbinding. Xiao Fan's objective is clear. The experimental building, a target he has meticulously considered for an extended period. Its location is distanced from both the teaching and dormitory areas, occupying a secluded corner of the campus and bordered by mountains on 3 sides. By securing the front entrance, he can rest easy. The terrain is remarkably advantageous. Most crucially, the previous laboratory had been largely destroyed due to student mishaps, prompting the administration to approve its construction with the highest quality materials. The walls are twice as thick as those of ordinary classrooms, and all windows are fortified with steel mesh. The foundational materials are sufficiently robust. The terrain is optimal. It is secluded from crowds. With all these elements combined, it stands as the quintessential fortress in the apocalypse. With a resounding bang, Xiao Fan forcefully kicks open the ajar iron door of the experimental building and heftily drops the box onto the ground. Inside lies the supplies he acquired with his entire savings and online loans. Compressed biscuits, purified water, high-calorie chocolate, and a multifunctional entrenching tool. Just a month prior, this End Times prisoner system unexpectedly awakened, granting him a month for preparation. Initially, he dismissed the notion as mere apocalyptic rumors, attributing it to a hallucination born of fatigue. However, a week ago, he stumbled upon a news article indicating that the frequency of natural disasters in the past 6 months had surpassed that of the previous decade. Experts particularly warned that geological movements would become increasingly frequent next month, potentially unleashing unimaginable calamities. Upon reading this news, Xiao Fan's steadfast materialist beliefs shattered completely. He hurriedly placed frenzied orders across all online shopping platforms for food, drink, and essentials. Anything he deemed useful, he ordered without hesitation. Better to buy excessively than to realize the necessity only after the fact. The most critical aspect is that the system he bound requires a structural entity to activate subsequent functions, and binding can only occur within an hour before the apocalypse commences. Returning to reality, after transporting the last box of supplies into the building, a tremendous weight lifted from Xiao Fan's heart. He extended his right hand and placed it against the exterior wall of the towering structure. Bind the current experimental building as the prison's main structure. Ding! Detected building structure, science and education experimental building, with an area of 1,000 square meters and a main structure of reinforced concrete, meeting binding requirements. Binding in progress. 10, 30, 70. Just as Xiao Fan breathed a sigh of relief at the successful binding, a group of boys happened to pass by. Upon seeing the mountain of supplies behind him, they erupted into laughter. "Oh, isn't this Xiao Fan? What's this? Playing the servant to Lu Ruyan again? Are you now scavenging to buy her a bag?" One boy kicked the box, producing a dull thud, and mockingly remarked, "She's currently in a classroom flirting with Wang Xiao. Do you really think she values your meager offerings?" Xiao Fan ignored them, silently organizing his supplies. What a facade, just a sycophant. Indeed, just wait until Lu Ruyan calls. He'll be groveling again. When Xiao Fan chose to disregard them, the group found it tedious and subsequently departed. Lu Ruyan, the goddess whom Xiao Fan had pursued for 2 years, had often been the recipient of lavish dinners, gifts, and tokens of affection, which had become a commonplace affair. Consequently, he depleted his living expenses and even resorted to borrowing money multiple times. And what was the outcome? He was rewarded solely with Lu Ruyan's acknowledgement in her social media post, where she expressed her gratitude with the phrase, "Thank you, my dear brother," only to turn and ascend into someone else's luxury car. He had become notorious throughout the school as the ultimate sycophant, a complete farce, a notion he himself readily entertained. However, following this incident, Xiao Fan began to gradually awaken to reality, slowly distancing himself from Lu Ruyen. At that moment, his phone in his pocket vibrated. He picked it up, and the message flashing across the screen caused his brows to furrow tightly. Sender, Lu Ruyen. Content, baby, the latest Apple 20 Pro has been released, and the purple one is so beautiful. I really want it cute. In the past, upon receiving such a message, he would deliberate for a moment before working or making installment plans to pledge his devotion to the goddess. But now, he expressionlessly pressed and held the message before tapping delete. Initially, Xiao Fan intended to block Lu Ruyen outright, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. After all, the apocalypse was imminent. His good days deserved to be witnessed by someone. After completing this task, he tossed his phone aside and resumed transporting his remaining supplies. As the last box of canned goods was dragged through the door, the voice in his mind echoed once more. 99-100. Prison entity binding successful. Boom. With a cacophony of sounds, numerous thick steel bars protruded from the doorframe and windows, firmly embedding themselves into the walls, transforming the building into a fortified chamber. Xiao Fan approached the door, his palm grazing the doorframe. Before him, a virtual panel materialized, visible solely to him. Apocalypse Prison, Level 1, Upgrade Requirement, 2,000 Survival Coins. Warden, Xiao Fan. Sturdiness, 500/500. Door, Ordinary Iron Door, Level 1, Upgrade Requirement, 200 Survival Coins. The system's rules were straightforward. Incarcerating prisoners would yield survival coins, with each prisoner contributing 10 survival coins daily. If the prisoner was female, the contribution doubled to 20 coins per day. Furthermore, if fortunate enough to capture a prisoner rated S level or above, one could randomly unlock an unlimited supply of resources. Xiao Fan opened a bottle of water and drank heartily, as the prolonged exertion had drained much of his energy. The apocalypse was about to commence, and he needed to prepare himself. Ding! Countdown to the apocalypse has reached 0. In the next instant, a grand voice resonated in Xiao Fan's mind. This is an invitation to a high-dimensional game. You have no right to refuse. Welcome to the Apocalypse survival game. In this world filled with despair, the safe house is your only refuge. You have half an hour to select your safe house. Once chosen, the safe house cannot be changed. 1 second, 2 seconds. Immediately, the once clear sky outside transformed into a murky, dark hue at a visible pace. Subsequently, a torrential downpour commenced, the dense curtain of rain obscuring all visibility. Xiao Fan gazed out the window, quietly savoring this final tranquility. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the nearby playground. Following the sound, Xiao Fan observed a boy desperately clinging to another's leg, gnashing his teeth in a frenzy. The assailant, with bloodshot eyes, exhibited a stiff and frenzied demeanor, utterly devoid of humanity. No matter how the bitten boy retaliated, the attacker refused to relent. A zombie! The bitten boy struggled briefly before succumbing to silence. Merely seconds later, he convulsed violently and slowly rose to his feet at an unnatural angle. Such potent contagion, Xiao Fan thought in astonishment, his brow furrowing as he analyzed. Could the rainwater be the catalyst for their transformation into zombies? In the next moment, Xiao Fan received his answer. The rain-soaked ground seemed to undergo a mutation, as an unending stream of zombies emerged from the earth, seemingly infinite. They appeared as if conjured from thin air, devoid of any source. Xiao Fan observed attentively, noting that anyone bitten by a zombie would be assimilated into one within mere seconds, without exception. Thus, chaos and screams spread like a plague throughout the campus. As Xiao Fan contemplated possible solutions, a panel materialized before him. Novice task released. Rescue 2 prisoners. Reward, 500 survival coins, random superpower. Xiao Fan's gaze settled upon the novice task. The prospect of 2 prisoners appeared deceptively simple. Yet where could one possibly locate them? Not to mention that the outside world teems with zombies. Coupled with the torrential downpour, it is unlikely that any sane individual would venture out. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the deluge. Is anyone there? Please help us. Upon hearing what seemed to be a desperate cry, Xiao Fan instinctively glanced towards the ground floor. A familiar voice, laced with sobs, echoed from behind him. Xiao Fan spun around abruptly. At the entrance of the prison stood 2 girls, drenched to the bone from the relentless rain, their faces etched with terror and helplessness, frantically pounding against the heavy door. As Xiao Fan beheld the silhouettes of the 2 figures outside, a wicked smile crept across his lips. Just when he was racking his brain on how to procure survival coins, fate had conveniently delivered them to his doorstep. Chapter 2. The New Prisoners, the First Night of the Apocalypse. Through the fortified window, Xiao Fan beheld two figures outside the gate, drenched by the relentless rain. As he discerned their identities, his pupils constricted in shock. By Ningbing, the universally acknowledged belle of their department. She radiated an aura of superiority akin to a celestial being, always enveloped in a spotlight wherever she went. Yet now, she resembled a drenched rat, awkwardly pounding against the iron gate of the prison. Beside her stood her close friend, Liang Qingxian, known for her amiable nature and one of the few beauties in their department. Xiao Fan had attended classes with them, though they had scarcely interacted. Suddenly, a semi-transparent virtual panel materialized before Xiao Fan. Detected an S-grade female inmate. By Ningbing. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Rating, 93 points. Evaluation, SS. Target 2, Liang Qingxian. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Rating, 85 points. Evaluation, S. Xiao Fan's breath hitched for a moment. What fortuitous circumstances. This indicated that if he successfully apprehended both by Ningbing and Liang Qingxian, he could unlock 2 infinite supplies of resources. Hello, is anyone in there? Please, open the door. Liang Qingxian's voice was tinged with desperation as she hammered against the iron gate. There are monsters outside, we're going to die. Bai Ningbing remained silent. Her urgency evident as she continued to pound on the door, cold raindrops tracing down their cheeks. The rain had thoroughly soaked her white shirt, accentuating her captivating curves. Xiao Fan licked his lips. Mere moments ago, he had been troubled about survival currency, and now fortune had quite literally knocked at his door. With a flick of his hand on the control panel, the massive iron gate creaked open just a crack. Liang Qingxian nearly tumbled in, with Bai Ningbing following closely behind. The instant they crossed the threshold, Xiao Fan swiftly pressed the button to close the gate. With a thunderous clang, the heavy iron door sealed shut, leaving the zombies outside aimlessly wandering, deprived of their prey. Huff, huff. Liang Qingxian leaned against her knees, gasping for breath, her body collapsing to the floor. What on earth were those monsters? What was that voice in my head? I was too busy fleeing to pay attention to what it said. The two survivors animatedly discussed the recent events, entirely oblivious to Xiao Fan, who had ascended to the second floor, surveying them from above through the staircase gap. Xiao Fan. Bai Ningbing recognized him slightly. He was a classmate from the same department, though they had never truly conversed. Xiao Fan. Thank you, Bai Ningbing said, brushing her wet hair aside. Although her tone was polite, an inherent air of superiority lingered. Please, provide me with a bank account number, and I will ensure my family compensates you. Hearing her somewhat naive words, Xiao Fan chuckled. He remained silent, slowly descending the stairs, pressing a button in his hand. With a sudden clank, a hidden iron barrier descended from the wall, enclosing Bai Ningbing and Liang Qingxian within the confines of the first cell. Xiao Fan, what do you mean by this? Bai Ningbing immediately grasped the situation, clutching the bars desperately, but it was too late. They were already trapped inside. Liang Qingxian was taken aback, tears welling in her eyes as she grasped the iron bars. Are you insane? We barely escaped. Xiao Fan crossed his arms, a smile playing on his lips. Calm down. I need to ascertain whether either of you has been bitten by a zombie. What if you turn into one later? We haven't been bitten, Liang Qingxian exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Look, we don't have a scratch on us. Xiao Fan cast her a sidelong glance, his gaze lingering momentarily on her drenched attire. Merely assessing appearances is insufficient. Who knows if the rainwater is contaminated? You have 2 choices. 1, strip off your clothes so I can check for wounds. 2, remain standing still until I confirm your safety. After that, I may consider releasing you. Xiao Fan scrutinized the 2 girls with a playful tone. But just as he was about to continue, the system suddenly provided feedback. Beginner task completed, contained 2 prisoners. Reward, 500 survival coins. Ability, physical enhancement, LV1. Congratulations, host, for successfully capturing an SS-grade prisoner and an S-grade prisoner. Congratulations, host, for unlocking infinite supplies. Purified water, rooftop water reservoir activated, providing unlimited drinking water. Congratulations, host, for unlocking infinite supplies. Monitoring wristbands. Monitoring wristband allows real-time observation of the wearer's rebellion value. The higher the rebellion value, the greater the likelihood of betrayal. The rebellion value cap is 100. The wristband contains an electric shock device capable of releasing 1,100 milliamperes of alternating current. When the wristband detects the wearer attempting to sever a limb, it will proactively destroy the wearer's vital signs. This item disregards rules and cannot be damaged. Description: an indispensable tool for any administrator. As the system notification concluded, Xiao Fan had yet to delve into the details. He felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, his muscles unconsciously restructuring. Clenching his fists, the joints emitted crisp, cracking sounds. Power. An unprecedented power. He casually picked up a nearby steel pipe and squeezed it lightly. Crack. The steel pipe crumpled effortlessly. Bai Ningbing and Liang Qingxian were left in stunned silence. What? What kind of monster are you? Liang Qingxuan's voice trembled. Xiao Fan discarded the steel pipe, brushing the dust from his hands. A monster? No. I am merely a physical education student with 2.5 years of practice. So what will it be? Which of the two choices I presented will you choose? Xiao Fan fixed his gaze on the two girls, but perhaps due to the shock of his earlier display of strength, they both lowered their heads. Unwilling to meet his eyes, seeing their silence, he turned to leave. After all, he had just moved into a new home and had yet to explore it properly. Xiao Fan decided to leave them in contemplation for a while. It would be far easier to communicate once they recognized their predicament. Taking advantage of this time, he began to explore his new abode, seeking to understand the prison's layout. In a secluded room, he eagerly examined the wristband. The wristband shimmered in a black metallic hue, remarkably durable, resisting any forceful tugging without yielding. Furthermore, upon wearing it, the wristband would automatically adjust to fit the wearer's size. Xiao Fan mused with delight, relieved by the arrival of this wristband, as it would significantly alleviate the pressures of managing a prison. At the very least, through the wristband's capabilities, he could monitor the rebellion levels of the incarcerated and impose punishments on those with ulterior motives. Two birds with one stone. As he secured the two prisoners, the countdown for finding a safe house concluded. A booming voice reverberated in Xiao Fan's mind once more. Safe house selection has concluded. Next, the activity details for this period will be announced. This period's game theme, zombies. Game duration, 1 month. Friendly reminder. The first 5 days serve as a beginner's protection period. After 5 days, zombies will begin to invade the safe house, so please take protective measures. Individuals within the room will not be attacked until the protective door has been breached. The strength of the monsters will incrementally increase over time. Strive to survive. A cold expression settled on Xiao Fan's face. This apocalypse seemed far more complex than he had initially imagined. With some leisure time available, Xiao Fan began to wander through the recently modified prison. The first floor features a long corridor, with a small conference room directly facing the main entrance. Flanking the corridor are several rooms enclosed by railings, perfectly suited for housing mortals. Men on the left and women on the right, a convenient arrangement indeed. Each room accommodates 8 individuals, furnished with only basic iron frames and thin blankets. The bathrooms are rather rudimentary, shared among 8 residents, affording no semblance of privacy, as everything is plainly visible from outside. The second floor comprises a cafeteria and a communal bathhouse. The cafeteria is rather desolate, containing merely a few long tables and benches, devoid of any other amenities. In contrast, the bathhouse is quite spacious, adorned with white tiles, featuring a large pool in the center capable of accommodating a dozen individuals. The thought of having those female inmates bathing together conjured certain images in Xiao Fan's mind, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily curve upward. However, he intended to delay the utilization of the bathhouse, believing that the living conditions should be gradually improved to enhance the sense of happiness among the inmates. The third floor, however, is entirely different. It consists solely of single rooms, each equipped with an en-suite bathroom, designed in a minimalist and modern style. Akin to a 5-star hotel in this apocalyptic world, it seems the system is quite discerning, reserving such privileges for those well-behaved prisoners. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. The fourth floor is designated as his exclusive domain, the warden's office. Upon entering, he was met with an entire wall brimming with surveillance monitors, each screen corresponding to a specific surveillance position. Cell blocks, corridors, the cafeteria, the bathhouse, and even every room and restroom on the first floor is equipped with cameras. Xiao Fan surveyed his new territory with pleasure, glancing at his luxurious private lounge, assuring himself that he had never before slept on such a comfortable bed. Lost in his reverie of a splendid life, he unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, it was already noon the following day. A full 10 hours having slipped away, the rain outside had intensified, mingled with a hint of hail. Strangely, this evoked a unique sense of tranquility. With nothing pressing on his mind, he settled into his office chair, lighting a cigarette and relishing the moment. Through the monitors, he turned his gaze to the first floor, where Bai Ningbing and Liang Qingxian were situated. At that moment, Bai Ningbing was crouched on the ground, arms wrapped around her knees, staring blankly into the distance. Lost in thought, Liang Qingxian, on the other hand, was incessantly fiddling with her phone, attempting to dial emergency services, but to no avail. What? The line is busy? How could that be? Liang Qingxian hung up and redialed repeatedly. Each attempt met with the same frustrating response. Stop calling, Bai Ningbing wearily interjected, given the chaos outside. Do you really think the police have time for us? Liang Qingxian bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. What are we going to do? Are we truly going to be trapped here? Bai Ningbing remained silent, merely unlocking her phone to peruse the class group chat. The chat was ablaze with messages. Class of 2025, Mechanical Engineering, Group 3, Zhang Wei. What the hell are those monsters outside? My roommate just went out to buy instant noodles. And now his fate is unknown. Lina, the system warned us not to go outside. The first 5 days are a protection period. Monsters 1T attack us. Wang Meng, where did you all choose for your safe houses? I was stuck in a teaching building and couldn't bind quickly. Lu Ting, I happened to be in the dorm, so I bound to my room directly. Zhu Chang, I was on the toilet panicked and ended up binding to the restroom. Xiao Fan, well, you're in luck. At least you don't have to worry about food. Zhu Zepeng, is there food over there? I can trade you money. I'm starving. Just got back to the dorm after an all-nighter at the internet cafe. And now this happens. Zhao Lei, by the way, I saw Xiao Fan frantically stocking up at the supermarket. He must have food. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows. Xiao Fan? She glanced out into the corridor beyond the cell, but the man had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan was comfortably seated in his fourth-floor office, leisurely cooking hot pot. The electric stove bubbled with a rich, red broth, while slices of lamb, shiitake mushrooms, and beef swirled in the boiling pot, igniting Xiao Fan's appetite. He had initially resigned himself to gnawing on compressed biscuits, but unexpectedly, the system had provided the warden with a special meal. As he watched the food simmering, a sense of security enveloped him. His previously most pressing concern had been alleviated. Now, even if he were to reside in the prison until the end of the world, he would be content. Given that the prison currently lacked other facilities and had a good level of security, he felt at ease. Before long, the enticing aroma of the hot pot wafted down the staircase, permeating the first-floor cells. Xiao Bai, have we been so hungry for too long that we're hallucinating? Why do I smell hot pot? Liang Qingxuan's stomach growled audibly. Bai Ningbing clearly caught the scent as well, swallowing hard. That bastard is actually eating hot pot. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent. They had just endured a heavy downpour and were not in the best condition. If Xiao Fan had any sense, he would do well to send some to this lady. In the fourth-floor office, Xiao Fan nonchalantly picked up a slice of lamb and savored it, the tender, juicy texture prompting him to squint in satisfaction. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he snapped a photo of the sumptuous spread before him. He then shared it in the class group chat. Class of 2025, Mechanical Engineering, Group 3 Xiao Fan. The first meal of the apocalypse, hot pot. Here we go. The chat fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting. Zhang Wei, holy crap. Brother Fan, you're amazing. Lina, Xiao Fan, where are you? Lu Ting, Brother Fan. I can do laundry. I just need some food. Zhao Lei, Xiao Fan, we're brothers. It's the apocalypse now. Our dorm doesn't have much food left. Can you bring some over? Xiao Fan attentively read through the messages, a smirk of irony gracing his lips. So eager are we? We've barely begun. And you're already in a panic? It seems you truly don't understand what the apocalypse entails. Moreover, the most amusing response came from Zhao Lei, asking him to bring food over to their dorm. Brothers? When he was being toyed with by Lu Ruiyan, these very people were laughing behind his back, calling him a sycophant, and now they were referring to him as Brother Fan. He couldn't be bothered to reply and continued to cook his meat. Just then, his phone vibrated. A private message awaited him. Xiao Fan opened it, his pupils narrowing slightly. The sender was Lu Ruiyan. Chapter 3. What have you done at Qingxian? Xiao Fan clicked on the message, his pupils narrowing slightly. The sender was Lu Ruiyan. Curiosity piqued. He opened the chat to see what this insidious green tea BTCH was up to now. Lu Ruiyan. Xiao Fan, can you help me? I'm trapped in the teaching building, and there are so many zombies outside. I'm so scared. Xiao Fan scoffed, his fingers gliding across the screen as he laid out the snacks he had procured on the table and snapped another photo, sending it along with a message. I'm doing just fine here, no zombies around, and I have plenty of food and drink. Within 3 seconds, Lu Ruiyan replied. Lu Ruiyan, wow, what a feast. I want to eat that too. Xiao Fan, you're the best. Can you bring me some? I'm really starving. After reading her message, Xiao Fan instinctively considered blocking Lu Ruiyan, but then a wicked thought surged into his mind. Come find me, Ruiyan. I'm over by the experimental building, and I have plenty of food and drink here. As he spoke, he made sure to snap a photo of his stockpile and the surroundings to send to her. After completing these tasks, Xiao Fan set his phone aside. Leaning back in his chair, a mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Lu Ruiyan, you better hope I don't get my hands on you. Meanwhile, Lu Ruiyan huddled in the corner of the last row in the classroom, her eyes fixed on her phone screen, a look of delight spreading across her face. Wang Xiao. Indeed, Xiao Fan, that sycophant still cannot forget me. Lu Ruiyan, in a display of arrogance, flaunted her phone before Wang Ziheng. As they observed the messages sent by Xiao Fan, The two began to map out their route to the laboratory building, intending to set off tomorrow after finishing the food here. Meanwhile, in the prison, Xiao Fan switched off his phone and comfortably delved into his gaming sessions from his office. Prior to the apocalypse, he had installed several free single-player games on his computer, which now proved to be quite useful. Time the game flew by, and before he knew it, the sky had gradually darkened. When he finally regained his senses and glanced at the clock, he was astonished to discover it was already 8:30 in the evening. Oh no, he had completely forgotten about the two prisoners downstairs. Xiao Fan hastily donned his clothes and rushed downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, he heard Liang Qingxian's weak voice. Xiao Bai, I am so hungry. Bai Ningbing was slumped against the wall, her complexion ashen, devoid of any strength to speak, her gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling. Having arrived at the prison during the day, they had now gone nearly 10 hours without food. Coupled with the recent downpour, the terrifying chase by zombies, and ultimately being confined here by Xiao Fan, it was safe to say that their nerves had been on edge for almost 10 hours, leaving them cold, hungry, and utterly exhausted. Xiao Fan approached the cell door, looking down at them from above. Hungry? Liang Qingxian suddenly lifted her head, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Xiao Fan, could you possibly give us something to eat? We are truly at our limit. Without a word, Xiao Fan pulled 2 packets of compressed biscuits from his pocket and tossed them over. The packets landed on the floor, and Liang Qingxian almost lunged for them, ripping open one package and devouring it eagerly. Bai Ningbing, though slightly slower, quickly picked up the other package and silently began to eat. Leaning against the wall, Xiao Fan lit a cigarette, observing their frantic consumption with a smirk. Take your time, don't choke. After a few bites, Bai Ningbing abruptly halted, raising her gaze to Xiao Fan. I need to use the restroom. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, walked over, and picked up a metal bucket, tossing it beside the bars. Use this. He then handed over a few plastic bags. Remember to seal it up afterward, or the smell will escape. What? Bai Ningbing's expression shifted dramatically. You want me to use this? And what else do you propose? Xiao Fan said, lighting another cigarette, his tone leisurely. This is a prison, not a place for luxury. If you wish to enhance your experience here, your behavior will determine that. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling humiliated. She had always been a girl of privilege, never having endured such indignities. Liang Qingxian, having finished her biscuits, cautiously looked at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, could you let me have something better to eat? We're both quite hungry. Her voice was sweet and soft, evoking a protective instinct. Xiao Fan's gaze lingered on her, appraising her. Liang Qingxian seemed to sense his unabashed scrutiny and shyly lowered her head. Her figure was indeed appealing. Though not tall, she was well-proportioned, especially the pronounced curves of her chest, even more exaggerated than Bai Ningbing's. He approached the cell door, extending his hand through the bars to grasp Liang Qingxian's chin. Fancy some hot pot? Liang Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, but did not resist, her eyes flickering as she gazed at him. That depends on how obedient you are, Xiao Fan teased, his fingers lightly caressing her cheek. Put this on. Liang Qingxian caught a glimpse of the wristband he handed her, her expression wavering. What is this? This is the identification for our prison inmates. Wearing it signifies your willingness to officially become one of us. Once you wear it, I will let you out and take you for hot pot, Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. Liang Qingxian bit her lip, glancing at Bai Ningbing, who also sensed the gravity of the situation and frowned, advising, Qingxian don't. I am sorry, Xiao Bai. Liang Qingxian murmured, then without hesitation, donned the wristband around her wrist. With a click, the monitoring device automatically adjusted to fit snugly around her wrist joint. Unless she were to sever her hand, it would remain there for life. As Liang Qingxian successfully wore the wristband, Xiao Fan astonishingly discovered a control panel for the wristband appearing in his line of sight, governed by his thoughts. Liang Qingxian. Rebellion level. 60. May rebel at any time. Current distance. 2m. Xiao Fan gazed at the scene, marveling at the convenience of the wristband, which not only allowed him to monitor the inmates' rebellion levels, but also track their proximity in real time. Furthermore, at the end of the information, there was an option for electric shocks. Xiao Fan, using his mind, navigated to the shock interface, discovering that he could set the frequency and intensity at will. After perusing the relevant information, he exited the wristband interface with satisfaction. Approaching the bars, he pressed the door-opening button. In the next moment, the iron bars slowly ascended. Liang Qingxian stood up, her head bowed as she stepped out of the cell. Bai Ningbing also attempted to slip out, but was gently pushed down by Xiao Fan, collapsing onto the ground. The iron bars closed again. Xiao Fan, you bastard. Bai Ningbing rushed to the bars, gripping them tightly. Let her go. Ignoring her, Xiao Fan seized Liang Qingxian's wrist, casting a taunting glance at Bai Ningbing before leading her up the stairs. Qingxian. Bai Ningbing's voice echoed behind them, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Liang Qingxian glanced back at her, her expression complex, but ultimately followed Xiao Fan upstairs. Upon entering the room, Liang Qingxian's eyes brightened at the sight of the unfinished hot pot on the table. Xiao Fan seized the opportunity through the prison system to claim that evening's staff meal. Initially, the table had only remnants of vegetables and some meager pieces of meat, but in an instant, it transformed into a bountiful spread. Liang Qingxian stared in astonishment at this miraculous scene, her jaw nearly dropping. How did the food multiply so much? This display left her dumbfounded. She had not anticipated such an incredible sight. Xiao Fan chose not to explain, as showcasing his abilities in front of the staff would enhance his standing in their eyes, deterring any thoughts of rebellion. As expected, after witnessing this spectacle, Liang Qingxian's rebellion level dropped by 10 points to 50. Stop sitting there like a fool. Come eat. Xiao Fan activated the hot pot, and soon the broth began to bubble. Liang Qingxian obediently sat down, picking up chopsticks to start cooking the ingredients. Xiao Fan, what is the situation in this apocalypse? Do you know what is happening? At this moment, Liang Qingxian had lowered her guard against Xiao Fan and took the initiative to engage in conversation. Xiao Fan shared some of the information he had regarding the apocalypse with Liang Qingxian. As expected, her face turned pale upon hearing it, her body trembling as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Seeing this, Xiao Fan quickly offered reassurance. Qingxian, don't be too upset. Since you are here, you might as well find peace in it. At least with me, you need not worry about safety or food. Liang Qingxian rolled her eyes playfully. Who said I wanted to be with you? You narcissist. As their banter continued, the atmosphere quickly became more relaxed, and they focused their efforts on devouring the hot pot ingredients on the table. Liang Qingxian, even fearing Xiao Fan would snatch her food, frantically stuffed the ingredients in her mouth until she could eat no more. Observing Liang Qingxian's ravenous consumption, Xiao Fan took the opportunity to check her data. Rebellion level 49, initial trust. He raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but exclaim, how easily satisfied are these simple-minded girls. A single hot pot meal can significantly diminish their rebellious spirit. Before long, after indulging in a sumptuous feast, Liang Qingxian disregarded her image and affectionately patted her round little belly, her face illuminating with a joyful smile. Thank you, Xiao Fan. Is that all? Just verbal gratitude? Xiao Fan's gaze burned with intensity as he scrutinized Liang Qingxian, showing no signs of concealment. Liang Qingxian's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, pretending not to grasp what Xiao Fan was implying. Xiao Fan, having gleaned some wisdom from the situation, concluded that matters must be approached gradually, for haste begets failure. Thus, with her comfort in mind, he suggested, why not take a shower? You must feel quite uncomfortable after being caught in the rain earlier. Upon Xiao Fan's gentle reminder, Liang Qingxian became aware of the sticky sensation on her skin and the dampness of her clothes, rendering her quite uncomfortable. She nodded lightly. Thank you. There's no need for thanks, Xiao Fan replied, leaning back against his chair. My room has a bathroom. Liang Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks instantly flushing with embarrassment as she lowered her head and entered Xiao Fan's room to change clothes. Before long, the sound of water trickling from the bathroom filled the air while Xiao Fan leaned against the bed, engrossed in his phone, stealing glances through the glass at her graceful silhouette. Half an hour later, the bathroom door creaked open slightly. Liang Qingxian peeked out, her tiny head emerging as she called out to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, could you help me fetch my clothes? She had assumed that Xiao Fan would not enter her bedroom while she was bathing, hence she had placed her clothes on his bed. To her surprise, he had barged in during her shower. Listening to Liang Qingxian's words, Xiao Fan replied, Qingxian, I put your clothes in the washing machine earlier. You could just come out in a bathrobe. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's shameless response, Liang Qingxian's face turned beet red. Left without clothes to change into, she stood frozen, her mind waging a fierce internal battle. She was no fool. She understood precisely what was likely to unfold next. After another half hour, she bit her lip and emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. She kept her head down, too shy to meet Xiao Fan's gaze. Time flew by, and an hour later, the bashful girl had already succumbed to a deep slumber beside him. Xiao Fan leaned against the bed, gazing at her delicate features, filled with a sense of accomplishment and an indescribable contentment. Ah, the apocalypse is truly delightful. After the incident with Lu Ruyan, Xiao Fan learned that he ought not to invest too much thought into women. However, a little playful dalliance was certainly permissible. At that moment, in the prison on the first floor, Bai Ningbing sat slumped against the ground, biting her lip fiercely. Xiao Fan, you scoundrel! She cursed quietly. You are truly a beast beneath contempt. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Xiao Fan strolled leisurely down. Miss Bai, who are you cursing so harshly? Bai Ningbing shot her head up, her eyes ablaze with fury. What have you done to Qingxian? Xiao Fan smiled slyly. What do you think? Chapter 4. The second level Iron Gate. The fish is hooked. Bai Ningbing fixed her gaze on Xiao Fan, her chest heaving with tumultuous emotions. What have you done to Qingxian? Xiao Fan leaned casually against the bars, lit a cigarette, and blew a smoke ring toward Bai Ningbing. What have I done? A playful smirk played on his lips. Miss Bai, do you believe I spent the entire night studying with Qingxian? She was reading her lessons rather loudly last night. I hope she didn't disturb you. Bai Ningbing clenched her teeth, her fingers whitening from the pressure. Watching the once lofty goddess, now trapped in a cage, seething with impotent rage. Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia for his former self, recollecting the days when he had groveled before Lu Rian. Indeed, he realized how naive he had been. Now he understood that kindness could be a liability. The benevolent are often preyed upon. He resolved to be a villain. A truly wicked soul. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Observing Bai Ningbing, who was consumed by rage, Xiao Fan flicked the ash from his cigarette. Behave yourself, and perhaps I'll share the details with you. With that, he turned and ascended the stairs, leaving Bai Ningbing trembling alone in her cell. Let her experience hunger for a couple of days, and perhaps she'll learn her lesson. In my domain, who dares to be so disrespectful? Upon returning to his room, dawn was already breaking. Xiao Fan glanced at Liang Qingxian, still peacefully slumbering on the bed, and chose not to disturb her. He approached the window, surveying the chaos outside. At that moment, the school was in disarray. The streets were teeming with wandering zombies, their guttural roars echoing in the air. He opened the system panel. Current game time, day 2. Days until zombie outbreak. 3. Just yesterday, the system had issued an update announcing a 5-day beginner protection period. According to the system, as long as one remained in the dormitory during these 5 days, safety was assured. However, after this period, the zombies would begin to riot, actively seeking all players' safe houses. At that stage, it was uncertain whether ordinary protective doors would hold. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. Preparations must be made in advance. He approached the prison door, where the information was displayed prominently. Door, ordinary iron gate, level 1, upgrade requirement, 200 survival coins. Without hesitation, Xiao Fan opted for the upgrade. 200 survival coins deducted. Current survival coins, 340. As the system notification faded, the prison gate began to transform. The previously unremarkable iron door acquired a faint metallic sheen that shimmered, emanating an aura of impenetrability. Pleased with this development, Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. Next, he navigated to the prison's shop section, perusing the array of items available, which dazzled him with their variety. Large food package, 50 survival coins. Water purification device, 80 survival coins. Generator, 120 survival coins. Mechanical crossbow, 150 survival coins. Automated turret, 3,000 survival coins. Electric net trap, 300 survival coins. With over 100 pages of items catering to every need, food, entertainment, offense, and defense. Most were within his understanding. After a lengthy search, considering his remaining 340 survival coins, he realized he could only afford the mechanical crossbow. After some contemplation, Xiao Fan made the purchase. The immediate priority was to enhance his combat ability. Life was precious, while survival coins could be earned over time. Purchase successful. 150 survival coins deducted. Current survival coins, 190. Mechanical crossbow has been added to the backpack. A bonus, 500 crossbows. A mechanical crossbow materialized in front of Xiao Fan, and he picked it up, feeling its weight. Surprisingly, it wasn't as heavy as he had anticipated, roughly around 10 pounds. He toyed with the crossbow, pleasantly surprised by its ease of handling. Carrying the crossbow, Xiao Fan approached the window and spotted a wandering zombie not too far away. He hurriedly assembled a bolt, anxious not to let the zombie slip out of sight. Raising the crossbow, he aimed carefully at the zombie. Taking a deep breath, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The bolt shot through the air. Not quite accurate, Xiao Fan muttered in dissatisfaction, due to it being his first time using it. He was somewhat clumsy, and the bolt grazed the zombie's shoulder. Realizing it was under attack, the zombie let out a guttural roar and charged toward the prison gate. Bang! 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 The zombies relentlessly pounded against the iron door, yet the secondary-grade iron barrier remained impenetrably sturdy. Even if the creature assaulted it for an entire day and night, not the slightest damage would be inflicted. Xiao Fan reloaded his crossbow bolts with renewed precision. Swish! The arrow flew true, striking the zombie squarely in the head, which then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zombie killed. Survival coin earned. Supply car dropped. When upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. It turned out that slaying zombies could yield supply cards. Without hesitation, he descended the stairs, unlocked the prison gate, and retrieved the small white card lying on the ground. Supply card, white. Xiao Fan examined the palm-sized card in his hand, then focused his thoughts. In the next instant, the supply card transformed. Activated supply card, white, to receive 1 bottle of purified water. The reward was modest and randomized. Yet, he wondered if, as the game progressed, more powerful items might drop, perhaps weapons, armor, or even skills. If so, this apocalyptic game would become truly captivating. Standing at the threshold, Xiao Fan gazed at the zombies wandering the streets. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. These creatures were like walking caches of survival coins and supply cards. The thought of wiping them all out thrilled him immensely. However, he quickly regained composure. With only 500 bolts and facing the hordes alone, he knew he could never eliminate them all by himself. Leaning against the wall, he lit a cigarette and began contemplating his next strategy. Surviving in this apocalypse would demand more than solitary effort. He needed more prisoners. The more captives he had, the greater the daily accrual of survival coins, enabling him to procure superior equipment and fortifications. Moreover, female prisoners would yield double the survival coins. This prospect intensified his determination to recruit more prisoners. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Didn't he still have many classmates? With the apocalypse descending, most people were undoubtedly destitute and desperate. If he merely displayed some of his supplies, wouldn't they eagerly flock to him? A cold smile curled at the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth. He opened the system store and spent several survival coins to exchange for a veritable mountain of food supplies. Instant noodles, sausages, canned goods, biscuits, chocolates, piling them high until they filled the entire room. Taking out his phone, Xiao Fan positioned it carefully to capture the entire bounty in one shot. Then sent the photo into the group chat. The image depicted innumerable stacks of food, enough to sustain a dozen people for months of hearty meals. Xiao Fan typed, "Brothers, before the apocalypse, I stockpiled a lot of supplies. This is just a fraction. I can't consume it all alone. Those in need are welcome to come find me." He also sent the prison's location alongside the message. The once quiet group chat instantly erupted. Countless classmates lost their composure upon seeing the scene. "Damn, Xiao Fan, where did you get all these supplies? Xiao Fan, you're my savior. I'm near the teaching building. Can you come pick me up? Xie. I can help you out. Just let me have a meal." Watching his classmates fervently discuss their hopeful new lives, Xiao Fan couldn't help but grin. The fish had taken a bait. Chapter 5. This is from the boss. He asked me to give it to you. Glancing at the lively group chat, Xiao Fan casually turned off his phone. Those who once mocked and belittled him now fawned like loyal dogs, begging for his favor. The sensation was exhilarating. If every one of them came to his prison, that would be even better. He turned and ascended to the 4th floor, pushing open the door to his room. There, Liang Qingxian was already awake, wrapped tightly in a blanket, her head bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze. Her cheeks bore an unnatural flush, and her eyes darted nervously like a frightened fawn. Xiao Fan approached the bedside, gently grasped her chin, and compelled her to look up. "From now on, when we're in front of outsiders, you must call me boss. Behind closed doors, you can be casual. Understood?" "All right, boss," Liang Qingxian replied sweetly, even offering a playful salute. Xiao Fan smiled indulgently and stroked her hair. "Enough fooling around. Get up, wash up, and change my bed sheets." He gestured toward the crimson stain on his sheets, feigning displeasure. Can I call you Fango privately instead?" Liang Qingxian looked up shyly. "Do you have clothes for me? I can't get up like this." Blushing, she confessed. Realizing he had forgotten this matter, Xiao Fan promptly headed downstairs. On the 1st floor of the prison was a logistics office he had established after the prison's founding. Shelves lined with stacks of prisoner uniforms awaited him. Picking one up, Xiao Fan chuckled ruefully. They were truly prisoners now, but the material was surprisingly robust. Satisfied, he returned upstairs and handed the uniform to Liang Qingxian. She paused, puzzled. "Isn't this the prison uniform? It's so ugly, Fango. I don't want to wear it." "This is your work uniform. You have to wear it. Once our personnel structure is complete, we can switch to casual clothes," Xiao Fan replied firmly. Liang Qingxian pouted, but nodded reluctantly. Seeing her fully dressed, Xiao Fan felt pleased. Not only was she resiliently beautiful, but also obedient and well-behaved. "Go downstairs and keep a good friend company. Try to persuade her as well." Liang Qingxian donned the clothes stiffly and stood, her legs still weak. Watching her stumble slightly, Xiao Fan's eyes gleamed with amusement. "Remember, don't say anything you shouldn't." She nodded vigorously, lowering her head as she left the room. In a 1st-floor cell, Bai Ningbing leaned against the corner. Her face pale. She had eaten nothing but a single compressed biscuit in the past 2 days. Her lips were cracked and dry, and her gaze vacant. Clang! The sound of iron bars lifting echoed. Bai Ningbing abruptly raised her head to see Liang Qingxian enter. "Qingxian." She struggled to stand, but nearly collapsed from weakness. Liang Qingxian rushed to support her, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Bai, em sore. Bai Ningbing stared at her with hoarse voice. What did he do to you? Biting her lip, Liang Qingxian shook her head. Em mifine. Bai Ningbing's eyes widened sharply as she noticed the bracelet on Liang Qingxian's wrist. What is that? It's the standard staff bracelet. Wearing it means you agree to be part of Xiao Fan's prison and can eat your fill. Bai Ningbing trembled violently, digging her nails into her palms. How could you? Lowering her head, tears poured down Liang Qingxian's cheeks. Xiao Bai, this is the apocalypse. We can go back to our old lives. Bai Ningbing opened her mouth but found no words. She knew that Liang Qingxian spoke the truth. She and T even had a sip of water in days. Outside were only zombies. What else could she do? If this continued, she would surely perish. Liang Qingxian took 2 compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from her pocket, pressing them into Bai Ningbing's hand. Xiao Bai, eat this. The boss asked me to give it to you. Boss. Bai Ningbing's eyes reddened as she stared intently at Liang Qingxian. We promised to escape together. Didn't we? And now you're calling him boss? What am I supposed to do? Liang Qingxian shuddered, tears flowing even more fiercely. Bai Ningbing, I am truly sorry, but I find myself utterly powerless. Outside, we are engulfed in an apocalypse, devoid of food and water, with zombies roaming freely. We cannot survive. Joining Xiao Fan's organization is our sole option. Bai Ningbing clutched a compressed biscuit, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. She seethed with hatred for that scoundrel Xiao Fan, hatred for her own helplessness, and hatred for this damned apocalypse. Yet, she was acutely aware that without sustenance, she would perish. Gritting her teeth, she tore open the packaging and began to devour it voraciously. On the 4th floor, Xiao Fan stood before the surveillance monitors, observing this scene with a cold smirk. Bai Ningbing, let us see how long your pride can withstand this trial. Current survival coins, 190. Number of prisoners, 2. Daily earnings, 40 survival coins. Still insufficient. Far from enough. The apocalypse game has merely begun, and I must seize every opportunity. Hence, I require more prisoners, more survival coins. Contemplation flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. Given that the past 2 days were a novice's boon, why not exploit this period to hunt more zombies for survival coins? Without hesitation, he opened the store and began browsing. His gaze soon fell upon the basic protection suit and the alloy long knife. Basic protection suit, 50 survival coins. Alloy long knife, 80 survival coins. The allure of these 2 pieces of equipment was undeniable. 130 survival coins represented a significant investment, considering his meager balance. Nevertheless, one must be willing to part with the child to ensnare the wolf. Resolutely, Xiao Fan clicked to purchase, deducting 130 survival coins. Current survival coins, 60. In the next moment, a black protective suit and a sharp long knife materialized before him. Upon donning the protective suit, Xiao Fan examined himself in the mirror. Pleasantly surprised by its effectiveness, his entire body was well protected, and even if a zombie were to grasp him inadvertently, the risk of infection was mitigated. It was time to venture forth for a hunt. He slung an empty backpack over his shoulder, pushed open the prison doors, and stepped out into the world beyond. The rain had ceased, yet the playground was still teeming with zombies, their movements stiff and sluggish. To him, now enhanced by physical augmentation, they were merely moving survival coins. A zombie, sensing his presence, lunged at him with a guttural roar. Xiao Fan sidestepped with agility, and with precision, the long knife severed its neck. The zombie's head rolled to the ground, and its body collapsed with a thud. Zombie killed. 1. Gain survival coin. Drop supply card. 1. To his astonishment, the first hunt had proceeded remarkably well, possibly due to the physical enhancement granted by the system. He collected the supply card and stowed it in his backpack, continuing onward. His immediate goal was simple: to search the nearby teaching building for any survivors, as the dormitory likely harbored a considerable number, albeit surrounded by a horde of zombies. At this stage, Xiao Fan was uncertain of his ability to navigate through the throng unscathed. Throughout his journey, he wielded his knife relentlessly, each slash painting the alloy blade crimson with blood. The augmentation had significantly amplified his strength and speed, and coupled with the system's alloy long knife, each strike was lethal, executed with flawless precision. An hour later, Xiao Fan arrived at the base of the teaching building and counted his spoils. A total of 48 white supply cards. Average efficiency. Yet a commendable outcome. His spirits were notably buoyant. Initially cautious, fearing a zombie's approach, he soon realized that these creatures moved sluggishly, akin to snails. He could easily evade their attacks and grew bolder as a result. As he paused to wipe the blood from his blade, he unexpectedly heard a faint rustling from within one of the classrooms. Chapter 6. I am the greatest. Call me boss. In this desolate teaching building, apart from the distant roars of zombies, any sign of life felt conspicuously jarring. The subtle sounds emanating from the classroom instantly heightened Xiao Fan's alertness. He refrained from acting immediately, instead stealthily moving to the rear door, peering through the window. Inside, chaos reigned. Desks had been hastily assembled into a makeshift barricade, blocking the entrance. 5 figures huddled together in a corner, their faces etched with fear and exhaustion. 3 men and 2 women. Among them, 2 were his classmates, while the others were strangers. Most striking was a man named Wang Meng, the class sports representative during their university days. He had often flaunted his physical stature and connections, bullying those like Xiao Fan, who appeared more introverted. To encounter him in such a dire state was unexpected. Seeing this familiar figure in such a pitiful predicament caused a smirk to involuntarily spread across Xiao Fan's face. Truly, one might traverse great distances in search of something, only to find it effortlessly at hand. No longer concealing himself, he raised his foot and delivered a test kick to the wooden door, which was firmly barricaded by desks and chairs. Bang! The sound reverberated through the silent corridor, attacking another player's safe house. Remaining durability, 130. The system's notification echoed in his mind, surprising him. Logically, given his enhanced physique, such a door should not withstand his strength. Yet, the system acknowledged its durability. Inside the classroom, the 5 individuals were thrown into a panic by the sudden noise. What was that sound? Are the zombies upon us? Wang Meng, in particular, fell to the floor in terror, his complexion as pale as a ghost. It's over. We're doomed. A sense of despair enveloped the room, their faces painted with sheer panic. Xiao Fan did not grant them much time to react. He retreated a few steps and then charged forward, exerting all his strength in a powerful kick against the door. Bang! 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 With several swift kicks, the already burdened wooden door shattered. The cries within the classroom ceased abruptly, and the 5 individuals stared in shock at the fully armed Xiao Fan, momentarily forgetting to breathe. He stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the trembling group. Wang Meng's pupils dilated in fear, but upon recognizing the familiar face of Xiao Fan, he froze. Xiao Fan? He could hardly believe his eyes. The imposing figure before him, akin to a war god, was the very person he had bullied. How had he transformed so drastically? The equipment, the knife, and the suffocating aura surrounding him were overwhelming. A flicker of envy ignited in Wang Meng's eyes. With such gear, he should undoubtedly be stronger. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, the instinct for survival surged forth, overwhelming all other emotions. Wang Meng scrambled to Xiao Fan's feet, his face contorted into an obsequious grin, a stark contrast to his earlier terror. Brother Fan, it's you, Brother Fan. I knew you would be all right. He clutched Xiao Fan's calf, tears streaming down his face as he lamented. Brother Fan, you have finally come. We are on the brink of starvation. You are here to save us, aren't you? That term of endearment, Brother Fan, rolled off his tongue so naturally, one might think Xiao Fan was his own brother. Xiao Fan looked down in silence, his expression filled with amusement as he regarded Wang Meng. At this moment, Wang Xian, standing behind him, finally realized that the man before her was actually Xiao Fan. She gazed at Xiao Fan, who was fully armed and unscathed, then glanced at her own group's disheveled appearance, a flicker of shame crossing her eyes, yet overshadowed by a profound sense of salvation, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Biting her lip, she straightened her disordered clothing, took a couple steps forward, her face flushed with embarrassment, and spoke in a voice so soft it was almost a whisper. Xiao Fan, oh Brother Fan, could you take me with you? The implication in her gaze was unmistakable. Xiao Fan's eyes swept over the 2 girls, regrettably noting the absence of any S-level evaluations, but judging by their appearances, both girls were quite pleasing to the eye. Surely, during their university years, suitors must have been abundant. He then turned his attention to the 2 boys, who appeared relatively composed, though their eyes were filled with wariness and unease. If you wish to come with me, you may, Xiao Fan finally spoke, his tone devoid of emotion. However, I do not harbor useless individuals here. You must prove your worth. Upon hearing this, expressions of wild elation erupted on everyone's faces. Thank you, Brother Fan. Thank you, Brother Fan. Xiao Fan chose to ignore their exuberance and turned to exit the building, commanding, keep up. The 5 dared not delay, hastily following in his wake. On the return journey to the prison, Xiao Fan deliberately slowed his pace, leading them down a path teeming with zombies. He wanted to observe the value these individuals possessed, as their actions would ultimately determine how he would treat them in the future. Sure enough, they had not ventured far when the low growls of zombies echoed from behind. Ah, zombies! Wang Xian and Lu Yaru screamed in terror. Wang Meng utterly panicked, found his mind blank, his sole thought being to flee. As he looked at Lu Yaru blocking his path, a malicious idea took root in his heart. A glimmer of savagery crossed his eyes as he suddenly thrust her forward towards the nearest zombie. You, Lu Yaru, caught completely off guard, let out a horrified cry as her body lurched uncontrollably towards the gaping maw of the zombie. Her eyes brimmed with despair and disbelief. After committing this act, Wang Meng did not look back, scrambling away in the opposite direction. Beast! In this critical moment, one of the boys behind picked up a wooden stick from the ground and rushed forward, attempting to divert the zombie's attention. Another boy pulled Lu Yara back, bringing her to a safe distance. Although the boy wielding the stick was brave, his strength was insufficient. His swing only served to enrage the three zombies, who turned their aggression toward him. Just as despair began to envelop that boy, a shadow darted past. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 swift flashes of a blade, so fast they were nearly imperceptible. The heads of the 3 zombies flew off, black blood gushing forth as their bodies crumpled to the ground. Lu Yaru collapsed, her mind blank from the recent brush with death. Xiao Fan wiped the blood from his blade, casting a cold, piercing glance at Wang Meng, fully aware of his poor character, but never anticipated he would reveal himself to be such a beast. Given this, he felt no moral burden in his future actions towards him. Wang Meng sensed Xiao Fan's gaze, lowering his head in shame and scrambling forward to explain, "Brother Fan, I didn't mean to. I was just too scared. I truly didn't mean it." This little interlude quickly passed, and soon they arrived at the prison's entrance. When they beheld the imposing walls and the dense array of defenses surrounding the prison, astonishment lit up their faces. In this apocalyptic environment, such fortifications provided nothing short of a profound sense of security. This was undoubtedly the safest place in the world, feeling as if he had latched onto a monumental support. The earlier fear and disarray were instantly cast aside. As long as he could remain here, he would gladly serve, whether as a beast of burden or even a mere dog. Leading them through the heavy first gate, Xiao Fan ushered them into the prison's inner courtyard. "Brother Fan, this place is incredibly secure. We can stay here." Before Wang Meng could finish his sentence, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A loud crash echoed as a massive barrier suddenly descended, isolating them within a new cell. Wang Meng's expression of joy instantly froze. "Brother Fan, what are you doing? Let me out. Quick, let me out." Xiao Fan stood outside the cell, a mocking smile playing on his lips, watching them as one might observe monkeys in a cage. At that moment, from the shadows of the cell's corner, a frail voice emerged. "Stop struggling." The newcomers jumped at the sound, turning to see a woman leaning against the wall. It was Bai Ningbing. "Bai Ningbing," Wang Xian exclaimed in disbelief. "How are you here? What's going on?" Bai Ningbing looked at them, then at Xiao Fan, her eyes filled with sorrow and self-mockery, choosing not to respond. Ding. Successfully acquired 5 new prisoners. Prisoner count, 7 for women, 3 men. Daily earnings, 110 survival coins. Current survival coins, 201. Xiao Fan was exceedingly pleased with the outcome of this excursion. For no other reason, he had brought 5 individuals into his prison, which was the greatest gain. Particularly noteworthy were the 2 female prisoners, as it was known that female prisoners received double the survival coins compared to their male counterparts. "Very well. I shall now present you with an opportunity to pledge your loyalty to me." Xiao Fan produced several monitoring bracelets and tossed them into the cell where the others were confined. "Those who wish to eat, put these on and become my employees, working for me. Furthermore, know this. Here, I am the supreme authority. From now on, you shall address me as boss." Chapter 7. Killing the chickens to warn the monkeys. Xiao Fan stood outside the cell, looking down at the 6 individuals before him. He could clearly discern the expressions of fear, confusion, anger, and despair etched upon their faces. Each reaction unique. Consider your options carefully. Xiao Fan spoke as if stating a simple fact. Whether or not they ultimately chose to wear the monitoring bracelets was of no concern to him. He only required that this group of prisoners recognize their own circumstances and obey him. Wearing the bracelet will ensure you have food to eat and water to drink, allowing you to survive in this apocalypse. If you choose not to wear it, that is your prerogative. I will not provide food or water, and you can fend for yourselves. Xiao Fan's words were resolute, hoping they would come to understand their reality. Just as he turned to leave, his foot momentarily faltered, and a can fell carelessly from his pocket, landing at Wang Meng's feet. Without glancing back, a cold smile graced Xiao Fan's face as he strode out of the cell area. Inside the cell, a brief silence ensued. No one dared to inform Xiao Fan that the can had fallen, each harboring their own thoughts, hoping to claim it for themselves. All eyes were drawn to the can. Wang Meng instinctively lunged forward, snatching it and clutching it tightly to his chest, fearful of it being taken from him. "Wang Meng," Lu Yara bit her lip, her eyes blazing with anger. "You beast, you just pushed me in front of zombie, and now you have the audacity to steal." Wang Meng recoiled, noticing the predatory glances of those around him fixated on the can. Without hesitation, he unscrewed the lid and poured the contents into his mouth. You. Everyone turned to him, their faces a collective mask of revulsion. You are a beast. You would do anything to survive. Wang Ming kept his head down, chewing frantically. Bai Ningbing leaned against the wall, coldly observing the scene, having come to a realization. In the face of the apocalypse, humanity was merely the cheapest of commodities. Wang Xian bit her lip, her gaze wavering between the bracelets scattered on the ground and the can in Wang Ming's possession. After a long moment, she took a deep breath, her hand trembling as she picked up one of the bracelets. I will wear it. Her voice was soft, yet it resonated like a stone cast into the stillness of a lake. Lu Yaru gazed at her, a flicker of struggle evident in her eyes. Wang Xian, think about it. Do we have any other options? Wang Xian replied with a bitter smile. If we don't wear them, we'll starve to death here. Even if Xiao Fan shows mercy and lets us out, the outside is swarming with zombies. Where can we possibly go? By putting them on? At least we have a chance to survive. Lu Yaru fell silent for a moment, and ultimately, fear triumphed over reason. She slowly bent down to pick up a wristband and placed it around her wrist. Zhang Hao and another boy named Li Ming exchanged glances and silently donned their wristbands, fully aware that compliance would mean subjugation. Yet the dire circumstances left them no choice. Only Wang Ming remained huddled in a corner with a can, his eyes darting nervously. He hesitated, contemplating whether there was a chance to usurp Xiao Fan, who seemed to be the sole authority here. However, in the end, he too wore the monitoring wristband, deciding to observe Xiao Fan's methods before plotting his own scheme. At that moment, Xiao Fan was in his office on the 4th floor when a system notification sounded. Ding! All prisoners have donned their monitoring wristbands. Current prisoner rebellion values are as follows. Liang Qin Xian, 19, virtually impossible to rebel. Bai Ningbing, 67, prone to rebellion at any moment. Wang Xian, 52, depends on circumstances. Lu Yaru, 45, depends on circumstances. Zhang Hao, 72, prone to rebellion at any moment. Li Ming, 71, prone to rebellion at any moment. Wang Ming, 95, extremely rebellious, waiting for an opportunity. The higher the value, the greater the likelihood of betrayal. To Xiao Fan's astonishment, Wang Ming's rebellion value had soared to a staggering 95, accompanied by a glaring annotation of extremely rebellious, waiting for an opportunity. Goodness! Without this monitoring wristband, who could have imagined the depths of human malice? Even a stray dog on the street wouldn't reach such a level of treachery for a mere morsel of food. The thought of using Wang Ming to establish authority alleviated Xiao Fan's guilt considerably. Moreover, prompted by the others, Bai Ningbing voluntarily put on her wristband. Observing that all prisoners were now equipped, Xiao Fan ceased to pay further attention. He turned to the storage room, methodically opening the 51 resource cards he had acquired. Opening resource card 51. Acquired 10 compressed biscuits, 15 mineral waters, 12 cans, 3 baseball bats, 2 first aid kits, 1 flashlight, 3 small umbrellas, 2 basic protective suits. Sato beat feed. Xiao Fan regarded the amassed resources with a furrowed brow. He hadn't anticipated such a low drop rate for rare items. Opening 51 resource cards yielded these mundane supplies. Aside from the 3 small umbrellas, the rest held little value, though they could serve as rewards for the prisoners. He shook his head and stored the items in his system backpack. When Xiao Fan descended from the upper floor into the cell area, everyone instinctively lowered their heads. He surveyed the group with a scrutinizing gaze. Just now I dropped the can. Who picked it up? His tone was calm, yet it sent a shiver down Wang Ming's spine. Xiao Fan's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the individuals until it settled on the corner where Wang Ming was cowering. I ask you again, who picked up that can? A deathly silence enveloped the cell. Wang Ming's body visibly trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He opened his mouth to defend himself, but found his throat constricted as if something were lodged within. Wang Ming picked it up. Bai Ningbing interjected coldly, her tone laced with schadenfreude. The others, seeing her take the lead, nodded in agreement. A smile crept onto Xiao Fan's lips, a grin that sent chills down Wang Ming's spine. Oh, is it you? With a mere thought, a powerful surge of electricity erupted from the wristband Wang Ming wore. In the next instant, agonized screams reverberated throughout the cell. Wang Ming collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently, the wristband flashing with blinding arcs of blue electricity. He writhed in a desperate attempt to free himself from the device, but to no avail. Soon, a mixture of saliva and other substances pooled around him. Help, please. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I beg you, Fango. Spare my life. Wang Ming's voice had shifted, now tinged with a sobbing desperation. What did I just say? How should you address me? Boss. Boss, I was wrong. The others turned pale, instinctively retreating, while Lu Yaru, frightened to the core, crumpled to the ground. 3 seconds passed. Xiao Fan ceased the electric punishment. Wang Meng lay sprawled on the floor, trembling uncontrollably, his pants dampened, having lost control in his fright. Did you see that? Xiao Fan's voice remained calm, as though discussing an inconsequential matter. That is the consequence of disobedience. He turned to face the others, who all averted their gazes, too fearful to meet his eyes. I do not care what your previous identities were. Here, my words are law, Xiao Fan declared, each word deliberate. Obey, and you shall survive. Disobey. He cast a glance at Wang Meng on the floor. You have all witnessed the outcome. The cell was deathly silent, save for Wang Meng's labored breathing. Xiao Fan was pleased with the effect. The principle of killing the chicken to scare the monkey was meant to instill in them the understanding of who held dominion here. Liang Qingxian, Xiao Fan suddenly called out. Liang Qingxian jolted, immediately standing to attention. Yes, from today onward, you'll be the leader of this group, responsible for managing their daily affairs. Xiao Fan stated nonchalantly. If anyone disobeys, report it to me. Liang Qingxian paused for a moment, her eyes lighting up. Yes, I will manage them well. The others looked at Liang Qingxian with complex expressions, a mix of jealousy, resentment, but predominantly fear of Xiao Fan's authority. The grim fate of Wang Meng lingered in their minds, and none dared to voice dissent at that moment. Everyone, rise and follow me to the cafeteria, Xiao Fan instructed as he turned to leave. They scrambled to their feet, Wang Meng unsteadily rising, his complexion as pale as a corpse. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Chapter 8, Prison Regulations. The cafeteria, located on the second floor of the prison, was a vast hall capable of accommodating hundreds. Presently, the empty hall contained only a long table, upon which rested several stainless steel basins. As the group approached, their expressions shifted dramatically. The basins contained a grayish-white paste, emanating an indescribable odor. What is this? Zhang Hao could not suppress his inquiry. Your dinner, Xiao Fan replied, keeping his distance as if fearing contamination from the foul smell. Pig feed ground into powder, mixed with water to form a paste. What? Liu Yaru's face paled. You expect us to eat pig feed? Do you have an objection? Xiao Fan's gaze turned icy. Liu Yaru shivered at the thought of Wang Meng's fate and swallowed her next words. And no, I dare not. Very well. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. Remember, in the apocalypse, surviving is already a blessing. How can you afford to be picky? He gestured toward the iron basins on the table. Each person gets one bowl, take it or leave it. The group exchanged glances, ultimately grasping their bowls with trembling hands, scooping out a bowl of paste. At that moment, Liang Qingxian approached the table, ready to eat, but Xiao Fan interrupted her, placing a steaming bowl of rice and 2 meat cans before her. The other individuals gaped in disbelief at Liang Qingxian's sumptuous lunch, casting glances at the unappetizing mush in their own bowls, their expressions reflecting their profound discontent. How could she indulge in such a feast? Li Ming could not suppress his outburst. Xiao Fan shot him a cold glance. She is the team leader, and she holds significance and value for me. What right does she have to consume the same fare as you? Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Liang Qingxian felt a warmth in her heart, a blush involuntarily gracing her cheeks. In this place, good performance brings rewards, while poor performance. He left the thought unspoken, yet everyone understood. Li Ming clenched his teeth and lowered his head, silenced. The others watched as Liang Qingxian relished her beef can, their eyes welling with tears. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had scarcely eaten. Looking back at the mush in their bowls, they felt an indescribable frustration. Yet, hunger gnawed at them relentlessly, forcing them to pinch their noses and consume the unpalatable mush. The moment it hit their tongues, their expressions softened considerably. It was not as horrendous as they had imagined, though it lacked flavor, akin to plain rice. However, the pig feed was far superior to plain rice, containing all the necessary nutrients for the human body. Xiao Fan had fortuitously discovered this gem while perusing the prison shop. A ton was available for merely 1 survival coin, making it a staple food for the inmates. As the group devoured the pig feed, Xiao Fan approached Zhang Hao and Li Ming, producing a meat can for each and placing them before them. This is your reward. The two were taken aback. You performed admirably against the zombies just now, Xiao Fan remarked nonchalantly. You have earned this. Zhang Hao and Li Ming accepted the cans, their eyes sparkling with gratitude. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. They hurriedly expressed their thanks, their gazes towards Xiao Fan infused with newfound respect and appreciation. Ding. Inmate Zhang Hao's rebellion value. 20. Current rebellion value. 52. Unstable. Ding. Inmate Li Ming's rebellion value. 20. Current rebellion value. 51. Unstable. A smile tugged at Xiao Fan's lips. A stick followed by a sweet date. This tactic indeed proved effective. The others watched enviously as Zhang Hao and Li Ming clutched their cans, particularly Wang Meng, who stared at the 2 cans with reddening eyes. That very can had been his to seize, only for him to be electrocuted. Seeing others receive rewards now filled him with profound regret. After their meal, Xiao Fan led the group to a vast open area on the second floor. Let's discuss your skills. Xiao Fan seated himself, surveying the faces before him. In this apocalyptic world, individuals devoid of value have no right to survive. The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. I can cook, Wang Xian spoke softly. I can perform first aid, Bai Ning interjected coldly. I'm strong, Zhang Hao added. I can tile, Li Ming scratched his head. Why the hell didn't you mention you can shout for your mother? Xiao Fan's lips twitched in irritation. Indeed, this bunch of university students was unreliable. Relying on them was futile. He would have to take matters into his own hands. He then exchanged survival coins for several kinetic generators and a large battery from the system store. Consumption of survival coins, 100. Remaining survival coins, 101. The generators materialized in the cafeteria, each connected to a stationary bicycle. The group stood in astonishment at this sudden apparition. What is this? Lu Yaru exclaimed. Xiao Fan had no intention of elaborating excessively. His golden finger was his greatest trump card, and maintaining an air of mystery before them was essential. He allowed them to speculate. As the group began to chatter excitedly, Xiao Fan shot them a glance, and they immediately fell silent. What is this? Liang Qingxian inquired, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Kinetic generators, Xiao Fan explained. Pedaling the bicycle generates electricity stored within the battery. As the apocalypse unfolds, power supply will inevitably become a concern. It is prudent to prepare in advance. Gradually, they grasped Xiao Fan's intentions, their inner sense of security bolstered. Starting tomorrow, you girls will work 10 hours a day. Responsible for pedaling the bicycles to generate power, Xiao Fan continued. 2 meals will be provided, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. The expressions of the girls paled. 10 hours? Wouldn't that be exhausting? As if reading their minds, Xiao Fan pivoted his statement. However, if you manage to invite your classmates over, you can become the team leader, and your work hours will be reduced from 10 to 8. Furthermore, for every 10 individuals you invite, you will receive a meat can as a reward. Every contribution you make to our prison will be duly recorded, and once you reach a certain standard, you can elevate your rank within the prison. The group's eyes lit up at this revelation. At this moment, Wang Xian raised her hand, indicating she had a question. And Xiao Fan nodded slightly. What is a rank? Xiao Fan smiled. Quite simple. For instance, a team leader holds a level 2 rank. The higher the rank, the better the living conditions, the more delectable the food, and the shorter the working hours. He gestured towards the cells below. Currently, you reside in an 8-person room and consume pig feed. However, should you attain a level 2 team leader rank, you will be granted a 4-person room, with canned food at every meal. Progressing further, there are 2-person rooms and single rooms, each equipped with air conditioning. The group gasped in astonishment. Air conditioning? Although such amenities were commonplace before the apocalypse, the stability of power supply now posed a significant concern, compounded by the threats to survival. Contemplating this, they suddenly perceived joining Xiao Fan's prison as a fortuitous opportunity. At least survival would be assured, and their hunger alleviated. In these dire times, the prospect of having a sanctuary that provided daily meals was nothing short of bliss. Xiao Fan regarded them with satisfaction. His earlier words had notably decreased their rebellion values, bringing them closer to the standard line. Though they still posed a risk of rebellion, their current compliance sufficed. How can we elevate our rank? Bai Ning sutendi inquired. Quite simply, Xiao Fan raised a finger. First, complete the task size sign. Second, invite more individuals to join. Third, make significant contributions. As long as you perform well, your rank will naturally increase. The group's eyes ignited with determination. Under the current circumstances, improving their living conditions was an immense luxury. Xiao Fan's words were akin to presenting them with a path to salvation, particularly for Lu Yaru and Wang Xian. They thought of their several close friends and envisioned bringing them along. Not only would they save their lives, but they would also reap rewards, an opportunity that was truly twofold. Observing the shifts in their expressions, Xiao Fan felt a sense of contentment. This method of painting a rosy picture was indeed effective. As long as hope was offered, they would exert themselves tirelessly for him, while he merely needed to reap the benefits. That is all for today, Xiao Fan announced as he rose. Liang Qingxian, take the 3 girls to start working. Zhang Hao and Li Ming, come with me. Yes. Liang Qingxian promptly responded. The group began to gather around her, following her directives. And once Xiao Fan had moved away, they quietly discussed the matter of rank. Upon reaching the hall on the first floor, Xiao Fan glanced at Wang Ming, still sprawled on the ground, and disdainfully ordered, Zhang Hao Li Ming, you 2 get him up. If he doesn't T-rise, keep hitting him until he does, even if it kills him. Chapter 9. In-depth communication is essential. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Wang Ming ceased his pretense and hastily scrambled to his feet. Xiao Fan cast a disdainful glance at him, his face adorned with an expression of utter contempt. Zun, oh, Li Ming, Bung Meng. Xiao Fan's voice echoed within the confines of the cell. I have assigned you three a task. The zombies outside dropped these white resource cards upon their demise. As he spoke, he produced a white resource card to showcase to the trio. Your upcoming practical assignment is to eliminate zombies and collect as many of these resource cards as possible. The moment his words fell, the expressions of the three men shifted dramatically. Zhang Hao and Li Ming exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with trepidation. Wang Ming trembled, his complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. Brother Fan, no boss. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, his voice quivering. The outside is swarming with zombies. Aren't we just walking toward deaths? Li Ming hastily concurred, unwilling to partake in such a suicidal endeavor. Surprisingly, instead of anger, Xiao Fan responded to their objections with calmness. Zhang Hao, you've already faced the zombies head-on. Did you not notice how sluggish their movements were? Zhang Hao paused, reflecting on the earlier encounter on the playground. Although the zombie was ferocious, its actions were indeed stiff and slow. He had merely panicked in fear, which led him to flee blindly. It has seemed that way, he nodded uncertainly. Their physical structure resembles that of humans, yet they lack the intelligence and agility we possess. Xiao Fan pointed to his temple. As long as you aim well and strike hard, they will still perish. If you find yourself encircled by multiple zombies, simply run for your life. They cannot keep up with you. Once you grasp some techniques, you will discover that dealing with zombies is not insurmountable. Zhang Hao and Li Ming's eyes brightened. After hearing Xiao Fan's analysis, they realized that facing zombies was not as daunting as they had imagined. With caution, they could navigate the situation without major issues, and their fear dissipated considerably. Conversely, Wang Ming's expression soured, resembling someone who had just consumed something foul. He had not absorbed any of Xiao Fan's words. All he knew was that Xiao Fan wanted him to meet his demise. Moreover, Xiao Fan shifted the conversation. If you encounter other survivors outside, bring them back. Do you understand? If you succeed in locating survivors, there will be substantial rewards. A flicker of excitement crossed Zhang Hao and Li Ming's eyes. Rewards meant the prospect of a full meal. In this apocalyptic world, nothing mattered more than survival. Xiao Fan turned and retrieved 3 baseball bats from his system's inventory, handing them to the trio. They eagerly accepted the weapons, feeling a sense of security wash over them with the weight of the bats in their hands. Next, Xiao Fan distributed 2 sets of rudimentary protective gear, obtained through the resource cards, to Zhang Hao and Li Ming. Both received the gear in astonishment, not expecting Xiao Fan to gift them such valuable items. Ding! Prisoner Zhang Hao's rebellious value is 9. Current rebellious value, 43. Ding! Prisoner Li Ming's rebellious value is 6. Current rebellious value, 45. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, seeing that there were only 2 pieces of protective gear, felt his eyes burn with envy. Boss, what about mine? He could not help but ask. To him, possessing a piece of protective gear would ensure his safety. Xiao Fan turned his head, his expression devoid of emotion, and did not respond. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's silence, Wang Ming's face darkened instantaneously, his head bowed, eyes filled with resentment. Why do they have it, and I do not? I get it. Xiao Fan wants me dead. Is it because of that can of food, earlier? Rage ignited within Wang Ming, and he yearned to charge at Xiao Fan and eliminate him on the spot. Yet, he refrained, fearing that Xiao Fan might activate the control mechanism on his wristband and deliver a shocking punishment. If all else fails, perhaps he should just run away. The campus was vast enough that he could find a hiding place where Xiao Fan would not locate him. Xiao Fan seemed to read his thoughts, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I almost forgot to mention, Xiao Fan said slowly. Your wristbands are equipped with surveillance devices. If you do not return before midnight, they will emit a lethal electric shock. The expressions of the 3 men changed in unison. Also, Xiao Fan added, do not attempt to tamper with them or sever your own arms, for the wristbands are fitted with detection mechanisms. Should they detect such intentions, they will immediately deliver a fatal shock. You are all university students. You must understand that allowing electric current to pass through your hand to your heart creates a circuit. The pallor of their faces reached an extreme. Indeed, allowing an electric shock to affect the hand is the most perilous scenario, as it is closest to the heart. Unless one were superhuman, the heart would cease to beat instantaneously. Although Zhang Hao and Li Ming felt uneasy, they recognized the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Without such measures, managing a shelter would prove exceedingly difficult. Wang Ming, however, clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Xiao Fan observed their reactions and, after a moment of contemplation, chose to explain further. This is the end of days. Without such methods, it is challenging to maintain order in a shelter. His tone softened somewhat. I hope you can comprehend. Work diligently, and I will not treat you unfairly. With that, Xiao Fan turned and strode toward the stairway. Calling back over his shoulder, let us set off. You must return before nightfall. The three exchanged glances, steeling themselves as they stepped out of the cell. Zhang Hao and Li Ming gripped their baseball bats tightly. Although fear lingered, they felt somewhat reassured by their weapons and protective gear, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Wang Ming trailed behind, his head down, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Xiao Fan stood at the doorway, watching the silhouettes of the three fade into the corridor, a smile playing at his lips. This sensation of reaping rewards without labor was truly delightful. Sending them out to risk their lives. If they succeeded in slaying zombies, he would obtain resource cards and survival currency. Upon their return, he could still earn additional survival currency from their confinement. A win-win situation. With the personnel settled, it was time for him to dine. He turned and ascended the stairs. Entering his office on the 4th floor, Xiao Fan sat at his desk, lighting a cigarette, and opened the prison system interface to claim today as staff meal. Received seafood sashimi platter 1, including king crab, Boston lobster, salmon, tuna, Arctic clam, etc. In the next moment, a delicate platter materialized on his desk. The chilled king crab legs glistened enticingly. The Boston lobster meat was plump and tender, and the salmon was neatly arranged on ice, accompanied by wasabi and soy sauce. Xiao Fan picked up his chopsticks and lifted a piece of salmon to his mouth. The fish melted in his mouth, and the sweet flavor burst on his palate. Refreshing. Satisfied, Xiao Fan squinted his eyes and began to indulge in his feast. The king crab's meat was firm and dipped in soy sauce. It was exquisite. The Boston lobster's flesh was succulent. Each bite was pure enjoyment. This was the life one should lead in the apocalypse. As he ate, he opened his phone and sent a message to Bai Ningbing. Xiao Fan, come up to the 4th floor to find me. I'll treat you to a meal. Xiao Fan set his phone down, reclining comfortably in his chair, waiting. Before long, a series of knocks resounded from outside the room. Come in. The door swung open, and Bai Ningbing entered. It appeared that Liang Qingxian's persuasion had been effective. At this moment, Bai Ningbing wore none of her previous resistance. Her cool visage revealed not a hint of emotion. Most importantly, her striking beauty was undeniable. No matter how long Xiao Fan gazed at her, he never grew weary. She was naturally aligned with his aesthetic preferences. Damn it, Xiao Fan felt his heart stir once more. Upon entering, Bai Ningbing's attention was entirely devoted to the lavish seafood feast on the table, completely oblivious to Xiao Fan's gaze. She swallowed hard, her inner appetite stirred. For since yesterday, she had only consumed a meager meal, leaving her only partially satisfied, and now she felt a twinge of hunger. Bai Ningbing quickly averted her gaze, standing expressionlessly at the doorway. What do you want? Xiao Fan did not respond, but leisurely peeled open a lobster, dipping it in sauce before placing a bite into his mouth. Would you like some? He asked, looking up at her with a smirk that held a hint of mockery. Bai Ningbing pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Bai Ningbing, I hope you can recognize the reality. This is no longer the society of the past. We are in the apocalypse now, where there is no order, only chaos. This is just the beginning of the end. You may not feel the severity yet. But what do you think will happen if I cast you out a month from now? Xiao Fan continued, not granting Bai Ningbing the opportunity to respond. You would be treated as merchandise, a source of amusement. This is the best outcome you could hope for. If fortune were to frown upon you, you might even find yourself as sustenance. And I, in my magnanimity, have taken you in. You should learn to be grateful, Bai Ningbing. He set down his chopsticks, observing her with a playful glint in his eyes. Go take a shower. Bai Ningbing's body stiffened slightly. She was acutely aware of how her beauty could be a potent weapon for these men. However, her previous pride had been built upon a foundation of order. Now, with order annihilated, did she still have any choices left? Perhaps this was not such a bad outcome after all. After a moment of silence, Bai Ningbing ultimately nodded. Where's the bathroom? Xiao Fan gestured toward the door next to the office. There is a private bathroom with everything you need. Go on. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ningbing turned and walked toward the bathroom. The moment the door closed behind her, the smile on Xiao Fan's lips deepened. What he desired was a loyal cadre of subordinates. The control of the monitoring wristbands would always be limited to one individual's physique. To win a woman's heart, one must engage in profound communication. Chapter 10. The Lifestyle That Should Be. After a simple meal, Xiao Fan stood up first, his gaze fixed upon her. Bai Ningbing remained rooted in place, her body slightly rigid. She had already mentally prepared herself and knew what was to come next. Xiao Fan slowly approached her, his large hand opening to encircle her waist. Seeing her from behind had not elicited much of a reaction, but feeling her in his grasp was an entirely different matter. He spread his palm and measured it against her waist, astonished to find that it was nearly the same size. It seemed even more exaggerated than the trending A4 waist meme from online. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's mind was blank, caught in a state of bewilderment. Don't move. Xiao Fan's voice, though quiet, carried an unmistakable tone of authority. He lifted Bai Ningbing effortlessly and carried her toward the bedroom within the office. Her heart raced, and she clutched tightly to his collar. When Xiao Fan retrieved a small umbrella from the supplies card, Bai Ningbing was looking down at her phone, attempting to distract herself. Yet her flushed cheeks betrayed her, tinged with an unusual rosy hue, even her ears blushing. Xiao Fan, please don't do this. I'm a little scared. An hour later, Xiao Fan rose from the bed, lit a cigarette, and glanced at the crimson stain on the sheets. Gently, he wiped away the traces of tears from Bai Ningbing's face. She appeared utterly shattered, her complexion far from normal, evoking a sense of heartbreak. Wrapped in a blanket, Bai Ningbing spoke weakly. Why does it hurt so much? Her voice was laced with grievance and confusion. The first time is always like this. You'll get used to it, Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly, exhaling a puff of smoke. Bai Ningbing bit her lip, tears streaming down her face once more. After finishing his cigarette, Xiao Fan redressed. He looked at Bai Ningbing still lying on the bed and said in a detached tone, You don't need to work today. Take a good rest. Starting tomorrow, you and Liang Qingxian will live together, and the working hours will be standardized to 8 hours. Bai Ningbing was taken aback. She raised her head, incredulous. What? Now that I've become your woman, I still have to work? Her voice brimmed with dissatisfaction and grievance. Xiao Fan turned his back to her, his expression unyielding. As my woman, I can grant you certain privileges. However, these privileges are contingent upon a well-established order. Our prison has just been established. How can you behave like this without considering how others might perceive it? Just because you've shared my bed, do you think you can escape the burden of work? Liang Qingxian hasn't complained. She still works diligently, and the other 2 girls toil for 10 hours each day. What makes you think you're exempt simply because you slept with me? Bai Ningbing, do not overestimate your importance. Xiao Fan addressed this matter seriously. Once our prison is filled with hundreds of inmates, you may do as you please. But for now, with only a handful of us working, if you refuse to, who will? Am I to shoulder the burden alone? You've been spoiled far too much. It seems my education must delve deeper. I shall have to instruct you again tonight. You must comprehend the greatness of socialist construction. Bai Ningbing was left speechless. Biting her lip, tears welled up again. She had never anticipated that Xiao Fan would treat her this way. Just moments ago, he had held her tenderly, only to transform into someone so cold. Xiao Fan paid her no further attention, turning to exit the bedroom. The moment the door closed behind him, Bai Ningbing could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Emerging from the office, Xiao Fan pulled out his phone, noticing the class chat buzzing with messages. He opened the group chat to check the communications. The chat was ablaze with excitement. Cheng Fiping. Brothers, I just killed a zombie and unexpectedly dropped a supplies card. Yin Ming, me too. And killing zombies also grants survival coins. Survival coins are used to upgrade the security door of our shelter. Chiao. But what if I'm a girl and can't defeat zombies? Zhang Hao. Li Ming and I have already joined Xiao Fan's side. We lack for nothing, and even Brother Fan has provided us with a full set of gear. Zhang Hao. Image JPG. Chiao wow Zhang Hao. Did you and Li Ming kill those zombies? Can you take me with you? Upon opening the image, Xiao Fan saw 4 or 5 motionless zombies lying on the ground and checked the system interface for details. Indeed, the survival coins dropped from zombies killed by those who left his side would directly enter his account. Xiao Fan reviewed the information from his recent combat with Bai Ningbing, discovering that Zhang Hao and Li Ming had each slain over 10 zombies, collectively yielding 26 survival coins. However, Wang Ming had yet to contribute anything. It appeared that Wang Ming was not playing by the rules. Xiao Fan's gaze turned icy as he continued to peruse the system information, soon reaching the end. It was evident that Wang Ming was merely slacking off. It seemed time to establish a comprehensive reward and punishment system. Only by instilling hope in all inmates could he ensure their increased diligence in work. Meanwhile, he could simply remain in his office, reaping ongoing benefits. This was the lifestyle that the apocalypse demanded. Chapter 11. Is anyone willing to wear it? Since the onset of the apocalypse, this was the first time he had slept so soundly with a warm body beside him, Bai Ningbing. In the afternoon, as Xiao Fan pondered the situation, his irritation grew. He felt he could not indulge Bai Ningbing's arrogance any further, so he summoned her again for a stern lesson in ideological education. Just as he relished this hard-earned tranquility, it was abruptly disrupted by a commotion downstairs. Should be quiet. Hurry, ring the doorbell. Is it dangerous? Shut up. Do you want to track the zombies? The cacophony of sounds filtered through the window, rousing Xiao Fan from his restless slumber. With an air of impatience, he opened his eyes and approached the window to investigate the commotion. Upon discerning the situation, an overwhelming wave of elation surged through him. He beheld nearly 30 figures clustered near the prison's outer gate. Most of them were his fellow classmates from the mechanical engineering department, along with a few familiar faces from the adjacent class. Their expressions were fraught with anxiety as they scanned their surroundings, fearful of attracting the attention of zombies. They dared not raise their voices in alarm, resorting instead to incessantly pressing the doorbell of the prison. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound of the bell echoed repeatedly. A smile crept across Xiao Fan's lips. He hadn't anticipated that Zhang Hao and Li Ming would prove to be more reliable than he had imagined. He approached his bedside and cast a glance at the still slumbering Bai Ningbing, mindful not to disturb her, before turning and exiting the bedroom. Standing before the prison's main entrance, Xiao Fan scrutinized the crowd through the surveillance screen. 32 individuals, 24 men and 8 women. Given the scarcity of females in the mechanical engineering department, this ratio was quite commendable. He recognized several familiar faces among them. Zhang Hao and Li Ming stood at the rear of the line, weapons in hand, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Among the crowd were a few individuals who typically wielded their influence in class, notably Zhao Kai and Sun Wei, his former roommates. A flicker of animosity flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes at the sight of them. It was these two who had once disseminated malicious rumors about him at school, branding him as impoverished, uncouth, and a misfit. They had even fabricated absurd tales that led to his ostracization by the entire class, forcing him to vacate the dormitory and seek solitary accommodation. It was fair to say that the torment he had endured was largely attributable to these two former companions. Taking a deep breath to quell the rising fury within him, Xiao Fan reminded himself that this was not the moment for vengeance. He pressed the switch for the main gate. Creaking open, the heavy iron door elicited a stir among the gathered crowd. It's Xiao Fan. Wonderful. The door is finally open. Hurry inside. It's too dangerous out here. With a smile, Xiao Fan observed as the throng surged forward, pressing the button to allow their entry. In the next moment, click. Countless iron bars cascaded down from above, enclosing the group within the confines of the cell. What is happening? What is the meaning of this? Xiao Fan. What trickery is this? The crowd stared in horror at the unfolding scene, their minds bewildered as they struggled to comprehend the situation. Xiao Fan regarded Zhang Hao and Li Ming, who stood on the opposite side, and commended, "You two have done well." "Thank you for the praise, boss," they replied, exchanging a knowing smile. At this juncture, a few of the usual troublemakers from class began to voice their grievances. "Xiao Fan, what the hell is this? Let us out. Do you know who I am? Do you believe I won't kill you if I get out?" It was Zhao Kai, shaking the bars with fervor in a futile attempt to find an escape route. But no matter how he rattled them, the bars remained steadfast. Xiao Fan observed Zhao Kai in silence, making no reply as he calmly returned to retrieve his mechanical crossbow. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air. So, collapsing to the ground as the bolt embedded itself deep in his thigh, blood gushing forth instantaneously. My leg! My leg!" he cried, rolling about on the ground, his face pale with agony. The others erupted into panic screams. "He has killed someone! Help!" The prison hall reverberated with piercing shrieks, with some of the more timid individuals having already lost control of their bladders. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Fan surveyed the absurdity of the scene before him. In the next moment, he raised his crossbow, aiming it at the crowd. "Shout again, and each of you will receive an arrow." At the sound of his icy voice, silence fell upon the assembly. No one wished to be the first to provoke him. The hall was enveloped in an eerie quiet, save for Zhao Kai's anguished wails that lingered in the air. Satisfied that he had achieved his intended effect, Xiao Fan lowered his weapon and opened the system interface to review the new notifications. Ding! Successfully apprehended 32 prisoners. Current prisoner count, 39, 12 females, 27 males. Daily earnings, 510 survival coins. Current survival coins, 762. Detected S-Class high-quality prisoner, Qiao. Unlocked unlimited resource, antibiotics. At the sight of this notification, a heightened sense of joy illuminated Xiao Fan's eyes. Qiao, the most stunning woman in the class aside from Bai Ningbing, with an alluring figure and a sweet visage. He hastily examined her information. Qiao, height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Evaluation, S. More importantly, the unlocked resource was antibiotics. In a post-apocalyptic environment, the value of antibiotics rivals that of food and water. If one were to sustain an injury and become infected without antibiotics, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. And now, he possessed an infinite supply of antibiotics. This was an extraordinary advantage. Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Fan turned to face the individuals confined within the bars. "I trust you're all aware that I have no concerns regarding sustenance and safety here." His voice echoed throughout the hall. "However, you must adhere to my rules. Address me as boss and wear the wristbands I have provided." He gestured towards the neatly stacked array of wristbands along the wall. The crowd fell silent for a few moments. What purpose does this wristband serve? A girl asked quietly from the throng. Xiao Fan contemplated for a moment. Initially intending to spin a tale to coerce them into wearing it, he ultimately decided against it, reasoning that they would soon discover the truth. It would be better to have them willingly don the bands. This wristband is a tool for our internal management, primarily to monitor each prisoner's loyalty to our establishment. By wearing it, you will become a part of our community. A voice from the crowd piped up. We are willing to follow the rules, but we do not wish to wear this wristband. Indeed, wearing it is too cumbersome and embarrassing and quite inconvenient. We can comply with your directives without the wristband. Can't we? Upon hearing the suggestion, many in the crowd voiced their agreement. Xiao Fan remained composed, his expression unchanging as he continued to inquire of them. So, none of you wish to wear the wristband? Correct. We could be obedient, but we absolutely will not wear the wristbands. Xiao Fan, we are all classmates. Let us not make this so difficult. It would be better to leave some room for future encounters, he said with a smile that belied his amusement. The crowd looked at him, perplexed by his sudden laughter. He turned to Zhang Hao and Li Ming and instructed, "You two, go fetch the water hose." They paused, momentarily bewildered, but without further inquiry, they turned to find a hose, connecting one into a nearby faucet and handing the other to Xiao Fan. Was he planning? No way, Xiao Fan. Don't do anything rash. Ignoring their protests, Xiao Fan twisted the faucet open. Whoosh! Cold water gushed forth from the hose. He aimed it at the crowd, unleashing it mercilessly. So cold. Stop. Please stop. The cries reverberated throughout the hall. The already chilly weather compounded by their long refuge from the zombies had left them weary and famished. The icy deluge was akin to adding insult to injury. Several weaker girls crumpled to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Fan remained expressionless, the water sweeping through the crowd like a relentless tide. Fan Ye, we are roommates. Zhao Kai and Sun Wei knelt on the ground, desperately waving their hands at Xiao Fan. Please spare us. We will obey your orders. Fan Ye, we were wrong. Truly wrong. Xiao Fan paused his movements, his gaze fixed upon the two individuals before him, as a torrent of past humiliations surged within his mind. As these memories flooded back, the fury within him erupted instantaneously. He intensified the water flow, directing it squarely at their faces. The two were overwhelmed by the deluge, struggling desperately to keep their eyes open. Xiao Fan relentlessly continued this for a full minute, only ceasing when they lay utterly exhausted on the ground. Zhang Hao, Li Ming. Bring down 2 tables, Xiao Fan instructed without glancing back, and summon the 3 women who are currently working to come down for dinner. Yes, boss, they replied, promptly ascending the stairs. Xiao Fan persisted with the water hose, tirelessly spraying the crowd, reveling in his amusement. After all, he held little affection for his university classmates. 10 minutes later, 32 students were thoroughly drenched, huddled in the corner behind the iron bars, shivering with cold, their lips tinged with purple. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase as several girls slowly descended. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they gasped in astonishment. Inside the iron enclosure, more than 30 individuals were crammed together like drenched chickens, water pooling at their feet, while one boy lay on the ground, a crossbow bolt embedded in his thigh. Moaning in agony, Xiao Fan stood outside the bars, water hose in hand, a cold smirk gracing his face. Fan, brother, Liang Qingxian called softly. Xiao Fan turned a glance at them. Go eat. Afterward, continue working. Today we must first reward our 2 heroes, Zhang Hao and Li Ming, for successfully securing 32 survivors for our safe house. Let us applaud. The 3 girls dared not say more and quickly clapped enthusiastically. From today onward, Zhang Hao and Li Ming, your ranks are elevated to level 2 team leaders. Let us applaud once more. Standing nearby, Li Ming and Zhang Hao's faces flushed with excitement. Ding! Prisoner Zhang Hao's rebellion value has decreased. Current rebellion value, 38, initial trust. Ding! Prisoner Li Ming's rebellion value has decreased. Current rebellion value, 42, initial trust. Upon hearing the system notifications, Xiao Fan maintained a stoic facade while secretly rejoicing. For rebellion value below 40 indicated that a person could be tentatively trusted and would not easily betray him. If the value dropped below 20, it signified an unwavering loyalty. In high spirits, Xiao Fan directly exchanged 2 roasted lamb legs and 4 cans of beef from the prison store, placing them before the 2. The crowd inside the enclosure stared in disbelief at Zhang Hao and Li Ming receiving such provisions with ease. Could it be possible to savor such delicacies in a post-apocalyptic world? Roasted lamb legs. Goodness. Sizzling with butter, they looked utterly delectable. Before long, the aroma of the roasted lamb legs wafted through the entire hall, causing many to feel their stomachs rumble in response. At this moment, someone stepped forward to inquire at the iron bars. I shall ask again. Is there anyone willing to wear the wristband? Chapter 12, demonstrating the power of the wristband. The prison hall fell into an eerie silence, with only Xiao Fan's voice echoing throughout. I shall ask one last time. Is there anyone willing to wear the wristband? All heads bowed in submission, no one daring to utter a word, fearful of inciting the wrath of the tyrant before them. I am willing to wear it. A timid girl's voice piped up from the crowd, her petite frame trembling as she raised her hand, biting her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I am willing to wear the collar. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Xiao Fan's eyes. Qiao was one of the few classmates who had treated him kindly. She possessed a gentle spirit and was well-liked, though her timid nature was her only flaw. With Qiao's lead, others began to waver. Very well. Xiao Fan pressed a button, and in the next moment, the bars opened. The others, paralyzed with fear, dare not move, for Xiao Fan held the crossbow bolt aloft. The girl trembled as she stepped forward, and Xiao Fan deftly placed the collar around Qiao's neck. Ding! Prisoner Qiao has successfully donned the monitoring wristband. Current rebellion value, 63. Qiao touched the cold metal of the wristband, tears streaming down her cheeks. Do not cry, Xiao Fan said, lifting her chin and wiping away her tears. If you obey, I shall not treat you poorly. The girl nodded, her voice choked with emotion. With the first volunteer, others could no longer contain themselves. I'm willing to. I will wear it. Please let me out. I was wrong. I will obey you. The crowd erupted in chaos, clamoring to approach the iron bars, desperately calling out, "Boss." A smile curled at the corners of Xiao Fan's lips. Now this is more like it. He leisurely opened the iron bars, allowing each person to step out one by one. Each individual approached the wall respectfully to remove the wristband and place it on their wrists. Click, click, click. Within 5 minutes, all 32 had donned the wristbands. Standing in a row with bowed heads, too fearful to speak, Xiao Fan circled them, nodding in satisfaction. On the system interface, the rebellion values of the 32 individuals were clearly displayed. Among them, Qiao had the lowest rebellion value at 63, while Zhao Kai and Sun Wei had the highest at 85 and 92, respectively. Xiao Fan halted, turning to face the crowd, and spoke. Do you not wish to know the specific functions of the wristband? Allow me to demonstrate. Zhao Kai, Sun Wei, step forward. Both boys stiffened momentarily before reluctantly stepping out. Boss, we truly understand our mistakes, Zhao Kai trembled. Yes, we will listen from now on, Sun Wei added. Xiao Fan smiled, patting their shoulders. What are you afraid of? We're all brothers here. Do not worry, you will not die. In the next instant, zzzt, a violent surge of electricity erupted from the wristbands. Ah! They both screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, their bodies convulsing violently, clutching the wristbands as if they were their last lifelines. The overwhelming current stripped them of the ability to cry for help, leaving only their twitching forms. Their screams echoed throughout the hall, causing the others to blanch in terror. Retreating in fear, while a few girls shrieked and covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Xiao Fan, expressionless, watched the timer on his phone, the electric shock persisting for over 10 seconds. Only when the two lay completely limp did he cease the current's output. It was not that he was afraid to kill. Rather, Xiao Fan felt a twinge of regret. If he were to eliminate 2 individuals outright, he would lose 20 survival coins each day, which was far from cost-effective. At this moment, Zhao Kai and Sun Wei lay on the ground, convulsing, their eyes vacant, and a foul odor signifying loss of control surrounding them. Observing the atmosphere, Xiao Fan turned to the remaining individuals, who quickly averted their gazes, some trembling in fear. Do you see? This is the first function of the wristband, punishment. Regardless of how far you are from me, a mere thought can subject you to this extreme experience. Of course, the collar has a second special function. It monitors your loyalty. At this proclamation, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Monitoring loyalty? How is that even possible? Xiao Fan advanced into the throng, his gaze sweeping over each person until it rested on Qiao. The girl flinched at his scrutiny. For example, this girl, he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. She stiffened, frozen in place. She is the most loyal among you. Xiao Fan smiled. For such individuals, I'm generally not stingy with rewards. He retrieved a can of beef from his pocket and handed it to Qiao. Take it. Qiao hesitated momentarily before quickly accepting the can. Thank you, boss. Her eyes were bloodshot, her voice choked with emotion. The others gazed at the can with eyes brimming with envy and longing. They had not tasted sustenance for a considerable time. Xiao Fan turned around, his gaze settling upon a tall, slender young man at the rear of the crowd. Zhou Ming stepped forward. The young man's face instantly drained of color. He was among the loudest in the earlier outburst. The notorious Zhou Ming trembled as he stepped forward, his legs weak beneath him. Xiao Fan fixed him with a cold sneer. His loyalty was notably deficient. What did that imply? were it not for the monitoring bracelet. Xiao Fan harbored no doubt that Zhou Ming would have stabbed him without hesitation. Zhou Ming's complexion was ghastly as he shook his head frantically. No, 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 boss. I didn't mean anything by it. Truly, I didn't. Is that so? Xiao Fan remained silent, merely staring at Zhou Ming as a command formed in his mind. In the next instant, buzz! A fierce electric current surged again. Ah! Zhou Ming screamed agonizingly, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing violently. 10 seconds later, the electricity ceased. Xiao Fan clapped his hands and declared, "Very well, the demonstration is complete. I advise all of you to harbor no hostility towards me. I can perceive your innermost thoughts." His gaze swept across the crowd, his tone icy. "This is merely a warning. Should there be a next time, you shall wish for death instead." All present lowered their heads, trembling with terror. Pure, unadulterated fear. Watching the quivering masses before him, Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction and turned to Zhang Hao and Li Ming. "You two, each take a team and explain the rules here. Should there be any further disobedience, life or death will not be considered." Zhang Hao and Li Ming exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with exhilaration. "Yes, boss." Soon, the 24 young men were divided into 2 groups and escorted to the male dormitories. Before departing, they did not neglect to drag along the 3 who still lay collapsed on the ground like lifeless dogs. Everything Xiao Fan undertook was to establish a hierarchy, to make these newcomers understand that within this prison, he was the absolute sovereign. Zhang Hao, Li Ming, and the other seasoned inmates held ranks far above theirs. If they wished to eat their fill, to survive, they must obey without question. Xiao Fan withdrew his thoughts and turned to the remaining 8 young women, who stood in a line, anxious and uneasy as they awaited their fate. "Follow me." Leading several of the girls, Xiao Fan proceeded toward the opposite side, arriving shortly at the female prison quarters. The room contained bunk beds scattered haphazardly, 4 beds in total, with a few thin blankets. A faint sour odor lingered in the air. Though meager, this refuge was far superior to the safety houses outside that might be breached by zombies at any moment. "Do not worry." Xiao Fan's tone softened somewhat. "I will not harm you. Your presence here is timely. I have some questions for you." The girls breathed a sigh of relief and nodded eagerly. "Please ask." "We shall answer everything truthfully," Chi Yao said earnestly. "How do you acquire survival coins?" "Once we bind to a safe house, as long as it remains undamaged, it yields a small amount of survival coins daily. Additionally, it seems that killing zombies also grants survival coins." She paused. "However, since we have never fought zombies ourselves, we are uncertain about that." Xiao Fan nodded, the information aligning with his own assumptions. "Apart from consuming survival coins for upgrading buildings, are there any other expenditures?" The girls shook their heads in unison. "No, we can only use survival coins to upgrade the safe house. We haven't discovered any other uses, and the prices are prohibitively high." A gleam of excitement flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. As he suspected, at this stage, his greatest advantage lay in the prison's accompanying shop system. While others could only upgrade buildings using survival coins, he could procure a vast array of supplies from the shop within the prison. Provided he had sufficient survival coins, he could exchange them for limitless resources. In the early days of the apocalypse, this was his paramount leverage. Xiao Fan withdrew his thoughts and addressed the girls from now on. "Your group leader will be Liang Qingxian. I will have her come down shortly to explain the rules." Without lingering, he turned and left. 32 new prisoners, a daily yield of 5-10 survival coins, and an S-ranked Chi Yao, who had unlocked unlimited antibiotics. This was an unequivocal windfall. A faint smile curved Xiao Fan's lips as he headed toward his room. Pushing open the door, he found Bai Ningbing already prepared, seated at the bedside. Upon seeing Xiao Fan enter, she hurriedly rose. "Boss." Xiao Fan produced the warden's employee meal, a grilled meat set, from the day's ration and placed it on the table. "Let us eat together." He sat down, taking a bite of the meat. Afterwards, the battle continues. Bai Ningbing blushed, pursed her lips, and took a piece of meat into her mouth. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Fan was somewhat surprised. Who could be seeking him at this hour? "Guomin." The door opened to reveal Wang Xian and Lu Yaru, their faces flushed. "Brother Fan." The two lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze. It appeared that the 2 women had summoned great courage to approach him. Observing their hesitant demeanor, Xiao Fan inquired, "What is it so late at night?" "We wish to seek your guidance regarding work. We want to improve ourselves." Chapter 13. Wang Ming, "You scoundrel." "Ningbing, will you join us?" Bai Ningbing's face was a portrait of disbelief. What a joke. Such bizarre acts were beyond her acceptance. I can't." Bai Ningbing lowered her head, fearing punishment from Xiao Fan. Yet he made no demands. After all, Bai Ningbing had once been a genuine paragon, and compelling her to undertake such tasks would indeed be unreasonable. "It's all right. You go find Xian first. Once I'm finished, I will come to you." Relieved, Bai Ningbing exhaled softly and tiptoed to the door, gently closing it behind her. Watching her hurried retreat, Xiao Fan felt a wave of amusement. Following a discussion about work, Xiao Fan lit a cigarette. Wang Xian thoughtfully shielded the flame with her hand, while Lu Yaru gently massaged his back. Have you both memorized the tasks I assigned? Yes. The two girls answered sweetly. Xiao Fan turned his head toward Wang Xian, who, still unaware of what had transpired, stretched wearily. Wang Xian. Xiao Fan reached out to stroke her hair. The girl opened her eyes, her gaze tinged with affection. Brother Fan, have you ever had a girlfriend? Xiao Fan asked casually. Wang Xian stiffened momentarily, then nodded softly. Yes, in the first year of high school. Her voice was faint. We were childhood sweethearts, growing up together. Later, he pursued me persistently, and I agreed to be with him. Recalling these memories, Wang Xian's eyes welled with tears. He often hit me, but I thought he was just bad-tempered, not deliberate. Until last year, when I discovered he was unfaithful. She bit her lip, the pain still palpable. He was with another girl, and told me it was because I wasn't good enough. So I broke up with him. Xiao Fan's understanding deepened. No wonder she trusted him so implicitly. A girl who had endured prolonged domestic abuse, yet persevered, was inherently plagued by profound insecurity. Though Xiao Fan's methods were ruthless, at least he offered her a clear place. No deceit, no abandonment. As long as she obeyed, she would have food and shelter. For Wang Xian, this sense of security is irreplaceable by anything else. Xiao Fan let out a sigh, gently caressing her smooth back. If you follow me diligently in the future, I shall not treat you poorly. Wang Xian's eyes reddened, and she nodded vigorously. As Xiao Fan gazed at her, a wave of sentiment washed over him. It must be said that Wang Xian is indeed a diligent and good-hearted girl. Even after enduring domestic violence from her previous partner, she managed to persevere for so many years. Though her beauty may not rival that of Bai Ningbing or Liang Qingxian, she, along with Lu Yaru, possesses a charm that grows on one, leaning towards the above-average side. Moreover, her gentle and obedient nature makes her particularly suited for enduring companionship in a post-apocalyptic world. Xiao Fan sat up, casting his gaze towards the two girls. Wang Xian, from now on, you will be in charge of logistics. You will be responsible for the procurement of certain equipment and basic supplies. Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback, but then her eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, Brother Fan. Xiao Fan then turned his attention to Lu Yaru. Lu Yaru, for the time being, you'll manage the female inmates alongside Liang Qingxian. Lu Yaru quickly nodded. Thank you, Brother Fan. Their eyes brimmed with joy. Xiao Fan's willingness to assign them tasks signified their value. As long as value exists, abandonment is not an option. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds emanated from Xiao Fan's phone, signaling an alert from the surveillance system. He picked up his phone and opened the monitoring screen. At that moment, Wang Ming appeared furtively outside the prison gate. He scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, then waved his hand behind him. In the next second, a dozen men wielding clubs emerged from the shadows, conversing in hushed tones, their eyes gleaming with greed. Seeing this, a playful smile curled at the corners of Xiao Fan's lips. Today truly is a fortuitous day. Just earlier, I received 32 prisoners, and now, here come 13 more. How intriguing. This Wang Ming certainly had some tricks up his sleeve. He zoomed in on the footage, scrutinizing the group. These 13 individuals appeared to be university students from the same school, presumably his unruly companions, each brandishing a club concealed behind their forms. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. Given his current physique, confronting these several individuals head-on would not pose much of a challenge. However, he was not inclined to take that risk. Thus, he accessed the system store, searching for suitable items. Anesthetic gas generator, 20 survival coins. Electric net trap, 90 survival coins. Sonic disruptor, 180 survival coins. Automatic beast net launcher, 120 survival coins. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately opted for the automatic beast net launcher. It boasted a built-in location detection feature, a broad attack range, and a high frequency of use. The nets were crafted from steel. Once prey was ensnared, they would be subjected to a paralyzing electric current, rendering them trapped. Most critically, it contained a conversion device, enabling automatic production if the nets were depleted by simply inserting metal materials. Henceforth, anyone passing near the gate would be apprehended. Ding! Purchase successful. 120 survival coins have been expended. In the next instant, a device the size of a basketball materialized before Xiao Fan. He swiftly picked up the device and made his way to the prison gate, installing it. At that moment, separated by a sturdy door, the intruders remained oblivious to his presence. The device was equipped with a human optical sensor. Anyone whose facial information was not recorded would be indiscriminately attacked. Once the primary target was captured, it would unleash a 25 mA alternating current to swiftly incapacitate their movements. Meanwhile, outside the gate, the group of men formed a circle several dozen meters from the prison entrance, discussing cautiously. Mango, is what you said true? Are there really that many supplies here? A tall, slender man bore a look of skepticism. Wang Ming thumped his chest in assurance. Absolutely. I just came from here. How could I not see that mountain of supplies? He lowered his voice. I'll go in and chat with Xiao Fan, and you all wait for the right moment to take him out. This safe house will belong to us brothers. A few men chuckled sinisterly. All right, Meng Yi. We'll follow your lead. If we take out that kid, we'll be set. I haven't eaten in ages. This time, I intend to feast. Wang Ming grinned with pride. Hide your weapons within your clothing. Don't let him catch a whiff of our intentions. Everyone complied, wrapping their weapons securely within their garments. As they prepared to execute their plan, Wang Ming approached the prison gate, raising his hand to knock. Just then, several strands of barbed wire shot forth with incredible speed, knocking them to the ground. Before they could even struggle, the electric current surged through the barbed wire and coursed into the group. What is this? I'm being electrocuted. Wang Ming, you scoundrel. How dare you betray us? Suddenly, the gate swung open, revealing Xiao Fan with a smile on his face. Flanked by a cadre of male prisoners from within, seize their weapons and bring them inside. With the relentless electric current, the group soon could no longer withstand the assault. Collapsing into unconsciousness, Zhang Hao grabbed a bucket of cold water and splashed on their faces. Whoosh! Cough, cough, cough! The dozen men jolted awake, coughing violently. As they opened their eyes, they discovered metal collars fastened around their necks. What is this? What is happening? Wang Ming. You said. Wang Ming's face turned ghostly pale as he slumped to the ground. He realized it was over. Xiao Fan looked down at them from a height. Welcome to my prison. From this moment on, you're my prisoners. Abait mon belot, non zenza. I refuse to be any prisoner. Who do you think you are? Xiao Fan chuckled. Don't believe me? Let me show you. In the next instant, a fierce electric current erupted from the wristband on his left hand. The bald man shrieked as he collapsed, his body convulsing violently. The others paled in terror. 10 seconds later, the current ceased. The bald man lay lifeless on the ground. Frothing at the mouth, Xiao Fan surveyed the room. Is there anyone else who defies me? All heads bowed in silence, too fearful to speak. Satisfied, Xiao Fan nodded. Very well. Since you have all submitted, I shall grant you an opportunity. He pointed at the incapacitated Wang Ming. For every grievance, there's a source. You find yourselves in this predicament today solely because of him. Now, I offer you a chance to redeem yourselves. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. The worse he suffers, the more delighted I shall be. There will be food rewards. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all brightened. They had been starving for days. For food, they would do anything. Wang Ming's face drained of color as he shook his head desperately. And no, I was wrong, boss. I truly regret it. But no one paid him any heed. A dozen individuals closed in on him, their gazes filled with malice. Wang Ming, you wretched dog. If it weren't for you, how would I have been caught? I'll make you pay. A small man suddenly suggested. I heard that drinking urine can replenish fluids. Why not make him drink some? Another person's eyes lit up. Good idea. I happen to have some fresh and warm right here. Ugh, that's disgusting. Wang Ming trembled in fear. And no, please. But no one listened to his pleas. The sounds of torment echoed throughout the prison hall. Xiao Fan sat nearby, quietly observing the farce unfold. With his legs crossed and a playful smile gracing his lips, Zhang Hao and Li Ming stood behind him, equally exhilarated. They had long harbored disdain for Wang Ming, and witnessing his downfall brought them immense satisfaction. The farce continued for nearly half an hour, with Wang Ming enduring unspeakable torment. He lay sprawled on the ground, emanating a foul stench, his gaze vacant. It was then that Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. Enough, that will suffice. Drag him away and confine him. As for the newly arrived male prisoners, you two can handle it yourselves. Make sure they understand the rules we abide by. Boss Zhang Hao and Li Ming stepped forward, hauling Wang Ming away like a dead dog. Xiao Fan turned his attention to the remaining 12 individuals. You have performed admirably. Shortly, you will be rewarded with a bun. The eyes of the 12 individuals instantly sparkled with anticipation. Once everything was settled, Xiao Fan accessed the system interface to review the day's gains. Current number of prisoners, 52, 12 female, 40 male. Daily earnings, 640 survival coins. Current balance, 562 survival coins. As he gazed upon the quantity of survival coins before him, a flicker of excitement illuminated his eyes. This was merely the second day of the apocalypse, and his prison was already beginning to take shape. Earning 640 survival coins daily was no small feat. Ordinary individuals could acquire only one survival coin a day. Moreover, as the number of prisoners increased, this figure would continue to skyrocket. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his exhilaration. Now was not the time for complacency. He was faced with two pressing issues. First, he had estimated yesterday that the low-level prison had a total of 5 cells, capable of accommodating a maximum of 40 individuals. Currently, cramming 13 people into this makeshift holding area was already quite strained. Should more prisoners arrive, he would have nowhere to confine them. Upgrading the prison was the only solution, yet required 2,000 survival coins, a daunting gap that left Xiao Fan in a quandary. Ding. Special mission detected. Do you accept? Chapter 14, Special Mission. Ding. Special mission detected. Do you accept? The system's notification echoed abruptly in his mind, causing Xiao Fan to momentarily freeze before clicking accept. Just as he pondered how to resolve his shortage of survival coins, the system had bestowed an opportunity upon him. He could not help but commend the increasing user-friendliness of the system. With a buoyant spirit, he opened the system interface and began to read diligently. However, the details diverged from his expectations. The more he read, the grimmer his expression became, until he finally cursed aloud. Special mission, BOSS attack. Mission description. In 18 hours, a mutated BOSS will assault your safe house. Please prepare your defenses. Mission reward. 1,000 survival coins, 1 legendary blind box. Failure penalty. Safe house destroyed. All prisoners perish. Current countdown. 17 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. A wave of anxiety surged within Xiao Fan, as the enormity of this mission weighed heavily upon him. The lavish rewards could only signify one thing. This BOSS was extraordinarily formidable, potentially beyond his current capabilities. Gazing at the glaring countdown on the system interface, a sense of urgency overwhelmed him. 18 hours. Preparations must be made swiftly. He hastened from his room to the prison's ground floor hall. Most of the prisoners were already resting, with only a few of the newly assigned night watchmen patrolling. Xiao Fan quickly sought out Zhang Hao, speaking rapidly. Go summoned by Ning Bing, Liang Qingxuan, Lu Yaru, Wang Xian, and Li Ming. I have an urgent matter to discuss. Noticing Xiao Fan's grave demeanor, Zhang Hao immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Yes, Fan, go. He turned and departed at a brisk pace. Within 5 minutes, everyone had gathered in Xiao Fan's room. He surveyed the group, noting that several veteran prisoners had already taken their positions, and thus, he delved straight into the matter. I have just received a special mission from the system. In 18 hours, a mutated BOSS will attack our safe house. The moment these words left his lips, the faces of all present turned ashen. Bai Ningbing gasped, a BOSS? What kind of BOSS? Liang Qingxuan furrowed her brow, speaking up. 18 hours means around 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The mention of an impending BOSS attack sent the women into a frenzy, and even Zhang Hao and Li Ming's expressions bore traces of concern. Xiao Fan rapped the table, signaling for silence. Panic is futile now. I need your assistance in devising a strategy. How should we respond? The room fell into a brief silence, as this was their first encounter with such an event, leading to a sense of disarray. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ningbing was the first to speak. Fan Gu, we need to ascertain specific details about that BOSS. How strong is it? What abilities does it possess? What are its weaknesses? Without this information, we cannot formulate a plan. Xiao Fan nodded, agreeing with her assessment. At this stage, what they lacked most was information about the BOSS. You are right, which is why I intend to investigate personally. Liang Qingxuan immediately stood, her face flushed with urgency. No, it's too dangerous. What if something happens to you? This task must be undertaken by me. I cannot trust you all to go. We must gather information on the BOSS to prepare for the upcoming battle. Bai Ningbing bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet she could not muster any counterarguments. At that moment, Zhang Hao interjected, Boss, I will accompany you. Li Ming quickly added, me too. Xiao Fan shook his head. It would be more efficient for me to act alone. No, you all stay here to guard the prison. If anything happens to me, you will still be able to protect this place. He paused, continuing, before I return, I need you to complete some preparatory tasks. First, administer antibiotics to all prisoners. Many got wet today, and we cannot afford for them to fall ill and hinder tomorrow's operations. Second, gather all the survival coins from the prisoners and hand them over to Wang Xian, who will then give them to me. I need as many survival coins as possible to purchase defensive equipment. Liang Qingxuan immediately grasped Xiao Fan's intentions. Understood. I will notify them right away. Xiao Fan then turned to Li Ming and Zhang Hao, stating, Third, tomorrow morning, all male prisoners will go out to hunt zombies, prioritizing the elimination of zombies to gather as many resource cards and survival coins as possible. Boss, if the BOSS truly arrives, can we withstand the onslaught? Li Ming inkida gravely. Xiao Fan shook his head, uncertainty gnawing at him. I don't know, but we must prepare for the worst. Therefore, I need you to collect as many resources as possible. The acquired resource cards should be managed by Liang Qingxuan, with 50 going to individuals and 50 to the collective. Fangirl, ISNT that ratio a bit excessive? I understand what you want to say, but now is not the time to be stingy. Only by providing them with sufficient motivation can we ensure they fight fiercely against the zombies. We require speed and efficiency, not the mere extraction of additional benefits. Henceforth, this will be the distribution for all resource cards obtained from slaying monsters. Liang Kingsuan nodded, comprehending Xiao Fan's rationale. If the distribution ratio for prisoners was too low, they would lack incentive to engage earnestly in combating the monsters, instead opting for leisurely pursuits. Only by enhancing the distribution ratio would the prisoners find it worthwhile to exert themselves. Fanga, you are wise. Xiao Fan clapped his hands and stood up, preparing to embark. All right, you all go prepare. I shall depart at once. He opened the system store and began to search swiftly. Night vision goggles, 30 survival coins. Without hesitation, he purchased them, recognizing that visibility was paramount when venturing out at night. With that concern alleviated, the remaining tasks would be manageable. Ding! Purchase successful. 30 survival coins have been deducted. A pair of lightweight night vision goggles materialized in his hands. He donned the night vision goggles and retrieved the protective suit and alloy long knife he had previously purchased from the system warehouse. Fully armed, Xiao Fan turned to face the others. I'm leaving. Liang Qingxian rushed forward, gripping his arm tightly. Brother Fan, you must be careful. Her eyes were red-rimmed, tears welling in her gaze. Bai Ningbing also approached, uncharacteristically displaying a worried expression. Brother Fan, if you encounter danger, don't fight recklessly. Return at once. Wang Xian and Lu Yaru stood nearby, tears streaming down their faces. Brother Fan. A surge of warmth filled Xiao Fan's heart as he reached out to tousle the hair of the girls before turning to push open the door. Stepping boldly into the inky night. Chapter 15, the second tier, Giant Strength Zombie. The autumn wind of the late night carried a sense of desolation as Xiao Fan exited the prison gates, and the surrounding world instantly fell into a profound silence. The streetlights on either side had all extinguished, and occasional windows flickered with faint light, only to be snuffed out soon after. Zombies are acutely sensitive to light. Upon detecting any illumination, they rush towards it, rendering any nighttime lighting a perilous endeavor. Perceiving the impenetrable darkness of the streets, Xiao Fan donned the newly acquired night vision goggles, and in an instant, the scene transformed into a verdant vista, revealing scattered red hotspots, zombies. With a firm grip on his alloy long knife, he proceeded cautiously along the street. Thanks to the night vision goggles, he could discern everything around him. Countless zombies lurked in the nooks and crannies of the campus, not overly concentrated, thus affording Xiao Fan ample room to maneuver. Holding his breath and striving to remain silent, he nonetheless attracted the attention of several zombies. They emitted low, guttural growls, and some nearby began to lurch towards him. Witnessing this, Xiao Fan remained composed, sidestepping the oncoming zombies as his alloy long knife sliced through the air with a glimmering arc. With swift precision, he executed each strike, the blade severing the zombie's head cleanly, black-red blood gushing forth from the wounds. Ding! Killed a regular zombie, earned 1 survival coin. Acquired 1 white supply card. Ding! Killed a regular zombie, earned 1 survival coin. Acquired 1 white supply card. Ding! Killed a regular zombie, earned 1 survival coin. Acquired 1 white supply card. Xiao Fan collected 3 supply cards and continued onward. Along his path, he encountered over a dozen more zombies. However, at this point, Xiao Fan was no longer the timid novice he once was. Having gained experience from previous encounters, he understood that the zombies posed no threat to him, and his movements became increasingly bold. In less than half an hour, he had amassed over 50 white supply cards. Gazing at the cards in his hand, a sense of accomplishment surged within him, but he quickly cast aside such distractions. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He opened the system app, a red dot flashing on the display that indicated the boss's location, approximately 2 kilometers away, as a member of the mechanical department. This BOSS resided near the Chemical Engineering Institute. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan set forth towards the red dot, but curiously, as he approached the boss's target location, the number of surrounding zombies increased. It was as if they were drawn by some unseen force, all converging in the same direction. Observing the red dot on the system map, Xiao Fan sought refuge in a nearby building, cautiously using the night vision goggles to survey the area ahead. In the distance, a colossal figure loomed in the center of the street. Even from hundreds of meters away, Xiao Fan could feel an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from that massive silhouette. Desiring a closer inspection, he moved stealthily, fearful that any noise might alert the zombie. Soon, he found himself behind a car, with the creature directly ahead. Through the night vision goggles, he finally beheld the full form of the monster, a giant zombie standing an imposing 10 meters tall, its muscles grotesquely swollen, casting a faint glow in the moonlight. Its skin exhibited an unnatural grayish-white hue, marred by a network of dark veins that appeared ghastly from afar. Most unsettling to Xiao Fan was the creature's head, which was sharply pointed. Its eyes were nearly imperceptible, while its mouth gaped wide to the ears, revealing a maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. At that moment, the giant zombie stood motionless, yet the surrounding ordinary zombies dared not approach it. They lay prostrate on the ground, emitting low, reverent growls, as if worshipping their king. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Fan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, in a direct confrontation. He doubted he could withstand even a single round before being devoured by this beast. The sense of pressure was tangible, reminiscent of the time he had been caught watching inappropriate videos by his parents. Nervously, Xiao Fan opened the system interface to review the boss's detailed information. Variant BOSS, Giant Strength Zombie. Level, 2nd tier. Abilities, Giant Strength, Rapid Regeneration, Fear Aura. Weakness, Head Core. Threat level, extremely high. Remarks, this BOSS possesses immense destructive power, capable of breaching the defenses of a level 2 protective door. Upon reading this information, Xiao Fan's expression darkened. A 2nd tier BOSS with abilities such as Giant Strength, Rapid Regeneration, and Fear Aura, each capability enough to instill despair. Most critically, the ability to breach a level 2 protective door meant there were only 2 options to confront such a creature. Either to utterly defeat it in direct combat, or to upgrade the level 2 door to a level 3 barrier for absolute defense. However, upgrading to a level 3 door required 1,000 survival coins, even if he could successfully withstand its onslaught. What would happen if it returned for a second or third attack? The thought sent cold sweat pooling in his palms, and he cursed himself for hastily accepting this task. But now, it was too late for regrets. Glancing at the time on his phone, it read midnight. In 17 hours, or precisely at 5 p.m. the following day, this BOSS would launch its assault. He had less than 17 hours remaining. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan forced himself to regain his composure. Panic would serve no purpose. He had to devise a plan. He observed the giant zombie once more, confirming it showed no signs of movement, before swiftly retreating from that perilous location. As he traversed the route, his mind raced with strategies until, suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he turned back. Chapter 16. We can even create an atomic bomb. Xiao Fan stood still, his mind whirling. The Chemical Engineering Institute. This location triggered a thought. Given the presence of that special BOSS, the surrounding ordinary zombies had been drawn to it, rendering the area near the student dormitories relatively safe, with almost no zombies remaining inside the dormitory buildings. Considering this, Xiao Fan instinctively pondered whether students in the chemical engineering department could concoct explosives. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Although hand grenades were available for purchase in the prison store, they posed certain risks, and he had never used one before. Moreover, the grenades were prohibitively expensive and could only be utilized once. Thus, Xiao Fan mused that if he could procure the materials to create explosives, he could save on those costs and adopt a similar approach for future encounters, significantly conserving survival coins. With this thought in mind, Xiao Fan no longer hesitated and swiftly turned to race towards the nearest dormitory building. Throughout his journey, he encountered no obstructions. Occasionally, he spotted a few wandering zombies, but their overall numbers were significantly fewer than in other regions. Xiao Fan made every effort to avoid direct confrontation with these creatures and soon arrived at the base of a girls' dormitory. He looked up at the structure, which boasted 7 floors, each housing approximately a dozen dormitories, suggesting around 100 survivors resided within. According to the rules of the post-apocalyptic survival game, each dormitory functioned as an independent safe haven, where all members could collaboratively enhance the safety level of their sanctuary. This implied that the more inhabitants there were, the quicker they could upgrade the protective doors, thereby increasing their safety. However, every advantage comes with its drawbacks, and the supply of food posed the most significant challenge within these safe havens. Xiao Fan listened attentively at the doors of each dormitory on the first floor. As expected, while the ambience was quiet, every room appeared to be occupied. Ultimately, he randomly selected a room and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sounds within ceased abruptly. Xiao Fan could sense the occupants holding their breath, clearly startled by the sudden noise. He lowered his voice and said, "Do not be alarmed. I mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire about something." After a few moments of silence, a window was cautiously opened a crack, revealing a short-haired girl, who appeared to be around 20 years old, her face etched with caution. "What do you want?" she asked. Xiao Fan cut straight to the chase. "Can you make bombs?" The short-haired girl paused for a moment, then rolled her eyes. "We could probably make atomic bombs too." "What kind of question is that to ask at night?" With that, She reached to shut the window. Quick as a flash, Xiao Fan blocked the window with his hand and retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, offering it to her. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Can you concoct bombs, or at least explosive devices? His tone was earnest. The short-haired girl regarded the bottle of water, hesitating before accepting it. Why do you want to know? Xiao Fan took a moment to think, and briefly recounted the situation with the BOSS. Upon hearing his tale, sympathy filled her eyes. You really have the worst luck, she remarked. If you're talking about making simple explosives, basically anyone from our department could do it. But the problem is, why would anyone want to go with you? And to make explosives, you also need materials. Xiao Fan fell silent, acknowledging that this was indeed a dilemma. The apocalypse had just begun, and most dormitories likely had some supplies stored away. People would not easily abandon their safe havens to follow a stranger. Furthermore, while he could easily breach their security door, he was reluctant to resort to such measures. Although there were fewer zombies around, creating a commotion could potentially attract all the zombies surrounding the BOSS. The consequences will be dire. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Fan proposed, my safe haven has a substantial amount of supplies and several survivors, with provisions for food and shelter. Is there anyone in your dorm willing to come with me? He then produced a can from his backpack as a gesture of goodwill. The short-haired girl leaned out, appraising Xiao Fan before accepting the can, shaking her head. We're not familiar. I can't just go with you. Can I have your contact information? If we find ourselves truly cornered later on, we might seek you out. Xiao Fan nodded, retrieving his phone to exchange contact details. The short-haired girl suddenly shifted her tone. However, I can recommend someone. Xiao Fan's interest piqued. Who? Her name is Tang Xinyi. She's in my year and lives on the 6th floor, she explained. She's a wonderful girl, always winning scholarships and excelling in chemistry. If you need someone to make explosives, she's definitely your best bet. Xiao Fan inquired further, but why would she be willing to go with me? The short-haired girl sighed. Because her roommate is a bully who constantly picks on her. Originally, there were 4 of them in their dorm, but the other 2 couldn't stand it and moved out, leaving Tang Xinyi all alone. Xiao Fan, perplexed, asked, why doesn't Tishi move? The short-haired girl patiently explained. Moving requires paying the accommodation fee again, and besides, where are there even available beds now? Also, Tang Xinyi's family isn't well off. She can't bear to spend that money. Besides, with the apocalypse upon us, it doesn't matter whether she moves or not. She can't go anywhere anyway. After listening, Xiao Fan felt he had a clearer understanding. Do you have her contact information? I do. The short-haired girl took out her phone. I'll message her now. You can go directly find her. Xiao Fan felt a surge of excitement and promptly handed her another can. Thank you. The short-haired girl accepted the can with a friendly smile. No need to mention it. I hope you can help her. Following the room number provided by the short-haired girl, Xiao Fan made his way to the 6th floor. The atmosphere was similar to that of the 1st floor, with only the occasional faint sounds of conversation emanating from a few doors, while most students appeared to be asleep. Upon reaching the target room, he heard a sharp female voice from within. Tang Xinyi, go fetch me a basin of water for my feet. Xiao Fan paused momentarily, and then he heard a timid voice respond, but we don't have much water left. Just go when I tell you to. Stop talking back. The sharp voice grew louder. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for your good grades helping me with my assignments, do you think I would let you stay here? I'm sorry, I'll go right away. Xiao Fan stood outside, peering through the crack in the door to observe the scene inside. A tall girl sat on the bed, nonchalantly crossing her legs with an air of arrogance, while another frail girl, head bowed, cautiously approached the water dispenser with a basin in hand. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes. He stepped back, then lifted his right leg and forcefully kicked the door lock. Bang! The loud impact echoed down the corridor. Xiao Fan glanced around to assess the reactions, noting that there was no change, which emboldened him. Bang! He kicked again. However, this was a safety door designed for the apocalypse game, and even the most basic variant had some level of defense. Inside the dormitory, terrified screams erupted. What are you doing? Are you crazy? It was Ren Duo's voice, piercing and shrill. Xiao Fan ignored her, lifting his leg once more. Bang! The door frame began to warp under the relentless assault. Drawing his alloy long knife, Xiao Fan inserted it into the door lock and pried forcefully, causing the protective door to burst open. Inside the dormitory, both girls were momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene, especially Tang Xinyi, who stood frozen in place, staring at the shadowy figure in the doorway, her eyes filled with confusion. At that moment, Ren Duo was applying a facial mask on her bed, instinctively wanting to scream when she saw Xiao Fan burst in. In a flash, Xiao Fan darted to her side, covering her mouth with one hand while brandishing the long knife against her throat with the other. If you dare to make a sound, I assure you your head won't stay attached. His voice was low but laced with a menacing aura that left Renduo momentarily paralyzed with fear. Her eyes widened as she nodded vigorously, terrified that this fierce individual might lose his temper and end her life in an instant. Seeing her response, Xiao Fan finally released his grip, though the knife remained poised at her neck. He turned his head, his gaze falling upon Tang Xinyi. In that moment, he was slightly taken aback. The girl before him was unexpectedly beautiful. Even in the absence of light, the moonlight illuminated Tang Xinyi's fair skin, and her features were exquisitely crafted, resembling a meticulously sculpted piece of art. Particularly striking were her eyes, clear and pure. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and a mere glance left Xiao Fan utterly mesmerized. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, she embodied the essence of youthful campus charm, a quintessential figure of ethereal beauty. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that, in terms of sheer attractiveness, Tang Xinyi surpassed Bai Ningbing by a few degrees. The only flaw, perhaps due to malnutrition, was that certain aspects of her development were not as pronounced. His gaze involuntarily glanced downward, revealing a flatness akin to a runway. Xiao Fan sighed inwardly, pondering that heaven is indeed fair. While it may open one door, it simultaneously closes another. But what an airport! It possesses its own unique allure. Xiao Fan observed through the system panel. Tang Xinyi, height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Rating, 96 points. Evaluation, SSS. Indeed, upon seeing Tang Xinyi's information, Xiao Fan's pupils constricted sharply. SSS level. She was the highest-rated woman he had encountered thus far. What did this signify? It implied that if he successfully captured her, he would not only earn double survival coins daily, but also unlock an infinite supply of resources. Xiao Fan forcibly suppressed his excitement, shifting his gaze toward Rinduo. But after a mere glance, he turned away. With a round face, a shiny complexion, and a figure as stout as a barrel, he found her unworthy of further examination. For it was unnecessary. If the system dared to assign her a rating above F, he questioned the intelligence of the system itself. In the presence of Tang Xinyi, he sheathed his long knife, cleared his throat, and endeavored to soften his tone. There is a reason for my intrusion. Will you accompany me? I have a sanctuary that is relatively safe, and it lacks only talent like yours. He regarded Tang Xinyi with sincerity in his voice. She lowered her head, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, remaining silent and hesitant. Xiao Fan understood that such a girl likely lacked a sense of security, so he exhausted every persuasive tactic he could muster. Noticing Tang Xinyi's attitude began to shift, he retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and handed it to her, saying, with a roommate like that, it's only a matter of time before disaster strikes. Moreover, from what I observed earlier, you likely have very few supplies left, correct? Upon hearing this, Tang Xinyi trembled slightly, prompting Xiao Fan to add, I assure you that I will treat you well, and at our sanctuary. You need not worry about food or drink. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence as she pondered for a few seconds before nodding gently. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up with elation. He had succeeded. He discerned that she was a shy girl, perhaps with some insecurities, but that very trait made her easier to manage. Satisfied, he nodded and turned to Rinduo. At that moment, Rinduo had regained her composure from her earlier fright and glared at Xiao Fan, her voice trembling with inquiry. Who exactly are you? Xiao Fan chose not to respond, rather dismissing her with a glance. Rinduo, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Wait. You can't just take her away. You've breached the protective door and now intend to take my roommate. What about me? Xiao Fan regarded her coldly, remaining silent. Rinduo grew desperate, realizing that if Tang Xinyi left, she would be left alone in the dormitory, with the protective door already compromised, making her vulnerable to the zombies outside. You must take me with you, she nearly shouted. If you don't, I'll scream and attract all the nearby zombies. We might as well die together. Her eyes glimmered with a frenzied light. He stared at Rinduo, remaining silent for several seconds, then slowly nodded, Fine, I agree. Rinduo's face instantly lit up with a triumphant smile. She had surmised that he was intimidated by her, believing that this inferior man merely wielded the power of his equipment. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's agreement to take Rinduo along, Tang Xinyi's expression shifted to one of apprehension. Biting her lip, she approached Xiao Fan and whispered, so only he could hear I sent a good person. Xiao Fan looked down at the frail girl before him, a surge of protectiveness welling up within him. This naive girl was genuinely concerned for someone she had just met. He reached out, gently patting Tang Xinyi's shoulder, then leaned closer to her ear, softly assuring her, Do not fear. I will be here, and I will not allow her to bully you. Tang Xinyi momentarily froze, then lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Fan's, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The three of them descended the stairs together, with Xiao Fan leading the way, remaining vigilant of their surroundings while explaining their mission to Tang Xinyi, to gather materials for creating combustible or explosive devices to combat the creatures. What I just mentioned, can it be accomplished? Xiao Fan turned to look at Tang Xinyi. Feeling the weight of his gaze, she quickly lowered her head and softly replied, "Yes. But I lack the materials. Perhaps we could retrieve some from the laboratory?" "Excellent. Let us proceed there immediately." The trio soon arrived at the experimental building, which was not far from the student dormitory, and where the number of zombies in the vicinity was minimal. Xiao Fan forcefully opened the laboratory door, leading the two inside. Tang Xinyi appeared quite familiar with the place, heading straight to a chemistry lab and climbing through the window. Before long, she emerged, cradling several bottles of reagents and some equipment. "This should be sufficient." Xiao Fan took the items from her hands, declaring, "Let us return to my sanctuary." Half an hour later, the three of them entered the gates of Xiao Fan's prison. A few newly arrived inmates were on night watch patrol, and upon spotting Xiao Fan, they respectfully greeted him as boss. Xiao Fan nodded in acknowledgement, and the newcomers visibly relaxed, hastily retreating from his vicinity to attend to their own tasks. Witnessing this, both Renduo and Tang Xinyi were momentarily astonished. He produced 2 monitoring wristbands, handing one to each of them while donning one himself. Tang Xinyi hesitated before accepting the black wristband, neither questioning nor resisting. With her head bowed, she gently fastened the wristband around her left wrist. The device tightened automatically with a click. Ding! Successful capto in mat tansini. Current inmate count, 53, 13 females, 40 males. Daily earnings, 660 survival coins. Current rebellion value of Tang Xinyi, 45, extreme trust. Congratulations to the host for capturing an SSS-level inmate. Unlocking infinite resources, ham sausage. Upon hearing the system prompt echo in his mind, Xiao Fan stood in stunned silence. He was utterly taken aback. 45 points of rebellion value? This was the first time he encountered a prisoner exhibiting such a remarkable loyalty level immediately upon donning the monitoring bracelet. It is worth noting that by Ningbing, Qiao, and others had rebellious values soaring to 60 or 70 when they first wore their bracelets. Yet, Tang Xinyi, astonishingly, registered a mere 45 points. This naive girl seems to have decided that since she followed me, her allegiance lies firmly with Xiao Fan. Even if Xiao Fan were to aim to seduce her, it would likely pose no challenge. A wave of indescribable emotions surged within Xiao Fan. In this apocalyptic world, the sensation of being trusted by another is indeed a rare and precious gift. On the other hand, Renduo disdainfully hurled the collar in her hand to the ground. What a piece of junk! With her hands on her hips, she glared at Xiao Fan with an air of superiority. "You first destroyed my safe haven, and now you want me to wear this hideous thing? Why should I?" She lifted her chin defiantly, as if it were an obvious entitlement. "Bring me some food first. I am starving." The courtyard fell into an immediate hush. Nearby, patrolling prisoners turned their gazes towards Renduo, their expressions resembling that of bewildered onlookers. "Fine. I'll get you something to eat shortly." Chapter 18. Is this how you treat your guests? Xiao Fan cast a glance at Renduo, his tone laced with impatience. "Serve her a bowl of rice." "Yes," replied the duty prisoner, turning towards the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged with a stainless steel bowl. Inside was a mushy, unapetizing conchoctian resembling beak feed. Renduo glanced down, her expression darkening instantly. "What is this?" she exclaimed sharply. "Is this pig food?" Noticing no one attending to her, she raised her hand and, with a resounding slap, overturned the bowl onto the floor. "Is this how you treat your guests?" Renduo stood, looking down at Xiao Fan. "I voluntarily joined you. I'm not like those other prisoners. And you expect me to eat this?" She pointed contemptuously at the spilled food. "When I was in school, I would at least order 3 dishes for every meal, and now you want me to consume pig slop." Xiao Fan remained expressionless, observing her. Renduo continued her tirade. "Let me tell you, I'm a chemical engineering student. I can do what Tang Xinyi does even better. If you treat me better, I can assist you." "Enough," Xiao Fan interjected calmly but firmly. "I initially intended to give you a chance, but you were too foolish." He commanded the 2 nearby prisoners. "Go, give her a beating and make her wear the bracelet." In the next moment, the 2 male prisoners charged at Renduo with aggressive intent. Despite her considerable strength, she was no match for 2 adult men. They showed no mercy, targeting her weaker spots until the room echoed with her anguished screams. "Is there a police officer? Help! Murder!" Many prisoners, drawn by her cries, peeked out to investigate but quickly retreated upon seeing Xiao Fan, fearing the consequences of drawing his ire. With the objective achieved, Xiao Fan clapped his hands. "All right." The 2 male prisoners ceased their assault and returned to Xiao Fan's side. At this point, Renduo bore several red bruises on her face, blood trickling from her mouth, yet her demeanor remained defiant. "You son of a BTCH, Xiao Fan. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one." Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, still processing her reaction before a laugh escaped him. Silently, he issued an order. In the next second, a sizzling sound filled the air as the metal bracelet on Renduo's wrist suddenly emitted blue arcs of electricity. "Ah!" she screamed, her body convulsing violently before collapsing to the ground. A few seconds later, she was completely unconscious. Xiao Fan averted his gaze, turning towards the duty prisoner. "Drag her to the confinement room. We'll deal with her tomorrow." "Yes, boss." Disregarding Renduo, Xiao Fan turned to face Tang Xinyi, who stood at the door. Her head bowed and hands nervously twisting together, evidently shaken by the earlier scene. Yet, for reasons unknown, a flicker of relief surged within her. "Come on," Xiao Fan said gently. "I'll show you to your dormitory." Tang Xinyi quickly nodded, trailing behind Xiao Fan. Upon reaching the second floor, Xiao Fan pushed open a large prison door. Inside, by Ningbing, Liang Qingxian, Lu Yaru, and Wang Xian were seated on the beds, engaged in conversation. The moment they spotted Xiao Fan entering, all four sprang to their feet. "Fan Ye," they called in unison, concern evident in their eyes. Wang Xian hurried over, scrutinizing Xiao Fan from head to toe. "Are you all right? I heard you went to confront the BOSS." Liang Qingxian joined, her tone laced with worry. "Did you get hurt?" Lu Yaru and by Ningbing mirrored their companions' expressions, filled with apprehension. Xiao Fan raised a hand to placate them. "I came here to tell you this. I'm fine, unscathed. You all should get some rest." The four exchanged glances, refraining from further inquiries. "Then you should rest early too," Bai Ningbing said softly. Xiao Fan nodded, turning to lead Tang Xinyi out of the room. As Tang Xinyi followed, she cast a complex gaze at the four girls, a pang of sadness swelling within her heart. Yet, she lifted her head to glance at Xiao Fan, withholding her thoughts and burying her emotions deep inside. Xiao Fan guided Tang Xinyi to the end of the corridor and opened another door. It was also a room for four, but it was entirely empty. "You will live here from now on," Xiao Fan indicated the room. "You have no roommates for the time being. Is that acceptable to you?" Tang Xinyi was taken aback. She had expected to be confined in a cell or crammed with other prisoners. However, this room was far better than she had imagined. "Em willing." She quickly nodded, her voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. Thank you. Xiao Fan nodded in silence and turned towards the staircase. "Follow me. There is still work to be done." Tang Xinyi Hudiden Gomli. The two ascended to the fourth floor, where Xiao Fan pushed open the office door. He retrieved the day's employee meal from the system and placed it on the table. The dishes were rather ordinary, simple home-style cooking, but in the context of the apocalypse, they were undoubtedly a feast. "Eat," Xiao Fan said as he sat down. "We have matters to attend to after this." As Tang Xinyi gazed at the meal before her, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she picked up the chopsticks and awkwardly grabbed a few vegetables. After only a few bites, she set the chopsticks down and murmured, I'm full." Witnessing this, Xiao Fan couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "The chickens I raised for 2.5 years eat more than you do. Come on, there's plenty left." Tang Xinyi lowered her head, softly countering. "You're a boy. You need to eat more." "I don't mind." Just as she finished speaking, her stomach growled again. She quickly bowed her head, feigning ignorance. Xiao Fan regarded her with a complicated expression. To say he was not moved would be a lie. He picked up his chopsticks and placed a generous piece of braised pork into Tang Xinyi's bowl. "Eat," he said, his face stern, pretending to be angry. Tang Xinyi bit her lip, hesitant to touch her chopsticks. Xiao Fan added a portion of greens to her bowl. "Hurry up and eat, if you don't finish. I'll scold you." As she watched this unfold, Tang Xinyi felt a sudden sting in her nose, and her eyes quickly welled with tears. Ever since her parents passed away, it had been a long time since anyone showed her such concern. Although his tone was harsh, she understood it was to encourage her to eat more. Burying her face in the rice, she began to eat heartily, tears streaming down her cheeks into the bowl. "This is so delicious. I haven't had anything this good in ages. Is this man my angel of salvation?" Xiao Fan quietly observed her, remaining silent. Half an hour later, Tang Xinyi finally set down her chopsticks and softly murmured, I'm truly full now." Glancing at the clock, Xiao Fan saw it was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning and promptly urged, "You should go to sleep." Rising to his feet, he reminded himself of the tasks awaiting him the next day. Tang Xinyi stood as well, but hesitated before departing. Turning around, she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Fan, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. Thank you. Should I be calling you boss now? Everyone else seems to address you that way," she stammered nervously, her heart pounding fiercely. Xiao Fan waved dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. Previously, such titles had been his own twisted indulgence to assert authority. But as the prison population swelled, these honorifics had lost their significance. "Call me whatever you like, boss if you wish. Now, I shall get some rest." As Tang Xinyi approached the doorway, reluctant to leave, she glanced back once more. Sensing her gaze, Xiao Fan looked at her with a hint of curiosity. She quickly averted her eyes, her heartbeat racing wildly. Watching her retreat, Xiao Fan opened the system panel. Rison, Dan Sini. Rebellion level, 28, utmost trust. His eyes flickered with surprise. He had not expected this naive girl to trust him so deeply so soon. Once he had taken full advantage of this trust. But no more idle thoughts. The hard battle tomorrow demanded his focus. He closed the panel, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Chapter 19, Setting the Trap. At 7 in the morning, Xiao Fan awoke refreshed and invigorated. The enhancements to his physique were evident. A mere 5 hours of sleep sufficed to restore his full vitality. Opening the system panel, he noted, current prisoners, 54, 14 female, 40 male. Daily earnings, 680 survival coins. Current balance, 242 survival coins. Pleased by the steady income and ample reserves, Xiao Fan rose and left his office, descending to the vacant first-floor hall. The mail cells lay empty. Earlier that morning, Zhang Hao and Li Ming had already led a team of prisoners out to gather more supply cards and survival coins. Returning upstairs, Xiao Fan approached Tang Xinyi's dormitory and knocked gently. Moments later, the door opened. Tang Xinyi stood there, hair tousled, clearly just awakened. "Brother Fan," she murmured softly, her voice imbued with a sweetness that stirred an urge in Xiao Fan to admonish her on the spot. Shaking off such distracting thoughts, he said, "Come with me. It's time to begin our work." Tang Xinyi nodded eagerly and followed him downstairs. Together, they entered the prison warehouse, where Tang Xinyi produced the chemical reagents she had transported from the laboratory the previous day. Observing her meticulous handling of the various bottles, Xiao Fan's curiosity got the better of him. "What exactly are these?" he inquired. Scratching her head, Tang Xinyi replied, "Trinitron, oxidizers, reducers, and some catalytic materials." The terminology eluded him, so he silently watched, choosing not to disrupt her focus. Witnessing her diligent efforts, a strange impulse arose within him, an urge to intervene, but he chastised himself for such thoughts. Within half an hour, Tang Xinyi had prepared over a dozen rudimentary explosives, each sealed in waterproof bags with red labels affixed. "Done," she announced, wiping sweat from her brow as she turned to Xiao Fan. "These explosives are powerful enough to demolish a wall. They detonate upon receiving a violent impact, triggering the catalyst to ignite the delayed fuse, resulting in an explosion approximately 2 seconds later." Gingerly accepting one of the devices, Xiao Fan handled it with utmost caution, wary of an accidental detonation. Perceiving his unease, Tang Xinyi reassured him, "No need to worry. The impact force must exceed 10 kilograms to trigger the explosion. As long as you're careful, even if it falls, it won't go off." Surprised, Xiao Fan regarded her with newfound respect. "Why did he expect you to be so skilled?" The compliment pleased the young woman, who lowered her eyes and explained, "These simple explosives aren't too complicated to make. With sufficient materials, I can produce many more." "Well done, Xinyi," he praised. Accessing the system store, Xiao Fan proceeded to exchange survival coins for other equipment. Hand grenades X5, costing 800 survival coins. Spike traps X10, costing 300 survival coins. Weight sensors X5, costing 50 survival coins, leaving a balance of 92 survival coins. The depletion of his funds stung, especially since hand grenades proved exorbitantly expensive, far less cost-effective than Tang Xinyi's homemade explosives. A flash of light signaled the materialization of the gear on the warehouse floor. Xiao Fan loaded everything onto a cart and turned to Tang Xinyi. "Go and gather some people." Together, they exited the prison and moved to an open space 30 meters from the main gate. Xiao Fan produced several shovels from his backpack and dropped them on the ground. "Fetch some prisoners, each armed with a shovel." Tang Xinyi nodded and hurried toward the second-floor female dormitory. Shortly thereafter, a dozen prisoners followed her out. Xiao Fan pointed to the ground. "Begin digging here. 2 trenches, each 20 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1 meter deep, spaced 5 meters apart." The prisoners immediately set to work. Standing aside, Xiao Fan scanned the surroundings. The area before the prison's main entrance was a vast open field, offering excellent visibility. Should the boss attack from this direction, the trenches would serve as the first line of defense. 2 hours later, the trenches were complete. Xiao Fan allowed the prisoners to rest while he began setting traps. He laid spike traps at the trench bottoms and then covered them with iron plates embedded with weight sensors. These sensors were calibrated to spring closed when a preset weight threshold was exceeded, causing any creature standing on the plates to fall into the spike-laden pits below. Considering the monstrous adversary's approximate mass of 23 tons, Xiao Fan prudently set the sensors to trigger at 1 ton, ensuring that normal foot traffic would not activate the traps. But any heavy enemy would. Upon finishing the preparations, Xiao Fan checked his phone. It was already 3 in the afternoon. "Everyone, let us eat first," he announced. simultaneously messaging Zhang Hao and Li Ming. Return immediately with your teams. Prepare for battle. 10 minutes later, Zhang Hao and Li Ming returned, their clothes stained with blood. Yet their spirits remained high. Boss, Zhang Hao approached respectfully. Today's haul was substantial. Our 2 squads eliminated over 300 zombies and secured some food. Xiao Fan nodded in approval. Well done. Give half of today as supply cards to Wang Xian. Keep the rest for yourselves. Once that's done, head upstairs for dinner. We've got a tough fight ahead. After all had eaten, the group of over 50 assembled in the first floor hall. Xiao Fan spent 200 survival coins at the store to procure 10 ordinary crossbows. Unlike his mechanical crossbow, which boasted an integrated visual sensor system for precise automatic targeting, these were standard models. Moreover, the mechanical crossbow possesses a tremendous lethality, capable of creating gaping wounds with each shot. Just like Zhao Kai, who provoked him yesterday, now lies incapacitated after being struck by an arrow from Xiao Fan. Judging by his current state, he likely will not survive the day. The standard crossbow, while significantly less powerful, still offers some utility. Xiao Fan turned his gaze towards the 40 male prisoners behind him, selecting the 10 most loyal among them and handing them ordinary crossbows. When the monsters assault the city, you 10 will be stationed on the 2nd floor, aiming directly at the head of the BOSS. Whoever manages to slay the BOSS shall be handsomely rewarded. The rest of you, head to the backyard and gather bricks and stones. When the monsters arrive, hurl them at the creatures. Do you understand? A resounding chorus of affirmation erupted from the prisoners. Faced with the specter of life and death, the unity within the prison reached its zenith. Xiao Fan turned and walked towards the prison gate, standing at the entrance, gazing into the distance. Time trickled by, second by second. At 5:15 in the afternoon, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from afar. Roar! The sound was deafening, as if the very earth trembled beneath its force. Even from hundreds of meters away, Xiao Fan could still feel the oppressive aura. His gaze sharpened. They are coming. Chapter 20. The Onslaught of the Undead. On the distant horizon, a dense horde of zombies was slowly advancing towards Xiao Fan's prison. The sheer number was so overwhelming that even the ground beneath his feet seemed to tremble with their movement. Damn, there's so many! Li Ming exclaimed from atop the wall, his voice quaking as he nearly dropped the crossbow in his hands. Other female prisoners, some of whom were of a more timid disposition, had already succumbed to fear, collapsing onto the ground. Brother Fan, perhaps we should retreat inside the prison? Lu Yaru and Wang Xian whispered, as anyone witnessing such a massive tide of corpses would inevitably feel a sense of insurmountable dread. Xiao Fan remained silent, raising his binoculars to scrutinize the distant horde. They were densely packed, and a rough estimate revealed at least over 1,000 ordinary zombies. Indeed, fortifying the front gate into a level 3 door and hiding within the prison would undoubtedly be the safest course of action. However, this is the apocalypse. If I choose to avoid confrontation this time, what will happen next? Moreover, this presents the perfect opportunity to forge the mettle of the male prisoners. They must endure the crucible of battle, for only through such trials will their combat prowess flourish. Xiao Fan's gaze fixated on the foremost figure within the horde, the towering second-tier zombie BOSS, exceeding 10 meters in height. If they could eliminate it first, the remaining zombies would pose little threat. Having absorbed this information, Xiao Fan lowered his binoculars, acutely aware of the fear radiating from the crowd. If not addressed promptly, their psychological defenses would collapse before the zombies even arrived. Listen carefully. Xiao Fan turned to face them, his voice resonating with authority. I know what you fear, but I must tell you that retreat now leads only to death. He pointed towards the advancing horde. They have set their sights on us. Do you think hiding in the prison will ensure your safety? The protective doors of our shelter may keep the zombies at bay, but they cannot stave off hunger. Our provisions will last only a week. What then? Will we venture out for supplies? By that time, the number of zombies outside will have multiplied exponentially. Xiao Fan's voice grew increasingly resolute. This is our only chance. While we are prepared, while we have traps in place, and while we still possess the will to fight, we must hold them here. We are merely at the onset of the apocalypse. Soon, this kind of zombie tide will become the norm. We either fight with all our might or await our demise. The choice is yours. As his words hung in the air, a brief silence enveloped the wall. Then, Li Ming was the first to rise. Brother Fan is right. Since death is inevitable, let's fight with all we have. Witnessing this, the other prisoners gritted their teeth and stood, shouting in unison, defend our home. Fight to the death. Defend our home. Fight to the death. Defend our home. Fight to the death. Seeing the morale of the crowd invigorated, Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. He raised his binoculars once more, scrutinizing the advancing zombie horde. Observing their massing numbers, Xiao Fan could not help but ponder, if only they had firearms. Unfortunately, The prison market had yet to unlock any ranged weaponry. Only various traps, melee weapons, and some everyday supplies were available. With sufficient ammunition, such a horde would pose little challenge. But given the current circumstances, Xiao Fan glanced at the traps laid beneath the wall. 2 trenches, each 2 meters deep and lined with spikes, along with a dozen makeshift explosive packs, 5 grenades, and 10 crossbows, including 1 mechanical crossbow. This constituted their entire arsenal. Though this stockpile seemed negligible against the 1,000-strong horde, the primary target remained a singular second-tier zombie BOSS. Only it possessed the potential to breach Xiao Fan's prison's level 2 door. The other zombies, regardless of their numbers, would be incapable of overcoming its defenses. As the horde drew ever closer, Xiao Fan bellowed, "Prepare yourselves." The zombies continued their advance. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. When the distance shrank to 50 meters, Xiao Fan finally discerned the full form of the BOSS zombie. Despite having encountered it the previous night, witnessing it again evoked an overwhelming sensation of dread. More terrifying still was the oppressive aura it exuded, an instinctual fear born of life itself. Can this thing truly kill? Zhang Hao's voice trembled. Xiao Fan did not respond. He remained fixated on the BOSS zombie's head. The mission briefing had indicated that this zombie BOSS possessed formidable regenerative capabilities, with its only weakness being its head. A strike there would ensure its demise. All personnel on the second floor prepared to fire. Xiao Fan's command shattered the reverie of the crowd. The 10 prisoners stationed on the second level swiftly readied their crossbows, aiming at the horde. Xiao Fan had long since positioned the mechanical crossbow in the shooting slot at the gate. It would automatically trigger once the zombies entered range. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of crossbow bolts soared through the air. Simultaneously, the mechanical crossbow on the wall commenced its automated firing. The rain of arrows struck the horde, instantly felling several ordinary zombies. However, such casualties were negligible compared to the thousands in the tide. The zombie horde pressed onward. 5 meters, 3 meters. As the first zombie stepped onto the camouflage cover of the first trench, crack. The weight sensor was triggered. The cover collapsed instantly. A cacophony ensued as at least 30 zombies plummeted into the trench, impaled by the spikes below. Yet, the zombies that followed showed no signs of hesitation, continuing to tumble into the trap. The second wave, the third wave, and the BOSS zombie also fell into the pit. 3 spikes pierced through its chest and abdomen, one even protruding from its left shoulder. "We did it!" Someone shouted in excitement. Yet, Xiao Fan's expression grew graver, for despite being impaled, the BOSS zombie had not succumbed to death. A torrent of black blood oozed from its wounds, only for the next moment to witness that blood begin to flow back into its body. The wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. "Damn, its regeneration speed is astonishing," Li Ming remarked, while instructing the nearby prisoners to intensify their firepower. Sensing the looming threat, the BOSS emitted a guttural roar, its arms suddenly surging with strength. Crack, crack, crack. It gritted its teeth against the searing pain, ruthlessly snapping off every spike embedded in its body, one by one. "We must not let it rise." Xiao Fan shouted urgently. "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its head." Without hesitation, all the prisoners sprang into action, hurling bricks, stones, anything throwable toward the BOSS. Yet, most of their projectiles either missed or barely impeded its movements. Observing that their assault had at least momentarily stalled the zombie, Xiao Fan felt a surge of hope. He retrieved the piece de resistance from his bag, a grenade. Pulling the pin, he hurled it with all his might. The grenade traced a graceful arc through the air, landing precisely beside the BOSS. Boom! The explosion was deafening, sending even nearby zombies flying. When the dust cleared, half of the BOSS's body was obliterated, leaving only the other half, which howled fiercely at the group. Excellent. Half its body is destroyed. It shouldn't be long now. But the next moment, everyone was stunned. The shattered half of the BOSS's body began to writhe. Flesh rapidly sprouted from the torn wounds, as if imbued with life, contorting wildly before regenerating fresh muscle. In mere seconds, that half was almost fully restored. Is this still even a living creature? Zhang Hao gasped in disbelief. Xiao Fan's eyes narrowed. It seemed ordinary grenades lacked sufficient potency. He then produced an improvised explosive crafted by Tang Xinyi. Taking a deep breath, he aimed at the BOSS, which had already climbed to the edge of the trench, poised to ascend. With all his might, he threw the explosive. This time, fortune favored him. The bomb struck the BOSS's face squarely. Boom! The blast was far more powerful than the grenade's. The shockwave even toppled several ordinary zombies nearby. As the smoke dissipated, Xiao Fan saw half the BOSS's skull reduced to fragments. Its movements faltered. Effective. Xiao Fan's eyes gleamed. He swiftly grabbed 2 more explosives from Tang Xinyi. Boom! Boom! 2 successive detonations followed, utterly shattering the BOSS's entire head. It seemed utterly beyond death. Moments later, the colossal form wavered before finally collapsing. Eliminated Stage 2 Giant Strength Zombie BOSS, rewarded with 500 survival coins. The system's notification echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. We VE1. The BOSS is dead. Thunderous cheers erupted from the surrounding walls, and Xiao Fan exhaled in relief. Don't celebrate prematurely. The zombie horde remains. Stay alert tonight. We feast. Upon hearing the promise of tonight's feast, everyone's spirits soared, hastening their loading of bows and arrows. With the BOSS's demise, the zombie horde lost its leader and focus. The formation fractured, and many turned away. Those continuing forward charged blindly, heedless of traps, plunging into trenches where spikes awaited. Soon, the first trench was filled with corpses. Zombies trampled over their fallen comrades into the next trench, repeating the cycle. Crossbows rattled incessantly. Prisoners hurled stones and arrows ceaselessly. The battle raged for a full half-hour. When the last zombie fell, the area beneath the walls was piled with bodies. Xiao Fan finally exhaled. Their inaugural battle in this apocalypse had been survived against all odds. Next came the time to tally their spoils. Chapter 21. Rewards and Recognition. Ding. Special mission completed. Rewards. 1,000 survival coins. Legendary blind box X1. After the battle, Xiao Fan led the prisoners to clear the battlefield. The open area outside the prison reeked of blood and decay, evoking waves of nausea. Standing atop a vantage point, Xiao Fan commanded, "Be thorough. Don't miss a single supply card." Li Ming and his group busied themselves bending down to collect the cards, handing each to Wang Xian for registration. Zhang Hao oversaw corpse removal, with several strong men carrying massive zombie limbs to a distant clearing. After 30 minutes, all loot was collected. Xiao Fan descended from the wall and approached Wang Xian. "Is the inventory complete?" Wang Xian nodded, handing over a list. "Brother Fan, there are 600 white supply cards and 1 purple one." Examining the purple card, Xiao Fan read, "Purple Premium Supply Card. Grants random access to advanced supplies, including but not limited to weapons, gear, and special items." "A fine prize," he murmured, pocketing the card before glancing at the system panel. Current survival coins, 2492. They had earned 630 coins from ordinary zombies, 500 from the BOSS, 1,000 from the mission, plus the previous 362. Quite a haul from this encounter. Turning toward the workers hauling corpses, Xiao Fan instructed, "Transport all zombie bodies to the west side clearing for incineration. Fetch gasoline from Wang Xian. Take plenty. We must leave no trace." Li Ming responded promptly, "Understood, boss." The group accelerated their efforts. Xiao Fan added, "The battlefield must be thoroughly cleaned. No risks can remain. Once the work is done, I'll prepare a feast for everyone. Today, we reward merit." His words stunned the crowd before erupting into jubilant cheers. Long live the boss. Finally, a proper meal. "Brothers, let us work hard. Tonight we feast on meat." Their enthusiasm surged, doubling their pace. Satisfied, Xiao Fan turned and headed into the prison, followed by Liang Qingxian, who softly inquired, "Brother Fan, will you really prepare a feast for them?" Without turning, he replied, "Absolutely. These people risked everything today. They deserve a reward. Besides, I want them to know that following me means meat on the table." Liang Qingxian nodded thoughtfully. Having accompanied Xiao Fan for so long, she increasingly understood his leadership style, firm yet benevolent, with clear rewards and punishments, the true key to winning hearts. At 8 o'clock that evening, the prison's second-floor hall was brightly illuminated. Xiao Fan had long instructed several female prisoners to prepare ingredients. A long table groaned under an array of foods procured from the prison store: braised pork, stewed chicken, stir-fry greens, rice, beer, and even several plates of fruit. In this apocalyptic world where survival was precarious, such a meal was nothing short of heavenly. As the prisoners filed into the hall and beheld the feast, they stood dumbfounded. "My God, so much meat! And beer! I'd forgotten what beer tasted like. The boss is too good to us." For 4 long days since the outbreak, their diet had been meager, lacking even oil. Now, faced with such a sumptuous banquet, words failed them, their hearts swelling with gratitude and excitement. As the system notification of declining rebellion points echoed in Xiao Fan's mind, he cast a fleeting glance at the system panel, a faint smile curving his lips. Human nature is truly intricate. Merely offering a sumptuous meal on occasion caused their rebellion points to plummet. Notably, several male prisoners had already exhibited commendable loyalty. Zhang Hao and Li Ming's rebellion points were alarmingly low, now on par with by Ningbing. This indicated that these individuals had genuinely begun to regard him as their leader. Xiao Fan clapped his hands. "Enough dawdling. Please take your seats and enjoy your meal." The crowd promptly responded, settling down, yet no one dared to pick up their chopsticks. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Fan, awaiting his command. Without hesitation, he took his place at the head of the table, lifted his wine glass, and surveyed the assembly. Today marks our first victory at the safe house, as well as our team's inaugural test. You have all performed admirably. Allow me toast to you. With that, Xiao Fan tilted his head back and drained his glass. Observing this, everyone else followed suit, raising their glasses in unison before downing their drinks. Excellent. Xiao Fan applauded. Let us commence our repast. No sooner had he spoken than all began to feast ravenously. The room was filled with the sounds of satisfaction as they relished the delectable offerings. After a few token bites, Xiao Fan quietly observed the others until they had nearly finished. He then clapped his hands, and an immediate silence enveloped the room, with everyone putting down their chopsticks to regard Xiao Fan attentively. The system has granted us a 5-day novice protection period, allowing us time to develop. But what lies beyond those 5 days? Each day could bring assaults akin to today's, perhaps even more formidable. Therefore, everyone must be prepared. Xiao Fan shall ensure that every diligent effort is duly rewarded. However, I will not tolerate any sloth or treachery. Xiao Fan continued now. I shall distribute rewards and penalties based on each person's contributions over the past few days, while also announcing the personnel assignments within our safe house. Upon hearing his words, an unprecedented cheer erupted from the assembly. They had fought valiantly to earn a voice within the prison. Silence. Xiao Fan gestured for calm. Let us proceed. Wang Xian. From today forth, you shall oversee the logistics department, managing the distribution of all resource cards and the acquisition of logistical equipment. Wang Xian promptly rose, acknowledging the assembly with a wave. Xiao Fan then turned to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, you shall handle the finances, keeping track of everyone's contribution values and the inflow and outflow of survival currency. Bai Ningbing nodded in understanding. Xiao Fan's gaze shifted to Liang Qingxuan. Liang Qingxuan, you are in charge of the female prisoners management, encompassing daily arrangements and discipline maintenance. Lu Yaru, Xiao Fan addressed the last female group leader. You will oversee personnel arrangements, including night shifts and patrols. A systematic management structure must be established, and you will coordinate staffing with the other leaders. Lu Yaru nodded earnestly. Yes, Fan Ge. Xiao Fan surveyed the room. Additionally, several individuals have distinguished themselves over the past few days. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Yiveng Xuan, a young man sprang to his feet, eyes brimming with anticipation. You have eliminated 147 enemies, demonstrating exceptional performance. Xiao Fan paused. From today onward, you are promoted to group leader with level 2 authority. Ji Wengxuan trembled with excitement. Thank you, boss. I will not let you down. Mao Juping, another burly man, rose. You have slain 131 enemies, equally commendable. Xiao Fan stated, you too are promoted to group leader with level 2 authority. Mao Juping grinned earnestly. Thank you, boss. Xiao Fan addressed Li Ming and Zhang Hao. From now on, all male prisoners entering the facility will be managed uniformly by the 4 of you group leaders. Responsibilities are clearly delineated, and accountability is assigned. The 4 responded in unison, yes. Xiao Fan's tone shifted, becoming stern. However, I must caution you. The powers I grant you are temporary. Should your performance falter, they can be revoked at any moment. In my realm, meritocracy reigns. The 4 men's expressions hardened, and they nodded earnestly. Xiao Fan, satisfied, then turned his gaze icy. Having discussed rewards, let us now address penalties. His voice sliced through the air like a frigid winter wind, chilling the hearts of all present. Zhao Kai, Sunwei, Wang Ming. The 3 men's faces turned ashen. They trembled as they stood, heads bowed, unable to meet Xiao Fan's gaze. Xiao Fan declared coldly, you 3 kneel? Chapter 22. Then let it be that you shall only eat soft meals henceforth. Upon hearing his words, the 3 men collapsed to their knees. Please spare us, boss. I was wrong. I beg you for another chance. Their voices were laced with terror, recalling the severity of Xiao Fan's methods and fearing the consequences of their prior actions. Xiao Fan regarded them impassively, then turned to the female group leaders. You may return to rest. I will summon you should the need arise. They obediently rose and ascended the stairs, glancing back at the stoic Xiao Fan. With a resounding thud, the hall's door closed. Inside remained only Xiao Fan and a cadre of male prisoners, the atmosphere thick with tension. Xiao Fan looked down upon the 3 kneeling men, explaining, I am not seeking to target you intentionally, but your actions have left me profoundly disappointed. Wang Ming, how long have you been in prison? The memory of his recent missteps lingered in Wang Ming's mind, and fearing a similar fate, he trembled as he replied, 3 days. 3 days. Xiao Fan echoed, 3 entire days have passed, and you have not dealt with a single zombie. I have provided for your meals for 3 days. Xiao Fan crouched to meet Wang Ming's gaze, patting his face. before hastily wiping his hand clean. Do you believe I am too lenient? Wang Meng's head struck the ground repeatedly in fervent apology. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I will work diligently from now on. Please grant me another chance. Another chance? Xiao Fan feigned confusion, though to Wang Meng, it appeared as if he were confronting a demon from the depths of hell. I have already afforded you 3 days of opportunity, since you enjoy soft meals. Xiao Fan turned to Li Ming. Li Ming. Li Ming stepped forward, boss. Fetch the pliers, Xiao Fan commanded. Li Ming paused for a moment, then comprehended, quickly departing. Wang Meng's panic escalated. He desperately tried to retreat, but was held fast by 2 burly men. No, boss, please don't. I was wrong. I truly understand now. His voice was sharp and filled with despair. Li Ming soon returned, brandishing a rusted pair of pliers. Xiao Fan accepted them, weighing them in his hands. Since you enjoy soft meals, he approached Wang Meng, crouching before him. Then let us ensure you shall only consume soft meals from now on. With that, Xiao Fan seized Wang Meng's chin, immobilizing him. The 2 men restrained Wang Meng's limbs while another locked his head in place. Wang Meng struggled fiercely, but was utterly powerless. Xiao Fan inserted the pliers into Wang Meng's mouth, expertly clamping down on a front tooth. Ugh, ugh. Wang Meng's muffled cries filled the air. With a swift twist of his wrist, a sickening crack resonated as the tooth, along with flesh, was forcibly extracted. Oh! Wang Meng's anguished screams echoed throughout the hall, blood gushing from his mouth and dripping onto the floor. Xiao Fan, expressionless, tossed the bloodied tooth aside and seized another. Crack! Another tooth met the same fate. I'll help. No. Crack! The 3rd tooth. The 4th. The 5th. Wang Meng's anguished cries echoed through the prison, each one more harrowing than the last. The other inmates, pale-faced, bore witness to this grim spectacle, with a few turning away, unable to endure the sight. Xiao Fan moved with deliberate slowness, pausing for several seconds with each tooth he extracted. This was not mere punishment. It was a demonstration, a stark exhibition for all to see the dire consequences of crossing him and the repercussions of negligence in their duties. In a world ravaged by chaos, mercy equated to death. Only through sufficient cruelty could obedience be instilled. After 10 agonizing minutes, Wang Meng's screams ceased. His mouth was a crimson mess, every tooth forcibly removed, leaving him a quivering heap on the ground, reduced to faint whimpers. Xiao Fan discarded the bloodied pliers onto the floor and stood, brushing off his hands. Take him away, he commanded. Li Ming and Zhang Hao promptly stepped forward, one on each side, hoisting Wang Meng and dragging him toward the exit. Xiao Fan then turned his gaze to Zhao Kai and Sun Wei, who remained kneeling, terror-stricken. They were fervently banging their heads against the ground in a desperate plea for mercy. Boss, spare us. We were wrong. Truly we were. Their foreheads struck the floor with force, soon staining it with blood. Xiao Fan regarded them with a frosty stare. Zhao Kai, Sun Wei, though you both have contributed, in 2 days, you have not slain as many zombies as others have in a single day. Have you been slacking off? Zhao Kai hurriedly lifted his head, panic evident in his voice. Boss, I'm injured. He lifted his shirt to reveal a penetrating wound on his arm, inflicted by Xiao Fan's arrow just days prior. Sun Wei was only caring for me. We truly did not slack off. Xiao Fan shifted his attention to Sun Wei. Is that so? Sun Wei nodded vigorously. Yes, boss. I was looking after Zhao Kai. He is gravely injured, and I had to assist him. Xiao Fan fell silent for a few seconds before slowly nodding. The bond of brotherhood was indeed touching. A smile crept onto his face. Since your friendship is so profound, you can bear Zhao Kai's punishment. Sun Wei was taken aback. What? Boss? I, Li Ming and Zhang Hao interrupted. Prepare the barrel. Without further inquiry, they turned and left. Panic washed over Sun Wei as he glanced at Zhao Kai, who lowered his head, reluctant to meet his gaze. Zhou Kui, speak up. Tell the boss I was only helping you. Trembling, Zhao Kai could not muster a single word. Before long, Li Ming and Zhang Hao returned, bearing a large wooden barrel, towering at nearly a meter high and hollow within. Place him inside, Xiao Fan ordered. Several burly men stepped forward, unceremoniously lifting Sun Wei and forcing him into the barrel. No, don't. Boss, I was wrong. Please spare me. Sun Wei struggled futilely against their grip, but it was to no avail as he was crammed into the barrel, curling up in despair. Xiao Fan then commanded, bring in the ice water. A group of inmates entered, carrying basins of icy water. With a splash, the first basin was poured into the barrel. Sun Wei let out a piercing scream as the frigid water soaked him to the waist, an unbearable chill seeping into his bones. Splash after splash, the second, third, and fourth basins followed, quickly submerging him to his chest. His teeth began to chatter. His lips turned a purplish hue. So cold. Boss, please. His voice grew weaker. Standing beside the barrel, Xiao Fan looked down at him with a sense of detachment. Before long, Sun Wei's exposed skin turned a deep shade of purple, his body shaking violently within the barrel. Suddenly, Xiao Fan chuckled. You seem quite fond of Thanos. Even now, you're playing dress-up? The surrounding inmates dared not laugh, their eyes cast downward, avoiding Xiao Fan's gaze. After watching for a while, Xiao Fan grew bored. He turned to Zhang Hao. 3 hours in the water will suffice. Don't let him die. Otherwise, there won't be any fun left for us. Zhang Hao nodded. Understood. Boss. Xiao Fan cast one last glance at the prostrate Zhao Kai. You are fortunate to have a brother willing to take your punishment. Remember today's lesson. Zhao Kai fervently knocked his head against the ground. Yes. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Xiao Fan turned and exited the hall, heading to his office. Behind him, faint whimpers continued to emanate from the barrel. Chapter 23. Study materials? Tang Xinyi knocked on the door, but found it slightly ajar, soft rustling sounds emanating from within. Instinctively, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. From a distance, she saw Xiao Fan seated at his desk, one hand clutching his phone, seemingly distracted by something on the screen. Upon noticing Tang Xinyi's entrance, he immediately set down his phone and beckoned her over. Xinyi, come here. Tang Xinyi obediently approached the desk. Brother Fan, did you call for me? Xiao Fan nodded, a gentle smile gracing his face. How are you finding things? Are you settling in well? Joy flickered in Tang Xinyi's eyes as she replied, yes. The sisters here take great care of me, and I really like it. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. I'm glad to hear that. He paused before continuing, I plan to promote you to my personal assistant, responsible for managing my daily affairs and conveying certain directives. Tang Xinyi was momentarily taken aback before her face lit up with pure joy. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm at the thought of being able to assist Xiao Fan. Really? Brother Fan, thank you for this opportunity. I will work hard. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so formal. He opened his computer and plugged in a USB drive. By the way, Xinyi, I have some study materials here that I will copy for you. Once you return, make sure to watch it attentively from start to finish. I will check in on your progress once I'm done with my tasks. Tang Xinyi nodded eagerly, committing Xiao Fan's instructions to memory. Yes, Brother Fan. You can count on me not to disappoint your expectations. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of a task. After waiting a moment without response, her curiosity got the better of her, and she leaned in to take a closer look. Wow, it's quite large, requiring 185 gigabytes. Xiao Fan explained earnestly. Since it's video material, the transfer will take a bit longer. The techniques taught by the instructor should be learned well. I will check your understanding of them in due time. Tang Xinyi nodded, her expression one of confusion as she glanced at the file name. What does this number mean? And their essay bunch of Japanese characters I don't quite understand. Xiao Fan maintained his composure. No worries, just focus on the visuals. The instructor's name is Shin Kata Nagamai, so be sure to follow along closely. Tang Xinyi nodded slowly, though her understanding seemed hazy. Okay, Brother Fan. The progress bar on the copying screen steadily advanced. Tang Xinyi stood quietly by, her hands neatly clasped in front of her. Just then, Xiao Fan closed his eyes, a complex expression crossing his face. Tang Xinyi paused, unsure if she had misheard, as she thought she had heard other sounds moments ago. Go ahead and attend to your tasks. I will call for you shortly. Though puzzled, Tang Xinyi nodded obediently. All right, Brother Fan, take care. She carefully removed the USB drive, cradling it as if it were a precious treasure, and exited the office. The moment the door clicked shut, Xiao Fan entered a contemplative state, pulling out his phone to find an appropriate background track. It was time for the reveal. The theme from Good Days began to play. Today was a fortuitous day, and he wondered what surprises the mystery box might hold. Leaning back in his chair, anticipation danced across his face. Chapter 24. First Stage Monster Activation Device. Xiao Fan leaned back in his chair and opened his music app. The melody of Good Days resonated in the air. Today is indeed a splendid day, he mused, as he rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixated on the shimmering purple resource card on the table. Beside it lay a small, golden box, its surface gleaming enticingly. This was the legendary blind box. He decided to start with the purple card, taking a gradual approach. Xiao Fan grasped the purple resource card and squeezed it tightly with both hands. Suddenly, a silver metallic device materialized on his desk, modest in size, roughly the dimensions of his palm. Acquired a Tier 1 monster spawn device, purple. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback. A monster spawn device? His brows furrowed, and confusion was etched across his face. Does the apocalypse not have enough monsters already? He opened the system interface to explore the details. Tier 1 monster spawn device. Quality, purple premium. Description, consumes 300 survival coins to activate, generating 1 Tier 1 zombie per minute for a duration of 24 hours. After reading the description, Xiao Fan's expression turned incredulous. What kind of rubbish is this? He shoved the device to the corner of the desk, his distaste evident. It was already a struggle to evade zombies. Why would he spend money to summon them? Wasn't that utterly absurd? Rolling his eyes, he resolved to ignore the device entirely. He lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, and let his gaze wander out the window. The horde of zombies outside continued to roam, their occasional growls punctuating the eerie silence. Setting down his teacup, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Wait a moment. He straightened up, his breath quickening as he scrutinized the device. Killing zombies yields resource cards, and with one zombie generated every minute, that amounts to 1 for 40 zombies in a single day. Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to suppress a curse. This is a cycle, a perfect monster farming cycle. He leapt to his feet, seizing the device with trembling hands. This is no trash. This is a money printer. Forcing himself to regain composure, he placed the device back on the desk and took a few deep breaths. No, there are still many details to refine. He decided to test it shortly. Setting the device aside, his attention shifted to the golden box, the legendary blind box. Rubbing his hands together, he thought, let us see what surprises you hold for me. As he opened the box, a burst of golden light erupted, illuminating the entire office. Bai Ningbing, startled, rushed out of Xiao Fan's room to inquire about the commotion. It's nothing, you can go back in, he assured her. As the light faded, a delicate silver device hovered in the air before gently settling onto the table. Acquired Energy Advancement Fusion Device. Quality, Golden Legendary. Xiao Fan's eyes widened with delight. Another special device. He hurriedly examined it. Energy Advancement Fusion Device. Quality, Golden Legendary. Description. Allows for the fusion of any similar items placed within. The higher the item grade, the greater the required quantity and energy consumption. After reading the introduction, Xiao Fan was ecstatic. Bai Ningbing truly is my lucky star. It seems that if I wish to continue opening blind boxes, I will need her assistance. He couldn't help but chuckle. The value of these two devices is extraordinarily high. One is a money printer. The other can elevate worthless resource cards to higher tiers. This is a direct pathway to success. Eager to test the device, he retrieved a white resource card from the system warehouse and placed it in the central slot of the device. A beep sounded, and a message appeared on the screen. Detected 1 white resource card. An additional 9 white resource cards are required for fusion, consuming 1 white resource card as energy. Do you wish to continue? Xiao Fan quickly pulled out 10 white resource cards. He had an abundance of them and felt no remorse. After placing all the cards into the slot, the device began to vibrate, a pale blue glow swirling within. The screen displayed a countdown. Fusion in progress. Time remaining, 52 seconds. Xiao Fan fixed his gaze on the device, his eyes unblinking. 52 seconds later, with a chime, a green resource card ejected from the top opening of the device. Acquired green quality resource card X1. Xiao Fan snatched up the green card, examining it from every angle. It truly worked. A broad smile spread across his face. Those white resource cards finally hold value, although the fusion process is somewhat time-consuming. As long as I find a trustworthy person to handle it, it will be fine. In an instant, a figure appeared in his mind, Wang Xian. This woman is exceptionally loyal and reliable in her work. Xiao Fan picked up the intercom and pressed the call button. Wang Xian, please come to my office. Yes. Fan Go, came her gentle voice through the intercom. Within 3 minutes, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Wang Xian stepped inside, closing the door behind her. Today, she wore a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her perfect curves. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her makeup was impeccably done. Approaching Xiao Fan, she slightly leaned forward, revealing her alluring figure. Fan Go, you called for me? As soon as she finished speaking, she began to undress. Wang Xian had already moved close to Xiao Fan, her eyes glistening with affection as she gazed at him. No jokes. We're discussing serious matters. Xiao Fan coughed awkwardly to redirect his focus. However, he had to admit that Wang Xian had indeed performed excellently at work these past few days. He had discreetly inquired about the work status of several women, and it was clear that this girl was diligent and dedicated. Our prison needs capable individuals like you. Wang Xian beamed at Xiao Fan's praise, clearly delighted. Thank you for the compliment, Fan Ge. I will do even better in the future. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of playful charm. Xiao Fan lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips. As he smoked, he thoroughly explained the device's functions. From now on, you will be responsible for operating this machine. All the white resource cards submitted by the male prisoners will be placed in this machine for fusion. Do you understand? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled with understanding, and she eagerly nodded. Understood, Fan Yi. She took a moment to regain her composure, stood up, straightened her clothes, and picked up the device, heading for the door. I'll go arrange this in the logistics room. Go ahead. Xiao Fan waved her off. Once Wang Xian left, the office fell silent again. Xiao Fan extinguished his cigarette and retrieved the Tier 1 monster spawn device from his system space. With some free time on his hands, it was the perfect opportunity to conduct a test. Chapter 25, Left Foot Meets Right Foot. Just as Xiao Fan picked up the device, preparing to head downstairs for testing, he suddenly heard faint sobs emanating from the room behind him. He paused, furrowing his brows as he concentrated. It was undoubtedly Bai Ningbing. With a resigned sigh, he turned around and opened the door to his bedroom. Bai Ningbing sat on the edge of the bed, her hands covering her face, shoulders trembling incessantly. Her long hair cascaded down, obscuring her features. Seeing Bai Ningbing in such a state left Xiao Fan stunned. Was this truly the same aloof Ice Queen? Just as he was about to inquire what was wrong, Bai Ningbing abruptly lifted her head, her eyes locking on a Xiao Fan at the doorway. In that moment, she could no longer hold back. Wuxi burst into tears, her sobs heart-wrenching and her body shaking uncontrollably. At that moment, Xiao Fan could see her eyes were already swollen and red, her makeup completely gone, leaving her looking like a shattered porcelain doll, fragile beyond belief. His heart sank, and he hurried over, sitting beside her on the bed, reaching out to embrace her. Ningbing, what is wrong? What has happened? Don't touch me. With every ounce of strength, Bai Ningbing forcefully pushed Xiao Fan away, her reddened, swollen eyes fixed unblinkingly upon him. Xiao Fan felt a chill crawl across his scalp under her intense gaze. What is truly the matter? Xiao Fan inquired cautiously. Bai Ningbing trembled violently, tears still streaming down her face. She parted her lips, but no words emerged, silenced by prolonged sorrow. After several seconds of silence, she finally broke down, crying out in utter despair, Xiao Fan, I have given you everything. I have given you everything. Her voice cracked with hysteria as she sobbed uncontrollably. Wiping her tears away, she continued to weep and plead, what do you want? How do you want to play this? From now on, I will comply obediently. Please, stop entangling yourself with other women, will you? Her sobs grew more ragged, her entire being on the verge of collapse. Clutching Xiao Fan's collar with white-knuckled fingers, she begged desperately, I beg you, please, I beg you. Her voice diminished into a pitiful whisper of hopelessness. Xiao Fan stared blankly at the woman before him, the once proud and aloof campus belle, now reduced to utter humility, wallowing in the dust. Unsure of what to say, he remained silent. Bai Ningbing released her grip and staggered backward 2 steps, dabbing her face with the back of her hand as tears continued to fall. Seeing you with other women, it truly pains me deeply, she lamented, wildly beating her chest in a futile attempt to alleviate her torment. Can you please stop torturing me like this? Just now, I saw you with Wang Xian. Do you have any idea how that made me feel? She gasped, her chest heaving violently. Inch by inch, she edged closer to Xiao Fan, her eyes burning with a near-manic obsession. From now on, whenever you want, come to me, all right? Her voice dwindled into a humble plea. Don't seek out other women anymore. I can give you everything, anything. Having uttered those words, she covered her face with her hands, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Fan remained silent, gazing at the tear-streaked woman before him. It was hard to believe she was once the haughty beauty who turned away all suitors. Now, she resembled a jealous, fragile woman, humble, desperate, yet profoundly devoted. The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by Bai Ningbing's soft sobbing. After some time, her cries gradually subsided. Xiao Fan took a few tissues from the table and knelt before her, gently wiping away the tears from her cheeks. Bai Ningbing did not retreat. She sat quietly, allowing him to tend to her. Having finished, Xiao Fan cupped her smooth face in his hands and playfully pinched her cheek. What are you doing? She asked without speaking, simply lifting her head to meet his gaze, eyes still red and unwavering. Xiao Fan pondered inwardly. Could it be that my charm has finally subdued her these past few days? His heart skipped a beat. Indeed, she was utterly won over. Slowly, Bai Ningbing leaned in, closing her eyes and offering her lips to him. Was she seeking a kiss? Xiao Fan furrowed his brow involuntarily, recalling their earlier encounter in the office, and now this sudden intimacy. It felt somewhat unhygienic, making him hesitant, yet too embarrassed to refuse outright. He mustered a faint response, lightly pressing his lips against hers before pulling away. All right, enough of this, he said. Bai Ningbing opened her eyes, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing her face. Seeing her mood stabilize, Xiao Fan stood and cleared his throat. Ningbing. Bai Ningbing lifted her head, eyes still glistening with remnants of tears. Choosing his words carefully, Xiao Fan explained slowly, those other women, it was all just casual play. You must understand, in this apocalyptic world, one must employ certain tactics to secure loyalty. He paused, locking eyes with her. My heart belongs only to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought you out so persistently these past few days. Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened. Yet a shadow of doubt crossed her face. What about Tang Xinyi? She murmured, pressing her lips together. Look at the way she looks at you. It's different. Xiao Fan shook his head. Tang Xinyi's feelings stem from a protective instinct. It's not the same with you. Gently, he pinched her chin. I only behave like that with someone I truly love. Hearing those words, regardless of their truth, Bai Ningbing finally managed a faint smile. Seeing her appeased, Xiao Fan quickly rose. You should rest well. I have some important matters to attend to. Without looking back, he grabbed his device and hurried away, as though fleeing. Watching his retreating figure, Bai Ningbing called out softly, When you finish, remember to come find me. I'll be waiting. All right, came his distant reply. With a long breath, Xiao Fan muttered to himself, Damn, that was close. No wonder Lu Ruyan treated me like a plaything before. Wiping his face, he reflected. Speaking of Lu Ruyan, he had arranged to bring her and her boyfriend over on the morning of the 5th day. He had even prepared several talent performances, genuinely looking forward to tomorrow. But first, business called. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Xiao Fan accessed the system interface and navigated to the prison shop. After scrolling through several pages, he finally found the item he desired, the Tier 1 lava trap, priced at 200 survival coins. The description read, generates a fixed 1-by-1 lava pool within a confined space. Lava will not overflow beyond trap boundaries. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up instantly. This was it. Without hesitation, he clicked to purchase. In the next moment, a metal frame about the size of a table materialized on the ground. Bending down, he examined it closely. The interior surged with molten red lava, yet miraculously. No heat radiated outward. Tentatively, he reached out to touch the edge of the trap. Burning hot, the exterior temperature remained normal, but the interior blistered with terrifying heat, forcing him to withdraw his fingers. Exactly the effect he wanted, Xiao Fan thought, thoroughly pleased with the lava trap. He then carried 2 devices to the spacious prison backyard, finding a secluded corner to place the trap. Once set down, it activated automatically. Circling the trap, Xiao Fan marveled at this seemingly advanced technology. Unfortunately, its effective range was minuscule, and its conspicuous appearance made it easily recognizable. While effective against mindless zombies, any creature with intelligence would surely avoid it. Now came the crucial test. Drawing his alloy-long knife, Xiao Fan exited the prison gates. Soon, he returned with a zombie missing both arms. Placing it near the lava trap, unteeing the sack, the zombie tumbled out and, upon seeing a human figure directly ahead, charged without hesitation. But in the next instant, with a splash, it fell into the lava trap. Remarkably, the lava did not splash or overflow. The zombie, bewildered, began to melt visibly before their eyes. Within 10 seconds, nothing remained but a puddle. As the zombie perished, a resource card dropped nearby. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded. Ding! Killed a Tier 1 zombie. Earned 1 survival coin. Bending to retrieve the card, Xiao Fan's grin was unstoppable. Hell yes, this really works, he exclaimed excitedly. A fully automatic cash machine. No more hassle disposing of corpses, just toss them in. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He retrieved the first-tier monster's spawning device and placed it beside the lava pit. A system notification promptly appeared. Would you like to spend 300 survival coins to activate this device? Without hesitation, Xiao Fan confirmed the activation. Current remaining survival coins, 1992. A zombie materialized before the device. As this creature was newly generated, its feet had yet to touch the ground when it suddenly plummeted. With a splash, it fell directly into the lava pit, which instantly engulfed it. 10 seconds later, the zombie dissipated into black smoke and a white resource card ejected. Ding! You have slain a first-tier zombie, earning 1 survival coin. Xiao Fan stood in place, watching this scene unfold with growing delight, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Perfect. A flawless loop. The monster spawning device generated a zombie every minute, which would swiftly meet its demise in the lava pit, subsequently yielding resource cards and survival coins. This was nothing short of a perpetual money-making machine. Xiao Fan gazed at the white resource card in his hand, his eyes shimmering with excitement. With 440 minutes in a day, this meant that 440 zombies would perish daily, translating to a daily yield of 440 survival coins and resource cards from a single device, with a mere cost of 300 survival coins. Though exhilarated, Xiao Fan remained vigilant, continuing to monitor the device's operation. A minute later, yet another zombie appeared, only to instantly plunge into the lava pit. Perfect. Xiao Fan grinned widely. What could this be called? Ascending to the heavens with 1 foot on the left and the other on the right. Chapter 26, Prison Upgrade. After 2 intense battles yesterday, Xiao Fan returned to his bedroom, embracing Bai Ningbing as he fell asleep. Upon awakening, the sun had already risen. Xiao Fan opened his eyes, stretching lazily, only to find that Bai Ningbing was no longer by his side. She must have gone to work. This woman is quite conscientious, Xiao Fan mused with satisfaction. Ever since their last encounter, coupled with the fact that he had recently been cycling with Bai Ningbing, she had become much more obedient. Just as Xiao Fan was lost in thought, the system notification chimed. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Tonight at 1800 hours, zombies will launch an assault on all players' safe houses. Duration of the assault, 3 hours. Players are advised to prepare their defenses. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. The 5-day novice protection period had finally concluded, signaling the game's transition into its formal phase. He opened the system interface to review the current information. Current number of prisoners, 54, 14 females, 40 males. Daily earnings, 680 survival coins. Current balance, 152 survival coins. Observing his burgeoning coffers, Xiao Fan felt quite pleased. The monster's spawning device had been operational throughout the night. For a total of 8 hours. Although he was asleep, the device was not idle. By morning, it had generated nearly 500 survival coins in profit. After freshening up, Xiao Fan made his way to the prison hall. He resolved to upgrade the prison, as the current cells were somewhat cramped. Expanding his prison's capacity was essential. System. Upgrade the prison. Would you like to spend 2,000 survival coins to upgrade the Doomsday prison to level 2? Confirmed. As soon as he voiced this, the entire prison began to tremble slightly, the floors extending gradually, and the walls expanding, the overall area visibly enlarging. The ordinary cell capacity on the first floor increased from 40 to 100, while the outer walls of the prison grew more robust. Upgrade successful. Doomsday Prison, Level 2. Warden, Xiao Fan. Durability, 1500. Main Gate, Ordinary Iron Gate, Level 2. Installed devices, gravity sensors, spike traps, automated crossbows. Next upgrade requirement, 3,000 survival coins. I got the upgrade requirement, and 000 survival coins. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. The durability had doubled, significantly enhancing the defense. At that moment, a new system notification appeared. Ding! The prison has been upgraded to Level 2, unlocking the shop upgrade feature. Prison Shop, Level 1. Upgrade requirement, 1,000 survival coins. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. The shop could be upgraded? He had previously thought it was fixed, unaware of this hidden feature. Without hesitation, he upgraded the shop, spending 1,000 survival coins. Shop upgrade successful. Prison Shop, Level 2. Unlocks the discounted goods section. 3 discounted items refresh daily at 0,000. Discounted items are special tools not sold in the store. Xiao Fan immediately accessed the shop interface. Indeed, a golden discounted goods section had appeared. He clicked to view it. In the next moment, 3 items came into view. Browning M2 HB Heavy Machine Gun. Discounted price, 10,000 survival coins. Description, a classic World War II heavy machine gun. With a firing rate of 450 to 600 rounds per minute and an effective range of 1,830 meters, capable of providing firepower suppression over a wide area. Theta 3 Stardust Exoskeleton. Discounted price, 100,000 survival coins. Description, cosmic-grade exoskeleton armor that exponentially enhances the user's strength, speed, and defense, allowing for brief flight capabilities. With a battery life of 100 hours. 100 boxes of Huazi cigarettes. Discounted price, 10 survival coins. Description, enjoy a Huazi. Xiao Fan gazed at the first 2 items, his eyes widening. A heavy machine gun. An exoskeleton armor. What extraordinary equipment. With a heavy machine gun, not even the ordinary zombies would stand a chance. Even during a massive zombie tide like yesterday's, one person with a gun could hold the line. And that exoskeleton armor was utterly outrageous, cosmic grade with flight capabilities. These descriptors said it all. Alas, the price was exorbitant. At this stage, he could only dream. Regrettably, Xiao Fan glanced at his balance. Current remaining, 152 survival coins. He had just spent 2,000 on the prison upgrade and another 1,000 on the shop upgrade, leaving him with only 152 survival coins. The cigarettes weren't bad either. A box contained approximately 50 packs, meaning 100 boxes equated to 5,000 packs of cigarettes. He could potentially exchange this resource for the daily survival coins remaining from the prisoners. Closing the shop interface, Xiao Fan exited the hall and headed to the backyard to check on the operation of the monster spawning device. The ground beside the device was already piled high with a multitude of white resource cards, and unexpectedly, one green resource card had also dropped. Xiao Fan bent down to pick up the green card and opened it. Congratulations! You have obtained Cement X2. Description, number 42 cement mixed with pasta is quite delicious. What on earth is this? Nonetheless, cement is indeed a valuable resource, albeit in small quantity. He decided to set it aside for now. After wrapping up these tasks, Xiao Fan, feeling a bit bored, opened his phone, only to find the class group eerily quiet, as the majority of his classmates had already found refuge in his prison. However, the school forum was abuzz with activity. Xiao Fan casually browsed through a few posts. Xiao, last night's zombie tide event. Brothers, zombies are going to attack the city tonight. What should we do? Urgently waiting for responses. Seeking shelter from a big shot. I have supplies to trade for refuge. Damn it, my safe house is just a tent. It definitely won't hold up tonight. The forum echoed with lamentations, as most students were fretting over the impending zombie siege. A subtle smile graced Xiao Fan's lips. They were, of course, oblivious to the fact that the zombie tide from the previous night had erupted solely due to his mission. Nonetheless, such details were inconsequential. Xiao Fan continued to scroll down. Suddenly, a post of scorching popularity seized his attention. Shocking. The life of the great Xiao Fan's safe house exposed. Poster, I attended the team building event organized by the great Xiao Fan last night, and I'm now sharing the photos with everyone. Several images accompanied the post, depicting the prison hall scene, where a long table overflowed with a variety of delectable dishes. Barbecued meats, fried chicken, beer, and fruits adorned the table, even embellished with an array of snacks. This spectacle detonated like a depth charge within the forum, igniting a flurry of comments below the post. What the hell? Is this a safe house? How can you eat so lavishly? I'm envious. All I can manage daily are compressed biscuits, and I barely get to eat, as the outside zombies are utterly terrifying. Does the Great One still accept newcomers? I wish to join you. I am Lu Rian. Brother Xiao Fan loves me the most. Once I get into a safe house, I'll bring all of you in. Really? Thank you, Sister Rian. Me too. I am willing to pay any price. Upon reading Lu Rian's comment, Xiao Fan's heart swelled with joy, making him feel quite astute for recently upgrading the prison. In the following 2 days, the prison would undoubtedly experience a surge, as numerous students opted to seek refuge within its walls. After all, tonight's zombie siege posed a formidable challenge for most. Xiao Fan continued to scroll. He soon encountered several analytical posts. Rational analysis. The intensity of tonight's zombie siege. Poster. According to system prompts, this siege should still be within the novice protection period, so the intensity won't be too high. Only first-tier ordinary zombies are expected, with numbers ranging between 1, 0, 50. If the safe house possesses a level 1 iron door with durability around 200, it should barely withstand the onslaught. If it's a wooden door or a tent, immediate upgrades are advised. Otherwise, death is inevitable. Additionally, upgrading to a level 2 iron door costs roughly 500 survival coins. I suggest everyone prepare promptly. After reading this analytical post, Xiao Fan felt a renewed sense of assurance. Indeed, it aligned closely with his predictions. The intensity of a novice-level zombie siege would not pose a significant threat. Not to mention, even if that peculiar BOSS from yesterday appeared, he was confident in his ability to handle it. Xiao Fan closed his phone. After perusing the forum for a while, he found little of interest. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had assigned a study task to Tang Zinni yesterday and wondered how far along she was. A day without cycling left him feeling rather restless. Chapter 27. Internal Trading Regulations. Xiao Fan contemplated a pressing issue. The male prisoners, who ventured out daily to hunt zombies and scavenge for supplies, were bound by the previously established rule of surrendering half of their resource cards while retaining the other half for themselves. While this policy indeed stimulated the prisoners' enthusiasm, it simultaneously implied that a significant quantity of resource cards was accumulating in their hands. Previously, Xiao Fan had regarded these white resource cards as somewhat inconsequential. However, after acquiring the fusion device, he began to contemplate seizing the other half of the resource cards held by the prisoners. Gazing at the 100 boxes of Hua Zi cigarettes at his feet, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. In the logistics office, which had once been a records room within the experimental building, the space had been repurposed into a temporary logistics management center after the system binding. Wang Xian was seated at a desk, diligently organizing the list of fused resource cards. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up, and a flicker of joy illuminated her face upon seeing Xiao Fan. Brother Fan, she exclaimed, quickly rising and bowing respectfully. Please, take a seat, Xiao Fan gestured, pushing a cart toward her. Take a look at these. Wang Xian gazed at the images in his hand, her eyes widening in astonishment as she recognized the items depicted. What? So many items. What is this? 100 boxes of Hua Zi, 50 boxes of ham sausages. Xiao Fan replied nonchalantly. Next. You have a task to undertake. Brother Fan, please instruct me. Wang Xian immediately shifted into work mode. Xiao Fan said opposite her, tapping his fingers on the desk. I intend to establish a currency trading system within the base. A currency trading system? Wang Xian blinked in surprise. Indeed. Xiao Fan responded slowly. Currently, prisoners venture out to hunt, surrendering half of their resource cards while retaining the other half. This policy has indeed motivated them. But the issue remains that they possess resource cards without a means to spend them. Even if they use them, the resources obtainable from the white resource cards are limited, with a significant chance of acquiring items they do not need. Wang Xian nodded thoughtfully. Therefore, I want you to set up an internal shop within the base. Xiao Fan continued, where prisoners can exchange their resource cards for necessary supplies such as cigarettes, ham sausages, and drinking water. The trading currency will solely accept resource cards, rejecting any other forms of exchange. Wang Xian's eyes lit up as she instantly grasped Xiao Fan's intentions. Brother Fan, you aim to reclaim the resource cards from the prisoners through trading? Clever. Xiao Fan praised her with an approving glance. The initial rule allowing prisoners to retain half of their resource cards was to stimulate their enthusiasm. However, now we shall reclaim these resource cards through an internal trading mechanism, ensuring they willingly relinquish them. Wang Xian took a deep breath, fully comprehending Xiao Fan's plan. This was not a forced collection, but a market-driven approach, offering prisoners the items they genuinely needed in exchange for the resource cards. But Brother Fan, what will we use to exchange? Wang Xian inquired. If the exchange rate is not suitable, the prisoners won't be willing to trade. Xiao Fan smiled mysteriously, pointing to the items on the card. We shall use these, huazi, ham sausages, and water. Wang Xian was taken aback. Water? Indeed. Xiao Fan leaned back in his chair. Currently, I have only provided the water supply system to my office area and those 4 female dormitories. The rest, including the male prisoners, are still relying on bottled water scavenged from the outside. And bottled water has become a hard currency in this apocalypse. Wang Xian gasped. She suddenly realized that since arriving at Xiao Fan's prison, she had never worried about food or drink. She had no idea how he managed to procure such resources. This is an absolute advantage. I understand now. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Fan, should I immediately announce this to the prisoners? Not yet. Xiao Fan waved his hand. Let us first discuss the exchange rate. Wang Xian picked up a pen, attentively watching him. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment before articulating. The exchange rate must be set at over 3 times what they could obtain from their own resource cards. 3 times? Wang Xian was taken aback. In that case, wouldn't we be at a loss? Not at all, Xiao Fan asserted confidently. You need not worry about the resources. The aim is to ensure the prisoners feel they are gaining immensely, which will motivate them to part with their resource cards. Moreover, the resource cards are probabilistic. What they acquire may not be what they truly need. However, in our internal shop, they can directly exchange for the items they desire. A pack of ordinary cigarettes might require them to use a dozen white resource cards to have a chance of obtaining it. But here, they only need 2 white resource cards for a guaranteed exchange. Wang Xian's understanding deepened. Furthermore, Xiao Fan continued, the water and ham sausages we provide are a stable supply that they cannot scavenge for outside. In this apocalyptic world, a steady source of food and water is worth far more than the material cards themselves. Wang Xian was utterly convinced. This was not merely a transaction. It was evidently a meticulously orchestrated harvest. Xiao Fan utilized what the prisoners truly needed, seemingly offering them at a loss, to gradually reclaim the material cards they held. The prisoners not only refrained from resistance, but rather expressed gratitude for the existence of this internal store. Brother Fan, please establish a specific exchange rate, Wang Xian said as she picked up a pen, ready to record. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Fan suggested a reasonable pricing. 1 white material card could be exchanged for 1 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water or 1 pack of ham. 2 cards could yield a pack of cigarettes, and 3 cards could grant a chance for a shower. Additionally, our store's resources will be replenished regularly. Any surplus resources should be placed in the store for sale. Finally, if any prisoner produces a high-grade material card, green, blue, or even purple, they will receive a commendation and a satisfactory reward from me. Wang Xian swiftly noted everything down, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Remember, Xiao Fan emphasized, if a prisoner redeems multiple material cards at once, we can offer additional benefits in exchange. Only by allowing them to taste sweetness will they be more motivated to scavenge for resources outside. Wang Xian nodded earnestly. I understand, Brother Fan. I will notify the prisoners immediately. Go ahead, Xiao Fan waved his hand. Oh, and the store will be established here, and you will be responsible for its management. Daily transaction records must be meticulously documented. I need to keep track of the flow of material cards in the prisoner's possession. Yes. Wang Xian promptly opened her phone, organizing what Xiao Fan had just shared into a comprehensive version before broadcasting it in the prisoner's group chat. No way. Is this for real? We can exchange material cards for cigarettes? Drinking water. I happen to have a few white material cards. This exchange rate is truly generous. I've opened almost 10 material cards and only got a bottle of water. I'm about to die of thirst. I have to go redeem some cigarettes. My craving is kicking in. I'm heading out now. Wang Xian watched the enthusiastic discussions unfold in the chat, a smile creeping onto her lips as she realized this plan had already succeeded halfway. For the prisoners, this was a guaranteed win situation. Ordinary prisoners like them could only procure enough food resources in the prison to barely sustain themselves. Want more? Then venture outside to hunt for material cards. Is your luck too poor? Simply bring your material cards to me for exchange. As this model was just being implemented, Xiao Fan did not expect a significant influx of material cards, as the prison's management relied heavily on many positive systems to function. It couldn't be that men resorted to violence, while women relied on cunning. After Wang Xian finalized the comprehensive regulations, Xiao Fan felt at ease to leave and headed towards Tang Xinyi's dormitory. Tang Xinyi's dorm was located at the far end of the female section. When Xiao Fan pushed the door open, he found Tang Xinyi lying on her bed, engrossed in her phone. Upon hearing the door open, she instinctively turned her head and was startled to see Xiao Fan standing in the doorway, nearly dropping her phone in fright. Brother Fan? Tang Xinyi hurriedly sat up, her face flushed crimson. Xiao Fan closed the door and leisurely approached the bed, sitting beside her. What are you looking at? And nothing, Tang Xinyi stammered, hastily hiding her phone behind her. Xiao Fan did not press further. Instead, he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Oh! Tang Xinyi exclaimed as she tumbled into Xiao Fan's arms, her complexion instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. Brother Fan, the door isn't closed yet, she whispered, her voice trembling, her body stiff with apprehension. Xiao Fan chuckled teasingly. Then you should go close it. Only then did Tang Xinyi realize. Hastily wriggling free from Xiao Fan's embrace, stumbling towards the door to shut it. Perhaps too flustered, she lost her footing and bumped against the door, making a dull thud. Ouch! Tang Xinyi clutched her forehead, tears nearly spilling from the pain. Xiao Fan couldn't help but laugh at her clumsiness. Silly girl, come here. Dan si ni, balusing fai soli. Slowly returned to the bedside, avoiding Xiao Fan's gaze. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her back into his embrace. This time, Tang Xinyi did not resist. She merely lowered her head, her breathing becoming rapid with nervousness. Did you study the lessons I assigned you yesterday? Xiao Fan whispered in her ear. Tang Xinyi's body stiffened noticeably, her face reddening further. Aye, she mumbled, unable to articulate a coherent response. Xiao Fan sighed. Forget it. It seems you can't learn. Brother Fan, Tang Xinyi gasped in alarm. Shoo. Tang Xinyi curled up in Xiao Fan's embrace like a small cat, remaining utterly still, her cheeks stained with tear tracks. At that moment, her vulnerability stirred a protective instinct within Xiao Fan. It had been a long time since he felt such a rush of emotion. Xiao Fan. Tang Xinyi gazed deeply into his eyes. Will you ever abandon me? Xiao Fan's heart fluttered. He gently kissed her forehead. Don't think such things. How could I ever abandon you? Really? Of course, Xiao Fan replied earnestly. You are so obedient and kind. How could I bear to abandon you? Tang Xinyi beamed with happiness. She wanted little more than to have Xiao Fan by her side. Just then his phone vibrated. Xiao Fan picked it up and saw a message from Li Ming. Upon opening it, his brow furrowed instantly. Chapter 28. No chance of victory? Xiao Fan's pupils constricted sharply. On the phone screen, Li Ming's message contained only a brief line, yet it filled him with intense anger. Boss! Zhang Hao was captured by another organization on campus while leading an exploration. They demand you negotiate in person. What? Xiao Fan sprang upright from the bed, startling Tang Xinyi beside him with his sudden movement. Just as she was about to inquire, she caught sight of the ominous expression on Xiao Fan's face. You should rest. I have some matters to attend to, Xiao Fan said, his voice low and laced with evident fury. Tang Xinyi wisely refrained from pressing further. After Xiao Fan dressed quickly, he strode out the door. Damn it! Zhang Hao was one of his most capable subordinates, and this exploration was conducted under his orders. How could he have been captured? Wasn't he this a slap in Xiao Fan's face? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm. He activated his walkie-talkie, his voice cold as steel. Li Ming, Ji Wengsuan, Mao Juping, gather all combat-ready brothers immediately, fully armed, and depart in half an hour. 3 nearly simultaneous responses echoed through the walkie-talkie. Yes, boss. Half an hour later, at the prison gate, Li Ming, Ji Wengsuan, and Mao Juping stood at the forefront of the group. Upon seeing Xiao Fan emerge, they called out loudly, Boss, we're ready to go. Without further ado, Xiao Fan strode ahead, leading the way. The procession departed the prison en masse, heading toward the center of the school. Along the way, Xiao Fan coldly inquired, Li Ming, what is the background of the opposing party? Li Ming hurried to catch up, reporting rapidly, Boss, their leader is Tan Yunhao, the president of our department's student council. His group comprises nearly 100 members and appears to be a newly formed faction. 100 people? Xiao Fan's brow furrowed deeply. How can they sustain such a large group? This question was indeed critical. The apocalypse had only erupted a few days prior, and resources were in dire scarcity. Ordinary players could barely support themselves. What right did Tan Yunhao have to support a force of nearly 100? They had evidently conducted thorough investigations. Boss. Their safe house is located within the student union building, right above a large supermarket. It is said that Tan Yunhao seized that supermarket on the first day of the apocalypse, and the supplies within are sufficient to sustain them for quite some time. Understanding the situation, a glint of coldness flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. A supermarket, resources, and a formidable team of nearly 100 individuals. This Tan Yunhao indeed possesses some cunning. But so what? Anyone daring to provoke him, Xiao Fan, must be prepared to face the consequences. 10 minutes later, at the student union building, a few guards armed with steel pipes and machetes stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Xiao Fan and his imposing group approach, they instinctively gripped their weapons tighter in vigilance. Who goes there? The leading guard demanded loudly. Xiao Fan, he replied icily. Your boss should be expecting me. The guards exchanged apprehensive glances, and one of them hurriedly dashed into the building to report. Within a minute, he returned, his demeanor noticeably more respectful. Brother Tan has requested that Boss Xiao proceed to the conference room on the 3rd floor. Xiao Fan offered no reply and strode directly into the building. In the conference room on the 3rd floor, the moment he pushed the door open, Xiao Fan was met with a sight that ignited his fury. Zhang Hao and his 13 subordinates were all bound and kneeling on the floor, their mouths gagged with rags. Their faces bruised. Zhang Hao's right eye was swollen to an alarming size, a clear indication of the punishment he had endured. Upon noticing Xiao Fan's entrance, a flicker of excitement and guilt crossed Zhang Hao's eyes. He struggled to speak, but could only emit muffled sounds. Xiao Fan's gaze instantly turned frigid, a fierce intent to kill coalescing within him. He slowly surveyed the entire conference room. The space was expansive, capable of accommodating over 100 people. At present, it was filled with armed youths, numbering at least 70 or 80. Their equipment was evidently far superior to that of Xiao Fan's group, all brandishing steel pipes and machetes. In stark contrast, most of Xiao Fan's members wielded mere clubs, with only a select few possessing more lethal weaponry. At the head of the room, a young man clad in a black leather jacket sat leisurely, toying with a butterfly knife. Dan Junao. Xiao Fan recognized him as the student union president. A third-year student rumored to come from a wealthy background, known to wield considerable influence within the school. At this moment, a bemused smile adorned Tan Yunhao's face as he regarded Xiao Fan with the eyes of a predator surveying its prey. Xiao Fan, I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. He drawled lazily, his tone laced with the arrogance of someone in power. I never anticipated our department would harbor such a formidable figure. I must admit, I misjudged you. Xiao Fan remained silent, his expression unyielding as he coldly declared, Release my people. All eyes in the conference room involuntarily turned towards Tan Yunhao. With a light laugh, he shook his head. That simply won't do, Boss Xiao. Your men ventured near my territory to hunt monsters, resulting in significant losses of my valuable resources. You must compensate for this loss. Compensate? A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Fan's lips. He chose not to respond further, standing still in silence. Yet, this very silence thickened the tension in the air. The 70 or 80 subordinates behind Tan Yunhao raised their weapons in unison, adopting a combative stance. Li Ming, Yi Vengxuan, and Mao Zhu-ping instantly positioned themselves in front of Xiao Fan, while the 20-odd captives behind them tightened their grips on their weapons. Despite being outnumbered, despite their inferior equipment, and despite the flicker of fear deep within, none of them retreated. Li Ming gritted his teeth, whispering urgently to Xiao Fan, Boss, if it comes to it, we should fight back. Ji Wangsuan and Mao Zhu-ping nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with resolve. Xiao Fan did not reply. He was rapidly weighing the pros and cons. The opposing group consisted of 70 to 80 well-equipped individuals, armed with steel pipes and machetes, which held a decisive advantage in close combat. In contrast, his own side had only a little over 20 members, and their weaponry was woefully inadequate. If a fight broke out, they would undoubtedly suffer severe losses. Nonetheless, Xiao Fan's eyes swept over the crowd opposite them, calculating silently. These captives were his foundation, his capital. If he suffered significant losses here, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Impulsiveness was not an option. He needed to strategize before taking action. As Xiao Fan contemplated his course of action, Tan Yunhao spoke again, his voice dripping with a patronizing superiority. Here, as the deal, Boss Xiao, I am not unreasonable. I offer you two choices. He raised two fingers, gesturing with them. First, bring your brothers to join us. I can make you my second in command, a position just beneath mine. Together, we can dominate this campus. Second, you can exchange supplies for your men. 1 box of supplies for 1 person. With 14 captives. That amounts to 14 boxes of supplies. Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? As soon as Tan Yunhao finished, Li Ming exploded. Are you out of your mind? He shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Tan Yunhao. Zhang Hao and the others merely killed a few zombies nearby, and you captured them. And now you want a box of supplies for each? Why don't you go rob someone instead? Tan Yunhao's smile broadened, and he stood up, leaning over the table, looking down at Xiao Fan and his group from superior height. Rob? In this apocalypse, might makes right. Isn't that the truth? As soon as his words fell, the surrounding subordinates erupted in laughter, banging their weapons in a show of intimidation. Some even whistled, casting provocative glances at Xiao Fan's group. See that? This is the disparity in strength, Tan Yunhao remarked with amusement. You're barely 20, while I have over 100 brothers. If it comes to blows, who do you think will prevail? He sauntered leisurely toward Xiao Fan, towering over him at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Lowering his head, he scrutinized Xiao Fan with an appraising gaze. Xiao Fan, I've heard you've been doing quite well in prison, with a few men at your disposal. But what does that matter? In the face of absolute power, everything else is meaningless. Those who recognize the situation are wise. If you agree to join me, I guarantee you a life of luxury. But if you refuse... He paused, his smile turning ever more sinister. Then don't blame me for being unkind. The surrounding subordinates once again issued threatening clinks with their weapons, the atmosphere escalating to a breaking point. Li Ming, Ji Wangsuan, and Mao Zhu-ping stood ready to strike at a moment's notice, while the 20-odd captives gripped their weapons tightly, waiting for Xiao Fan's command. Xiao Fan remained silent, his frigid gaze locked on Tan Yunhao, as if he were staring down a corpse. Tan Yunhao felt a twinge of discomfort under that gaze, stepping back slightly. He waved a hand at his men back off. Can't you see their boss hasn't spoken yet? The subordinates obediently retreated somewhat, though they continued to glare menacingly at Xiao Fan and his group. Tan Yunhao returned to his seat, crossing his legs with a casual air. Xiao Fan, tell me your choice. Will you join me? Or will you trade supplies for your men? Of course, if you wish to do neither. His smile twisted into a more menacing grin. I wouldn't mind letting your brothers remain here indefinitely. The air in the conference room was thick with tension, as if it could snap at any moment, with everyone waiting for Xiao Fan's response. Li Ming and the others anxiously watched him, knowing from their understanding of Xiao Fan that he was not one to back down easily. A conflict was inevitable. However, given the overwhelming numbers and superior equipment of the opposition, their chances of victory appeared grim. What are you dawdling for? Our boss is asking you a question. A tall man emerged from behind Tan Yunhao, advancing menacingly toward Xiao Fan. He advanced step by step toward Xiao Fan, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Kid, you'd better agree to our boss's terms quickly. Otherwise, before he could finish his threat, Xiao Fan calmly retrieved a menacing weapon from behind him. Gripping the gun with both hands, he pulled back the bolt, the sound of a bullet being chambered echoing ominously. This Mossberg 500 shotgun was a treasure Xiao Fan had obtained from Wang Xian using a purple premium resource card just before his departure. He had instructed Wang Xian the day prior to merge all resource cards acquired through the zombie generation device and daily prisoner submissions. Fortune smiled upon him, as 800 white resource cards, after multiple rounds of fusion, ultimately resulted in this purple card. The moment he unveiled the shotgun, Xiao Fan knew success was within reach. Otherwise, he would not have risked venturing out to rescue Zhang Hao. The tall man's smile froze on his face, instinctively halting his advance. However, Tan Yunhao sneered from behind. What are you trying to do? You think a worthless gun can intimidate us? The tall man gritted his teeth and took another step forward. I don't believe it. Boom! The deafening gunfire erupted in the conference room. In the next instant, the towering man was obliterated by the shotgun's immense power, reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. Blood, entrails, and fragments of bone splattered everywhere, leaving only half a body at his feet. A retching sound emerged from the crowd. A person who had been vibrantly alive moments ago was now utterly unrecognizable. Before Tan Yunhao could comprehend the situation, a chunk of flesh struck his face. He killed someone. Run. The crowd erupted into chaos, panic-stricken by the horrific scene. After all, they were merely students, unaccustomed to such bloody terror. Some turned to flee. Others collapsed to the ground, while others screamed in panic. Xiao Fan, expressionless, pulled the bolt of the shotgun once more, aiming it at the frenzied crowd. Bang! Another shot rang out. A male student attempting to escape was blasted in the chest, his body hurled backward, crashing to the ground, convulsing twice before falling still. Everyone stay down. Xiao Fan's voice was icily calm. Don't move, or I'll shoot. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out. 2 students who failed to halt in time collapsed, blood pooling beneath them. At this point, no one dared to move. These pampered university students had never faced such a spectacle. In their minds, While the apocalyptic game was brutal, they believed everyone still adhered to civility and reason. Yet this man before them acted with utter disregard for norms. He killed without hesitation, not so much as blinking. "Get down! All of you get down!" Xiao Fan shouted again, his gun sweeping over the crowd. Thud thud. One after another, they all knelt, hands over their heads. Tan Yunhao's so-called confidants were now pale with fear, their previous arrogance evaporated. Before long, everyone on the scene was crouched on the ground, including Tan Yunhao himself. Xiao Fan looked down upon this ragtag group with a smirk of derision, a bunch of rabble. He slowly approached Tan Yunhao, each step splashing through the pool of blood, the sound echoing ominously. Faced with the specter of death, Tan Yunhao trembled uncontrollably, his earlier bravado having performed a complete 180. Xiao Fan stood before him, tapping the butt of the gun against his head. "Chairman Tan, I didn't quite catch those two conditions you mentioned earlier. Care to repeat them?" Tan Yunhao's lips quivered, utterly at a loss for words. Regret coursed through him. Had he known this man was so ruthless, armed, and dangerous, he would never have provoked him. The notions of negotiating terms and equality were mere jokes in the face of absolute power. Seeing Tan Yunhao's cowardice, Xiao Fan found it somewhat tedious. He signaled Li Ming, who promptly understood and hurried toward Zhang Hao. The prisoners bound by Tan Yunhao stared in shock at the unfolding events, finally snapping back to reality as Li Ming released their bindings. "Boss," Zhang Hao, upon regaining his freedom, fell to his knees before Xiao Fan. "I'm incompetent. I cause you worry. Get up." Xiao Fan waved his hand, his gaze returning to Tan Yunhao. Observing Tan Yunhao's surrender, he felt little amusement left. He had initially intended to toy with this so-called student council president, but appeared unnecessary now. "I shall also offer you two choices." Xiao Fan pointed the gun at Tan Yunhao's forehead. "Join us, along with his 100-plus crowd." He gestured towards the remains on the ground, or end up like that. Upon realizing he could avoid death, Tan Yunhao grasped the opportunity desperately, thumping his chest as he proclaimed, "I am willing. I pledge allegiance to Boss Xiao. From this day forth, my life belongs to you." He was calculating, after all. As the student council president with over 100 followers, joining Xiao Fan's ranks would ensure his own status remained high. Perhaps he could even become a deputy of sorts. As long as he survived, there would be ample opportunities in the future. Having come to this conclusion, Tan Yunhao became eager and proactive. He rose from the ground and turned to the kneeling students, shouting, "Listen up. From now on, we are under Boss Xiao's command. Anyone who disobeys will have to contend with me." Tan Yunhao. The students exchanged glances, too frightened to voice dissent. The corpses of those who had been shot lay motionless on the ground. At such a critical moment, who would dare to protest? "Very well," Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. "Everyone, heed my words. We're going to retrieve the supplies from the supermarket. Each person should fill their backpacks with as much as they can carry." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison, fearful that any delay might lead to their demise. Under Li Ming's direction, over 150 individuals began to systematically enter the supermarket to gather supplies. This supermarket was vast, the largest commercial store near the school, with shelves overflowing with food, drinking water, and daily necessities. Despite having been raided multiple times since the outbreak, due to its size, numerous supplies remained. Even with the efforts of 150 people, they managed to transport only about half of what was available. There is no choice. "We'll have to make 2 trips, Xiao Fan told Li Ming. "Take the first group back to settle in, then return for the second batch." "Understood," Li Ming nodded. Soon, everyone had filled their backpacks, eagerly cramming items into them as if preparing for a move, desperate to take everything they could from the supermarket. Xiao Fan led the throng of over 150 people toward the prison. Along the way, a few disobedient individuals attempted to escape amidst the chaos. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and those individuals fell into pools of blood. The remaining crowd became even more subdued, no longer daring to entertain any rebellious thoughts. Half an hour later, the group arrived outside the prison. Upon seeing the imposing structure, everyone was rendered speechless in shock. "Where did this building come from? Why have I never noticed it before? It's enormous," they whispered among themselves, disbelief evident in their eyes. Xiao Fan ignored their astonishment and instructed Li Ming, "Go fetch the monitoring wristbands. Have everyone wear one." "Yes." Li Ming immediately led a team into the prison, soon emerging with a pile of black metal wristbands. These monitoring devices were control mechanisms inherent to the prison system. Once worn, the prisoners would be entirely under the system's control, their lives and deaths resting solely on Xiao Fan's whims. "Everyone line up and put on the wristbands." Li Ming shouted. "Anyone who dares to resist will be shot on the spot." Under the threat of the gun, no one dared to object. Tan Yunhao was the first to step forward, respectfully requesting Li Ming to place the monitoring bracelet upon his wrist. Next, one by one, Everyone donned the surveillance devices. Once the last individual had secured their bracelet, Xiao Fan finally felt the tension within him dissipate. Throughout this ordeal, he had harbored fears of a potential uprising among the students, yet he had overestimated their courage. With the monitoring bracelets now in place, they had become his prisoners, incapable of stirring any further unrest. "Enter," Xiao Fan commanded, opening the prison gates and allowing the group to line up and proceed inside, spreading them out as he feared they might trigger the weight sensors at the entrance. Beyond lay a series of spiked traps. One misstep could spell disaster for them. Xiao Fan positioned himself at the front, casting a cold gaze over the assembly. "Welcome to my prison. Here, I am the sole authority." He paused momentarily before continuing. "To ensure you grasp this reality, I have decided to impart a lesson." With that, he activated the control interface for the monitoring bracelets. "Tan Yunhao, along with your entire group, kneel." Tan Yunhao's face paled, yet he complied without hesitation. Witnessing this, the others promptly followed suit, bowing to the ground. A cold smile crept across Xiao Fan's lips as he surveyed the kneeling throng. "Now, let's experience the consequences of disobedience." He selected the electric shock punishment on the system panel, adjusting the intensity to a low setting, and without hesitation, pressed the confirmation button. A harsh buzzing filled the air. Over 100 individuals collapsed simultaneously, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Their screams echoed throughout the prison hall. Tan Yunhao felt as though countless needles were piercing his body, every nerve ablaze. He yearned to plead for mercy, but the electric shock rendered his throat numb, leaving him unable to form words, only able to emit incoherent sounds. The punishment persisted for a full 10 seconds. By this time, more than 100 had crumpled to the ground, some so feeble that they had lost control of their bladders, the stench rising from beneath them. "Remember this sensation," Xiao Fan observed from his elevated position. "This is the fate of those who disobey." He added, "Of course, as long as you conduct yourselves properly. I shall not treat you unjustly." Turning to Li Ming, he instructed, "Take them to their cells, mixing these 100 with our own. Males in the men's quarters, females in the women's. Provide each of them with dinner tonight, allowing them to rest well. Tomorrow, they shall begin their tasks." "Yes," Li Ming replied. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in belatedly. Current prisoner count, 204. Daily earnings, 2,200 survival coins. Detected high-quality females above S-level standards have been incarcerated. Unlocking infinite supplies. Chapter 30. With a mere beckoning of my hand, Xiao Fan commands obedience like a dog. Detected high-quality females above S-level standards have been incarcerated. Unlocking infinite supplies of cement. Xiao Fan stared at the notification on the system panel, momentarily taken aback. Cement? Just that morning, he had unlocked a bag of cement with a green supply card, and now he had access to unlimited resources of it. How serendipitous. While cement may not yield immediate results like food or weapons, it is indeed a valuable asset for long-term development. With an endless supply of cement, he could continuously fortify the prison's defenses and even expand its structures. For instance, cement could be utilized now, as the second-tier prison accommodations were designed for a capacity of 100, but Xiao Fan could easily construct additional dormitories using the cement. He stored away the system panel, redirecting his attention to the group of newly arrived prisoners. 122 individuals, among them 30 females. His gaze swept across the female prisoners, curious to discern which of them met the S-level standard that had unlocked the infinite resources. Most of the girls appeared ragged, their faces marked by fear and exhaustion. Surviving in the aftermath of the apocalypse for so long was no small feat, let alone maintaining any semblance of appearance. Yet, amidst them, one girl caught his eye. She stood at the back, tall and striking, her dirty clothes failing to conceal her exceptional presence. Her features were refined, her skin fair, and her eyes sparkled with clarity, standing out starkly among the grimy faces of her peers. Xiao Fan's gaze lingered on her as the system panel automatically displayed her information. Li Qianqian. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Score, 88. Evaluation, S. Observing Li Qianqian's condition, she appeared surprisingly well. In this desolate world, few females managed to maintain such a state. Either she had been fortunate enough to evade danger, or someone had been protecting her. Judging by the earlier circumstances of Tan Yunhao and his group, it was clear it was the latter. Xiao Fan Li Qianqian. With each step, the surrounding prisoners instinctively parted, wary of obstructing his path. The recent display of brutality lingered in their minds, and none dared provoke him. However, midway through his approach, a figure suddenly surged from the crowd, Tan Yunhao. He staggered to his feet, positioning himself in front of Li Qianqian. Despite having just been electrocuted into spasms, he now strained to stand, arms outstretched, blocking Xiao Fan's way. "Brother Xiao," Tan Yunhao's voice trembled with desperation. You can do as you wish with the others, but please, leave her be. With that, he collapsed to his knees, his forehead striking the cold ground heavily. I beg you, I can offer you anything. My life is yours, just spare her. Xiao Fan was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. How could Tan Yunhao, who had just been rendered nearly unconscious, muster the strength to rise and confront him? What kind of obsession drove him to such a near-suicidal act? Xiao Fan halted, his expression one of perplexity as he regarded Tan Yunhao, who was kneeling before him. He had merely intended to ask a question. How had he become perceived as someone who could not resist the allure of a woman? You're overthinking it, Xiao Fan replied coldly. I merely wish to inquire about her. Tan Yunhao lifted his gaze, eyes filled with disbelief. Brother, I know Qianqian is beautiful, but please, spare her. I can. Zizi. The sharp crackle of electricity interrupted him once more. Xiao Fan, uninterested in his pleas, directly targeted him with the electric shock. Tan Yunhao's body convulsed violently. Foam escaping his mouth, his eyes rolling back. Within 3 seconds, he had succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Xiao Fan stepped over his body, continuing toward Li Qianqian. Upon reaching her, he found her gazing down at the sprawled Tan Yunhao with disdain. There was no trace of sympathy or sorrow in her eyes, only aversion and impatience. A flicker of amusement danced in Xiao Fan's eyes. Intriguing. You are Li Qianqian? He inquired. Indeed, she nodded, her voice icy. What did he mean by those words? Xiao Fan gestured toward the unconscious Tan Yunhao. Li Qianqian pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Xiao Fan did not press her further, turning instead to the group of student leaders and casually selecting one. You, step forward. The chosen individual, a tall boy wearing glasses, hesitated for a moment before eagerly stepping out from the crowd. Boss, how may I serve you? He asked respectfully. Explain the relationship between Li Qianqian and Tan Yunhao. Xiao Fan instructed coolly. Oh, that. The bespectacled young man instantly perked up, as if he had found an opportunity to showcase his insights. This matter was hardly a secret among us. It was essentially common knowledge. He adjusted his glasses and continued. Brother Tan has been pursuing Li Qianqian for 3 years during college, utterly infatuated with her. Every morning, he buys her breakfast, and every evening, he escorts her back to her dormitory. On her birthday, he presents her with flowers and gifts, demonstrating meticulous care. Yet, Li Qianqian has consistently rebuffed him, keeping him in suspense. Brother Tan is a romantic at heart, never giving up, often proclaiming that one day he will move her heart. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan formed an initial judgment, but couldn't resist asking, given that Tan Yunhao wields such power, why doesn't he resort to force to win Li Qianqian's affection? In this apocalypse, it would be a trivial matter for someone with influence to claim a woman. The bespectacled youth's expression turned peculiar at this remark. He explained, Brother Tan insists on pure love. He desires Li Qianqian to willingly fall for him. He has stated that using force would not equate to love, but rather possession. He wishes for her not to harbor hatred towards him. Hence he patiently awaits the day she might change her mind. Xiao Fan couldn't help but chuckle. After all this time, Tan Yunhao turned out to be a mere sycophant, and not just any sycophant, but the most abject kind, akin to his own self before the apocalypse. Turning to Li Qianqian, he inquired, if he treats you so well, why do you refuse him? Li Qianqian raised her head, her gaze calm and devoid of emotion. For words, succinct and direct, were her only response. Xiao Fan nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of this girl, a quintessential green tea type, relishing the sacrifices of others while offering no commitments in return. She kept her suitor dangling, ensuring he would willingly expend everything for her, while she could withdraw at any moment. A twinge of pity stirred within him for Tan Yunhao. The saying rang true. A sycophant ends up with nothing. Fortunately, he was no longer in such a position. Suddenly, a name flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. Lu Ruyan. Prior to the outbreak, he had been utterly compliant with her wishes. Whatever she desired, designer handbags, cosmetics, dining in upscale restaurants, he would never refuse. Yet, Lu Ruyan was simultaneously indulging in flirtations with other men. The mere thought of it filled Xiao Fan with frustration. Right? Lu Ruyan mentioned she would come to see me today. I can ask her about the situation, he mused. Xiao Fan took out his phone and sent her a message. Ruyan, where are you? Within 10 seconds, she replied, Brother Xiao Fan, we just went out. But there's a zombie lingering at the entrance, and I'm so scared. So we went back. Xiao Fan squinted and continued. Isn't Wang Zion with you? Yes. But we're too scared to go out. Lu Ruyan's tone took on a coy quality. Brother Xiao Fan, can you come pick us up? I'm really so frightened. A cold smirk crept across Xiao Fan's face. It was merely a zombie. Couldn't 2 living individuals handle that? What a useless fellow Wang Zion was. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Xiao Fan was also curious to see the current state of the 2 of them. Where are you now? I'll come and pick you up, he replied. We're in classroom 301 of teaching building A. Brother Xiao Fan, please hurry. I'm really terrified. Xiao Fan put away his phone, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, in classroom 301 of teaching building A, Lu Rian set down her phone, exuding delight as she turned to Wang Zion. Zion, look, my sycophant has replied. He's coming to pick us up. At that moment, Lu Ruyan appeared disheveled, with a flush on her cheeks. Wang Zion also looked as if he had just finished exercising, leaning back in his chair, panting. Clearly, the two had engaged in some indecorous activities in that classroom. Upon hearing her words, Wang Zion displayed a hint of disdain. That pathetic sycophant, what use is he? Lu Ruyan retorted, don't underestimate him. He currently has an entire building as a safe house, and he seems to have some subordinates as well. Wang Zion expressed concern. What if he doesn't heed your commands? After all, he is quite formidable now. Lu Rian confidently replied, not at all. Before the apocalypse, he was entirely compliant with me. Whatever I asked, he was willing to do. I know him well. Just a beckon, and Xiao Fan behaves like a well-trained dog. Wang Zion pondered for a moment, conceding that Lu Ruyan had a point. He had heard of Xiao Fan's devotion to her, and was surprised that a sycophant would go to such lengths. However, he shifted the conversation. Once he arrives, you must cease any ambiguous interactions with him. You are my woman now, understand? Lu Ruyan laughed playfully and kissed Wang Zion on the cheek. Rest assured, my heart belongs only to you. That Xiao Fan is merely a tool. Once we reach his territory and he relinquishes his power, I'll make it clear to him and ensure he gives up hope. Given his efforts, we might as well spare his life. Wang Zion nodded in satisfaction, and the two exchanged knowing smiles before tidying their clothing and settling in the classroom to await Xiao Fan's arrival. Chapter 31. A Trap for the Guest. Xiao Fan stood in the prison hall, observing the more than 150 new inmates before him, his gaze calm as still water. These individuals had just faced life-and-death threats, most of them bowing their heads in fear, while a few others cast defiant glances around. Li Ming, Zhang, Oh. Xiao Fan called out calmly. The two stepped forward, boss. Disperse these male inmates and mix them with our own, he instructed. Do not allow them to cluster together. We must avoid any complications. Li Ming nodded in understanding. Got it, I'll arrange that. Zhang Hao echoed. I'll ensure they behave. Xiao Fan scanned the room and continued. I'm stepping out to handle some matters. You all should get to work and not dawdle. Be back by 5. There's a zombie siege at 6. Yes. The group replied in unison. Xiao Fan turned and headed toward his office, retrieving a long alloy knife and donning protective gear, even strapping a shotgun to his back before striding out of the prison. The thought of picking up Lu Ruyan and confronting the duo of Wang Zion and his mistress sent shivers of anticipation down his spine. It was going to be splendid. With the long knife in hand, Xiao Fan made his way to the address provided by Lu Ruyan. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the destination, classroom 301 of teaching building A. The corridor was eerily quiet, save for the howling wind gusting through shattered windows. As he gazed at the closed door of classroom 304, a smirk of derision flickered in his eyes. Initially, he contemplated kicking the door down, but reconsidered and gently rapped on the door instead. Using the softest tone possible, he called out, Rian, are you in there? That voice echoed memories of countless times he had waited outside female dormitories. Inside the classroom, Lu Ruyan was nestled in Wang Zion's embrace. Hearing the knock, her eyes brightened. Zion, that sycophant has arrived, she exclaimed, sitting up with excitement and adjusting her clothing. Let us go. We can finally leave this wretched place. Wang Zion wore a triumphant grin. It seems you were right. Just a little beckoning, and that useless Xiao Fan comes running. Of course. He has been my sycophant for 3 years, Lu Rian scoffed, stepping toward the door, taking a deep breath to compose herself. In the next moment, she swung open the door to reveal Xiao Fan, standing in the dimly lit corridor, a perfectly measured expression of concern adorning his features. Just as Lu Rian appeared, a system notification echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. Beep. A prisoner with an S-level score detected. Incarceration will yield an unlimited supply. Lu Ruyan. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Rating, 86 points. Evaluation, yes. Ruyan, are you alright? Xiao Fan inquired with a feigned tone of concern, his gaze sweeping between her and Wang Zion. I rushed over as soon as I received the news. Lu Ruyan and Wang Zion did not even spare him a glance, merely casting him a disdainful look. What are you staring at? Lu Ruyan said coldly. Let us go. You lead the way ahead and ensure our safety along the route. Wang Zion added bluntly. Did you hear that? Stop dawdling, hurry up. No problem. Xiao Fan replied with a smile, promptly taking the lead. As the trio reached the staircase, Lu Ruyan suddenly halted, as if recalling something. Oh right, Xiao Fan. She turned around and commanded, my roommates are nearby. Please pick them up along the way. Xiao Fan felt a stir of excitement within. He had a vivid impression of Lu Ruyan's roommates. In his pursuit of her affection, he had often treated those women to meals and gifts, meticulously remembering their birthdays and holidays. Yet, unbeknownst to him, they regarded him as a mere cash cow, mockingly dubbing him a spare tire. He still vividly remembered the mocking conversations he had overheard outside the women's restroom. However, at this moment, he felt a sense of balance. All right, Xiao Fan readily agreed, a glint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. The prospect of having more company was indeed appealing. After half an hour, they arrived at the female dormitory. Lu Ruyan had already informed her roommates en route, and now the 5 girls were eagerly waiting in the dormitory. Ruyan. As the door swung open, the 5 girls rushed out, surrounding Lu Ruyan with excited chatter. You finally made it. We thought we were going to suffocate. Those zombies outside are terrifying. After they exchanged hugs, their gazes fell upon Xiao Fan. One girl with a ponytail, Zhao Min, scrutinized him curiously and asked, Xiao Fan, I heard you're now in charge of a large safe house. Is that true? Xiao Fan nodded with a smile. Wow, is that for real? Exclaimed another girl with short hair, Lina, her eyes lighting up. You must be doing really well now. Xiao Fan, you better treat us well from now on. A girl with curly hair, Sun Qian, chimed in sweetly. We can help Ruyan and play matchmaker for you too. The other girls joined in, their laughter laced with clear intentions to ingratiate themselves. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed as she leaned against Wang Zion's shoulder, whispering, Stop teasing. I'm already Zion's woman. The air fell silent for a second. The girls glanced anxiously at Xiao Fan, fearing his anger. Yet, Xiao Fan maintained his harmless smile, as if he had heard nothing. Seeing that he was not upset, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Min quickly attempted to smooth things over. Oh, Xiao Fan. Maybe Ruyan went for Zion because you weren't good enough to her before. Exactly, Lina echoed. If you treat us better from now on, Ruyan might reconsider. Indeed, women need to be pampered. Sun Qian chimed in with a grin. The other girls eagerly joined in, their banter creating a lively atmosphere. Xiao Fan silently watched their performance, maintaining his smile, as if witnessing a poorly executed comedy. Soon, the group of 9 arrived outside the prison. As the imposing structure came into view, the girls stood in awe. Oh my, is this the safe house? Zhao Ming gasped, her mouth agape. It's enormous. Lina exclaimed in disbelief. The stout concrete walls, towering watchtowers, and formidable iron gates instilled a profound sense of security. Lu Ruyan and Wang Zion exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with greed. Let's go, Xiao Fan said, pushing open the grand door. Welcome to my territory. As they entered the prison hall, a lean man approached, accompanied by 7 or 8 inmates. Boss, Ji Wengsuan greeted respectfully, his gaze flitting over Wang Zion. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, signaling him. Ji Wengsuan understood immediately and led his group toward Wang Zion. This brother, please follow me, Ji Wengsuan said with a friendly smile that did not quite reach his eyes. I'll arrange a room for you. Before Wang Zion could react, he was warmly ushered away by the inmates toward the cell block. Hey, wait. Wang Zion attempted to resist, but the grip of those men was like iron, firmly holding him in place. Soon, he vanished from view. Lu Ruyan's expression changed. Worry etched on her face. Do you think Wang Zion will be all right? Don't worry. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively, his smile gentle. They're just showing him to his quarters. It's perfectly fine. Really? Lu Ruyan still felt uneasy. Am I going to deceive you? Xiao Fan chuckled lightly. Perfect timing. I'll show you around here. The moment the prison door closed behind them, a system notification echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. Ding. S-level prisoner apprehended. 1. Unlimited resource unlocked. Gunpowder. Current prisoner count, 214. Daily earnings, 2420 survival coins. A slight smile curled at the corners of Xiao Fan's mouth. Gunpowder. Now, that was a valuable asset. An absolute fortress defending tool, capable of mass-producing explosives, an invaluable strategic resource in this apocalyptic world. Indeed, Lu Ruyan had some utility. Xiao Fan mused to himself. Xiao Fan. Lu Ruyan's sweet voice interrupted his thoughts, drawing his attention back to the group of girls behind him. What's going on? Xiao Fan turned, puzzled, to face them. Why do they all call you boss? One of Lu Ruyan's roommates asked curiously. Are all these people your subordinates? How come there are so many? Yes, indeed, another girl chimed in. Xiao Fan chose not to respond, merely smiling knowingly before continuing. Come, let me show you the girls' dormitory. Oh, by the way, you have another roommate, but she's busy at the moment. You should be able to see her later. Another roommate? Who is it? Lu Ruyan frowned. Xiao Fan replied casually. The girls exchanged puzzled glances, not recognizing the name. No waities. She is not here right now. She'll probably return later, Xiao Fan said with a smile. Now, let us go check out your room. If the group hadn't mentioned accommodations earlier, Xiao Fan might have momentarily forgotten about Renduo. Having this formidable woman share a room with Lu Ruyin could be quite entertaining. The group proceeded down the corridor, occasionally passing a few inmates who respectfully greeted Xiao Fan before casting curious glances at Lu Ruyin and the others. Why are they looking at us like that? It's so strange, one girl whispered. Soon, Xiao Fan led them to the women's cell block. As he pushed open the iron door, they were greeted by rows of shabby iron-barred cells, each containing 8 beds and a toilet, the entire area reeking of decay. This will be your home from now on, Xiao Fan said casually, pointing to an empty cell. The moment the words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. What did you say? You want us to live here? Another girl shrieked. Xiao Fan, have you lost your mind? Is this even a place for humans to live? It's practically a pigsty. I refuse to stay here. Absolutely not. The girls erupted in protest, voicing their objections one after another. Lu Ruyan stormed up to Xiao Fan, jabbing her finger at his chest. Xiao Fan, what do you mean by this? Deceiving us into this forsaken place only to confine us in such dilapidated quarters. Have you lost your mind? I can reimburse you for all the money you previously spent on me. Lu Ruyan continued to rant vehemently. But if you dare mistreat me like this, do you believe I won T make it impossible for you to remain at school? Precisely. Lu Ruyan, the campus belle, has admirers who stretch from the east gate to the west gate. You, a mere nobody, should count yourself fortunate if she even deigns to speak to you. Yet you dare treat her so disdainfully? Several young women, incensed on Lu Ruyan's behalf, rallied passionately, as if still living in the idyllic days before the apocalypse. Xiao Fan listened silently to their tirades, a smile never leaving his lips. He even waited patiently until their outbursts subsided before speaking leisurely. Finished with your scolding? Then let us continue the tour. Tour my foot. Lu Ruyan trembled with rage. I'm leaving. Right now. Leaving? Xiao Fan tilted his head thoughtfully. Very well, but before you go, shall we pay a visit to Wang Zion? Perhaps share a meal with him? The mention of Wang Zion and food suddenly reminded the girls of their hunger. Yes, let us find Wang Zion first. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. I want to see exactly where you've put him. Fortunately, the other female prisoners were occupied in the power generation area, pedaling bicycles, lest these insolent women receive a harsh lesson from the more seasoned inmates subjected to rigorous discipline. Xiao Fan led them away from the female cell block toward the male quarters. The corridor was eerily silent, punctuated only by the sound of footsteps. The deeper they ventured, the more a sinister aura permeated the air. Suddenly, a girl halted abruptly, her face pale. A chilling scream echoed faintly from ahead. Anguish cries for help, piercing and heart-wrenching, sending shivers down their spines. The expression on the girls' faces instantly shifted. Events were unfolding far beyond their expectations. What is that sound? Lu Ruyan's voice quivered, struck by a haunting familiarity. Don't be afraid, Xiao Fan reassured calmly. Probably just some mice. Old buildings like this always harbor unruly creatures. Mice? The girls found the explanation implausible. Can mice make such sounds? Perhaps larger ones. Xiao Fan nodded earnestly. Trapped between fear and resolve, they reluctantly pressed on behind him. The screams grew clearer until they reached the male cell block. Through the iron bars, the girls witnessed a scene seared into their memories forever. Wang Zion was pinned to the ground by Ji Wengsuan and 2 burly men, his face forcibly submerged in a toilet bowl. The water churned relentlessly as Wang struggled desperately, flailing his arms and uttering muffled pleas for mercy. Moments later, Ji Wengsuan yanked his head free. Wang gasped for breath, his face purpled, tears and snot mingling with the filthy water. How is the drink? Refreshing? Ji Wengsuan asked with a cruel grin. I want tea drink anymore, please. Wang sobbed like a child. That one tea do. Did tea you say you were thirsty? We're hosting you so warmly. How could you refuse? With that, Ji Wengsuan attempted to plunge his head back under. No, Wang Zion. Lu Ruyan screamed pitifully, rushing to the bars and shaking them frantically. What are you doing? Let him go. Release him. Ji Wengsuan glanced up, spotted Xiao Fan standing outside, and immediately released his grip, bowing respectfully. Boss. Xiao Fan frowned, reproach lacing his tone. Didn't I say to treat the new guests well? How could you dunk his head in the toilet? Ji Wengsuan's face twisted into a look of grievance. Boss. I had no choice. The guest said he was thirsty, so I offered water. He refused. I gave him some soda, still no. I thought toilet water was still water, so I made him drink that. He was embarrassed, but we insisted out of kindness. See? We're doing our utmost. His expression was sincere. Xiao Fan nodded approvingly. Indeed. You acted correctly. Our prison is all about warm hospitality. Xiao Fan. Lu Ruyan clawed at his clothes frantically. Release him. We're not staying here. We're leaving now. Leave? Xiao Fan's lips curled into a teasing smile as he looked down at her. Lu Ruyan, are you mistaken about something? Mistaken? What do you mean? She stammered. Stunned. Ignoring her, Xiao Fan turned to Ji Wengsuan. By the way, Rin Duo is still confined in solitary. ISNT she? Release her and have her share a cell with these young ladies. Understood, boss. Yi Wengsuan nodded. Xiao Fan paused, scanning Lu Ruyan and the others. Do you have any recommendations for disciplining these women? The atmosphere turned tense once more. Lu Ruyan and her companions widened their eyes in disbelief. Disciplining? Did he say disciplining? Ji Wengsuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Boss, I recently encountered an intriguing method online called bubble tea. I think it suits them perfectly. Oh. Xiao Fan's interest peaked. Do elaborate. Ji Wengsuan demonstrated with his hands. It involves using discarded car batteries connected with wires. Though the current ISNT is strong as that for monitoring bracelets, it can last longer, and the experience is agonizing, worse than death. Fascinating, Xiao Fan's eyes gleamed. That will do. Arrange it. I will personally administer it shortly. With that, he turned to leave. Xiao Fan. Lu Ruyan lunged to grab him, only to be pushed aside by Ji Wengsuan. Xiao Fan, are you mad? She screamed hoarsely as she fell to the ground. I am Lu Ruyan. You like me so much. How can you treat me like this? Xiao Fan halted and slowly turned around. Towering over the collapsed Lu Ruyan, his smile vanished, replaced by a cold, contemptuous indifference. Goddess? He sneered. Lu Ruyan, have you harbored a misconception about yourself? Before the apocalypse, yes, you were. But that version of me is dead. He crouched to meet her gaze. Now, you're merely a prisoner in my penitentiary. Rest assured, you will be safe here. I will not let you die. We shall proceed gradually. Lu Ruyan's face turned deathly pale. Impossible, she whispered. You are Xiao Fan. You like me so much, you wouldn't do this. Rising, Xiao Fan dusted off his non-existent dirt and declared, Welcome to my prison, Lu Ruyan. I hope you enjoy your stay. Without looking back, he departed. Behind him echoed Lu Ruyan's hysterical screams and the terrified sobbing of the other girls. But Xiao Fan paid them no heed. At the corridor's end, Ji Wengsuan awaited respectfully. Boss, prepared? Xiao Fan inquired. All tools are ready. We may begin at once. Ji Wengsuan hesitated, then cautiously asked, Boss, are you truly going to do this yourself? Of course. Xiao Fan smiled. Some things must be done personally to carry meaning. Yes. Boss, let us show them the true meaning of despair. Chapter 33, Gunpowder Manufacture. Xiao Fan stood in the center of the cell, arms crossed, expressionless as he surveyed the trembling, half-naked women before him. Lu Ruyan and her 5 close friends had long since lost their voices from incessant crying, their makeup ruined, eyes filled with terror and hopelessness. Were death an option, they would embrace it without hesitation. Alas, Xiao Fan forbade it. Xiao Fan, please, we were wrong. We have you will, no more. I can't take it. I'm dying. The anguished wails reverberated throughout the cell, yet the merciless glint in Xiao Fan's eyes remained unaltered. He recalled the days before the apocalypse when he trailed behind Lu Ruyan like a loyal dog, buying her designer bags, treating her to extravagant meals, helping her with her homework, accompanying her on shopping sprees. And what did she do? She turned away and checked into a hotel room with Wang Ziyan. He remembered how his sincere devotion had been trampled into worthlessness by these women before him. The mockery, the scorn, the disdainful gazes flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Observing the 6 women's agonized cries, Xiao Fan felt no pity, only a gradual sense of release. The Xiao Fan of the past was dead. This was the choice they made, idle. As his thoughts spun, Ji Wengsuan approached thoughtfully and spoke respectfully in a low voice. Boss, it's been half an hour already. Perhaps we should give him a brief respite. If this continues, someone might die. Xiao Fan glanced at Ji Wengsuan and nodded faintly. Stop. The sizzling of the electric baton ceased abruptly. The women collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of heads striking the cold ground echoed repeatedly. Lu Ruyan was the first to kneel, her forehead pounding against the frigid floor with muffled thuds. Her voice was hoarse and desperate. Xiao Fan, no. Boss, please spare us. We truly understand our mistakes. We're willing to do anything, anything at all. Please. We won't dare again. The other 5 women knelt as well, wildly banging their foreheads until they bled. Gone was their previous haughty, imperious demeanor, replaced by supplications so humble they seemed buried in the dust. Lu Ruyan quickly lifted her head, wearing a flattering smile. Whatever you desire, I will give you. I can serve you. Be your woman, please. Her friends chimed in eagerly. Yes, yes, anything. Just spare us. We'll do whatever you want. Fan Ye. Haven T, you always favored Ruyan. Now she is yours. Xiao Fan remained silent, merely watching them with a sardonic smile curling at his lips. He crouched, grasping Lu Ruyan's chin to scrutinize her. A flicker of hope appeared in her eyes, mistakenly believing Xiao Fan's old feelings had rekindled. So she adopted a pitiful look. Xiao Fan spoke softly, mockingly. Looking at you now, you resemble a dog. Rising, he rubbed his hands together as if touching something unclean. But I have thought of a rather interesting idea. Turning to the others, his gaze sweeping over them, he declared, you all beat Lu Ruyan mercilessly. Whoever inflicts the worst punishment on her will earn my mercy. Silence fell. Lu Ruyan shot him a look of disbelief. What did you say? Her roommates exchanged glances, evidently swayed by Xiao Fan's proposal. Don't understand human words? I said, beat her to death. Whoever is the cruelest goes free first. The women shuddered, their faces paling. One named Zhao Min trembled. Ruyan is our dear sister. How can we, sisters? Xiao Fan sneered. Then why did you bear her punishment earlier? Now you pretend to be so close. He approached Ji Wengsuan, took the electric baton from him, and the sizzling current resumed. Not going to hit? Then enjoy this a bit longer. No, I'll hit. Lina broke down first, lunging at Lu Ruyan, grabbing her hair. Lu Ruyan screamed in agony. Lina, are you crazy? I don't want to die. Lina sobbed, tugging hard. Don't blame me. Blame Xiao Fan. Once one struck, the others could not stay idle. Zhao Min gritted her teeth and slapped Lu Ruyan fiercely. Bah! The crisp slap echoed through the cell. Lu Ruyan's face swelled instantly, disbelief filling her eyes. Zhao Min, even you? Sorry, Ruyan. Tears welled in Zhao Min's eyes, but her hand did not cease. Delivering another slap, the remaining 3 girls joined the fray. The cell resounded with Lu Ruyan's screams and cries, interspersed with their apologies. You filthy bitches. I've always been good to you. Ruyan, soda, Trudy soda. I'll kill you all. I will. Ruyan, hold on. Once the closest friends. Now they tore at each other like lunatics, pulling hair, slapping faces, scratching with nails. Surrounded by 5, Lu Ruyan could not fight back, only wailing in pain and begging frantically. Xiao Fan, save me. I was wrong. I really was. Please stop. We're sisters. The scene was one of chaos and despair. Xiao Fan stood aside, coldly observing this farce. His expression was blank, as if utterly disinterested. After about 10 minutes, he grew bored. Watching Lu Ruyan suffer alone was dull, too monotonous. He snapped his fingers. Ji Wengsuan immediately handed him a baseball bat. Stop, Xiao Fan said indifferently. The 5 girls ceased immediately, panting as they stepped aside. Lu Ruyan collapsed, bruised and battered, her face swollen grotesquely, hair disheveled, utterly wretched. Xiao Fan approached and tossed the bat beside her. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Lu Ruyan froze momentarily, then snatched up the bat, eyes blazing with ferocity. You filthy bitches, she snarled, swinging the bat at Lina, who had struck her the hardest. I'll kill you all. The bat struck her arm with a harsh thud. Lina screamed and fell. Enraged, Lu Ruyan struck again. The others, unwilling to watch, rushed to wrest the bat from her grasp. Chaos erupted once more. The 6 women grappled wildly, grabbing, hitting, turning the cell into a mess. Yet being all female, the injuries were superficial. After watching for some time, Xiao Fan found it unentertaining. Their strength was too feeble. Their blows only caused minor wounds, hardly stimulating. He waved his hand and said calmly, enough for today. Upon hearing this, the 6 girls immediately ceased and knelt, pounding their heads wildly. Thank you. Boss is wise. Boss is merciful. We will behave from now on. Xiao Fan ignored them, turning to leave the cell. He instructed Ji Wengsuan. Take them back to the dormitory. Bang! Returning to his room, Xiao Fan exhaled deeply, feeling considerably relieved. The satisfaction of avenging Lu Ruyan was undeniable. Yet he knew this was merely the beginning. Now, it was time to attend to more important matters. He picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the call button. Zinni, come my room. Within 2 minutes, Tang Zinni entered, wearing a pristine white dress, her face still timid and downcast, too shy to meet Xiao Fan's gaze. Fangirl, you called for me? Xiao Fan waved to Tang Zinni. Obediently, she approached him, only to be pulled into his embrace and seated on his lap. It's been a day since I last touched you. Did you miss me? Tang Zinni's face flushed instantly, and she shyly nodded. Yes, I did. Just as the atmosphere began to heat up, Xiao Fan unexpectedly paused. Zinni, there's an important matter I need to discuss with you. Tang Zinni was momentarily taken aback, a subtle hint of disappointment flickering across her features. If I were to give you a batch of gunpowder, could you make a bomb? After contemplating for a moment, Tang Zinni nodded. Yes, that's quite feasible. However, working alone might reduce efficiency. That's acceptable. It's not urgent. You can take your time, Xiao Fan assured her. Tang Zinni not that dutifully. Xiao Fan stood up, leading Tang Zinni to the first floor. Wait for me here, he instructed, then moved towards a concealed corner on the first floor, which concealed a hidden door. Entering a series of codes, he heard a click as the door swung open. Inside was a private room designed to store the infinite resources provided by the system. The so-called infinite resources did not mean the room was limitless in size, but rather that it employed a special mechanism whereby taking one box would automatically generate another, significantly reducing space usage. Only Xiao Fan knew the access code for this room. Even the women closest to him in the prison remained unaware. Upon entering the room, Xiao Fan lifted a box of gunpowder and exited, securing the door behind him. Tang Xinyi's eyes sparkled as she saw him carrying the box. "Brother Fan, is this all for me?" "Indeed," he replied, handing her the gunpowder. "Use this to create the bomb. It may come in handy when the zombies attack tonight." Tang Xinyi accepted the gunpowder, nodding vigorously. "I will not disappoint you. Go ahead." Xiao Fan encouraged, patting her shoulder. She left the bedroom, her steps light, clearly intrigued by the task. Turning, he ascended to the second floor, the living quarters for the female prisoners, which were considerably better than the cells on the first floor. Approaching a room, he pushed the door open. Inside, Liang Qingxian and Lu Yaru were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Xiao Fan, they immediately rose to their feet. "Brother Fan," they both said respectfully. Xiao Fan smiled and gestured for them to relax. "It's been a while since I last visited. Have you missed me?" Liang Qingxian blushed slightly. "You've been quite busy. How could you find time for us?" Lu Yaru was more direct. "Of course we missed you, Brother Fan. You're so occupied every day that we wouldn't dare to disturb you." After some playful banter, Xiao Fan got to the point. "Yaru, I have a task for you." Lu Yaru perked up immediately. "Brother Fan, please instruct me. When you have a moment, please tally the number of people in our prison with a background in architecture," Xiao Fan requested. "Include whether they can draw architectural plans, understand professional theories, and are skilled in electrical work. I need a comprehensive list of all skills related to construction." Lu Yaru nodded, understood. "Are you planning to expand the prison?" "Not exactly," Xiao Fan replied. "I'm concerned that we might face situations similar to that of a special BOSS later on. So I want to prepare a few defensive points in advance, as well as construct a defensive line outside the prison gates." "All right, I'll compile it promptly and provide you with a detailed list," Lu Yaru said earnestly. "Very well," Xiao Fan said, nodding with satisfaction before planting a kiss on her cheek. Liang Qingxian, observing from the side, felt a twinge of discomfort at not being assigned a task. She leaned in, asking, "Brother Fan, do you have any tasks for me?" Xiao Fan pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "You should rest well. After the zombie siege concludes, I will find you." "Umph, you're so mean, Brother Fan," Liang Qingxian pouted, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. After chatting for a while, Xiao Fan reluctantly took his leave. Exiting the room, he glanced at the time. It was already 5:30 p.m., and the zombie siege was set to commence in half an hour. Chapter 34. Zombie Siege? Is that all? At precisely 6 o'clock, countless roars echoed throughout Jiangxing University. They arrived. At the windows of the second floor of the prison, Li Ming, Zhang Hao, and others gripped their crossbows, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the zombies. The remaining male prisoners stood at the prison gates, ready to serve as the last line of defense should the zombies overwhelm and breach the doors. "Everyone, stay alert," Ji Wangsuan shouted. "If anyone falters, I'll be the first to take them down." As the crowd caught sight of the approaching horde of dark figures, Zhang Hao's taut nerves began to relax. "Is that it?" he mused, counting roughly, no more than 100. This number was trivial compared to the last wave triggered by special BOSS, which had been overwhelming. On the outskirts, Xiao Fan had already disabled the gravity sensors for the spike traps. Rows of spike traps lay directly in front of the prison gates, ensuring that any zombies targeting the gates would inevitably fall into them. Shortly after, the first wave of the fastest zombies tumbled into the pits like dumplings, impaled by the spikes. Even those that managed to survive were pinned down, unable to move, while the crossbows on the second floor were fully prepared, releasing a chorus of whoosh sounds in the air. Although the ordinary crossbows were slower and less powerful than automated ones, a volley of 10 could still yield hits, with lucky shots targeting vulnerable spots, potentially proving fatal. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan observed this scene from the fourth floor, as everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. At this stage, the zombie siege was akin to child's play for his prison, even without any preparations for defense. The zombies attacking the gates would require hours of continuous assault to breach them. With this thought in mind, Xiao Fan turned his attention elsewhere, retreating to the living room, lazily leaning back on the sofa as he opened his phone and switched to the school forum. "Holy crap, I've got over 20 zombies here. The door can barely hold. Is there a hero who can save me? I'm willing to offer anything. Damn it. I opened 3 white resource cards and can't even get a decent weapon." Xiao Fan glanced through the posts, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips. Most safety shelters were facing no more than 40 to 50 zombies, with many encountering just a dozen or so. Yet his expansive prison, which should attract the largest number of zombies, was only contending with just over 100. As expected, the initial difficulty was merely a beginner-esque challenge, lacking excitement. He closed his phone, noting that most players were likely preoccupied with fending off zombies, leaving little time to post. The first wave of siege established by the system was, in essence, a mere adaptation period for players. The true hellish difficulty would likely emerge in the second or third round of game themes. Shaking his head, Xiao Fan rose and approached his desk, accessing the system interface to claim today's employee meal reward. Congratulations, host. You have received the employee meal, luxurious beef and lamb hot pot set. Includes 800g of freshly sliced beef and lamb, 800g of Australian Wagyu beef, 800g of New Zealand lamb rolls, 500g of assorted vegetables, secret spicy hot pot base, and sesame oil dipping sauce. A flash of light enveloped the room, and suddenly, a lavish hot pot feast appeared on the desk, the broth sizzling enticingly, igniting Xiao Fan's appetite. Realizing he couldn't finish it alone, he picked up his phone and messaged Bai Ningbing. Come up and keep me company for dinner. In less than a minute, the door to the office swung open. Bai Ningbing entered, clad in a white sweater paired with black jeans, her curvaceous figure accentuated by this ensemble. The moment she stepped inside, she flitted towards Xiao Fan like a little bird, nestling into his embrace. Husband, she tilted her exquisitely crafted face upwards, her eyes brimming with unabashed affection. Utterly devoid of any trace of the icy campus belle she once was, Xiao Fan activated the system interface. Casting a fleeting glance at her rebellious value of 15, life and death intertwined. It is no wonder that, as depicted in the novels, women tend to become markedly more docile after intimacy. It seems they've been tamed. It appears that the women around me will need to step up their efforts. Xiao Fan playfully pinched Bai Ningbing's smooth cheek and teased. Aren't you supposed to call me boss? She rose on her tiptoes, swiftly pecking him on the cheek. A glint of mischief in her eyes. I call you that in bed. With a playful flick of her tongue, she exuded a charming, coy demeanor. Xiao Fan chuckled, wrapping his arm around her waist as they moved towards the dining table. All right, let us eat first. Seated before a table laden with hot pot ingredients, Bai Ningbing's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, this looks so sumptuous. You treat me the best, husband. She leaned closer, playfully demanding, feed me. With her cherry lips parted, she awaited his offering. Xiao Fan, with a hint of exasperation, lifted a slice of well-cooked beef to her mouth. This is delicious when you feed me, she exclaimed, as she offered a piece of cooked beef roll to Xiao Fan's lips, her eyes gleaming with joy. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. What's gotten into you, Bai Ningbing? You seem so well-behaved these past couple of days. As he spoke, he pinched her cheek. This woman certainly learns quickly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Xiao Fan and Bai Ningbing lounged on the office sofa, engrossed in their phones. Husband, there's a zombie siege happening below. Aren't you going to check it out? Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively without lifting his gaze. It's fine. If there were any issues, Zhang Hao and the others would have reported to me by now. He switched to the surveillance feed, glancing at the situation outside. The trap area was piled high with the bodies of the undead, while a few remaining zombies futilely battered the prison gates, their durability barely diminishing. The prisoners on the second floor had even begun to chat and laugh, clearly at ease. Xiao Fan turned off the monitor and resumed browsing the forum. Bai Ningbing bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before softly speaking. Husband, there's something I need to discuss. A few of my roommates want to come to our prison. What do you think? Are they pretty? Chapter 35. The event concludes. Private messages overflow. Bai Ningbing languidly nestled against Xiao Fan, saying, Can't you be a bit more serious? You nearly devoured her whole, just now. ISNT at you who tempted me first? Xiao Fan teased, squeezing her cheek. Let us get down to business. What about your roommates? Bai Ningbing cleared her throat slightly, her expression turning earnest. One of my roommates is Lin Xiu, a top student in the architecture department at Jiangxing University. In her third year, she has already worked on several practical projects with her mentor. The other is Su Qing from the medical school. Her family has been in medicine for 3 generations, so she has a solid professional foundation. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. These 2 women appeared to be precisely the talents urgently needed within a prison. It was as if a pillow was delivered just when one felt drowsy. With the system having just unlocked unlimited cement, he was at a loss for professionals to plan the prison's defenses, and here were 2 ready-made talents arriving at his door. As for a doctor, it goes without saying that in this apocalyptic environment, injuries and illnesses are commonplace. With over 200 people in the prison, should any issues arise or an infectious disease break out, it wouldn't be appropriate to have Tang Xinyi, the chemistry expert, moonlighting as a doctor. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Fan readily replied, of course, no problem. After today, I'll personally visit them. Also, let them know that during today's zombie siege, they must not step outside. I'll go over tomorrow. Okay, I'll send them a message right away. Bai Ningbing picked up her phone and sent a message to her two roommates. Just then, a system notification chimed in Xiao Fan's mind. Zombie siege concluded. Total zombies killed, 125. Survival coins earned, 125. Additional reward, 100 survival coins. First defense reward. Current survival coin balance, 1375. Moments latte. More detailed regional data emerged. Jiangxing University Regional Statistics. Initial population, 23,553. Current survivors, 23,050. Deaths, 503. Friendly reminder, monster strength will gradually increase over time. Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. The system had effectively categorized the entire Jiangxing University as an independent region. The first wave of the zombie siege resulted in only 500 deaths, a seemingly high survival rate, but one must remember that this is merely the beginning. The siege is set to last a full month. The recent sieges were akin to a beginner's protection period, but once that ends, the dormitory-dwelling students will find their safe doors unable to withstand the impending onslaught for long. The correct approach to this game is undoubtedly to actively venture out and slay zombies, utilizing the survival coins earned from doing so to fortify the gates. While some students may feel a sense of security by staying indoors, at a certain point, the doors will inevitably succumb to the strength of the undead. Ningbing, you rest for a while. I'll check the situation outside. With the event concluded, Xiao Fan decided to step out and assess the circumstances. He donned his clothing and exited the room. The night had fully descended by this time. Outside the prison, male prisoners were busy cleaning the battlefield, hauling away the undead trapped in spike traps for incineration, while the foul stench of burning corpses lingered in the air from the nearby playground. Curious about the situation, Xiao Fan opened a short video platform on his phone. As the page refreshed, a torrent of videos flooded in. The first video featured a young man filming from within a dormitory, the camera shaking violently, with the background filled with heart-wrenching screams. Help! The door is breaking. Someone save us! The footage abruptly cut off. The second video was even more gruesome, showcasing a girl hiding in a closet, stealthily filming the dormitory door. The hallway was rife with zombies feasting on corpses, blood splattering, and severed limbs scattered everywhere. The comment section had descended into chaos. Half of our dorm has perished. Why hasn't the army arrived yet? My father is the mayor, and we can't even contact the outside world. What on earth is happening? Xiao Fan remained expressionless as he continued scrolling. Various pleas for help, farewell videos, and desperate cries filled the platform, resembling a vast scene of mourning. However, what truly caught Xiao Fan's attention were the discussions regarding the military. Logically, with a zombie outbreak of this scale, the army should have been able to swiftly quell it with the deployment of hot weaponry. Yet, thus far, there had been no sign of the military, nor even the police. Could it be that the sheer number of zombies overwhelmed them? Surely not. Given Huaxia's mobilization capabilities, even with a vast number of zombies, it should result in such a complete absence of response. As Xiao Fan continued scrolling through videos, he finally found the answer in a pinned post from an official account. The video featured a middle-aged man in military uniform. His square jaw and resolute gaze unmistakable. Fellow citizens, I am Commander Lee from the Huaxia Emergency Command Center. I am here to report the latest situation. According to satellite monitoring, a large-scale regional quarantine phenomenon has emerged nationwide. Transparent energy barriers have formed between every city and region, preventing any person or vehicle from passing through. The military has commenced rescue operations within their respective sectors. However, due to the presence of isolation barriers, cross-regional assistance remains temporarily unfeasible. Everyone is urged to remain composed, seek safety in their immediate vicinity, and await further instructions. Remember, survival is paramount. China will never forsake a single compatriot. Video ends. Xiao Fan noticed the comments section had erupted. What exactly is a transparent barrier? Is this some sci-fi movie? I try to get through, but it's like hitting an invisible wall. So we're left to fend for ourselves? This is hopeless. There are only a few thousand people in our area. How can we possibly hold out? Xiao Fan squinted thoughtfully. Regional isolation. This arrangement explained many things. No wonder the system designated Jiangxing University as a distinct region. The entire apocalypse scenario was organized by sectors. Each region's inhabitants could only rely on themselves, with no external aid penetrating the barriers. Consequently, those wielding resources would inevitably become the undisputed rulers within their domains. Fascinating. Turning off Douyin, Xiao Fan opened the school forum, which was already engulfed in despair. Help! The durability of my dorm door is down to 30. Repairs cost 50 survival coins. Where am I supposed to get that much? Is there anyone willing to take me in? I can work hard, please. Stop dreaming. Who would dare to take in strangers now? What if they're zombies? I heard Xiao Fan's area is particularly safe. Does anyone know how to contact him? Amid the panic ignited by the zombie siege among the student body, a subtle smile curled Xiao Fan's lips. The moment had arrived. He accessed the forum's posting section and began typing. Title: Elite Shelter Recruiting Talents. Board and lodging included. Content: seeking top-tier professionals from all fields, preference for attractive females. Those nearby can receive escorted protection. Location: Old Experimental Building, West Campus, attached, panorama photograph. Within seconds of posting, responses flooded in. Xiao Fan soon received numerous private messages. Little Bear Gummy, Brother Fan, I'm a 2023 chemical engineering student. Here, that's my photo. Please take me in. Little Bear Gummy, image. JPG No Cilantro, Big Brother. I'm from the art department. Can you take me in? I'm very flexible. Xiao Fan browsed through them one by one. At this juncture, his priority was to find women rated S level or above. After all, sheltering just one would unlock limitless supplies. As the inquiries multiplied, a satisfied smile blossomed on his face. As for whether the prison could accommodate so many, Xiao Fan harbored no concern. By tomorrow, the prison's daily yield of 2 for 20 survival coins, combined with the monster device's incoming funds, would elevate his total to nearly 6,000. If numbers grew too large, he could simply upgrade the prison once more. Chapter 36. Tan Yunhao's conspiracy and the acquisition of 2 purple supply cards at 6 in the morning. The prison cafeteria had yet to open. Tan Yunhao clutched a can of luncheon meat and 2 bottles of mineral water, stealthily traversing the corridor to the female prisoner's cell. He glanced around cautiously, finally spotting the figure he sought by a wash basin. Li Qianqian gently dabbed her face with a towel moistened with a small amount of water. Qianqian, he whispered. Why is it you again? Li Qianqian's tone was icy, utterly devoid of emotion. Tan Yunhao quickly forced a conciliatory smile, extending the canned meat and water. Qianqian, this is for you. The cafeteria food lacks nutrition. You need some protein. Li Qianqian stared at the can for a moment before reaching out to accept it. Only then did her expression soften slightly. Qianqian, after my hunt today, I'll bring you some delicious food. Someone in the adjacent dorm got snacks. I'll trade with them. Tan Yunhao believed her displeasure stemmed from his failure to bring her favorite items and hastened to add in a humble tone. I have to go to work now. Li Qianqian interrupted, turning away. I need a rest. Don't overexert yourself. Tan Yunhao called after her, but she never once glanced back. He stood there dazed, watching her silhouette fade down the corridor. For reasons unknown, his heart felt blocked by an invisible weight. Why? He murmured when she was on my turf. She was almost ready to accept me. He remembered vividly that before the apocalypse, although Li Qianqian never agreed to be his girlfriend, she still smiled at him and accepted his gifts. After the apocalypse, he had protected her well. Back then, her eyes held reliance. But now, ever since entering this cursed prison, her gaze was tinged only with disdain. Tan Yunhao drew a deep breath and returned to his dorm, his mood heavy. As he pushed open the door, he found a few of his comrades from the student council chatting idly. How good, you're back, Zhou greeted. Tan Yunhao nodded grimly, plopping on his bed. What's wrong, Yunhao? When to see Li Qianqian again? Sun Tao grinned, man, don't take it so hard. Women are fickle. Shut up. Dan Junao live. Sun Tao sheepishly rubbed his nose and fell silent. Su Ulai sighed. Honestly, life is tough now. Food and supplies can't compare to when we had the supermarket. We're eating sludge every day, and it's making me sick. Yeah, Sun Tao chimed in. Yunhao, you used to lead over 100 people. Now, in this prison, Xiao Fan won't even give you a leadership role. It's blatant disrespect. Their bickering grew heavier, the atmosphere increasingly oppressive. Tan Yunhao sat on his bed, his face dark as thunder. How could he not feel stifled? Back then, with the student council and supermarket resources, he was an unchallenged leader. Most importantly, Li Qianqian obeyed him implicitly. Now, he was merely an ordinary prisoner in Xiao Fan's jail, living like a dog, even scorned by his once idolized goddess. An awkward silence settled until Zhou Lei broke it. How good? I don't think we can endure this any longer, he whispered. What do you mean? Tan Yunhao looked up. Zhou Lei's eyes flickered as he leaned closer. I'm saying maybe we should find a way to kill Xiao Fan. Then this prison would be ours. The dorm fell instantly silent. Even Sun Tao's eyes gleamed with excitement. But Tan Yunhao sprang up, swiftly covering Zhou Lei's mouth. Are you out of your mind? He hissed fiercely, scanning the corridor for eavesdroppers before lowering his voice. Don't say things like that here. Do you want to get us killed? Xiao Fan's men are everywhere. Zhou Lei, taken aback, nodded hastily. You understand, Hu Yi. Tan Yunhao inhaled deeply, calming himself. Glancing at the clock, 7:45 a.m. He noted 15 minutes remained before hunting time. Let us go, he said, waving to his comrades. They hesitated briefly, then followed his lead. On the fourth floor, in the warden's office, Xiao Fan lounged against the bed's headboard, engrossed in his phone. Beside him, Liang Qingxian nestled comfortably in his embrace. Suddenly, as if a revelation struck him, Xiao Fan straightened his posture, extending his hand from within his jacket to tap on his phone. The monitoring bracelet possessed a listening function, allowing Xiao Fan to eavesdrop on their every move through his phone. It appeared that Tan Yunhao and his cohorts were not as compliant as one might hope. A playful smile crept onto Xiao Fan's lips. They dared to conspire against me. Upon hearing this, Liang Qingxuan's impatience flared, urging, just eliminate him, Brother Fan, to prevent any future troubles. Xiao Fan playfully pinched her cheek, chuckling, why the rush? Killing him now would be rather anticlimactic. Liang Qingxian pouted in discontent, but Brother Fan, keeping such individuals around poses a risk. Rest assured, I have everything under control, Xiao Fan replied, giving her a gentle pat on her rear. You go on with your tasks. I'll fetch today a supply card from Wang Xian. Although Liang Qingxian remained somewhat reluctant, she complied, straightening her shirt as she stood. Just be careful, Brother Fan. Don't let that sycophant escape. No worries, Xiao Fan smiled. He won't get away. In the logistics office on the first floor, Wang Xian sat in a chair beside the machinery, idly scrolling through her phone while operating the fusion machine with her other hand. Hearing footsteps, she instantly lifted her head, and her face broke into a radiant smile upon seeing Xiao Fan enter. Brother Fan, she exclaimed, bouncing towards him like a joyful fawn. How'd the supply card fusion go today? Xiao Fan inquired. Wang Xian quickly retrieved the cards from her drawer, presenting them with both hands. Brother Fan, look. We successfully fused 2 purple supply cards today. Xiao Fan accepted the cards, nodding in satisfaction. Generally, it took 800 white supply cards to exchange for a single purple one. I experimented further, discovering that it required 35 purple cards to synthesize 1 golden card. She paused, adding, however, the cost-effectiveness is rather poor, as it demands an overwhelming number of white cards, at least 28,000 white cards for a single golden card. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment, then agreed, you're right. At this stage, we shouldn't chase after extraordinary items. What is useful is what truly matters. Understood, Brother Fan. Wang Xian responded obediently. Xiao Fan glanced at the data displayed on the machine screen. Current inventory, 247 white supply cards, 89 green supply cards, 34 blue supply cards, 2 purple supply cards. A satisfied smile graced his face. This was the correct strategy, having the prisoners work while he reaped the rewards. By the way, Brother Fan, Wang Xian suddenly recalled. Some female prisoners approached me yesterday. They also wished to exchange for supplies, but they've been peddling bicycles in the power generation area all day, with no opportunity to earn supply cards. Do you have a solution? Chapter 37, Space Ring, Level 3 Prison. Upon hearing Wang Xian's inquiry, Xiao Fan did not respond immediately. Leaning back in his chair, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. This was indeed a dilemma. The female prisoners, due to the nature of their work, could not venture out to hunt, and, consequently, they lacked the means to acquire supply cards. In the short term, they might not mind, but over time, this could inevitably lead to internal strife within the prison. The balance of this matter must be handled with precision. It was essential to meet the daily needs of the female prisoners to maintain their work motivation, while also ensuring that those male prisoners risking their lives to hunt did not feel aggrieved, thus fostering resentment. Human sentiment is the most challenging aspect to equilibrate. Let us put this matter on hold for now, Xiao Fan finally said after a moment of contemplation. I have a plan in mind. Once I manage other affairs, I will draft a set of regulations. For now, continue as per our usual protocols. Yes, Brother Fan. Wang Xian nodded respectfully, refraining from further inquiries. After Xiao Fan exited the logistics office, he made his way to the open area outside the prison. Standing there, he retrieved the 2 shimmering purple supply cards from his pocket. Taking a deep breath, he silently intoned, Activate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the premium supply card, Purple, obtaining a Zio Tatra G1300 multi-functional off-road motorhome with a complimentary 150 liters of gasoline. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the premium supply card, Purple, obtaining a space storage ring with an internal volume of 100 by 100 by 100 meters. In the next moment, accompanied by a subtle distortion of space, a colossal vehicle materialized before Xiao Fan. It was indeed a behemoth. Standing beside it, Xiao Fan found himself dwarfed by its tires. He surveyed the motorhome with satisfaction, fully aware that the items obtained from the purple supply cards were exceptional, yet this reward far exceeded his expectations. This was nothing short of a mobile fortress. However, after a fleeting moment of exhilaration, Xiao Fan regained his composure. The last reward from the system, a Mossberg 500 shotgun, was formidable but had only provided 20 rounds of ammunition. After a few uses, only 8 rounds remained. Once the ammunition was depleted, the shotgun would be rendered as useless as scrap metal. The same principle applied to the motorhome. The gasoline supply of 150 liters would hardly suffice for such a massive vehicle. Finding a gas station near this university town would be a monumental challenge. Fortunately, gasoline was not an exceedingly rare commodity. With effort, opportunities would surely arise. Overall, the practicality of the other item was far superior. Xiao Fan's gaze fell upon the ancient black ring adorning his right middle finger. Storage space ring. With a mere thought, he attempted to store a nearby brick. Whoosh! The brick vanished in an instant. With another thought, the brick reappeared in his hand. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up, reveling in the newfound capabilities of the ring as he repeatedly stored and retrieved stones and discarded iron buckets with seamless precision. Success! With this, he would no longer need to stealthily visit the hidden storage room. Xiao Fan promptly headed to the hidden chamber on the first floor, placing his hand upon the towering pile of supplies. Store. An endless supply of cement, limitless gunpowder, stacks of monitoring bracelets, antibiotics, and the food resources he had stockpiled before the apocalypse were instantaneously swept into the vast space of the storage ring at his behest. In the future, retrieving supplies would merely require a thought, convenient, swift, and utterly discreet. After concluding his tests, Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction and opened his system panel. Apocalypse Prison System. Host, Xiao Fan. Current balance of survival coins, 5860. Current number of prisoners, 214. Daily income, 2420 survival coins. Remaining survival coins, 5860. Approaching 6,000 survival coins. It was time for a significant upgrade. Xiao Fan first accessed the prison shop to inspect today as special items. Today's special offers: Playboy magazine X100 price, 1 survival coin. Automatic lawnmower, price, 1,000 survival coins. AI Simulation G63 Combat Robot, price, 5,000 survival coins. Upon seeing the first two options, Xiao Fan grimaced. Though they were indeed inexpensive, they lacked appeal. As for the third combat robot, its utility was limited. At present, he had no pressing need for combat, and the price was steep. Come on, give me some worthwhile items. He lamented. Never mind, let us focus on upgrading the base. He approached the prison gate, concentrating his thoughts. Do you wish to spend 1,000 survival coins to upgrade the prison gate to level 3? Yes. Upgrade successful. Prison gate, level 3. Activated, durability increased to 3,000 points. Do you wish to consume 3,000 survival coins to upgrade the Doomsday Prison to level 3? Yes. Upgrade successful. Doomsday Prison, level 3. Activated, significantly expanding internal space, with the number of ordinary cell beds increased to 500. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, Xiao Fan felt a slight tremor beneath his feet as he stepped into the first floor of the prison. The most immediate observation was that the once crowded corridor had transformed into an incredibly spacious expanse, with the sides of the corridor stretching infinitely, as if drawn out by an unseen force. Remarkably, while the overall footprint of the prison remained unchanged, the internal space had indeed expanded. Just as Xiao Fan was absorbing the changes brought by the level 3 prison, a vivid crimson system notification box suddenly popped up. Ding! Host prison level has reached level 3, triggering the conditions for a special task. This task cannot be refused. Task content. Within 3 days, please eliminate 1,000 first-tier zombies. Task reward. Unlock 1 exclusive ability for the host. Failure penalty, death. Chapter 38. Zombie Evolution. Special task. A night of 100 ghosts. Task content. The host must eliminate 1,000 first-tier zombies within 3 days. Task reward. Unlock exclusive ability. Failure penalty, death. Upon seeing the word death on the screen, Xiao Fan instinctively felt a tightness in his chest and could not help but become anxious. Even in the face of a horde of zombies, he had always felt a safe distance from death. Yet the moment he read the system's penalty, his thoughts returned to reality. However, this momentary panic quickly dissipated as he regained his composure. 3 days, 1,000 zombies. With his monster generator complemented by the lava traps, he could easily surpass 1,000 in a day, not to mention the 100 male prisoners who were out hunting zombies daily, likely accounting for about 700 to 800 zombies at their current efficiency. Thus, the goal of 1,000 zombies in 3 days seemed more than manageable for him. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Fan realized that the special task was likely aligned with his current stage, and fortunately, he had various means at his disposal. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, he immediately contacted Zhang Hao and the others. Li Ming, Zhang Hao, relay the message. Today's hunting teams must double their quotas. They must be completed. Those who fail will go without dinner tonight. Yes, boss. Understood, boss. Nothing is more important than one's life. He aimed to complete the 3-day task in just 1 day. allowing himself some respite. After contacting several male team leaders, Xiao Fan opened his phone and retrieved the addresses of several high-profile women he had screened the previous night, sending them messages one by one, instructing them to prepare for his imminent arrival. Today, his singular objective was to apprehend all these potentially high-rated women and secure them within the prison. After completing all of this, Xiao Fan made his way to the prison's main entrance and climbed aboard the newly acquired purple resource card vehicle. The Skod Tatra G1300 multifunctional off-road RV. Roaring to life, the engine growled as Xiao Fan drove the steel beast out of the prison. Along the way, sporadic zombies attempted to approach, but without exception, they were easily crushed into a pulp by the RV's massive tires. Before long, as Xiao Fan observed the zombies lining the roadside, his brow furrowed deeper. He keenly noticed that today's zombies were somewhat different from those of yesterday. Their speed seemed slightly increased, their strength augmented, and a few even exhibited minor evasive maneuvers before being crushed, although they still appeared rather unintelligent. Xiao Fan distinctly sensed a change in their gaze. From the previous vacant stares to an apparent glimmer of awareness. Do zombies evolve over time? A wave of unease washed over Xiao Fan. While the differences were not drastic, it was undoubtedly a dangerous omen, as no one could predict how much these zombies might evolve with the passage of time. A profound sense of crisis quietly surged within him. Shortly thereafter, the steel beast he was driving arrived beneath by Ningbing's dormitory building. After parking the vehicle, he picked up his phone and dialed her roommates. Moments later, two small heads popped out from the fourth-floor window, waving excitedly at Xiao Fan. Without delay, he brandished his long knife and ascended to the fourth floor, where he encountered the two roommates Bai Ningbing had mentioned. One wore a plaid shirt and black-rimmed glasses, exuding a quiet and intellectual demeanor. The other was tall, with an exquisite appearance and an air of cool detachment. They were indeed Bai Ningbing's roommates, Lin Xiu from the architecture department and Su Qing from the medical school. The instant Xiao Fan laid eyes on them, the system notification chimed in as expected. Ding! Detected an S-rank rated female. Apprehending will unlock unlimited resources. Ding! Detected an S-rank rated female. Apprehending will unlock unlimited resources. Wow, a double jackpot. Xiao Fan's heart soared with excitement. He had not anticipated such a boon from Bai Ningbing's roommates, one S and another S. This was indeed a profitable venture. You must be Xiao Fan. Ningbing has told us about you. Thank you for coming to pick us up. Lin Xiu adjusted her glasses, expressing her gratitude. Just a small favor. Xiao Fan replied with a smile. Engaging in light banter with the two girls, the atmosphere relaxed, devoid of any apocalyptic tension. When asked about last night's zombie siege, both girls looked visibly shaken. They hadn't dared to venture outside, but had barricaded the door with all the furniture in their dormitory. Trembling in the corner all night as they listened to the terrifying roars and banging on the door, incredulously surviving the ordeal. Xiao Fan couldn't help but marvel at their luck. Their door had held firm, and they hadn't made the foolish mistake of opening it. Once back in the RV, the luxurious interior, akin to a mobile fortress, left Lin Xiu and Su Qing in awe of Xiao Fan's capabilities. However, his next action rendered them utterly speechless. He picked up a loudspeaker and directly addressed the dormitory building. Attention survivors upstairs. I am Xiao Fan. My shelter is recruiting members, providing food and lodging. Anyone wishing to live, come down immediately. His voice resonated, shattering the silence of the dormitory building, which erupted into chaos. Countless heads poked out from the numerous windows, scanning the area. Upon sighting the steel beast below, their eyes gleamed with incredulous joy. You have 10 minutes. Gather your most essential belongings and come down now. Time waits for no one. Xiao Fan's voice rang out once more. As soon as he finished speaking, the hallways were filled with the sound of frantic footsteps and screams. In under 5 minutes, a throng of people amassed around the RV, and upon rough count, there were at least 30 to 40 individuals. Each person gazed at Xiao Fan with fervent eyes. A wave of satisfaction surged within him. However, the commotion had also attracted all nearby, wandering zombies, a dark mass converging from all directions, roaring in unison. Quick, get on the vehicle! Xiao Fan shouted at the crowd. The survivors snapped out of their daze, scrambling towards the RV's entrance. The scene quickly descended into chaos, but the instinct for survival outweighed all else. Last one, hurry! As the final girl was pulled aboard, Xiao Fan slammed the vehicle door shut and floored the accelerator. Boom! The steel beast roared, plowing through the horde, creating a bloody path, with numerous white resource cards scattered across the ground from the crushed zombies. However, Xiao Fan chose to disregard it, for he understood the importance of not letting a small gain compromise a significant advantage. The group of girls aboard the vehicle represented an invaluable resource at this stage. Even without an S rank rating, the survival coins generated daily by each girl exceeded those of the boys by more than double. In the ensuing hours, Xiao Fan employed the same strategy, driving his RV to different dormitory buildings, repeating his method. Each call he made attracted dozens of followers. Although many survivors remained in a state of skepticism, they found it hard to believe that amidst the apocalypse there could exist such selfless individuals. As time ticked away, the distances between departments necessitated detours, causing delays along the way. Before long, the clock struck 5:50 in the afternoon, with the sky beginning to dim. Xiao Fan gathered the last wave of people, feeling the urgency of the moment, and drove the RV, filled with survivors, at full speed towards the prison. At precisely 6 o'clock, just before the zombie siege commenced, they successfully breached the prison gates. At the moment the doors closed behind them, a series of system notifications chimed in. Ding! Prisoners apprehended X-162 ding. Current prisoner count, 373 ding. Daily income, 5630 survival coins ding. Current remaining survival coins, 5100 ding. Congratulations. Host, you have reached the required number of S-rank prisoners. Unlocking infinite supplies. Western Century heavy armor. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reached the required number of S-rank prisoners. Unlocking infinite supplies. Catapult. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reached the required number of S-rank prisoners. Unlocking infinite supplies. HRB 400E rebar. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reached the required number of S-rank prisoners. Unlocking infinite supplies. Timber. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reached the required number of S-rank prisoners. Unlocking infinite supplies. Gasoline. Upon receiving the system notifications, a flicker of excitement graced Xiao Fan's face, though he made an effort to suppress his smile. With 162 female prisoners in custody, including 5 rated S-class, the prison's daily revenue soared to an astonishing height, and more importantly, 5 categories of unlimited supplies were unlocked. He quickly glanced over the list of new prisoners, feeling a sense of satisfaction, though he noted a few girls he found quite appealing had not achieved S-rank status, which left him slightly disappointed. It seemed the system's aesthetic standards were more stringent than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, the female students on the RV had already entered the prison courtyard, their curious gazes exploring their surroundings. Some college girls even spotted old classmates among the male prisoners on guard duty and began greeting them warmly. Just before the zombie siege, the prison was in disarray. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan felt his blood pressure rise and shouted out, Lu Yaru, Liang Qingxian. Upon hearing their names, the 2 girls quickly jogged over. You 2 are responsible for escorting these new arrivals to the logistics area, fitting them with monitoring bracelets one by one, and then assigning them to cells. Remember, they cannot be released until the bracelets are on, Xiao Fan said impatiently, realizing that these college students lacked a strong sense of duty. Such trivial matters still required his directives. Yes, Fanga, Lu Yaru and Liang Qingxian responded promptly, swiftly organizing the newly arrived female survivors to head into the prison. Unfamiliar with the events that had transpired before their arrival, the new college students displayed excitement and curiosity, constantly looking around and asking questions. Moreover, they showed no reluctance when fitted with the monitoring bracelets, and the prisoners, once adorned with the cold devices, examined the bracelets on their wrists with intrigue. Before long, under the guidance of Lu Yaru and Liang Qingxian, they formed a line, each being fitted with the chilling monitoring bracelets, and were then led into the prison's interior. Even Xiao Fan was somewhat astonished. The entire process was remarkably orderly, with no one causing disturbances, leaving Lu Yaru and Liang Qingxian at a loss for how to assert their authority. Noticing that the new prisoners had not caused any trouble, Xiao Fan redirected his focus to the impending zombie siege. With an abundance of survival coins and recent upgrades to their defensive measures, he decided to bolster their offensive capabilities. With a wave of his hand, he purchased 10 optically sensed automatic targeting mechanical crossbows from the prison shop. Yiveng Xuan, Li Ming, Zhang Hao. The 3 men responded immediately. Secure these mechanical crossbows at the upper and side shooting ports of the main gate, and set the targeting mode to automatic. Xiao Fan quickly issued his orders. Ji Wengsuan called upon other male prisoners for assistance. Several men lifted each device and swiftly positioned all the mechanical crossbows in place at the prison gate. From a distance, the sight of the 10 mechanical crossbows instilled a profound sense of security among the onlookers. Soon, as the first wave of zombies staggered into range, the crossbow's targeting systems locked onto the approaching targets. A cacophony of piercing sounds erupted simultaneously as they accurately obliterated the zombies' heads. Rows of the foremost zombies collapsed, their skulls penetrated by the immense force. The precision of the mechanical targeting far surpassed that of human aim, Nearly every advancing zombie was struck down in a single blow, and those that managed to slip through were swiftly ensnared by the spikes ahead. Before the zombies could even approach the gate, they had already fallen in droves. 3 hours passed swiftly. The male prisoners had barely exerted themselves when they completely dismantled this wave of the zombie onslaught. As the system notifications rang out, the atmosphere became electrified. Ding! Zombie siege concluded. Zombies killed this time. 158 survival coins gained. 158 additional reward. 130 survival coins event reward. Detection shows over 70 of players survived. Game difficulty increased. New mode added. Extreme cold. The final system notification left Xiao Fan with a flicker of astonishment. Suddenly someone shouted, "Look! The sky!" Everyone glanced upwards, only to witness the once clear night sky now ominously filled with thick goose feather snowflakes. Most alarmingly, the snowflakes were large and dense, accompanied by a biting chill. Within seconds, several individuals with weaker constitutions began to succumb to the cold. The snowfall was so heavy it seemed to instantly blanket the world in white. The temperature plummeted as the icy winds howled, enveloping everyone in a bone-chilling cold. All present were taken aback. The sudden change left them unprepared. The primary reason for their shock was that it was supposed to be autumn, with temperatures cool, but not frigid, and most were still clad in lightweight summer clothing. If extreme cold truly descended upon them, they would be ill-equipped to withstand it. While they might not perish outright from frostbite, their condition would be dire. At this moment, Xiao Fan's expression darkened considerably. He took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his demeanor, addressing the prisoners present. "Do not panic. I have a solution. All group leaders, report to my office for a meeting. The rest of you, disperse on the spot." This scene caught everyone off guard. After all, who would prepare winter clothing without reason? In the fourth-floor office, Xiao Fan sat resolutely at the head of the table, his composed gaze surveying the core members present. At this moment, they all sat upright in their seats, their expressions grave. "Please share your thoughts." Xiao Fan broke the silence. Li Ming adjusted his glasses and was the first to speak. "Boss, I believe we must prioritize warmth measures. The temperature has plummeted, and none of the prisoners in our safe house, including ourselves, have winter clothing. While we might manage for a short period, I fear that prolonged exposure will lead to dire consequences." The remainder of Li Ming's concerns remained unspoken. But everyone present understood that the extreme cold had only just begun, and they could already feel the chill creeping in. It was likely that within a few days, temperatures would drop below freezing. Relying solely on summer attire would not suffice to endure the month. "What do you mean?" Xiao Fan inquired, leaning back in his chair. A glint of determination flashed in Li Ming's eyes as he boldly proposed, "I suggest we raid the dormitory for their clothing." His suggestion garnered immediate support from several male team leaders. In a world consumed by chaos, moral constraints had long since dissolved in the face of survival. To them, any means were acceptable in the name of the prison-s survival and the boss-s orders. Xiao Fan looked at the four male leaders, a sense of helplessness swelling within him. He recognized that while this approach was indeed the most pragmatic and effective, it posed a dilemma. If everyone remained confined within the prison, he could exchange for some heating facilities, thus weathering the harsh climate. Yet, he also required these male prisoners as tools for hunting outside. "Let us first consider my proposal. If it proves unfeasible, then we may resort to your plan," Xiao Fan suggested. Reluctantly, he wished to avoid actions that contradicted his moral compass. If it were his enemies, those who had once ridiculed and tormented him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them, even inflicting torment. However, to rob ordinary survivors, some of whom might be innocents, was a line he could not cross. He was neither a saint nor a demon, unwilling to usurp others' rights to exist for his own betterment. With a sudden thought, a set of steel armor materialized in the center of the office. Xiao Fan approached it, lifting it to gauge its weight. It was indeed substantial, but not as cumbersome as he had imagined. He turned to Ji Wangsuan and said, "Ji Wangsuan, try it on." The unexpected appearance of the armor startled everyone. They gaped in astonishment, as if witnessing a remarkable spectacle. "How extraordinary! Brother Fan, how did you achieve this?" Liang Qingxian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration. The others directed their gazes towards Xiao Fan with equal wonder. Now is not the time for discussion. Let us assess the armor's practicality. Xiao Fan gestured for silence. Ji Wangsuan, though equally astonished, wasted no time in donning the armor. Satisfied, he glanced at his reflection, noting that every part of his body, head, torso, limbs, was thoroughly protected, with not a single gap visible. "Wow, boss, with this armor, I could take on a zombie in hand-to-hand combat. They wouldn't stand a chance against me," Yi Wangsuan exclaimed. "And how is your mobility?" Xiao Fan inquired. Ji Wangsuan immediately tested his limbs, jumping in place, and even performing a few squats. To his delight, he discovered that despite its seemingly heavy appearance, the armor allowed for considerable freedom of movement. It's quite manageable. It feels no heavier than about 10 pounds. Any average guy could wear it without issue. Ji Wengsuan reported excitedly. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. With the armor secured, they need not worry about warmth and protection during their hunting expeditions. Shortly, you all will go to the logistics office on the first floor to collect the armor and distribute it to the prisoners, Xiao Fan instructed, having already placed 200 sets of armor in the logistics room earlier. After addressing the issues of warmth and protection, Xiao Fan turned his attention to Zhang Hao. I've noticed a decrease in the number of prisoners over the past couple of days. What's the reason for this? Zhang Hao, in a rather upbeat tone, replied, Boss, Zhao Kai and Sun Wei are no longer with us. Their injuries were too severe, and they passed away after a long sleep. Upon hearing the news of his former companion's demise, Xiao Fan felt no stir of emotion. These were the same individuals who had once mocked him when he was still in a subservient position, and now their fate seemed a fitting comeuppance. What about the others? He inquired. 3 more brothers went out hunting this morning and were unfortunately infected by zombies. Zhang Hao continued. Had they been wearing this armor, they might not have been injured. In this apocalyptic world, death had become a commonplace occurrence. Yet witnessing the loss of companions one had shared countless days with was an experience that remained profoundly unsettling. He paused before adding, moreover, I can't shake the feeling that today's zombies seem more formidable, quicker, and stronger than before. Zhang Hao's words confirmed Xiao Fan's suspicions. He had already observed the zombies' mutations during his expeditions to recruit survivors in the university district. He replied solemnly, this is not merely a sensation. Zombies grow stronger as time progresses, continuously evolving. Thus, you must prepare yourselves. Future battles will only become more arduous. Upon learning this grim revelation, the group fell silent. Originally believing zombies to be mere mindless husks, they were now confronted with the reality of their evolution, casting an even darker shadow over their already challenging existence. The atmosphere in the office grew oppressive once more, worry etching itself onto every face. That will be all for today. Zhang Hao, you and your team should go distribute the armor and provide each brother with a pack of ham as a bonus for today, Xiao Fan instructed the 4. Yes, boss. The 4 men, buoyed by the prospect of a feast that evening, promptly departed from Xiao Fan's office. Once the male leaders had left, only Xiao Fan remained with Liang Qingxian, Tang Xinyi, Bai Ningbing, Wang Xian, and Lu Yaru. Observing the 5 young women before him softened Xiao Fan's demeanor. Given their previous interactions and the bond they shared, he approached the large table nearby, retrieving a lavish hot pot meal that the prison had distributed that day. Concerned that the quantity might be insufficient, he pulled additional food from his spatial ring for everyone to share. Let us eat, Xiao Fan smiled warmly. The food enthusiasts clapped in delight. On such a snowy day, to indulge in a steaming hot pot was a tremendous blessing. As they dined, Liang Qingxian swiftly plucked a slice of tender beef from the pot and instinctively placed it into Xiao Fan's bowl. Brother Fan, enjoy the meat. However, before the meat could settle in Xiao Fan's bowl, Bai Ningbing deftly snatched it up and popped it in her mouth. She then fished out a piece of tripe from the pot, delicately bringing it to Xiao Fan's lips. Darling, open up, she urged, blowing gently on the tripe before offering it to him. After Xiao Fan complied and consumed the morsel, Bai Ningbing cast a teasing smile at Liang Qingxian. Witnessing this exchange, Xiao Fan's expression turned to one of surprise, and he tentatively asked, have you two had a falling out? Chapter 41. Special mission completed, unlocking exclusive abilities. A casual remark from Xiao Fan instantly rendered the atmosphere in the room awkward. He awkwardly touched his nose and urged, please continue eating, don't just sit there. To his surprise, Bai Ningbing's delicate visage showed no sign of disturbance. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she provocatively quipped, who has to blame for certain eager little minxes who hastily climbed on a Fan Ji's bed? Though she refrained from naming anyone directly, her insinuation was unmistakably aimed at Liang Qingxian. Bai Ningbing was still incensed over Liang Qingxian abandoning her for a trivial matter concerning food, to seek out Xiao Fan alone. You, Liang Qingxian winced at the pointed jab, her eyes immediately brimming with tears. Once the closest of friends, their bond had frayed due to her gluttony, which led to her forsaking Bai Ningbing. Now, publicly humiliated, she pouted, her large, watery eyes shimmering with unshed tears, yet she dared not confront Bai Ningbing directly. In her helplessness, she could only cast a pleading glance toward Xiao Fan. Meanwhile, Wang Xian and Lu Yaru seized the opportunity to heap meat onto their plates, occasionally offering some to Xiao Fan. The most bewildered of all was Tang Xinyi, her innocent eyes darting between the two, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension. Xiao Fan had no intention of intervening immediately. Competition breeds motivation, and fostering a sense of urgency between them could inspire them to strive for his favor. As long as their conflict didn't escalate to disrupt the prison's stability, he was content to observe. Bai Ningbing and Liang Qingxian ceased their exchanges, silently competing as they served Xiao Fan vegetables. Given the current state, it seemed manageable. He would soon have them alone to guide their thoughts towards equilibrium. All right, it seems we've eaten enough. Let us address the matter at hand. Xiao Fan set down his chopsticks, and Tang Xinyi kindly offered him a napkin. His gaze swept over Lu Yaru and Liang Qingxian as he spoke in a grave tone. Lu Yaru and Liang Qingxian. How is the tally of construction personnel among the new arrivals? Upon hearing her name, Lu Yaru promptly stood, a small notebook in hand, and respectfully reported, Fan Ge. We have identified construction talents among the 162 newcomers and existing inmates. Before she could finish, Xiao Fan raised his hand to interrupt. She blinked, momentarily flustered by the sudden halt. I'm not interested in specifics. That's your responsibility. I need to know if the current manpower can accomplish the upcoming tasks, and how long it will take. Yes. Fan Ye. Lu Yaru and Liang Qingxian replied in unison, their hearts racing as they grasped his intent. The emperor issues commands and sets strategic direction. The execution of specific plans was their duty. I will reiterate my demands, so pay close attention. First, outside the prison gates, extending at least 100 meters, a speed bump constructed of cement must be erected every 5 meters. It must be tall, wide, and sturdy. As the zombies evolve, this speed bump will facilitate concentrated fire against them. Zombies are becoming faster and exhibiting signs of coordinated assaults. Conventional traps will gradually lose their effectiveness, but this straightforward obstacle will remain useful. Xiao Fan raised a second finger, pointing directly above the prison gate. Secondly, the current defense platform is inadequate in size and firepower. I require you to construct a large platform capable of accommodating many individuals for offensive maneuvers. Simultaneously, his tone intensified on this platform. A sufficiently wide ramp leading downward must be built. The slope should be steep, yet maintain a smooth descent. This demand left all present in stunned silence. Why construct a ramp leading downwards? Wouldn't that provide enemies with an avenue for attack? What if formidable mutated zombies charged up it? Xiao Fan seemed to sense their confusion and slowly elucidated. In the later stages, if we encounter insurmountable enemies, we can roll heavy objects like boulders or barrels of gasoline down this ramp. The smooth design is to prevent zombies from climbing back up. Understanding dawned upon them. They had focused solely on the risks posed by the ramp, neglecting its ingenious potential. This was akin to an apocalyptic upgrade of ancient warfare's rolling stones. By occupying the high ground, they would inherently hold the advantage against such primitive foes. Fan Ge is brilliant. A kiss is in order. Bai Ningbing, who a moment ago had exuded an icy demeanor, now resembled a kitten basking in her master's warmth. Nestling into Xiao Fan's embrace and pressing her soft lips against his, Xiao Fan was taken aback by her sudden affection, finding it both amusing and bewildering. Yet he gently deflected her advances. It was not the time for such intimacy. He lightly patted Bai Ningbing's pert rear, signaling her to sit properly. Now, regarding the defensive works, Lu Yaru and Liang Qingxian will take charge. For any personnel or materials needed, directly coordinate with Wang Xian. I expect to see a prototype within 3 days. Yes, Fan Ge. We will ensure the task is completed. The two women responded eagerly. At that moment, Xiao Fan unconsciously gazed out the window. The heavy snow showed no signs of abating. Despite the warmth generated by the hot pot in the office, he could still feel a faint chill. This matter cannot wait. As he spoke, his mind focused, and he directly accessed the prison shop's exchange list, bypassing the miscellaneous items to fixate on the section for base facilities. Industrial-grade central air conditioning, capable of providing constant heating and cooling for a space of 5,000 cubic meters. Highly efficient and energy-saving. Price, 400 survival coins each. I'll purchase 3 units, Xiao Fan mentally decided. 1,200 survival coins deducted. Purchased industrial-grade central air conditioning X3. Current balance, 5360 survival coins. As the system notification concluded, enormous air conditioning units materialized above the ceilings in various floors of the prison, coming to life. However, the present occupants remained unaware of the transformation occurring around them. Suddenly, a chilling and grand system notification reverberated through his mind without warning. Ding! It has been detected that within the 3-day limit, the cumulative kills of first-level zombies under the host command have reached 1,000. Special task, Night of 1,000 Ghosts completed. Task rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated your exclusive ability. Chapter 42, Awakening of Special Abilities. As Xiao Fan indulged in hot pot, listening to the women chatter excitedly, the long-awaited system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that within the 3-day limit, the cumulative kills of first-level zombies under the host command have reached 1,000. Special task: Night of 1,000 Ghosts completed. Task reward are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated your exclusive ability. Unlocking ability sequence 007, Domination. Xiao Fan paused mid-sip, his posture straightening in surprise. Funye. Tang Zinyi immediately noticed Xiao Fan's unusual demeanor and hurried to his side to check on him. Are you alright? The other women also halted their activities, their gazes converging on Xiao Fan. I'm fine, he replied, regaining his composure. I simply recalled something that requires my attention. Please continue eating, don't wait for me. The women nodded in agreement as Xiao Fan rose from his seat and departed the office, making his way to the first floor in search of an unoccupied room. Is this my extraordinary ability? He pondered. He raised his right hand, and to his surprise, a complex pattern in shades of purple and black materialized on the back of his hand, resembling an ancient totem. With a mere thought, a transparent data panel appeared before him. Sequence 007 Domination, LV. 1. Description: imprints a mark of enslavement on the target. The enslaved individual will belong to you on a soul level, rendering betrayal an impossibility. Concurrently, the mark will awaken the individual's latent potential, unlocking their unique, extraordinary ability. Current enslavable individuals. 1 person. Note: the enslavement mark only activates if the target consents willingly. Xiao Fan scrutinized the description of this ability, a slight frown creasing his brow. Willingness. He murmured, that limitation is rather troublesome. However, upon further reflection, he deemed it reasonable. If one could forcibly enslave anyone, such an ability would indeed be overwhelmingly powerful, and the system would never grant such a game-breaking capability. Moreover, the restriction to enslave merely one individual left him pondering. He stroked his chin, considering that while this ability seemed to align well with him, it appeared somewhat lacking in practical application, serving primarily to secure a fiercely loyal subordinate. Leaning against the sofa, he fell into deep contemplation. At this stage, his power felt somewhat superfluous, yet a point of interest caught his attention, whether it be physical enhancement or domination. Both bore the notation LV. 1. Did this imply that both could be upgraded through some means? If so, the potential for developing this ability could be quite significant. Although he could currently enslave only one person, might ascending to LV2 or LV3 allow for the enslavement of more individuals, or even unlock more formidable powers? How does one upgrade their extraordinary ability? Xiao Fan inwardly inquired. Yet, the system remained its usual aloof self, offering no response. Fisk. Xiao Fan pursed his lips. Deciding to let the matter go, he would take things one step at a time. Since he could currently enslave only one individual, he needed to choose wisely. He rapidly filtered through the names of all the inmates in his mind. Li Ming. No, that fellow is far too clever and cunning. Ensuring his willingness to submit would be fraught with complications. Yiveng Xuan? Absolutely not. That man is a lunatic who knows what chaos he would unleash upon awakening his powers. As for the female prisoners, Xiao Fan shook his head. While women could indeed fight, men generally held the advantage in pure combat prowess. After much deliberation, Xiao Fan finally fixed his gaze upon one individual, Zhang Hao. This simple-minded giant, robust in body yet uncomplicated in thought, possessed an admirable loyalty to Xiao Fan. From the very beginning, Zhang Hao had followed Xiao Fan's orders without a hint of dissent. Such a seemingly naive individual was, in fact, the most suitable choice. Additionally, Zhang Hao's combat capabilities were commendable. Should he awaken his powers, he would undoubtedly become a sharp blade. It settled, Xiao Fan resolved. He stood and picked up the intercom. Zhang Hao, come to room 1605 on the first floor. I'll be waiting for you inside. Understood, boss. Came Zhang Hao's booming voice over the intercom. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Come in, Xiao Fan instructed. Zhang Hao entered, grinning broadly and scratching his head. Boss, did you call for me? Yes. Please have a seat. Xiao Fan gestured to the chair opposite him. Zhang Hao obediently sat down, his hands resting neatly on his knees as Xiao Fan appraised him, carefully considering his words. While the notes on the ability indicated that all he needed was Zhang Hao's willingness, persuading him to willingly accept would require some finesse. Zhang Hao, you've been with me for quite some time now, haven't you? Xiao Fan began. Indeed, boss. Zhang Hao nodded vigorously. I've been with you since day one. You performed admirably during this time, Xiao Fan praised. Whether managing the hunting team or executing missions, you have done exceedingly well. Zhang Hao's face flushed with pride, and he chuckled sheepishly. That's just what I should do. You've treated me so well, boss. Of course, I must work hard. Therefore, Xiao Fan smoothly transitioned. I have a matter I need you to willingly accept. This will also benefit you, but I must inform you beforehand that the process might be a bit unusual. Are you willing? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hao thumped his chest and declared, I'm willing. Whatever you say, boss, I will do. Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Hao's prompt acceptance. Aren't you going to ask what it is? He couldn't help but inquire. No need to ask. Zhang Hao beamed. You've treated me so well, boss. How could you possibly harm me? Besides, you saved my life. I will do whatever you ask. Xiao Fan regarded Zhang Hao, feeling a strange sentiment swell within him. Before the apocalypse, he had never experienced such unwavering trust from another. Yet now, after the fall, he was finally understanding it. All right. Xiao Fan nodded. Please stand and relax, and do not resist. Zhang Hao complied, standing with his arms hanging loosely at his sides. Xiao Fan stepped before him, extending his right hand to rest upon Zhang Hao's head. In an instant, Xiao Fan's eyes transformed into a peculiar shade of purple, the pattern on his hand emanating a mesmerizing glow. An invisible energy enveloped the two. At that moment, Zhang Hao's eyes glazed over, his entire being appearing frozen in place. The process lasted approximately 10 seconds. When the purple light dissipated, Xiao Fan's eyes returned to normal, and Zhang Hao shook his head as if awakening from a dream. Boss. Zhang Hao looked at Xiao Fan in confusion, then glanced down at his right arm. He lifted it, examining the intricate purple pattern adorning it. The design was exquisite, imbued with an air of mystery, yet somehow familiar. How do you feel? Xiao Fan inquired. Zhang Hao vigorously shook his head, attempting to clear his mind. However, when he looked back at Xiao Fan, an indescribable emotion flickered in his gaze. Boss, Zhang Hao scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Why do I think you look a bit handsome now? I don't know why, but I feel an urge to be closer to you. Xiao Fan lowered his gaze to the pattern on Zhang Hao's arm, his lips twitching slightly as his features contorted in disbelief. Is this a succubus mark? Xiao Fan never anticipated that the mark of enslavement from his domination ability would manifest in such a manner. No, it should be said that this was the form the mark took upon Zhang Hao's awakening. It was certainly not his doing. Ahem, Xiao Fan cleared his throat, attempting to shift the conversation. Zhang Hao, where are you from? I'm from Chengdu, Zhang Hao replied candidly. Xiao Fan thought, that explains it. A Chengdu native, I can understand. He hastily attempted to see if he could lift this enslavement and select another target. He certainly did not want to dream of an unbreakable bond during the night. However, the system quickly informed him that once enslavement was successful, it could not be undone, nor could the target be changed. Xiao Fan sighed, resigned to his fate, and instructed, Zhang Hao, from now on, do not approach me alone without my command, especially at night. Zhang Hao, oblivious to the underlying tension, merely scratched his head awkwardly. Zhang Hao, take a moment to feel if there are any changes within you, Xiao Fan prompted. Zhang Hao closed his eyes, carefully sensing the transformations within his body. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his expression. Boss, I've awakened my extraordinary ability. It seems to be called Sequence 78. Berserker, I feel infused with power, as if I have boundless energy. As he spoke, Zhang Hao clenched his fists, his arm muscles instantaneously swelling, veins bulging, brimming with explosive power. A fierce battle? Xiao Fan's eyes gleamed. It sounded intriguing. Come, let's test the extent of your strength. He approached the table, arranging 2 chairs facing each other. Let us engage in an arm wrestling match to gauge our strength. Xiao Fan seated himself, propping his right elbow on the table. Boss, this may not be wise. Zhang Hao hesitated. What if I injure you? Enough chatter. Let us proceed, Xiao Fan urged, knowing his enhanced physique would prevent any serious injury, even if he were to lose. Upon hearing Xiao Fan's command, Zhang Hao finally took a seat, cautiously grasping his hand. Give it your all, begin. Both exerted their strength simultaneously. However, within merely 3 seconds, Xiao Fan's wrist was forcefully pinned down by Zhang Hao, utterly defenseless. Damn! Xiao Fan shook his wrist. Your strength is quite formidable. Despite possessing enhanced physical abilities, he was far from a match in this contest of strength. Judging by this display, it appeared Zhang Hao had barely exerted himself. Zhang Hao chuckled, scratching his head. Is your ability merely brute strength? Do you possess anything else? Xiao Fan inquired. The system has significantly augmented my resistance to abnormal states, but beyond that, there isn't much else, Zhang Hao replied candidly. Xiao Fan nodded, gaining a fundamental understanding of Zhang Hao's abilities. In simpler terms, it was a warrior-type ability primarily focused on raw strength, which suited Zhang Hao's style exceptionally well. Having grasped this, Xiao Fan waved his hand, signaling Zhang Hao to return. Remember, do not disclose your abilities to anyone else for the time being, understood? Understood. Zhang Hao nodded vigorously before departing the office with a grin. Once Zhang Hao had left, Xiao Fan reclined back on the sofa, lost in thought. He pondered whether the abilities of others were similarly limited. It seemed that in the initial stages, the enhancement provided by these powers was somewhat restricted. Take Zhang Hao. For instance, despite appearing quite powerful, Xiao Fan estimated that he could barely contend with 30 individuals alone. It appeared that to attain overwhelming strength, one must elevate the level of their abilities. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to enhance these powers. Chapter 43. I wish to file a complaint against your warden. At 11 o'clock at night, Xiao Fan lay on the large bed in the fourth-floor office, idly scrolling through his phone. Short videos and forums were inundated with distressing scenes. Some individuals were breaking down in tears on camera, while others sought help in online discussions. Xiao Fan perused these messages with a stoic expression, feeling no emotional stirrings. The apocalypse had only just begun. Their experiences were yet to manifest profoundly. Let the bullets fly for a while. In this dog-eat-dog world, compassion was the most worthless and futile sentiment. Just as he prepared to turn off his phone and rest, a cacophony of shouts erupted from downstairs. Frowning, Xiao Fan strained to listen, catching fragments of several women's voices amidst the din-ding. His phone vibrated. A message from Lu Yara appeared. Fangirl. The new female inmates have rioted. A few are causing disturbances. I'm addressing it now. It will be resolved shortly. Xiao Fan instantly sat upright. Interesting. At this moment, the female inmate area on the first floor had descended into chaos. Several new female prisoners clung to the bars, shaking them and shouting, "Why are we locked up? We haven't committed any crimes. You're violating our human rights. This is illegal detention. Do you know this is a crime? I demand food. I demand water. This wretched place lacks heating. Do you intend to freeze us to death?" The ringleader of the commotion, Zhao Suwei, was a student from the Fine Arts Department of Jiangxi University, accustomed to a life of luxury and unable to endure such indignities. Observing Lu Yara and others remaining unresponsive only fueled her fervor. "Hurry up and let me out. I'm starving." Lu Yara crossed her arms, maintaining an impassive demeanor as she watched them. "Enough of this racket." Lu Yara coldly interjected. "Do you believe this is a hotel? I don't care where this is." Zhao Suwei retorted sharply. "Your method of detaining us is illegal. I will file a complaint against you." Behind her, several other girls chimed in. "Yes. There are so many of us. Together we can ensure your warden is dismissed. This is illegal detention. A crime. You'll find yourselves imprisoned." Lu Yara laughed incredulously, perplexed by the reasoning of these girls. Shaking her head, she wore a sardonic expression. "Are you still living in the world before the apocalypse? File a complaint? Will you file it? The police station? The court? Or do you plan to seek out zombies for arbitration?" The surrounding seasoned inmates erupted in laughter. Zhao Suwei paused momentarily, but soon, her neck flushed with indignation. "Regardless, what you are doing is wrong. We demand food. We demand water. We demand a warm place to stay. If you do not comply, we will continue this ruckus until your warden appears." "Yes, everyone out." The other girls echoed in unison. Just as Lu Yara was about to respond, Xiao Fan arrived on the scene. "Fan Ye, boss." The seasoned inmates respectfully called out. Lu Yara quickly approached. Slightly bowing her head, "Fangirl, this minor issue can be handled by us. No need to trouble you." Xiao Fan waved his hand, a smile gracing his lips. "I happen to be a bit bored. I'll come down to unwind." He raised his gaze towards the raucous female inmates, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Upon seeing the warden's arrival, Zhao Suwei and her cohorts not only failed to quiet down, but grew increasingly boisterous. "You are the warden?" Zhao Suwei pointed at Xiao Fan. "Let me tell you, your method of detaining us is illegal. I will file a complaint against you. Yes, we want food. We want water. We also want a warm place to stay. If you do not provide it, we will continue our disturbance until you acquiesce." The girls grew more animated, entirely oblivious to the mocking gazes of the seasoned inmates directed at them, as if they were watching a group of fools courting death. Xiao Fan remained silent for a few seconds after hearing their demands. Then he smiled, a radiant, joyful smile. "Interesting." He turned to Lu Yara. "Let them out." Lu Yara was momentarily taken aback. "Let them out? Let them out," Xiao Fan reiterated calmly. Since they were so spirited, it might be enjoyable to engage with them. Understanding his intent, Lu Yara's lips curled into a cold smirk. She stepped forward and opened the cell door. Zhao Suwei and her companions paused before strutting out with an air of triumph. "You're finally being sensible. Now quickly arrange for us food and drinks. In a warm room. Otherwise, we will continue our ruckus." Xiao Fan observed them with a smile, suddenly signaling Lu Yara with a glance. Lu Yara immediately understood. Turning to a few subordinates, "Go to the supply room, bring out some iron buckets, and prepare some ice water." Several seasoned inmates nodded, their faces twisted into cruel smiles as they hurried away. Zhao Suwei and her companions remained puzzled, questioning, "What are you planning to do?" Before long, several seasoned inmates returned. carrying large iron buckets filled with water, ice chunks floating atop. Given the outdoor temperature had plummeted to below 10 degrees, the icy water was excruciatingly cold. Xiao Fan approached with a smile, gazing at Zhao Suiai and her friends. It seems you're feeling quite warm. Let us cool you down a bit. Zhao Suiai's expression shifted instantly. What do you think you're doing? No, no. The girls recoiled in terror, but it was already too late. With a swift gesture, Xiao Fan commanded several elderly inmates to step forward, unceremoniously restraining the girls. No, please. I was wrong. I was wrong. Zhao Suiai pleaded desperately, her voice laced with terror as she struggled. Yet, Xiao Fan remained impassive, seizing her collar and lifting her effortlessly. With a splash, Zhao Suiai was hurled into the icy water barrel. The excruciating cold pierced her skull, prompting a terrified scream. She grasped at the slippery sides of the barrel, but to no avail. Her fingers could find no purchase. One by one, the other rebellious girls were similarly cast into the iron barrel. It's so cold. Help, please. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Let me out. Their anguished cries echoed, chilling and desperate. The surrounding elderly inmates observed the scene with indifference, devoid of sympathy. Merely spectators to the grim spectacle. In this apocalyptic world, survival itself was a luxury. Who dared to cause trouble? Xiao Fan, hands tucked in his pockets, watched with keen interest as the girls struggled within the barrel, occasionally pressing their heads down to assist in cooling their heated bodies. As time ticked away, Zhao Suiai's screams gradually diminished, morphing from rage and fear into desperate pleas. Their lips began to turn blue, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Please, let me out. Zhao Suiai's voice was now barely audible, her gaze unfocused, her complexion ashen. Xiao Fan glanced at the time and deemed it sufficient. All right, pull them out, he ordered. The elderly inmates promptly moved forward, dragging the nearly frozen girls from the barrel. They collapsed onto the ground, soaked and shivering, unable to rise. Xiao Fan looked down at them from his elevated position, his tone flat. Are you cold? The girls trembled as they responded, cold. Xiao Fan gestured to Lu Yara to fetch some electric batons. He refrained from using the monitoring bracelet's electric shocks, fearing they might lose consciousness entirely. The girls, already pale with fright, pleaded, We're not cold. We're very warm. Please, we are not cold at all. Yes, warden, spare them. A few girls knelt, desperately begging for mercy, while others in the prison joined in their appeals. Xiao Fan paid them no heed, instructing, take those pleading out, give them a jolt with the electric batons. Accompanied by piercing screams, all the newly arrived inmates grasped the severity of the warden's methods, huddling in corners, afraid to breathe. Xiao Fan looked down at the rebellious women. Do you still want to eat? I can accommodate your desires. Zhao Suiai shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. No, no, soda. I'm sorry. The other girls followed suit, crying and begging for mercy. Xiao Fan turned to Lu Yara. Administer some antibiotics. We can't afford any casualties. Yes, Brother Fan. Lu Yara replied respectfully. Xiao Fan cast one last glance at the pitiful girls on the ground, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Remember, this is a prison, not your home. If you wish to survive, obey without question. Should you dare to cause trouble again, he paused, his voice chilling. Next time, the icy water will be replaced with boiling oil. With that, he turned and departed. Behind him, the girls lay trembling on the floor, silenced, too terrified to utter another word. Meanwhile, in the male inmate section, in Tan Yunhao's cell, he reclined on his bed, fixated on his phone screen, fingers flying as he typed. Qian, was today's beef canned food delicious? If you liked it, I'll bring you more tomorrow. After a long wait, Li Qian finally replied with a single word. Oh. Tan Yunhao stared at the indifferent response, a wave of bitterness and frustration washing over him. Yet, he quickly steeled himself, continuing to send messages. Qian, I really miss you. I haven't seen you much these past few days, but you're always on my mind. I would do anything for you. If you want the moon, I will pluck it down for you. He fervently typed, drenched in humility and eagerness. Alas, Li Qian did not respond. Tan Yunhao's anxiety grew as he pondered whether Kinkin's phone had died. Why isn't she replying? Brother Hao. Suddenly, Zhou Lei's voice broke through his thoughts. Tan Yunhao snapped back to reality, lowering his phone and looking at Zhou Lei in confusion. Brother Hao, when do we make our move? Zhou Lei whispered. I can't take it anymore. We work ourselves to the bone every day, eating nothing but that wretched pig feed. We have to trade for meat with supply cards. What kind of sense is that? Why does Xiao Fan get to live on the 4th floor? Enjoying the good life while we suffer here? Sun Tao chimed in exactly. Brother Hao, did you say you want to take down Xiao Fan? When do we act? A dangerous glint flickered in Tan Yunhao's eyes. He sat up, lowering his voice. Tomorrow. Zhou Lei and Sun Tao's eyes lit up. Really? Dan Junao Nadith. retrieving a compact electric dart launcher from beneath his pillow. I got lucky today and obtained a green supply card that opened a special item. Within 10 meters, I just need to aim at Xiao Fan. With a single shot, he'll be incapacitated. After that, we can approach him under the pretext of supplies and take him down. Once he is eliminated, this prison will be ours, and Xian will surely return to me. The three exchanged excited glances, their faces alight with exhilaration. Ha! Brother Hao is brilliant. Once we take Xiao Fan as women, they will all be ours. I've never liked Lu Yara. No one better try to snatch her from me. Haha, everyone will have a share. Their excitement grew as they began to envision their new lives. Suddenly, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Tan Yunhao's expression changed, and he quickly gestured for silence. Zhou Lei and Sun Tao fell silent, pretending to sleep. The footsteps halted outside their cell. Dan Junao. Tan Yunhao's heart raced, but he maintained his composure. What is it? The boss wants to see you. The voice of a patrolling inmate rang out. Tan Yunhao, the boss is looking for you. Go to the fourth floor office immediately. Tan Yunhao's heart sank, his body trembling involuntarily. Xiao Fan is looking for me? Why? Has our plan been exposed? As his thought crossed his mind, a chilling realization washed over him. Had he been betrayed? But the puzzled expressions of Zhou Lei and Sun Tao suggested otherwise. Moreover, their discussions of rebellion had always taken place outside the prison. Even if Xiao Fan had spies, they couldn't possibly know. It must not have been exposed. With this thought, Tan Yunhao exhaled, the earlier panic replaced by a burgeoning sense of pride. Perhaps Xiao Fan had recognized his organizational abilities and wished to promote him. Yes, that must be it. Once he entered the core management of the prison, his status would rise, and he would receive greater supplies. Wouldn't he that secure Qianqian's affection once more? Every time he envisioned Li Qianqian's pristine face, a surge of fervor ignited within him. Qianqian, wait for me. Soon, I will provide you with the life you desire. With a lightness in his step, Tan Yunhao made his way to the fourth floor office, soon arriving at its door. He knocked. He politely knocked on the door. Come in, Xiao Fan lazily replied. Tan Yunhao pushed the door open, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his suspicions were further solidified. The spacious office was comfortably warm, and Tan Yunhao felt a sense of ease wash over him. Xiao Fan was reclining in the boss's chair, conversing with them, while the four male leaders from the prison sat obediently on the sofa, attentively listening to his admonishments. He claimed he wasn't promoting me. But look, the trusted core members are all here. Oh, Xiao, if only you had done this sooner. You truly have the insight. A wave of elation surged within Tan Yunhao, nearly bursting from his chest, yet he restrained himself, striving to maintain an expression of calm composure. Boss, he respectfully called out. Upon seeing him, Xiao Fan immediately displayed a warm smile, as if he were reuniting with a long-lost brother. Yunhao, sit down, don't just stand there. Thank you, boss. Tan Yunhao took a seat on the sofa. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded. Xiao Fan actually retrieved an unopened pack of cigarettes from his drawer, took one out, and even lit it for him. You've been working hard leading the team lately. I've noticed Xiao Fan's tone was as gentle as that of a friendly neighbor. Tan Yunhao inhaled the long-missed nicotine, feeling exhilarated. He comfortably leaned back on the sofa, instinctively crossing his legs. At that moment, the last shred of doubt in his mind dissipated. Smoking cigarettes. This surely meant he was being treated as one of their own. Xiao Fan, you great brother. I accept this. The remaining question was what kind of treatment Xiao Fan would grant him. At least a managerial position or above. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so courteous. At this point, Tan Yunhao was already envisioning a beautiful life with Li Qianqian, and just the thought of her made a smile creep onto his lips. Xiao Fan cleared his throat and began, the reason I called you here, but before he could finish, Tan Yunhao interrupted, don't worry, boss. I will certainly live up to your expectations and strive to pass the prison's tests. Xiao Fan's expression turned to one of surprise. Tan Yunhao's sudden interruption left him momentarily stunned. If you have that determination, then that's good. Additionally, the reason I called you here is to let you witness a grand spectacle. Tan Yunhao was puzzled. A grand spectacle? A circus act? Just as he was about to voice his inquiry, a timid voice with a hint of hesitation came from outside the office. Is anyone there? That voice, for some reason, Tan Yunhao felt it was incredibly familiar, as if he had heard it often before. The next moment, the office door was gently pushed open. When he saw the silhouette standing at the door, Tan Yunhao's smile instantly froze, and he stood dumbfounded. Qianqian, what are you doing here? The newcomer was none other than the goddess he had been yearning for, Li Qianqian. She clearly hadn't anticipated Tan Yunhao's presence either. She merely cast a fleeting glance at him, her gaze resembling that of a stranger, and then turned her attention to Xiao Fan seated at the head of the table. A hint of shyness and unease on her face. Come, Qianqian, come sit here. Xiao Fan's smile grew even brighter as he gestured for Li Qianqian to take a seat beside him. Li Qianqian hesitated, taking small steps toward him. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Being treated this way by a stranger left her somewhat flustered. However, the bashful expression on Li Qianqian's face struck Tan Yunhao like a thunderbolt, crashing down upon him. Xiao Fan, you beast! Tan Yunhao's reason shattered in an instant, his eyes turning bloodshot as he sprang up from the sofa, lunging toward Xiao Fan. Let Qianqian go. I'll fight you. Yet, Xiao Fan didn't even glance up. He leisurely picked up his phone from the table, unlocked it, and skillfully opened a familiar icon. League of Legends Mobile. Bang! Just as Tan Yunhao stood up, Zhang Hao beside him kicked him against the wall, causing him to crumple to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. Subsequently, Li Ming and others rushed forward, pinning him down. Let me go. You pack of lackeys. Xiao Fan, you beast, may you not die a good death. Tan Junao stragel madri, spewing curses. Zhang Hao and the others remained expressionless as they securely tied him to a chair with rope. Xiao Fan still did not look at him, casually saying, Brother Yunhao, you're quite noisy. Zhang Hao instantly understood, stepping in front of Tan Yunhao. Removing his sock that had been worn for a month, the sole now worn smooth, and shoved it into Tan Yunhao's mouth. MMM. Ji Wangsuan seized the opportunity to apply transparent tape, wrapping it several times around Tan Yunhao's mouth. He was left tied to the chair, emitting muffled, desperate sounds, his body trembling violently from anger and humiliation. Only then did Xiao Fan finally lift his head, as if nothing had happened, gently stroking Li Qianqian's back. We have an old saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Xiao Fan's lips were almost touching Li Qianqian's ear, his warm breath causing her ears to redden. I really admire your cleverness, Qianqian. Li Qianqian's gaza flickeret. She glanced at the tied-up Tan Yunhao and then felt the irresistible sense of power emanating from the man beside her, shyly and submissively lowering her head. Xiao Fan smiled with satisfaction. He lifted Li Qianqian effortlessly into his arms and, under Tan Yunhao's venomous glare, walked into the bedroom behind the office. With a bang, the door closed. Chapter 45. The Proverb of the Sequence, the Tier of Domination. Morning. Xiao Fan opened his eyes, stretching comfortably. Beside him, Li Qianqian was still deeply asleep. After all, facing a fully equipped level 18 prince in a duel against a level 1 unequipped Ari, it would be a disservice to her stats if he didn't defeat her 10 times over. Xiao Fan glanced out the floor-to-ceiling window. As expected, the outside world was blanketed in ice and snow, a sea of white as far as the eye could see. At this moment, Li Qianqian had been stirred awake by Xiao Fan's movements, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her tone tinged with a hint of pleasantry. Brother Fan, you're awake? Xiao Fan merely nodded slightly, offering no further response. He casually opened the system panel. Apocalyptic Prison, LV, 3. Current number of prisoners, 380. Daily income, 5720 survival coins. Current remaining survival coins, 5100. A series of pleasing numbers. Notably, the over 5,000 survival coins were merely the base income generated from the incarceration of prisoners. When accounting for the male prisoners venturing out to hunt and the 24-hour monster spawning device, Xiao Fan's actual daily earnings had stabilized around 8,000 survival coins. Comparatively, other survivors likely earned only a few dozen coins a day, while Xiao Fan's earnings were hundreds of times greater. Indeed, no wonder everyone curses capital, while simultaneously yearning to become capital themselves. Subsequently, Xiao Fan's gaze inadvertently caught sight of his sequence. Sequence 007 Domination, LV1. Beneath this line of text, for the first time, a line of golden text appeared. Sequence proverb. When a host completes specific milestone events, it will activate the proverb leading to a higher tier. Completing any of the proverbs will allow for an elevation of the sequence level. Conditions for promotion of Sequence 007 Domination. Choose one of three. 1. Completely destroy the spiritual will of 3 sentient beings using non-physical means, causing their beliefs to collapse. Current progress, 13. 2. Have 10 absolute loyal individuals willing to sacrifice their lives for you. Current progress, 110. With utmost severity of punishment, 3 irredeemable individuals were executed in the presence of no fewer than 100 prisoners. Xiao Fan's breath hitched momentarily. So that's it. He suddenly comprehended that his disdain and psychological torment inflicted upon Tan Yunhao the previous night had inadvertently reached a milestone, activating the so-called sequence proverb. Without a doubt, the progress of dismantling the spirit and will, 13, refer to the man sitting outside the door, Tan Yunhao. Turning to the second item, 10 death warriors. That must be Zhang Hao, enslaved by the mark of domination, his soul utterly loyal. However, gathering the remaining candidates proved quite challenging. The system's description suggested the criteria were exceedingly stringent. Lastly, regarding the third item, Xiao Fan merely glanced over the list of torturous punishments provided by the system. Names like Blood Eagle, Copper Bull, and Lingqi made him feel an unsettling discomfort. Too troublesome, too bloody. The key was that he had to carry it out himself. It seemed the most feasible task at present was the first one, Xiao Fan murmured. To dismantle an individual's spirit, and will entail seizing what they hold dearest. A woman naturally surfaced in Xiao Fan's mind, Lu Ruyan. Given his understanding of her, the one thing she cherished above all else was undoubtedly her beauty. Excellent. She should be the first target. As for the second target, it posed a conundrum for Xiao Fan. Among the prisoners, the only one with whom he shared a deep-seated enmity and was still alive appeared to be Wang Ming. Yet this fellow seemed extraordinarily resilient. Even after having his teeth pulled, he continued to eat and drink as if nothing were amiss. A realization dawned upon him. He was biding his time. This man must not be spared. With this thought, Xiao Fan began to form a rough plan. Since his Dominion ability activated the sequence proverb through psychological pressure, what about Zhang Hao's sequence 78, the Berserker? Following this logic, Zhang Hao's activation method would likely be related to combat and fury. Acting on impulse, Xiao Fan promptly organized his discoveries and speculations about the sequence proverbs into a brief message and sent it directly to Zhang Hao via his mobile phone. Outside, the snowstorm persisted, draping the entire world in a shroud of desolate whiteness, with temperatures plummeting to a terrifying degree, perhaps dipping below -10 degrees. Fan Germani, Li Qianqian, cautiously sat up, wrapping herself in a blanket and revealing only her pitifully delicate face. Xiao Fan cast a glance at her on the system panel. Her rebellion value had decreased from 60 to 43 since the previous night. She could barely be considered a competent tool now. From now on, you will move to the dormitory with Tang Xinyi and the others, Xiao Fan instructed in a flat tone. Your authority will be raised to level 2. In terms of work, assist Lu Yaru with personnel reception and the registration of new prisoners. Upon hearing this, Li Qianqian's eyes sparkled with joy as she hurriedly knelt on the bed, resting her head against the mattress, her voice trembling with excitement. Thank you. Thank you. Fan Ye. Level 2 authority meant she was no longer the lowest-ranking prisoner, allowing her a relatively independent space and the freedom to move about the first and second floors of the prison. More importantly, this position signified her ascension to management. It was akin to a meteoric rise. Xiao Fan waved his hand, impatiently interrupting her gratitude. I need to step out for a while. You can tidy up and report in later. With that, he dressed and departed. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, it was no longer the chaotic scene of the previous days. With the arrival of the extreme cold and the spreading reputation of Xiao Fan's sanctuary, numerous survivors had sought refuge over the past few days. Lu Yaru had organized a team of clever girls to establish a standardized reception process. Registration, skill inquiries, system evaluations, wristband distribution, and cell assignments were all conducted in an orderly manner to facilitate Xiao Fan's review of the new talents at any time. Lu Yaru even had a computer-savvy prisoner create a simple internal personnel management application. As Xiao Fan approached Lu Yaru's desk, she promptly handed him a tablet with respect. He opened the application named Prison Talent Pool. The interface was simple, yet the content was extraordinarily detailed. Each female prisoner's frontal photo, alongside a candid shot, was presented, with foundational data such as height, weight, and measurements meticulously listed, along with the system's ratings. Special skills were additionally labeled beneath the photos. Rating C, skill, proficient in 8 languages. Rating B, skill, former provincial-level shooting athlete. Rating A, skill, master's degree in biochemistry. Quite convenient, Xiao Fan mused internally. This would greatly aid his comprehensive understanding of the prison's personnel. He then proceeded to the logistics office, where he collected 2 purple resource cards from Wang Xian, subsequently accessing the prison store for review. However, upon seeing the items on sale today, his pupils constricted sharply, and his breath caught for half a second. Chapter 46. SSS Level Evaluation. Sinful Judgment. The special items in the prison store refresh daily with an array of peculiar offerings. Upon viewing the first 2 items, Xiao Fan instinctively shook his head. Tiangang's satellite missile system. Price, 100,000 survival coins. Product description, dual mode guidance and anti-jamming. Long-range precision strike on strategic targets. Paradise Fairy Wand. Price, 500 survival coins. Product description, experience a feeling of 1,000 after use. Note, not recommended for frail women, as it may induce sudden death. Upon seeing the first 2 products, Xiao Fan instinctively passed them by. Utterly useless. Yet, when he beheld the final item, his gaze froze. Product name, disposable mental shock device. Product description, inflicts immense, irreversible psychological trauma on a single sentient being through high-frequency sound waves and subconscious suggestion, with a high probability of completely shattering their will, rendering them idiotic. Price: 1,000 survival coins. Xiao Fan's pupils dilated, and his heart raced. This device was tailor-made for his sequence proverb. Non-physical means to obliterate a person's spirit and will? Was this not it? Compared to painstakingly crafting scenarios and manipulating hearts, this straightforward and brutal tool was exponentially more efficient. Purchase. Without hesitation, the 1,000 survival coins vanished in an instant, and a palm-sized metallic object resembling a headset appeared in his inventory. Elation surged within him. This was perfect for use on the unyielding Wang Meng. He immediately summoned two individuals via internal communication. Zhang Hao, Yi Wengxuan, come to the first floor conference room. Soon, Zhang Hao and Ji Wengxuan arrived at the first floor to find Xiao Fan. Yi Wengxuan, go and destroy Lu Ruyan's face for me. Ji Wengxuan's face lit up with fervor as he eagerly replied, yes, boss. He never questioned Xiao Fan's commands, simply executing them, especially relishing in such torturous tasks. Xiao Fan's eyes held no trace of compassion. Lu Ruyan and Wang Meng, the two who had caused him profound harm, were fortunate he had not executed them outright. He then turned to Zhang Hao, handing him the mental shock device. Zhang Hao. Xiao Fan's gaze was as cold as frost. Find Wang Meng, use this on him, and then press the switch. Understood, boss. Zhang Hao swiftly accepted the mental shock device and headed straight towards the male prisoners. It's worth mentioning that Xiao Fan had granted everyone a day off today. The primary reason lies in the exceptionally harsh environment outside. Xiao Fan harbors concerns that unforeseen events may arise with the zombies, leading to a significant loss of personnel. While he harbors no fear of death itself, the potential impact on the income from survival coins poses a grave issue. Having arranged everything, Xiao Fan felt elated as he approached the bedside, gazing out at the world blanketed in silver, and resolved to venture outside for some fresh air. Donning the combat protective gear he had previously purchased from the store, he set out alone, armed with a long knife, through the prison gates. The external world was eerily silent, the wind and snow seemingly muffling all sounds. Before long, he encountered wandering zombies. These creatures moved even more sluggishly than before in the frigid temperatures. When Xiao Fan casually thrust his dagger at one of the zombies, it emitted a sharp clang. The skin and muscles of the zombies had become extraordinarily hard due to the freezing conditions, rendering ordinary physical attacks far less effective. Could they be evolving continuously in response to their environment? Xiao Fan pondered as he scanned his surroundings for any other signs of zombies. Just then, his attention was drawn to a figure standing alone on the nearby track. The silhouette appeared to be observing Xiao Fan as well. When the figure noticed him, it jumped up and waved. Curiously, Xiao Fan approached closer. It was a girl whose slender form exuded an ethereal purity, seemingly untouched by the world. As he circled around to face her directly, the instant he beheld her countenance, he was utterly entranced. Her beauty surpassed that of any girl he had ever encountered. If he were to describe her in 2 words, he would unhesitatingly exclaim, incredible. Like a startled swan, her clear eyes sparkled as if they contained the very stars. With just one glance, Xiao Fan found himself deeply ensnared, unable to extricate himself. In that moment, a prompt from the system chimed in. SSS level target detected. Detaining her will unlock unlimited resources. SSS level. Xiao Fan's heart raced wildly, beating uncontrollably. Ever since the apocalypse began, he had found himself frequently experiencing such feelings. Gazing at the girl before him, an unprecedented primal impulse surged forth, momentarily overwhelming his intellect. Xiao Fan slammed his fist against the small tent in frustration. Damn it. This is my turn. It's not your time to shine yet. As he approached her, she showed no signs of alarm. Instead, a gentle smile graced her lips as she greeted him. Hello, I'm lost. Could you tell me how to get to the experimental building? Her voice was as refreshing as a mountain spring, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Aren't you cold? Xiao Fan asked instinctively. Not really, she playfully replied, patting her stomach. I have a warm pack inside. Her innocent and carefree demeanor amused him, causing his wariness to dissipate somewhat. What brings you out here? The girl inquired curiously. I came out to scout for zombies and see if there have been any changes, Xiao Fan replied, jokingly adding, but in this apocalypse with your beauty, aren't you afraid I might bully you? She shook her head and playfully stuck out her tongue. I'm not scared. I'm quite formidable. As she spoke, she flexed her arm, striking a pose to showcase her biceps. Xiao Fan couldn't help but laugh at her antics. She was so petite that he felt he could easily overpower her with a single punch. The two exchanged a few light-hearted remarks, and the atmosphere grew relaxed and pleasant. The girl eagerly pulled out a chocolate bar from her backpack, offering him half. As she chewed on the chocolate, she asked in a muffled tone. Do you know Xiao Fan? I heard he has a group of followers in the safe house. Is that true? Surprise flickered in Xiao Fan's eyes. He and T realized he had gained some notoriety. I am Xiao Fan. What do you want with me? He assumed the girl would be delighted or taken aback. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, her expression shifted from one of surprise to a disconcerting blankness, and then a pure, unadulterated killing intent erupted forth, causing Xiao Fan's hair to stand on end. You are Xiao Fan, she stated flatly. Prepare for judgment. Smash. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a punch with no flourish, simply a straightforward jab. The force behind the blow was terrifying, aimed squarely at Xiao Fan's chest. It was too fast. He knew that if he were struck directly, it could very well be fatal. In that life-or-death moment, relying on his commendable physique, he narrowly evaded the punch. Despite this, the blow landed solidly on his left arm. Crack! An indescribable force coursed through him, breaking his left arm. Damn it! Seizing the moment while the girl was momentarily stunned, Xiao Fan spat, the sticky chocolate mix hitting her in the eye. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. Fighting head-on would lead only to his demise. This girl was far too powerful. Enraged by his actions, the girl hastily wiped her eyes clear of the snow, regaining her vision, and pursued him. You jerk! Trying to run away? Xiao Fan sprinted with all his might toward the prison, desperation fueling his speed. Yet the girl was far too swift, closing the distance rapidly. Ultimately, he found himself cornered in a dead end before a classroom building, with nowhere left to retreat. Clutching his fractured arm, panting heavily, he shouted, Who are you? We have no grievances. Why do you want to kill me? The girl looked down at him, her eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain. My guiding principle is to personally obliterate the gravest sins within my understanding. She sighed, but explaining this to you is pointless. You wouldn't comprehend what it means. Xiao Fan protested. I haven't committed any crimes. You have the wrong person. I have a classmate named Zhao Suai. She was just tormented by you and your subordinates yesterday. She told me you treat living beings as livestock, throwing them into ice buckets for your amusement, simply because they sought a morsel of food and warmth to survive. Am I mistaken? Xiao Fan's heart plummeted. Damn it. He had encountered a true saint. Chu Yingxiu's tiny pink fist tightened once more, her gaze fixated on Xiao Fan with deadly precision. Scum like you, your mere existence is a sin. Today, I shall deliver justice. The words echoed ominously in Xiao Fan's ears. At that moment, all that remained on Chu Yingxiu's innocent face was a chilling intent to kill. Her small pink fist clenched tightly as she advanced step by step towards him. Damn it! Xiao Fan cursed inwardly, his mind racing faster than ever before. Fighting would lead to death, begging for mercy would mean death, and trying to explain would only lead to a dead end. Why wasn't he this scenario like those in novels, where clever words could buy time or even sway the enemy? Why did this girl launch an attack without hesitation? The shotgun in his backpack was useless. He had already tried to use it while fleeing, but it was too quick to aim. Moreover, at such close range, he would be exposing himself the moment he reached for it. What to do? At this moment, the only path to survival seemed to be to run. However, the pain in his left arm gnawed at his nerves, and the girl's speed far outstripped his own. As his thoughts twisted, Xiao Fan's gaze flickered towards his inventory. There lay the 2 purple resource cards he had just acquired from the logistics room. Without hesitation, he activated them. Congratulations. You have obtained a wardrobe of all categories X1. Item description. Contains a variety of commonly found clothing in the market. What the hell? Can't this be a joke? By the way, do you have overalls? He activated again. Congratulations, you have obtained highly concentrated tear gas grenades X2. Item description. Explodes 3 seconds after the safety pin is pulled, releasing a high concentration of tear gas over a wide area, causing intense irritation to living beings, temporarily impairing their vision and respiratory capabilities. This is it. I must inquire, is your so-called justice merely a one-sided word for harlot? Are you aware that if you kill me, the 500 individuals in our safe house will have nowhere to go? Have you considered their placement? Struggling against the excruciating pain, Xiao Fan forced a mocking smile onto his face, deliberately provoking her to buy himself time. Shut up. Ignoring you, you scoundrel. Prepare to meet your end. As expected, Chu Yingxiu was instantly enraged. She let out an angry shout, her feet propelled with such force that the stone slabs beneath her shattered into pieces. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before Xiao Fan, channeling all her strength into a strike, hurtling towards him with a force that could tear through the air. Zulfust. Xiao Fan's pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. Yet he had been waiting for this very moment. The instant Chu Yingxiu moved, his right hand swiftly retrieved a smoke grenade from his inventory, his thumb flicking the safety pin with no hesitation, hurling it to the ground between them. Bang! A muffled explosion erupted just as Chu Yingxiu's fist was about to collide with Xiao Fan's face, enveloping the surrounding 10-meter radius in a thick cloud of white smoke. Cough, cough, what is this? Chu Yingxiu was caught off guard, choking on the acrid smoke that filled her eyes and nose. Despite her superior physique, tears streamed down her face as she began to cough violently. An opportunity. Ignoring the searing pain radiating from his left arm, Xiao Fan plunged into the nearby teaching building. He didn't dare to linger, sprinting up the stairs with all his might, darting into a random classroom and swiftly locking the door behind him. Leaning against the iron door within the classroom, Xiao Fan gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking his back. Cough, cough, you bastard! Get out here! Downstairs! Chu Yingxiu's furious roar echoed, akin to a rampaging train. Moments later, her fist crashed against the structure, followed by a thunderous sound, as if the entire building trembled. Listening to the continuous booming from below, Xiao Fan mused, this foolish girl can't possibly think she could demolish this building with her fists. Realizing this method was futile, the sounds of her assaults on the building ceased. Chu Yingxiu was coming up. It's over. I can evade her for a moment, but not forever. This building is only 2 stories tall. I'll be found eventually. Just as despair sank deep into Xiao Fan's heart. Pondering whether to use another smoke grenade and leap out the window in a gamble, a chilling system prompt resonated in his mind like celestial music. Series proverb. Progress update on the complete destruction of the mental will of 3 intelligent beings through non-physical means. Current progress, 23. It worked. A burst of euphoric light ignited in Xiao Fan's eyes. Just one more to go. He quickly grabbed his phone, urging Zhang Hao and Ji Wengsu to hurry. If his series could advance, it would undoubtedly grant him more leverage for survival. At that point, even if he couldn't win, he would still have a better chance at survival. There's still hope. Xiao Fan's will to survive was fully ignited, his gaze fixated on the system panel. His mind consumed by a singular thought. Delay. At all costs. Delay until the mission is complete. Boom! Another deafening explosion sounded, this time closer, as if it had reached the 2nd floor. Xiao Fan dared not linger by the door. Clutching his injured left arm, he quickly scanned the vicinity of the classroom. His gaze swiftly locked onto a row of lockers against the wall, and he curled his body up, squeezing inside. Footsteps approached step by step, until they finally halted at the classroom door. With a violent force, the classroom door was yanked off its hinges and crashed heavily to the ground. Xiao Fan, come out. I know you're here. Her voice was icy as she stepped into the classroom, holding his breath within the locker. Xiao Fan's heart raced as if it would leap out of his throat. Hurry up. Faster. Chu Yingxiu paced within the classroom, scrutinizing every corner. Her gaze finally settled on the last row of lockers, and she approached with her fists raised. Xiao Fan's heart skipped a beat, frozen in dread. She found me. I've been located, little mouse. She raised her pale, yet lethal fist. It's over. A pang of despair flashed through Xiao Fan's mind. It's over. But just at that critical moment, ding! Series proverb. The complete destruction of the mental will of 3 intelligent beings through non-physical means has been completed. Detected that the host has met the conditions for promotion. Series 009 domination. Promotion. Series 007 domination has evolved. It's here. But Chu Yingxiu's fist had already swung down, crashing towards a locker. Boom! The locker was deformed under the immense force. Xiao Fan silently thanked his luck that the punch landed on the adjacent locker, a mere half-meter away from him. Meanwhile, before Xiao Fan, the system prompted once again. Promotion successful. Series 007 domination, LV2. Please choose one of the following 3 advanced abilities as your Dominion tier. Chapter 48 now, it is my turn to judge you. Promotion successful. Series 007 domination, LV2. Please choose one of the following 3 advanced abilities as your Dominion tier. It was not merely a successful promotion, but the unlocking of the promotion tier. In an instant, everything before Xiao Fan seemed to pause. 3 distinctly different options materialized upon his retina. Path of Kingship, passive achieve max charm, gradually garnering the heartfelt support of followers through royal charisma and absolute strength. Seed of the Heart Demon. Acquire the skill of the Heart Demon, capable of utterly dismantling the mental defenses of non-ability users, implanting a heart demon deep within their souls, transforming them into emotionless, thoughtless puppets, capable of mass production. Contract of the Overlord. Can expend half of one's life essence to initiate an irresistible will, ignoring contract of domination on an intelligent being of a sequence rank not exceeding one's own. Xiao Fan's brain raced at unprecedented speed. The path of kingship? Too slow. Muff's charm. In the next second, I might as well be turned to ashes. The seed of the heart demon? No. This skill only targets non-ability users. it would certainly be ineffective against Chu Yingxiu. The contract of the Overlord appears domineering, but is, in fact, rather useless. The target's ability rank must be lower than one's own to succeed. Under normal circumstances, those with lower ability ranks would have long been crushed by higher-tier ability users. Is there even a need to use it? Yet this was clearly an abnormal situation. What kind of little girl could smash through structural beams with mere fists? In this dire moment, only the contract of the Overlord could turn the tide, although it costs half of his life essence. It seemed to be the only means to reverse the situation in this life-and-death predicament. In an ephemeral moment, an indescribable sense of terrifying weakness surged through Xiao Fan's body, akin to a flood that had burst its banks, draining his very essence. It felt as though an invisible hand had ruthlessly torn away half of his life. The violent dizziness enveloped Xiao Fan, plunging him into darkness, and what troubled him most was the stark realization that the black strands at his temples were visibly turning gray. The Sovereign's contract, a barely perceptible violet glow emanated from the mysterious patterns on Xiao Fan's palm, swiftly penetrating the brow of Chu Yingxiu. Ugh! Her eyes ablaze with fierce intent and resistance. What is this thing? Get out of my head! She roared within, as her sequential consciousness clashed fiercely with the Sovereign's contract. At that moment, Chu Yingxiu was in an extraordinarily abnormal state, radiating a pure and dazzling golden light, yet her eyes bore an eerie purple hue. It was a juxtaposition of the sacred and the uncanny. These two utterly contradictory states alternated within her. However, the characteristic of the Sovereign's contract was its irresistible nature. Disregarding will, the clash persisted for over 10 minutes before abruptly ceasing. The overwhelming murderous intent in Chu Yingxiu's eyes vanished, replaced by unparalleled fury. Xiao Fan, what have you done to me? Chu Yingxiu clenched her fists tightly, speaking with indignation. Kneel before me. In the next instant, Chu Yingxiu's body lost all strength. Her legs buckled, and she uncontrollably knelt on the cold ground with a thud. The moment her words fell, a series of system notifications erupted in Xiao Fan's mind. Beep. Detected a prisoner with a score above S rank. Apprehension will yield one infinite resource. Name, Chu Yingxiu. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Score, 98 points. Evaluation, SSS. Special unlocking conditions met. Congratulations, you have obtained an infinite resource. Adaptive Spirit Spring. Adaptive Spirit Spring. The spring water contains unique energy, which can slightly enhance the drinker's adaptability to supernatural abilities and increase lifespan. At last, a great weight lifted from Xiao Fan's heart. He gasped for air, gazing at the girl kneeling before him, overwhelmed with joy. Finally, he had survived this encounter with her. Chu Yingxiu, why did you want to kill me? Upon hearing the question, Chu Yingxiu abruptly lifted her delicate face. Though now completely submissive, her expression was still filled with reluctance. Because you are a villain. What's wrong with me defeating villains? My sequence is judgment, born to vanquish scoundrels like you. She pouted defiantly, turning her head away from Xiao Fan, and continued. Although I don't wish to kill you now, my opinion remains unchanged. If you commit further misdeeds, I will still strike you. With that, she petulantly turned her face to the other side, refusing to meet Xiao Fan's gaze. Xiao Fan's countenance fell. He now grasped that the most terrifying aspect of this post-apocalyptic world was not the self-righteous. It was the obstinate, resilient, and fiercely combative self-righteous. Stand up and assist me. I am grievously injured. Chu Yingxiu, begrudgingly, with a huff, extended her hand to support Xiao Fan. Standing at 185 centimeters, Xiao Fan was quite tall. Yet this 161 centimeters petite girl firmly aided him. Xiao Fan, seeing her determination, did not hesitate to lean his entire weight against Chu Yingxiu. What on earth did you consume to grow so robust? Chu Yingxiu's face was filled with disdain as she bit her lip and murmured. Despite her complaints, she unwaveringly supported Xiao Fan. What is your sequence? How are you so formidable? Xiao Fan inquired, his curiosity piqued by her extraordinary strength. Her fierce assault capabilities were beyond what he, at this stage, could withstand. Chu Yingxiu pouted. I am sequence 004, Judgment. The upgraded sequence, proverb. Just told you about vanquishing the greatest evil as per my understanding. So, do you still consider me the greatest evil? Yes. It must be said, the Sovereign's contract, a capability of rule level, is indeed a bug, allowing for such profound contradictions to exist. On one hand, she perceives me as evil, wishing to eliminate me. On the other, she remains loyal to me. Xiao Fan continued to probe. If you were to encounter what you deem a greater evil, would the target of the proverb sequence shift to someone else? Chu Yingxiu pondered, seemingly inclined to agree, her mood slightly lifting. for at least her ascension still held some hope. With a thought, Xiao Fan activated his spatial storage ring. At that moment, a fountain-shaped water basin appeared. Without delay, he filled a cup with the water from the system's repository, the adaptive spirit spring. Without a moment's hesitation, he drank several cups, feeling warmth flood through him. Every cell in his body danced with vitality, erasing the fatigue from his recent exertion and even restoring some color to his pallid complexion. Indeed, it was as he suspected. As they walked, they soon arrived at the entrance of Xiao Fan's prison. Chu Yingxiu stood there, gazing at the prison, her fists clenched tightly, embers of battle igniting in her eyes. Without a word, Xiao Fan swiftly delivered a slap to the back of her head, causing her to stumble. Though Chu Yingxiu lacked the potential for rebellion now, Xiao Fan nonetheless retrieved a monitoring bracelet for her, for it served not only as a means of punishment, but also allowed for real-time location tracking, proving quite convenient. Put this on your wrist. Now, it is time for me to judge you, Chu Yingxiu. Chapter 49, Hacky Fan. You villain. Chu Yingxiu's eyes brimmed with tears, ready to spill over at any moment. Click. The bracelet secured itself around her wrist. In that instant, Chu Yingxiu resembled a small tiger deprived of its fangs, unable to muster any ferocity. Let us proceed. I shall show you my prison. Xiao Fan turned and walked out, eager to reveal whether this place truly resembled the hell on earth she had envisioned. Chu Yingxiu bit her lip, reluctantly following. The corridor on the first floor was eerily silent. Today marked the first day of extreme cold mode, with temperatures plummeting to over 10 degrees below zero outside. To mitigate casualties, Xiao Fan had granted all prisoners a day off, allowing them to remain inside the prison for internal activities. As they walked, Xiao Fan gestured towards the cells. Normally, at this hour, they would be outside gathering supplies. But today is far too cold, and the situation with the zombies remains uncertain, so I granted them a day of respite. Chu Yingxiu did not respond, her large eyes scanning the surroundings. She had anticipated the prison to be a dark, damp place rife with atrocities, yet the scene before her defied her expectations. Though the corridor was simple, it was impeccably clean, with hand-painted slogans adorning the walls. In the area ahead designated for females, men must stop, conserve water. It is everyone's responsibility. As Xiao Fan continued walking, he explained, except for those with leader privileges, they must begin work half an hour before. During ordinary times, males are prohibited from entering the female quarters. If any male attempts to clandestinely trespass, the electric shock feature of the wristband will activate. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Fan added, this is also for the protection of the women in the prison. In no time, they arrived at the male inmates area. Through the iron bars, Chu Yingxiu observed the prisoners engaged in various activities. Some were chatting, others were napping, and there were even 3 playing a game of dodiju. 3 with 1. No trump cards, bomb. The voices of several inmates resonated, surprisingly infused with a hint of merriment. Chu Yingxiu was taken aback. These individuals did not appear to be suffering. Are you curious? Xiao Fan remarked coolly, sensing that she expected them to be living a fate worse than death. Chu Yingxiu remained silent, yet her eyes betrayed her thoughts. Before the apocalypse, these individuals might have experienced a quality of life 1,000 times superior to their current existence. Now, they were entirely consumed by the horrors of a zombie-infested world, where food and water were scarce. Yet, within my prison, we provide sustenance and shelter. As long as one is willing to work, survival is assured. Do you consider this to be a crime? Xiao Fan turned to look at Chu Yingxiu. She opened her mouth to respond, but found herself unable to counter his argument. Next, Xiao Fan guided Chu Yingxiu to the power generation area. Upon pushing open the heavy door, a wave of heat enveloped them. The temperature in this area was even warmer than that of Xiao Fan's office. The room was lined with dozens of bicycles, each connected to a power-generating device. At that moment, every bicycle was occupied by inmates pedaling energetically. This is the primary power supply center of our prison, Xiao Fan indicated. We rely on these inmates to generate electricity. Through their labor, they earn better food. A large blackboard hung on the wall, displaying the day's power generation leaderboard. First place, Mao Gigi, 15 kilowatts, reward, an extra meatkin for lunch. Second place, by Tong, 14 kilowatts, reward, lunch plus 2 sausages. Third place, Qiao, 12 kilowatts, reward, lunch plus 1 sausage. Chu Yingxiu observed the inmates pedaling with great effort. Although they were drenched in sweat, their faces bore no signs of despair, but rather a spark of determination. Typically, the power generation area was predominantly staffed by female inmates, as the task was not physically demanding, relying mainly on endurance. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, it remains challenging for a woman to venture out for hunting. Chu Yingxiu bit her lip, remaining silent as her inner turmoil deepened. Were these truly oppressed prisoners? Why did they seem so motivated? Unbeknownst to them, the mealtime had arrived. Come, Let me take you to the cafeteria, Xiao Fan said. Just then, Chu Yingxiu's stomach emitted a timely growl, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she turned away. Avoiding Xiao Fan's gaze, he suppressed a chuckle and led her toward the cafeteria. As they approached the entrance, the enticing aroma of food wafted toward them. Upon entering, they found numerous inmates seated, bowls in hand, indulging in their meals. Curiously, Chu Yingxiu approached, only to see that the bowls contained a grayish-brown paste. What is this? She frowned. Pig feed, Xiao Fan explained. Though it may not appear appetizing, it is rich in nutrients, containing essential vitamins and proteins. In the apocalypse, being able to eat one's fill is a blessing. Chu Yingxiu noticed that some inmates had cans or sausages on their tables, while they consumed the paste. They savored these luxuries with expressions of contentment. Li Gu, you brought another can today. One inmate remarked enviously. Hee. I scored big on resource cards yesterday and exchanged them at the shop. The inmate, known as Li Gu, replied proudly. Listening to their conversation, Chu Yingxiu's brow furrowed even deeper. She had initially assumed that prisoners in a jail would starve, surviving on mere scraps. Yet, it appeared that although the food was meager, at least they could eat their fill, and those who worked hard could enjoy even better meals. This was entirely contrary to her expectations. Xiao Fan, Juzing Sudenli spoke. Her voice tinged with hesitation. I would like to see the female dormitory. Xiao Fan turned to her. I heard that you treat the women as mere tools for venting. Chu Yingxiu said, biting her lip. Xiao Fan nearly choked on his own spit, coughing violently. Who told you that? He exclaimed, bemused as he looked at her. I saw it in the northern Myanmar district. Chu Yingxiu replied earnestly, her large eyes filled with vigilance. Xiao Fan rubbed his forehead, not wishing to argue with this stubborn mule. Forget it. Seeing is believing. Let her discover the truth for herself. Having just finished lunch, all inmates were granted an hour of rest. Xiao Fan took Chu Yingxiu to the female cell block. These female prisoners had been in the facility for some time and had essentially grasped Xiao Fan's temperament. As long as they did not cause trouble and worked diligently, he was quite amicable. As soon as they entered, several female inmates flocked around Xiao Fan. Fan Ye, I want to improve, Fanga. They clamored, their eyes brimming with eagerness and flattery. Xiao Fan quickly signaled with his eyes, prompting them to settle down, though their gazes remained fervent. Chu Yingxiu stood to the side, watching this scene, her confusion deepening. These female prisoners did not seem oppressed at all. What about you all? Chu Yingxiu stepped forward and asked earnestly. Does Xiao Fan mistreat you? The female inmates were momentarily taken aback before shaking their heads in unison. Not at all. Fango is very good to us. A short-haired girl replied. Many of my classmates from university have died, either killed by zombies or having their food snatched away. I consider myself fortunate. Here, I have so many sisters and don't have to worry about safety. Exactly. Another girl chimed in. The outside world is perilous, filled with zombies. Here, as long as we work hard, we can eat our fill and have a place to sleep. Plus, Fangu even provides us with supplies. Last time, I performed well, and he rewarded me with a pack of sanitary pads. Do you know how hard it is to find sanitary pads in the apocalypse? I was about to resort to using cloth strips. Chu Yingxiu clicked her tongue, realizing this was quite different from her expectations. Then why were those newly arrived women thrown into the ice bucket last night? She continued to inquire. At the mention of this, the previously cheerful female inmate's expressions darkened. That idiot Zhao Suai got what she deserved, the short-haired girl said with irritation. She incited us to riot, claiming we could overthrow the warden and that if successful, there would be meat every day. Not to mention, another girl interjected, she's as foolish as a child. Let us not forget we have 500 people in this prison. Where'd all that meat come from? With a foolish person like her in charge, she wouldn't be able to manage us. She merely wanted to use us to elevate herself, a more mature-looking inmate calmly analyzed. I've seen many like her, incapable themselves. They seek to incite others to become cannon fodder. Thankfully, no one was foolish enough to heed her. Fango is too kind-hearted. If it were me, I would have skinned her alive. Chu Yingxiu was utterly bewildered. Why was everyone praising Xiao Fan? No, it couldn't be. He must be hiding something deeper. She needed to uncover the truth. In the following moments, Chu Yingxiu went from cell to cell, questioning each female inmate. The responses were largely consistent. Although they had lost their freedom, at least they were alive and living relatively well. In this apocalypse, that was already the greatest fortune. Eventually, she even encountered Bai Ningbing, who was filling her water container. Upon hearing someone behind her, Bai Ningbing turned around, her face lighting up with joy. Fango, what happened to your arm? She immediately stood up, concern evident in her eyes. Nothing, I accidentally got hurt while sparring with Chu Yingxiu, Xiao Fan replied casually. What audacity, you wretched creature, to dare injure Xiao Fan. Bai Ningbing's gaze instantly turned fierce as she pivoted to face Chu Yingxiu, forcefully shoving her aside. If you dare to touch Xiao Fan again, I shall make you pay dearly. However, Chu Yingxiu's stubborn temperament quickly flared up. Rolling up her sleeves, she retorted, "My head is not made of dough." "Then let us see." Bai Ningbing feigned a charge towards her. "Enough." Xiao Fan intervened just in time, grasping the arms of both women. They exchanged defiant glances, their eyes brimming with resistance, yet ultimately acquiesced to Xiao Fan's authority. After touring the various sections of the prison, it was already afternoon. Throughout the journey, Chu Yingxiu kept her head down, enveloped in a heavy silence. The unwavering sense of justice she once held seemed to waver during this tour. Was Xiao Fan truly the villain she had envisioned? Did those prisoners genuinely live in abject misery? Yet Zhao Suai had described their plight so tragically, labeling Xiao Fan a devil and declaring this place a hell on earth. Yet what she witnessed with her own eyes was a prison that, despite its strictness, was not brutal. The inmates were provided with food and shelter, and, as long as they worked diligently, they could lead relatively decent lives. In this apocalyptic world, such an existence was a luxury many yearned for. Xiao Fan maintained a stoic facade, feigning indignation at the perceived injustice, not uttering a word to her. Chu Yingxiu stole several glances at him, her guilt intensifying. She recalled the words she had spoken earlier, the moment she had broken his arm, and her fervent declarations of righteousness. Now, it seemed she had indeed misunderstood him. Biting her lip, she anxiously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. She yearned to apologize, but found herself too embarrassed to do so. Yet she knew she was in the wrong. As they continued walking, Chu Yingxiu could no longer contain herself. She quickened her pace to catch up with Xiao Fan, tentatively tugging at his sleeve. Her voice was barely above a whisper, laced with an unusual timidity. Xiao Fan, I was wrong. Chapter 50, The Plumber. Xiao Fan regarded the girl who had recently been shouting about wanting to twist his head off. Now, she stood with her head bowed, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed, her hands unsure of where to rest, merely rubbing the fabric of her sleeves. Despite possessing formidable combat abilities, her face resembled that of an innocent doll. Adding to her appearance were her large, watery eyes that occasionally darted toward Xiao Fan. It was hard to remain angry at such a sight. Very well, Xiao Fan sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Chu Yingxiu's exquisite eyes instantly sparkled with joy. She abruptly lifted her head, grasping Xiao Fan's relatively uninjured right hand, and began to shake it excitedly. "You truly are not angry with me?" To go back on one's word is the trait of a puppy. Come on, say it. The force with which she shook his hand was surprisingly vigorous, nearly causing Xiao Fan to lose his balance. Stop, 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 Xiao Fan exclaimed. "My left hand is broken. If you keep shaking my right hand, it might end up broken too." Realizing she had been too forceful, Chu Yingxiu quickly released her grip. "Hey, my apologies. I was just teasing," she said with a playful grin. "All right, I said I wasn't angry, so I won TB. From now on, we are allies, and the past shall be forgotten." "Really?" Chu Yingxiu's eyes brightened once more. "Indeed," Xiao Fan nodded, before shifting the conversation. "However, you must remember that now that you wear the monitoring bracelet, you must abide by the prison rules." Yes, Chu Yingxiu nodded like a chick pecking a grain. "I will certainly behave myself." Seeing her obedient demeanor, Xiao Fan felt reassured. In truth, with her level of power, if she truly chose to act recklessly, he would have little recourse. The contract could only guarantee her absolute loyalty. While she generally followed his commands, he could not possibly remain at her side every hour of the day. Yet Xiao Fan understood that this little girl was not a malicious individual and likely would not engage in chaotic behaviors. Her temperament was indeed quite manageable. As Xiao Fan pondered this, he was suddenly struck by an uncomfortable sensation in his abdomen. Having just consumed several bottles of adaptive spirit spring, his bladder began to signal its urgency. I need to use the restroom," Xiao Fan remarked, touching his nose. Chu Yingxiu quickly stepped aside. "Go ahead. I will wait for you here." Xiao Fan glanced at his bandaged left arm, then at Chu Yingxiu, and a playful smirk danced on his lips. "You want to help me at all?" "Huh?" Chu Yingxiu blinked in surprise, her cheeks flushing instantly. "Help with what?" "Look at my hand." Xiao Fan lifted his injured arm. "It's broken, making many tasks quite inconvenient." Chu Yingxiu's face turned a deeper shade of crimson as she stammered. But how can I help with something like using the restroom?" "How could you not help?" Xiao Fan replied earnestly. "Didn't you just say you wanted to behave well? This is your chance to prove it." "Oh, you." Chu Yingxiu's face blazed with embarrassment. She lowered her head, her hands clasped behind her back, mumbling like a mosquito. "But this is using the restroom. Precisely because it's the restroom that assistance is required," Xiao Fan continued, maintaining his serious demeanor. "Consider it. Unzipping, adjusting your pants. How inconvenient it is to do all that with just one hand." Chu Yingxiu's head nearly dipped to her chest. She wrestled with her thoughts for a while before finally whispering, Then, I will help you. She had initially thought Xiao Fan was joking, but to her astonishment, he nodded earnestly. Then let us go. Chu Yingxiu stood frozen in place, watching Xiao Fan stride towards the restroom, utterly dumbfounded. He truly wants me to help? Chu Yingxiu felt akin to a boiled crab, her face aflame with embarrassment. Throughout her life, she had never helped a man with such a task, let alone even held a boy's hand. Yet, she had indeed promised to behave, and his injury warranted some care, didn't it? After a lengthy internal debate, Chu Yingxiu finally gritted her teeth and followed him, her cheeks a bright red. Inside the restroom, Xiao Fan stood before the toilet. Chu Yingxiu cautiously peered in from the doorway. Come in. Xiao Fan glanced back at her. How can you assist from so far away? Taking a deep breath, Chu Yingxiu slowly stepped into the restroom. She dared not look at Xiao Fan, focusing intently on the floor tiles instead, counting the patterns to distract herself. I can't use one hand, Xiao Fan said innocently. Besides, I need to maintain my balance. Imagine if I fell due to excessive force. What if my broken arm got injured again? This reasoning seemed somewhat plausible. Chu Yingxiu wrestled with her thoughts for what felt like an eternity before finally extending her trembling hand. Chapter 51. The Inverted Mechanism of Sequence 004. In the office, the two were having a simple dinner. Xiao Fan sat opposite Chu Yingxiu, watching her devour her meal like a famished ghost. Clink, clink. The room echoed with the sounds of chopsticks clashing against the ceramic bowl, as Chu Yingxiu voraciously annihilated the dishes before her. This is delicious. This one's quite good too. You would believe it, but pig feed mixed with some vegetable soup tastes surprisingly delightful. Xiao Fan hadn't intended to eat the pig feed. It was merely that during lunch, Chu Yingxiu had observed the prisoners relishing their meals and had insisted on experiencing it herself. At that moment, the stack of empty bowls beside Chu Yingxiu was substantial. Xiao Fan roughly counted. She had polished off at least 7 or 8 bowls on her own. How long has this stubborn mule gone without a proper meal? Xiao Fan inwardly mused. At this rate, I might just go bankrupt feeding her. Slurp. Chu Yingxiu stuffed a large piece of braised pork in her mouth, her cheeks bulging like a hamster. With her eyes squinted into crescent shapes, her entire demeanor radiated pure bliss. Aren't you going to eat? Chu Yingxiu suddenly raised her head, mumbling through her mouthful, feeling somewhat devoid of appetite since consuming the adaptive spirit spring earlier today. Xiao Fan sensed an inexhaustible energy coursing through him, rendering his hunger nearly non-existent. Observing Xiao Fan's polite refusal, Chu Yingxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly seized the dishes before him. Then I shall indulge, she proclaimed, clearing her throat and cheerfully humming a little tune. With a mischievous flair, she poured 2 bowls of rice into the vegetable soup, stirred it briefly with her chopsticks, and then boldly lifted the large bowl. Gulping down the concoction with astonishing speed, Xiao Fan could hardly believe his eyes as Chu Yingxiu voraciously devoured the contents, her cheeks puffing as she consumed at a breathtaking pace. Finally, after swallowing the last morsel, she leaned back in her chair with a contented sigh, her hand patting her round belly in satisfaction. A resounding belch erupted from her lips, echoing throughout Xiao Fan's office. The corners of Xiao Fan's mouth twitched in disbelief. He had never encountered a girl so utterly unconcerned with appearances, especially one so remarkably beautiful. Are you finished? Xiao Fan inquired after a moment of silence, wanting to broach a more serious topic. Go ahead, Chu Yingxiu replied without lifting her gaze, continuing to leisurely pat her belly. Her demeanor was entirely at odds with the image of the fierce girl capable of dismantling buildings with her bare hands. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan posed his most pressing question. What is the effect of your exclusive sequence 004? It seems extraordinarily powerful. I feel utterly outmatched. Ever since narrowly escaping a near-fatal blow from Chu Yingxiu and witnessing her dodging bullets at close range, Xiao Fan had been intensely curious about her abilities. This was a question he had long wished to ask, yet her whimsical nature often led their conversations astray. At last, Chu Yingxiu lifted her eyelids, casting a glance at Xiao Fan as she retrieved a toothpick from her pocket and unceremoniously began to pick her teeth. How to explain it? She tilted her head in contemplation. I possess the ability to resolve any individual whom I deem guilty. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, scratching the back of his head in confusion. What does that mean? I don't quite understand. Ugh, you dolt. Chu Yingxiu rolled her eyes, gesturing with the toothpick toward Xiao Fan, her expression one of disdain. To put it simply, if you commit a crime in my presence, or if I believe you have committed one, I can obliterate you. No one can intervene. Even if Belial were to appear, he would still receive a couple of slaps from me before departing. Xiao Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there no limit to this ability? Thoughtfully stroking her chin, Chu Yingxiu mused. It seems there isn't. Doesn't this equate to I think you are a bad person, so I will destroy you? Isn't that invincible? Why is your sequence so powerful? Xiao Fan felt as though his worldview had been shattered. Compared to Chu Yingxiu's extraordinary powers, he was merely a slightly stronger, ordinary person. Her judgment sequence epitomized the ultimate expression of subjective idealism. As long as she deemed someone guilty, she could wield overwhelming strength. This is not how it works. She replied nonchalantly. If you don't commit any offenses, I am no more formidable than an ordinary person. If I were to encounter someone particularly crafty, who knows what might happen if they suddenly attacked me? Chu Yingxiu continued, prodding a monitoring bracelet on her wrist. If I were truly invincible, why would I be lounging here? Alas, my illustrious reputation is marred by encountering you, a scoundrel. Xiao Fan sighed. Honestly, I have encountered more moments of speechlessness this past year than I have today. I can neither defeat you nor engage you in conversation. And I hesitate to administer a shock with the monitoring bracelet, as I wouldn't want to make you even more foolish. A thought crossed Xiao Fan's mind, prompting him to inquire further. How do you activate your sequences, Maxim? Is there any technique involved? This was the crux of his concern. His own mastery sequence had just completed the Maxim, advancing from Tier 1 to Tier 2. If he could grasp the nuances of activating the Maxim, it might expedite his subsequent ascension. Chu Yingxiu shook her head. I'm not entirely sure of the specific mechanism. However, I suspect that the sequence Maxim is closely tied to your sequence name. Engaging in similar actions increases the likelihood of triggering the Maxim. For instance, my sequence is called Judgment, so my Maxim states, annihilate the greatest evil within one's cognition. When I genuinely set out to judge and punish those I deem exceptionally wicked, the Maxim gradually activates. Xiao Fan nodded, finding her explanation largely consistent with his own thoughts. His sequence was called Mastery, while the three conditions of the Maxim, destroying mental will, nurturing death warriors, and public execution, were fundamentally about exercising control over others. I see, Xiao Fan murmured, quickly recalling the changes that occurred after completing his Maxim. Since his abilities had ascended to Tier 2, the previous hints regarding the Maxim had vanished, and the system panel now simply displayed Sequence 007 Mastery Tier 2. Devoid of any further information about the Maxim, it appeared that he would need a new opportunity to trigger the Maxim again to continue his progression. By the way, Xiao Fan shifted the topic. Chu Yingxiu, do you possess any particular skills? I need to assign you some responsibilities. Huh? Chu Yingxiu blinked in surprise. Responsibilities? What kind of responsibilities? You are now a prisoner in my facility. Naturally, you must contribute, Xiao Fan replied matter-of-factly. Everyone here has their duties. Surely you didn't think you could eat and drink for free? What am I skilled at? Chu Yingxiu pondered, resting her chin on her hand. Does fighting count? Xiao Fan winced at her response. Is that all? That's it. Chapter 52. The Model of Morality. Zhang Hao unlocks the sequence Maxim. In the prison hall, a scene of joyful revelry unfolded. Despite the frigid winter outside, where temperatures plummeted below -30 degrees, the interior of the prison remained as warm as spring. The central air conditioning and a massive fireplace operated continuously, ensuring that even in these extreme conditions, the inmates did not feel the cold. To the inmates' satisfaction, each person received 500 milliliters of hot water daily to warm themselves, a veritable luxury in the harsh climate of the apocalypse. At this moment, the monthly award ceremony was underway. Inside the hall, the athletes' march played, enveloping everyone in a jubilant atmosphere. At the podium, Lu Yara, clad in a sleek black suit and black stockings that accentuated her alluring figure, crisply announced the recipient of the Best Newcomer Award, Li Jianguo. A hearty round of applause erupted from the audience as a stout, earnest middle-aged man excitedly approached the stage to receive his certificate and a packet of supplies from Wang Xian. The awards continued. Best Invitation Award went to Zhao Ming. Best Power Generation Award, Best Hunting Award. With each accolade bestowed, appreciative applause filled the hall. Recipients not only gained honor, but also received additional material rewards. A practical currency in the apocalyptic landscape. In the audience, a bespectacled newcomer displayed a look of envy as he gazed at the exuberant awardees. Unable to contain himself, he gently nudged the man beside him. Zhang, I've only just arrived at the prison a few days ago. Could you introduce me to those people on stage? He whispered. The seasoned inmate scratched his forehead, scanning the podium before lowering his voice. Xiao Chun, those award winners aren't worth your attention. It's the presenters you should focus on. They're the real heavyweights. Did you notice the man in the suit? He pointed toward Lu Yaru. She is the head of human resources, primarily responsible for personnel transfers within the prison. If you cross her, you might as well resign yourself to a grim fate. She delights in setting traps for you. Even if you survive, you will bear the scars. The bespectacled man swallowed nervously and nodded hastily. The woman in the red sweater, who appeared gentle, was Wang Xian, the head of logistics. The veteran inmate continued his introduction. Despite her aloof appearance, she was the most well-liked person in the prison. The majority of dormitory residents had benefited from her assistance, and held her in deep respect. The glasses-wearing man scrutinized Wang Xian on stage, who was now tenderly presenting awards to the recipients. Meanwhile, Liu Yaru proceeded with the ceremony. The next accolade to be bestowed was the November Moral Model Award, and all eyes were drawn to the stage. A tall girl with a high ponytail strode up proudly. She wore a simple long-sleeved sweater paired with jeans, her face radiant with a brilliant smile, her eyes sparkling as if she had accomplished something extraordinary. It was none other than Chu Yingxiu. She approached Wang Xian, bowed slightly, allowing Wang to drape the red sash over her shoulders. Then, she proudly puffed out her chest, hands on hips, showcasing the sash emblazoned with the gilded character's moral model. Gleaming under the lights, the inmates below applauded, but their claps carried an unmistakable undertone of peculiarity. The glasses-wearing man was stunned, his face clouded with confusion as he turned to the veteran inmate. What does moral model mean? Why do other newcomers receive awards like Best Power Generator, Best Hunter, Best Invitation? But hers is so special? The veteran inmate's lips twitched, saying nothing, merely gesturing toward Chu Yingxiu on stage, then pointing to his own head, shaking it. To ensure understanding, he whispered softly into the glasses man's ear. The glasses man was even more bewildered. Is she mentally unstable? Hush! The veteran inmate's face darkened. He quickly covered the glasses man's mouth and glanced around cautiously. Seeing no one paying attention, he whispered, "Don't blurt things out, your head might roll for that." Startled, the glasses man nodded vigorously. Lowering his voice, the veteran inmate confided, "Brother, let me tell you, Miss Chu is no ordinary person. For reasons unknown, our boss appointed this fool to oversee sanitation. The problem is, she wields her authority like a scepter made of chicken feathers." "What do you mean?" The glasses man inquired cautiously. "You know our boss, Zhang Hao?" The veteran inmate said mysteriously. "Of course, the leader of the combat squad," the glasses man replied promptly. "But I haven't seen him since I arrived." The veteran inmate sighed, lowering his voice further. "Last time, our boss used the toilet but didn't flush. And then this fool was patrolling nearby, heard no water running, and stormed over. She kept saying, 'You have committed a heinous crime. Accept your judgment,' and proceeded to beat our leader until he had multiple fractures all over his body." The bald man's face betrayed lingering fear. "It's been over 20 days, and he's still bedridden." The glasses man gasped. "Isn't that excessive? Really?" "The worst is yet to come," the veteran inmate continued. "Every few days, Chu Yingxiu comes back to give him another beating, saying it's to make sure he remembers the lesson and doesn't repeat the mistake." The glasses man was utterly shocked, his voice trembling. "This woman is ruthless. Doesn't the prison boss intervene? Who dares?" The veteran inmate chuckled bitterly. "It said the boss himself has had his arm broken by her. Even this award was created because she threatened the boss, forcing him to establish a special category just for her." The glasses man was at a loss for words. Afterwards, the veteran inmate whispered, "This fool would wander around the toilets with a stick. Now, everyone in our prison flushes meticulously after using the restroom, terrified of leaving any trace. It's become a prison rule urban legend." Prison rule urban legend. Rule 1. Always flush after defecation. Rule 2. Refer to Rule 1. The glasses man swallowed nervously, glancing at the cheerful girl on stage, a chill running down his spine. At that moment, Chu Yingxiu was delivering her acceptance speech. Her voice was clear and spirited. "Thank you all for your trust. I will continue to work hard to maintain the prison's hygiene and help everyone develop good habits." The applause from below grew louder, but it was tinged with perfunctory respect and underlying fear. Chu Yingxiu nodded with satisfaction, then hopped off the stage. Meanwhile, in the prison's medical ward, a facility developed separately at the back of the prison, equipped with medical devices acquired through supply cards in the prison store, and generally well appointed. A large bed held a figure wrapped like a mummy. It was Zhang Hao. Xiao Fan sat beside the bed, gazing at Zhang Hao's battered state with complex emotions. "Your sequence maxim stage 1 task is nearly complete, right?" Xiao Fan asked softly. "Boss, today is the last day." "Finally, it's almost over." Zhang Hao's voice was hoarse and weak. Xiao Fan never imagined that Zhang Hao's failure to flush after defecation and the subsequent beating from Chu Yingxiu would inadvertently activate his sequence maxim. More incredulously, Zhang Hao's sequence maxim task required him to be beaten into near death 7 times within a month, unilaterally. Xiao Fan suspected that without his adaptive spirit spring sustaining Zhang Hao's life, he would have been dead long ago. Chu Yingxiu's blows were truly merciless. Xiao Fan had considered stepping in to help Zhang Hao complete the task, but Zhang Hao's sequence berserker nature made him incredibly tough and resilient. Xiao Fan's attempts to strike Zhang Hao paled in comparison to Chu Yingxiu's direct punches. So, in the end, Chu Yingxiu had to carry on. "Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Fan patted Zhang Hao's shoulder, handing him a bottle of adaptive spirit spring. Once you complete the sequence maxim, rest well for a few days. Thanks, boss, Zhang Hao said gratefully. As they spoke, the ward door suddenly burst open with a bang. Zhu Xing's, still adorned with the red moral model sash, charged in like a little locomotive, her face alight with excitement. Zhang Hao, it's time for work. Zhang Hao shuddered, instinctively shrinking under the bed. Chapter 53, The Indomitable Body. Half an hour later, Xiao Fan looked at Zhang Hao lying on the bed, barely clinging to life. His brow furrowed. Zhang Hao's condition was beyond miserable. He looked as if a truck had run him over. His face was swollen grotesquely, resembling a pig's head, and his ribs showed clear indentations. If Xiao Fan hadn't just checked, he would have thought the end was near. Chu Yingxiu, the mastermind behind this, stood nearby, hands clasped behind her back, whistling innocently, as if she weren't responsible for Zhang Hao's battered state. Cough, cough. Boss, I did it, Zhang Hao rasped, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood, feeling somewhat relieved. Xiao Fan approached the bed, retrieved a bottle of adaptive spirit spring from storage, and carefully administered it to Zhang Hao. Now you're at stage 2, right? Any updates from the sequence? Zhang Hao weakly took the bottle with both hands and drank it down in one gulp. The potent life energy began to rejuvenate his limbs and body, slowly restoring his lost vitality. Within a short while, Zhang Hao's condition improved noticeably, his complexion regaining a hint of color. Zhang Hao, gasping for breath, took a significant moment to gather himself before responding. My mind was presented with 3 options, he continued, explaining that each option represented a distinct evolutionary path. Xiao Fan nodded in understanding, having experienced a similar scenario himself, and gestured for Zhang Hao to elaborate. The first option was unyielding body, which would enable him to trigger an effect that rendered him impervious to death from lethal injuries for a duration of 10 minutes. During this time, if he managed to eliminate the enemy responsible for his greatest wounds, he would regain his fatal injuries, and the unyielding effect would refresh. Xiao Fan acknowledged that this ability was indeed impressive and highly pragmatic, akin to acquiring an additional life, ensuring his survival at least for the time being. To encapsulate it succinctly, it was a perpetual motion machine on the battlefield. However, its notable drawback was its lack of offensive capability. The second skill was passive, Song of Suffering. Each time he sustained damage, he could transfer the sensation of pain, amounting to 100 points, back to the assailant, with the potential for pain feedback to accumulate based on his injuries. Upon hearing this, Chu Yingxiu's eyes sparkled. Wow, that seems quite formidable. Xiao Fan promptly corrected her, clarifying that it was a sensation of pain, not actual damage. It's akin to stabbing Zhang Hao. You would feel the pain of that wound as well. Zhu Xing's pow that? Then wouldn't that be rather ineffective? It's merely a feeling. Xiao Fan shook his head, asserting that even minor disruptions in life-and-death combat could skew one's judgment of the situation. Furthermore, considering Zhang Hao was only at the 2nd tier, if his tier increased, the pain feedback could escalate to 500 or even 1,000. Zhang Hao might not even need to strike back. He could merely endure hits and inflict excruciating agony upon his foes. Chu Yingxiu nodded thoughtfully, realizing that, as Xiao Fan articulated, this ability could indeed prove advantageous. Zhang Hao, noticing that the two had ceased their discussion, continued with the third option, Fury of Blood. When engaged in battle, he could disregard all pain and negative status effects, maintaining peak combat prowess. Moreover, as his life force diminished, his abilities would proportionally increase, reaching their zenith in a near-death state. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan fell into contemplation. Each option possessed its unique merits, and regardless of the choice made, it would undoubtedly catalyze a significant enhancement in Zhang Hao's combat capabilities. This conundrum left Xiao Fan momentarily perplexed. Yet, considering the current circumstances within the prison, he deliberated for a while and arrived at a decision. The first option, unyielding body. I understand, boss, Zhang Hao replied. This exemplified the advantages of sequential dominion. Without the need for lengthy explanations, the subjugated party would unconditionally comply with commands, devoid of any thought of rebellion. In truth, Xiao Fan's choice of the first ability stemmed from a comprehensive assessment of various factors. As neither he nor Chu Yingxiu appeared to possess the true capacity for group combat, necessitating a means to compensate for this shortcoming. The strength of the unyielding body lay in its provision of the ability to recover from fatal injuries after eliminating the enemy inflicting the most damage. This implied that, given comparable skill levels, Zhang Hao could potentially carve a path through adversaries with this talent. A battlefield perpetual motion machine. Of course, its glaring weakness was evident. Against highly mobile opponents, they could simply evade him until the unyielding effect expired, effectively sealing his fate. In the next moment, after Zhang Hao made his choice, a surge of potent energy erupted from within him. His body began to undergo astonishing transformations. The previously bruised areas visibly faded, and the sunken ribs emitted cracking sounds as they returned to their original state. However, this was swiftly followed by a profound fatigue. The awakening of his sequential abilities had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy, compounded by the earlier beating from Chu Yingxiu. Even with the assistance of the adaptive spirit spring, his body had reached its limits. Zhang Hao's eyelids grew heavy, and he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing Zhang Hao as he drifted into sleep, Xiao Fan turned to Chu Yingxiu and beckoned, "Let us go." Chu Yingxiu cheerfully followed behind him as they exited the medical room. Chapter 54, Fourth Tier Physique. In the corridor of the prison, Chu Yingxiu, who was leading the way, suddenly halted, hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks as she glared at Xiao Fan. "Xiao Fan, I've been in this prison for over 20 days. Why can't I accompany the exploration team?" she asked, clearly irate about his decision. For the past few days, Xiao Fan had assigned her the task of patrolling the prison environment, assessing its cleanliness, and reprimanding any unruly inmates. Although it was gratifying to have a legitimate reason to confront others, the novelty wore off quickly. Xiao Fan glanced at the girl with a hint of exasperation in his tone. "I've told you countless times, in this prison, you must call me boss or Fanga." Chu Yingxiu immediately crossed her arms in a gesture of refusal, her face radiating defiance. "No way. I am a super pure and unbeatable beauty from Jiangxing University, the summoner of the Murphy King in the canyon, and the top attacker of the Flipping Garden. How can I call someone else boss?" Despite being bound by their contract to obey his commands, she firmly refused to compromise on the matter of address. Xiao Fan placed a hand on his forehead, bewildered by her personality. "Your temperament is far too impulsive. Taking you out could lead to unforeseen accidents," he stated earnestly. "In a couple of days, I will go out personally, and I will take you with me then." Upon hearing this, Chu Yingxiu's eyes sparkled with joy, and she began to bounce excitedly in place. "Really? That is fantastic." She twirled in elation before darting away, presumably to prepare her gear for the outing. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Fan shook his head, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Despite her capricious nature, her combat prowess was undeniably exceptional. With her by his side, he could at least rest assured regarding his safety. Returning to his office, Xiao Fan gazed out at the scenery and lit a cigarette. It had been nearly a month since the outbreak of the apocalypse. During this time, daily zombie siege activities had been organized, and although they appeared numerous and intimidating, defending the prison posed no significant challenge for Xiao Fan's team. Setting aside the fact that first-tier zombies could not breach the defenses of third-tier gates, the rows of catapults atop the walls, along with the improvised explosives developed by Tang Xinyi's chemical team, could effectively eliminate over 80% of the zombies. Even if a few managed to breach these defenses, dozens of automatic crossbows were poised at the shooting holes of the prison gates. Although the mechanical crossbows had lost their earlier dominance of one-shot kills by the end of the first month, the zombies' defenses could not withstand the rapid fire. Once the horde navigated through these two obstacles, the remaining zombies would be a mere fraction, easily dispatched by Zhang Hao Li Ming and Ji Wengsuan as they exited through the side gates to eradicate them. Successfully repelling the zombie siege seemed almost a matter of course, effortlessly accomplished. Yet, for ordinary individuals, the reality was starkly different. According to intelligence gathered from newly arrived prisoners, nearly 1/5 of the students from Jiangxing University had lost their lives over the past month, most succumbing to the zombie onslaught. Those without awakened abilities or sufficient resources could hardly endure the relentless siege, even if the safety doors could temporarily withstand the zombies. The shortages of food and water would ultimately compel them to venture outside, and once they did, only death awaited them. The remaining survivors possess varying degrees of resistance, and some individuals have even awakened to formidable, mystical abilities. Xiao Fan opened his data panel to investigate. Apocalypse Prison System. Host, Xiao Fan. Current number of prisoners, 1370 for 98 males, 872 females. Prison level, 4. Main gate level 3. Prison canteen level 1. Prison store level 5. Daily earnings, 22. 4 million survival coins. Remaining survival coins, 38.73 million. Current abilities, Sequence 00, 7 Control, 2nd tier. Physical Enhancement, 4th tier. Gazing at this array of numbers, a satisfied smile graced Xiao Fan's lips. Since Chu Yingxiu's arrival at the prison, nearly a month had elapsed, during which countless survivors had flocked to Xiao Fan's side. After all, in this apocalyptic world, where one might be slain at any moment, Xiao Fan's prison was akin to paradise. It boasted robust defenses, ample food supplies, secure accommodations, and a well-established management system. As long as one was willing to work, survival was guaranteed. However, Xiao Fan was not indiscriminate in his acceptance of newcomers. Upon reaching a prisoner count of 1,000, the prison system issued a notification, Within a level 10 prison, the maximum capacity for inmates was 1,500. Although Xiao Fan aspired to elevate the prison's level beyond 10, the cost of upgrading a prison above level 5 was tenfold that of levels below 5. Upgrading from level 4 to 5 required 50,000 survival coins, while moving from level 5 to 6 demanded 60,000. To reach a level 10 prison, a staggering 450,000 survival coins were necessary. Even with Xiao Fan's considerable wealth, he could not afford such an amount. Thus, his prison transitioned from an open-door policy to a selective process. For female prisoners, as long as they were not excessively unattractive, they were generally accepted. After all, female inmates could generate double the survival coins, and they could provide additional value in certain aspects. The criteria for male prisoners, however, were stricter. They needed to possess specialized skills or robust physiques. Doctors, engineers, electricians, and chefs were prioritized, while those deemed idle or infirm were largely rejected. After all, male inmates only contributed 10 survival coins, making them far less valuable than their female counterparts. If they could not create any value for the prison, retaining them would merely squander resources. Simultaneously, an optimization mechanism for male prisoners was established within the prison. Each week, the bottom-ranked male hunters would be automatically eliminated. This elimination essentially meant expulsion from the prison, which, in the current harsh circumstances, was akin to a death sentence. Initially, this mechanism sparked significant backlash, but soon all male prisoners recognized the gravity of the situation. Consequently, during exploration missions, the male inmates exerted themselves fervently, fearful of becoming the unfortunate soul to be eliminated. This competitive framework greatly enhanced the work efficiency of the male prisoners and significantly bolstered the overall combat effectiveness of the prison. Moreover, throughout this month, Xiao Fan, having been deeply affected by the previous incident involving Chu Yingxiu, devoted himself to rigorous training, coupled with the adaptive spiritual spring provided by the system. His physical prowess had reached the 4th tier. What does a 4th tier physique entail? Xiao Fan could now unleash nearly a ton of force with a single punch, moving faster than a cheetah, and his reflexes exceeded those of an ordinary person by tenfold. Even conventional firearms struggled to inflict fatal harm upon him. More crucially, the 4th tier physique not only enhanced his physical capabilities, but also augmented the essence of his life. Currently, Xiao Fan's life essence had returned to the level it was before he utilized the Overlord contract, and even improved beyond that. This meant that, if necessary, he could invoke the Overlord contract once more. As his thoughts flitted by, Xiao Fan suddenly experienced a sense of emptiness. This void was not physical, but rather mental. Ever since he had been pursued by Chu Yingxiu and nearly met his demise, he had been training relentlessly, neglecting to relax. Now that he had finally broken through to the 4th tier, it was time to reward himself. Xiao Fan opened the talent selection mini-program designed specifically for him by Liu Yaru. The interface of this program was exquisitely crafted, showcasing the basic information of all female prisoners, including photos, ages, specialties, and more. Xiao Fan began to scroll through the screen, selecting candidates. Tongue-rolling talent? He furrowed his brow at one girl's specialty description. No. She is a bit unattractive. I'm picky about looks. He continued scrolling. Split? Excellent flexibility. Urban dance champion? His eyes lit up. Not bad. Let us see more. Thus, after flipping through several pages, he unexpectedly came across a photo of Chu Yingxiu, and his thoughts began to stir. Gazing at her delicate and charming face displayed on the screen, a mischievous smile crept across Xiao Fan's lips. To be honest, he had long sought an opportunity to indulge in this girl. Chu Yingxiu was undeniably beautiful. Though petite, she possessed all the requisite attributes. Coupled with her naturally naive demeanor and stubborn personality, she struck all the right chords for Xiao Fan. Unfortunately, after recently recovering from an injury to his arm, Xiao Fan had been hesitant to act, fearing that this girl might resist, leading him back to the medical room for several days. Directly commanding her using the contract's power would lack excitement. But now, the situation was different. His physique had reached the 4th tier, and he had committed no crimes. Chu Yingxiu would surely pose no threat to him without employing her abilities. It was time to test the waters with this girl. Xiao Fan clicked on Chu Yingxiu's profile in the mini-program and selected the summon option. Before long, she entered Xiao Fan's room. You called for me? Chu Yingxiu tilted her head, her expression one of confusion as she gazed at Xiao Fan. He sat on the sofa, patting the seat beside him, inviting her to sit down. Without hesitation, she bounced over, ready to sit beside Xiao Fan. However, the moment she settled down, Xiao Fan swiftly shifted his position, and Chu Yingxiu found herself seated squarely on his lap. Chu Yingxiu exclaimed in surprise, instinctively attempting to rise. But Xiao Fan's hands had already encircled her waist. firmly securing her in place. Given her smaller stature, her head aligned perfectly with Xiao Fan's. Chu Yingxiu's face flushed a deep crimson, and she could distinctly feel Xiao Fan's breath so close to her. It was an overwhelming sensation that left her feeling somewhat disoriented. "Xiao Fan, what are you doing?" she stammered, her voice tinged with a quiver of embarrassment. "Relax, it's merely a work-related discussion." Chapter 55. A call for help from a dance academy? After a bout of exertion, Xiao Fan leisurely lit a post-coital cigarette. He reclined against the headboard, taking a deep drag before exhaling. The fourth-tier physique endowed him with boundless energy. Despite the recent skirmish, he felt no fatigue whatsoever, instead experiencing a delightful sensation coursing through every pore of his body. A single post-coital smoke surpassed the bliss of divine beings. Wouldn't you agree? In response, he was met only with Chu Yingxiu's increasingly fervent sobs. Her head buried in her knees as she wept mournfully, the sound echoing with desolation. The vivid crimson mark on the sheets, illuminated by the light, stood out starkly, seemingly narrating the tale of Xiao Fan's earlier transgressions. Observing Chu Yingxiu's continued tears, Xiao Fan reached out to offer some comfort, only to have his hand forcefully swatted away by her. "Don't touch me." Chu Yingxiu's voice was thick with emotion, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Fan sighed and extinguished the cigarette, but he indeed had gone a bit too far. After all, this little stubborn girl had previously exhibited such arrogance. She even once broke her own arm, causing herself to bleed. Was that excessive? Yet, the more Chu Yingxiu wept, the more heartbroken she became. No matter how Xiao Fan tried to console her, she remained inconsolable. Even after all this time, her legs continued to twitch unnaturally, a testament to the profound impact Xiao Fan had inflicted upon her. Tentatively, Xiao Fan spoke to Yingxiu. Her sobs intensified, and she curled into a tight ball like a vulnerable kitten, completely devoid of her usual vivacity. Xiao Fan felt a pang of guilt. Though he was indulgent in his desires, he was still a man with a conscience. Seeing Yingxiu in such a state stirred a measure of compassion within him. He gently patted her back. "You little stubborn donkey, Yingxiu, please stop crying. It's been nearly 2 hours. Haven't you recovered yet?" Upon hearing the endearing nickname, Yingxiu abruptly lifted her tear-streaked face. Her once clear and lively eyes were now bloodshot, tears still trickling down her cheeks. She fiercely swung her small, delicate fists against Xiao Fan's chest. Though lacking any real force, her punches seemed more like playful petulance. "You bastard. Are you trying to kill me?" Yingxiu sobbed and struck him. "I told you I couldn't endure it. I fainted several times in between, and yet you showed no concern for my well-being." Xiao Fan remained silent, allowing her to vent, wary that this little girl might suddenly despair, blame herself, and pass judgment upon him. After a while, Yingxiu's blows waned, and she appeared fatigued. Seizing the moment, Xiao Fan embraced her, letting her rest against his chest. "What do you want to eat tonight?" He attempted to divert her attention. At the mention of food, Yingxiu's crying ceased abruptly. Sniffling, her reddened eyes considered for a moment before replying. "How about hot pot? Craving them." Xiao Fan twitched the corner of his mouth. This little stubborn donkey, who had just been weeping inconsolably, immediately perked up at the mention of food. "As long as you don't act like this again, even if you want to eat Xianyang, I'll catch it for you." "All right, I'll get it ready. You rest for a bit." With that, he donned his coat and left the bedroom. Half an hour later, the office was adorned with a sumptuous hot pot feast. The bubbling red broth emitted an enticing aroma, surrounded by neatly arranged plates of various meats, vegetables, meatballs, and fruits. Once satisfied with the preparations, Xiao Fan approached the bedroom door and knocked gently. "Yingxiu, dinner's ready." The door soon opened, and Chu Yingxiu emerged, casually draped in one of Xiao Fan's t-shirts. Due to her petite frame, the oversized shirt hung loosely on her, accentuating her delicate figure. Yet, what drew the most attention was her gait, like a wound-up automaton. Her legs swung uncontrollably from side to side. Battling to control her limbs, she trudged painfully to the table, plopped down beside Xiao Fan, and inhaled sharply. "Phew!" Xiao Fan observed her condition with a mixture of sympathy and amusement. She had truly suffered greatly. The sight was as comical as it was pitiable. Suppressing a smile, Xiao Fan offered her a freshly cooked slice of lamb. "Not ready yet? How long has it been?" Yingxiu remained silent, her eyes glistening with tears, biting her lower lip as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Fan, as if on the verge of breaking down again. That look seemed to convey her innermost feelings, a mixture of sorrow, accusation, and an ineffable sense of grievance. Xiao Fan felt uneasy under her gaze, half expecting this little stubborn donkey to pounce and nip at him. Clearing his throat, he said, "Will you eat first? I'll check if there's any news from the prison." With that, he hastily devoured a few mouthfuls before rising and heading out. "I'm going downstairs first. Take your time eating," he called over his shoulder, nearly fleeing the scene. Behind him, Yingsu remained seated, eyes red and brimming with tears as she watched his retreating figure. Bastard, she murmured softly, bowing her head and devouring the hot pot, tears silently falling into her bowl. Just then, Ji Wengsuan appeared in a flurry before Xiao Fan on the first floor. Boss, there's an emergency, he exclaimed breathlessly. We received a distress call from a survivor group at the dance academy. About 2 kilometers from here, Ji Wengsuan reported. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. Which dance academy? Just now, a survivor group at the dance academy was attacked by another faction. The cause is unclear. The dance academy? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Yes. Their leader said if we come to rescue them, we can bring their members back with us. Casually, Xiao Fan pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a slow drag. Why come to us? There are plenty of people trying to get into our prison every day. They can't even get in line. Xiao Fan wasn't boasting. Since the zombie siege began, numerous students and even university workers had tried their luck at the prison gate, sometimes forming long queues. At this stage, only the most selectively qualified individuals were admitted. The only drawback was the scarcity of females meeting the system's standards. Ji Wengsuan hesitated before cautiously adding, Boss, the one requesting help is a teacher, a very beautiful one. Xiao Fan paused mid-inhale, then looked up at Ji Wengsuan. How beautiful. Very beautiful. Ji Wengsuan replied eagerly. I checked the surveillance footage. She is the kind of beauty that leaves a lasting impression at first glance. She claims to be a dance instructor, with an excellent figure and exceptional flexibility. Why didn't you say so earlier? Next time, skip the nonsense. Just say there is a beauty. And I'll know what to do. Xiao Fan waved dismissively, interrupting Ji Wengsuan. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly with a mischievous glint in his eyes. A dance teacher? Great figure? Flexible? Sounds promising. Although several female inmates from the dance academy resided in his prison, and he had even mounted a rescue mission for them, meeting the actual person often led to disappointment. Photographs and reality rarely aligned. The photos depicted ethereal beauties, but in person, many were far less appealing. Xiao Fan found it hard to put into words. Zhang Hao, he called out. Not far away, Zhang Hao, delivering a lecture in the male ward, heard his name and jogged over. Boss, thanks to my advancement and the adaptive spirit spring, the injuries you sustained during the day have mostly healed. Come with me. We have some business to handle. Xiao Fan flicked the ash from his cigarette and headed toward the armory. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Are we going to fight? Maybe. Xiao Fan replied without turning back. Mainly, we're going to bring the beauties home. Chapter 56. Time to depart. Boss, just take a left up ahead, Ji Wengsuan, seated in the passenger seat, navigated via the dubious map app on his phone. According to the coordinates provided by the woman, the location should be near an abandoned warehouse. Zhang Hao, fully armored in the West Century heavy suit and wielding an HRB 400E rebar steel pipe, sat in the rear seat. Though the rebar pipe lacked the intimidating appearance of typical weapons, its density and hardness made it a formidable instrument, capable of puncturing with ease, far superior to an ordinary machete. Boss, are we bringing all these people back this time? Zhang Hao asked in a muffled voice from the back. Xiao Fan lit a cigarette. Peering outside the window as he remarked, there's no need to rush. Let us assess the situation first. The vehicle had not traveled far when they caught sight of the abandoned warehouse. Due to the zombie siege and the isolated location, there were relatively few zombies in the vicinity. From a distance, Xiao Fan noted a considerable crowd gather before the warehouse's fortified entrance, estimating at least 60 to 70 individuals. These individuals were ragged and emaciated, exuding an aura that was far from that of students. Ji Wengsuan, they can't possibly be from our school, can they? Xiao Fan inquired, scrutinizing the group. Most likely not. Judging by their appearances, they seem to be around 30 years old. I suspect they are workers hired by the school, who hadn't evacuated before the apocalypse struck, Ji Wengsuan replied gravely. Having taken a glance, Xiao Fan lost interest in them. Zhang Hao, find an opportunity to eliminate them all later. Such individuals will not comply quietly. Keeping this bunch of troublemakers around serves no purpose. Understood, boss, Zhang Hao said, his eyes glinting with a sadistic light. Having ascended to the second tier, he was eager to unleash his pent-up power. Before long, the jarring sound of the door being breached reached Xiao Fan's ears. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy impacts followed in quick succession, within moments. The warehouse's security door began to show signs of deformation. Had they not upgraded the protective door to level 2, it was likely that the crowd would have already forced their way inside. Xiao Fan parked the vehicle approximately 200 meters from the warehouse, a distance that allowed for clear observation without drawing immediate attention. This is intriguing, he mused, reclining in his seat, keenly watching the unfolding drama. At that moment, a lewd voice emerged from the crowd. Brothers, let us put in more effort. A lascivious man shouted, brandishing an iron rod, his voice hoarse with excitement. Their security door is weakening. We'll break through soon. It's too cold outside, so hurry up and work, or the women will keep us warm later. Each man will get his turn, ha. As soon as his words fell, a wave of lascivious laughter erupted around him. The men's eyes sparkled with desire, resembling primal beasts, as they relentlessly assaulted the security door. Sengu is right. There are over 30 women inside. One shouted, "Let us hope they don't end up like that last woman, who was played to death by the brothers, ha ha. I've had my eye on that girl in the red dress. She's mine. Fat chance. I saw her first." Another protested. "Shut up, the leading lecherous man. Sinye, Belovet, you can have your fun with the other women, but you must not lay a finger on that teacher Wu. If you do, you'll be in serious trouble." "Why not? Sengu, she's the prettiest. Once you're done, can't we just clean up after you?" The crowd jeered. That woman was specifically requested by the boss. You all know his methods. Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly quieted, evidently intimidated by the lecherous man's authority. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Hao's expression turned grim as he witnessed everything unfold. "Boss, these beasts." "Remain calm. One must grow accustomed to such things," Xiao Fan interjected, raising his hand to silence Zhang Hao. In the apocalypse, the ugliness of human nature is magnified. However, his gaze turned icy, since they had crossed paths. He would ensure these men met their end. At that moment, shadows could be faintly discerned moving behind a window on the second floor of the warehouse. Inside, 32 young women were crammed into a confined space, their faces etched with despair and terror. A girl, appearing to be in her early 20s, trembled as she spoke. "Teacher Wu, should we consider surrendering? Perhaps they might spare our lives." The girl, Niu Tsong, a member of the dance troupe, had delicate features, her large eyes now brimming with tears. Beside her stood a 28-year-old woman clad in a black sports outfit, filthy and tattered due to lack of washing. She was Wu Haimei, the leader of this small team and a third-year counselor at Jiangxing University. Upon hearing Niu Kong's suggestion, Wu Haimei's complexion paled further. "Song, do you not understand the fate that awaits us if we surrender? Your classmate is a living example, reduced to a mere tool for the desires of dozens of men. That existence is truly worse than death. If it comes to surrender, I would rather die." The light in Niu Kong's eyes dimmed. She knew Wu Haimei spoke the truth. Just days prior, one of their team had succumbed to the pressure and attempted to surrender, only to be brutally assaulted by those beasts, ultimately becoming a mere plaything. They had witnessed their once vibrant classmate bound naked to a post outside, treated as mere fodder. "Teacher Wu, is there no other way?" Niu Song bit her lip, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. "What if I lead the girls to fight back?" Wu Haimei shook her head with a bitter smile. "We are only 30-odd people. While they outnumber us by at least double, we stand no chance. What should we do then?" Niu Song's voice cracked with emotion. The surrounding girls gathered closer, their faces reflecting hopelessness. A few had even drawn blades, evidently contemplating taking their own lives at the last moment. Wu Haimei took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. "I have contacted the largest safe house within the mechanical department. If they are willing to rescue us, we still have a chance." Upon hearing this, hope flickered again in the eyes of the girls. Wu Haimei, at 28, was not only a counselor at Jiangxing University, but also the instructor for the dance troupe. Just before the outbreak, she had brought her team to the warehouse to retrieve props for a dance competition. Little did they know, the apocalypse would trap them inside. Fortunately, the warehouse still contained some supplies, allowing them to survive initially. Wu Haimei, a capable leader, quickly organized the team and established strict management protocols, enabling them to endure the early days of the apocalypse. However, misfortune soon struck. Days prior, while exploring with a few others, they had been targeted by another organization. The leader of that group had set his sights on them, initiating a relentless pursuit. They fled back to their safe house, believing they had escaped danger, only to find their pursuers at their doorstep days later. "Teacher, do you really think that mechanical department organization will come to our rescue?" a girl timidly inquired. Wu Haimei gritted her teeth and nodded. "They will, I assure you." Yet, deep down, she felt uncertain. She had only managed to establish contact through various sources, and she was unaware of their true capabilities. The reason she claimed them to be the largest organization in the mechanical department was merely to instill hope in these young women. Bang! Another loud crash echoed, shaking the protective door violently. "This is bad. The door won't hold much longer." A girl screamed. Wu Haimei's heart raced, and she trembled as she retrieved her phone, dialing the number again. Meanwhile, in the G1300 off-road vehicle, Ji Wengsuan's phone suddenly lit up. "Boss, it's the leader of that small organization calling." Ji Wengsuan glanced at the caller ID before handing the phone to Xiao Fan. "Would you like to take it?" Xiao Fan accepted the phone and pressed the answer button. "Team Leader Ji, when will you arrive? We can barely hold on." A woman's voice on the other end sounded urgent and filled with despair. Xiao Fan leaned back in his chair, his tone unremarkable as he said, I can assist you, but what price are you willing to pay? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a voice laced with confusion. You're not team leader G. Who are you? I am G Wangsuan Superior, Xiao Fan replied leisurely. And I am the only one capable of saving you. You still have not answered my earlier question. On the line, Wu Haime's mind raced. She realized this could be their only chance for survival. However, what would the other party demand in return? I do not know what you desire, Wu Haime hesitantly inquired. Hearing this response, Xiao Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He detested such evasive tactics. In a world on the brink of collapse, indecisiveness often leads to demise. Become my woman, Xiao Fan said with a hint of playfulness. The line fell silent instantly, although the woman did not voice her thoughts. Xiao Fan could discern from her breathing that her emotions were likely turbulent. Wu Haime's hand trembled as she clutched her phone. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed from the protective door, leaving her no time to hesitate. I agree, Wu Haime bit her lip and said. But I have one condition. Please ensure my sister's safety and do not let them come to harm. If you must bully someone, let me alone. On the other end, Wu Haime closed her eyes in agony, having once contemplated fleeing alone. Yet, she thought, what would happen to students if she left? Her sense of responsibility clashed with her fear, but ultimately, the duty of a teacher prevailed. Even if I perish, I shall fulfill my responsibility to the end. She sacrificed herself, hoping that they would keep their word. Very well, Xiao Fan readily agreed. But the condition is that you must obey my orders completely. Remember, complete obedience, with no room for negotiation. I understand, Wu Haime said, her eyes squeezed shut in despair. Please, come quickly. We truly cannot hold on much longer. Xiao Fan ended the call and returned the phone to Ji Wangsuan. Just then, a lewd man outside the warehouse suddenly shouted, Give me strength. The door is about to break. A dozen burly men simultaneously exerted force against the protective door, kicking it fiercely. With a crack, the protective chain on the safety door snapped. Ha ha ha, we did it, brothers. Prepare to enjoy. The lewd man exclaimed with excitement. A throng of men rushed into the warehouse, eagerly searching for their prey. Inside, the girls emitted desperate screams. Wu Haime gritted her teeth and said to Niu Tsong beside her, Tsong, take the sisters to the back. I will block them. Teacher Wu. Niu Tsong was already in tears, unable to utter a word. She knew what was about to transpire. Go, Wu Haime urged her. In that critical moment, a tremendous metallic crash reverberated throughout the warehouse. Everyone's gaze turned toward the source of the sound. A bunch of mud-legged fellows. It's time to hit the road. Chapter 57, On-Site Rescue, A Band of Rabble. In the teaching scene, everyone in the warehouse instinctively looked toward the direction of the sound. However, the warehouse was large and dimly lit, making it hard to discern clearly. They could only vaguely see silhouettes. The leader, Brother Sun, suddenly changed countenance. His previously ferocious expression turned serious. He raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to halt. His gaze warily fixed on the doorway. Taking a deep breath, Brother Sun shouted, Which brother is it? Since you've come, why not reveal your name? This is our territory. We're all just trying to make a living. There's no need for hostilities. His voice echoed in the spacious warehouse, tinged with both provocation and menace. The subordinates behind him tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for a confrontation at any moment. In the depths of the warehouse, Wu Haime, hiding behind cover, felt her heart race at the commotion near the door. She clutched Niu King Kong's hand tightly, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. It must be reinforcements. Surely, help has arrived. Wu Haime whispered excitedly to the female students around her. Niu Tsong's face reflected a sense of relief, her eyes welling with tears. Teacher Wu, we've been saved. We're truly saved. Other female students, hearing this, began to reflect hope on their previously despairing faces. A few timid girls even succumbed to quiet sobs. The hour of torment was finally drawing to a close. Wonderful. I thought today was truly the end. It must be someone coming to rescue us. It must be. We are saved. The girls whispered among themselves, smiles of relief gracing their faces. Wu Haime tightly embraced a few terrified female students, tears streaming down her cheeks. However, as the figures at the door drew closer, Brother Sun and his crew discerned the true situation of newcomers. He squinted, scrutinizing them for a moment, then suddenly relaxed, a sinister grin returning to his face. I thought who it was. Just 3 people? His subordinates also breathed a sigh of relief, erupting into laughter. Big brother, I thought there would be a lot of them. Just this? 3 clueless youths dare to come for a hero's rescue? They truly do not know the meaning of death. Haha, look at them. They probably just want a piece of the pie. Brother Sun chuckled with pride, beckoning Xiao Fan and the others at the door with a finger. 3 brothers. Now that you're here, why not join the fun? Those little ladies inside are quite tempting. We can share. Hiding behind cover, Wu Jaime and the others felt their hopes shatter upon hearing these words. They peered through the cracks, realizing that only 3 individuals had arrived. And they did not seem particularly formidable. Why are there only 3 of them? How could this happen? Neo Tsong sank to the ground in despair, tears flowing uncontrollably. The other female students fell back into despair as well. The flickering flame of hope was extinguished in an instant. A few girls could not help but cover their faces and weep. It's over. We are truly finished. Just 3 people. How could they possibly save us? Wu Jaime bit her lip, struggling to hold back her tears. She could not falter. As a teacher, she must remain steadfast. Yet, the thought of what they would soon endure filled her heart with anguish. I can only hope they could take a few girls and escape. Just then, a bald subordinate of Brother Sun staggered toward Xiao Fan and the others, wielding a steel pipe. He appeared quite inebriated, walking unsteadily. Hey, you bunch of bald-headed fellows. Before he could finish, Zhang Hao's expression turned cold as he swung the steel pipe with force. The next second, a dull thud echoed as the steel pipe collided with the man's head. Bang! The sound resonated, and the bald man's skull burst like a watermelon. Red and white splattering everywhere. His body retained the forward motion for a moment before collapsing to the ground. The warehouse fell silent in an instant. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden eruption of violence. Brother Sin's smile froze on his face, and his subordinates gasped collectively. Xiao Fan, cigarette in mouth, casually remarked, "These people are yours to handle, Zhang Hao. It will be a good opportunity to assess your current strength." Zhang Hao grinned and patted his chest, assuring, "Rest easy, boss." With that, he brandished the still-dripping steel pipe and charged toward Brother Sun and his crew. The crimson and white remnants on the pipe served as a formidable deterrent to onlookers. "Brothers, let us go. Take them down." Brother Sun, regaining his composure, screamed hysterically. 60 or 70 subordinates raised their weapons, rushing toward Zhang Hao with a cacophony of steel pipes, machetes, and baseball bats. Yet, they were merely ordinary men. What they are about to face is Sequence 78, the berserker with extraordinary abilities. Xiao Fan stood by, observing coldly, with no intention of intervening at this moment. It was an opportune time for him to assess the combat capabilities of Zhang Hao, who was at the 2nd-tier sequence. Even though Xiao Fan possessed a 4th-tier enhancement to his physique, he felt it would still be a considerable challenge to eliminate all 60 or 70 individuals present. Primarily, he lacked the remarkable endurance that Zhang Hao possessed. A single fatal wound without timely medical attention could pose a significant risk. Zhang Hao's greatest advantage in terms of physicality lay in his unique mechanism of an indomitable body, which allowed him to fight without fear of being killed. As long as enemies were there to replenish his buffs, especially in such a chaotic battle, he was akin to a perpetual motion machine on the battlefield. As expected, the fight unfolded just as anticipated. Despite the opposing side comprising 6 or 7 dozen individuals, they exhibited no discernible strategy, resembling a mere rabble. Each swing of the steel rod in Zhang Hao's hand inevitably claimed a life. His movements were astonishingly swift, almost beyond the perception of ordinary eyes. The steel rod whistled through the air, and one head after another burst open like watermelons. Help! Yes, a monster! The cries of despair echoed repeatedly. Zhang Hao moved through the crowd as though it were an uninhabited realm, each strike executed with pinpoint accuracy. Soon, his body was splattered with blood. Yet his smile grew increasingly exhilarated. Seeing his underlings fall one after another, Sun Ge finally realized he had kicked a steel plate. His face turned pale as he turned to flee towards the exit. Run! Run! The other lackeys scattered, completely devoid of the earlier bravado. They could only lament the lack of 2 extra legs as they desperately squeezed towards the exit. However, Ji Wengsuan and Xiao Fan stood guard at the door. Upon seeing their comrades at the entrance, those attempting to escape disregarded everything and attempted to force their way through. Xiao Fan, cigarette in mouth and shotgun in hand, cast a disdainful glance at the opposition. In the dim light, his face was half illuminated and half shadowed, and his gaze was chilling enough to instill fear. "Try moving." Xiao Fan's voice was low, yet combined with the dark muzzle of his weapon, it rendered all those wishing to escape frozen in place. Ji Wengsuan also drew his pistol, expressionless as he aimed at the crowd before him. His eyes were filled with a ruthless malice, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. "Kneel," Ji Wengsuan commanded coldly. Sun Ge and his cohorts exchanged glances before ultimately choosing to submit. One by one, they knelt on the ground, with a few timid souls even so frightened that they wet their pants. "Spare us, big brother. We were blind to your greatness. Please let us go. I have elders above and young ones below. I beg you, show mercy." Unexpectedly, Xiao Fan was taken aback to find that Zhang Hao had merely routed a portion of the adversaries, and the remaining lackeys were utterly terrified. In no time, they were kneeling and begging for mercy. Their previous arrogance completely vanished. Originally a group of 60 or 70 individuals, now over 20 lay defeated, and the fewer than 50 remaining were all trembling on the ground. Blood and dismembered limbs littered the floor, creating a gruesome scene that was enough to make one nauseous. Zhang Hao approached Xiao Fan, steel rod in hand, and respectfully inquired, "Boss, shall we take them in?" Xiao Fan shook his head, glancing around for the figures of the women, but regrettably found none. He then called out into the depths of the warehouse. "Who made the call earlier? Step forward. The matter is resolved." Silence enveloped the warehouse. After a considerable pause, Wu Haimei cautiously peeked out from behind a large cover. She surveyed the scene of carnage and blood. Her complexion slightly pale, yet her eyes reflected a sense of relief from having survived. "It was I who made the call." Wu Haimei's voice trembled, for she had never witnessed such brutality in her life, and her stomach churned uncomfortably. Slowly, she emerged, followed by Niu Tsong and more than 30 other female students. Upon seeing the hellish scene before them, the girls began to retch violently. Xiao Fan could only shake his head. It seemed this group of female college students had been overly sheltered and had never encountered such sights. Perhaps it was for the best. Innocence had its charm. And who wouldn't he appreciate a touch of purity? As he was admiring the group of beauties, the system unexpectedly chimed with a notification. Beep. Detected a prisoner with a rating above S-class. Capturing them will yield unlimited resources. Wu Haimei. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Rating, 91 points. Evaluation, SS. Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. After all, she was a university instructor, and the impression she left was distinctly different. Wu Haimei, tall and clad in form-fitting athletic wear, showcased her flawless figure. Despite being dust-covered from the apocalypse, her exquisite features remained undeniable. To Xiao Fan's surprise, among the 30 or so girls behind Wu Haimei, there was also Niu Tsong, who boasted an S rating. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and exceptionally pleasing to the eye. The rest of the group also exhibited high overall attractiveness, with evaluations ranging from B to A. It seemed they were all students from a dance academy, naturally possessing both figure and beauty. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. This trip was certainly worthwhile, as bringing these two back would unlock additional resources. Wu Haimei and Niu Tsong stepped forward, their faces filled with fury as they glared at the kneeling Sun Gu and his men. Niu Tsong even picked up a wooden stick from the ground and charged at the kneeling individuals, striking them fiercely. "How dare you bully others? How dare you bully others?" she cried, tears streaming down her face. However, being a girl, her strength was limited, and after a flurry of hits, she had only inflicted minor injuries on them. Sun Gu and his cohort winced in pain, but dared not retaliate, helplessly enduring the blows while remaining on their knees. Curious, Xiao Fan inquired, "Do you have a grudge against them?" Wu Haimei took a deep breath and briefly recounted the events leading up to this moment. "I see," Xiao Fan nodded. He approached Wu Haimei, took the dagger from Ji Wengsuan, and handed it to her, saying, "Then you may kill them. I will provide support. Feel free to act." Wu Haimei accepted the dagger, her hands trembling slightly. Hearing this, Sun Gu suddenly shouted frantically, "You can't kill me. I am part of the local military. If you dare touch me, prepare to be annihilated tomorrow." Intrigued by Sun Ji's proclamation, Xiao Fan squatted down to look him in the eyes. "Oh, local military? Please elaborate." Misinterpreting Xiao Fan's demeanor as fear of his background, Sun Ji's attitude shifted dramatically. "If you're wise, let's go at once. I can pretend I didn't see anything that happened today. My superior is the commander of the local military in Jiangsheng, leading thousands of armed soldiers. If you dare lay a finger on me, they will invade Jiangsheng University by tomorrow." His confidence grew as he spoke, and he even attempted to recruit Xiao Fan and his companions. "But hey, you all have some decent skills. How about considering joining us? My leader loves capable fighters. You'll enjoy all the luxuries. What woman wouldn't you have?" With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed his superior. Xiao Fan did not stop him. He was quite interested in what Sun Gu had just mentioned. If there truly was a local military operating in Jiangsheng, it warranted careful attention. The call connected shortly, and a middle-aged man's voice, laced with a hint of laziness, came through. "Xiao Sun, how is it going? Did you manage to get Wu Haimei?" Brother Sun hurriedly briefed the leader on the situation, embellishing the tale of how formidable Xiao Fan and his companions were, hoping to elicit some serious attention. On the other end of the line, the man chuckled derisively. "Xiao Sun, your reliability is diminishing. But it matters not. One area merely requires a single dog. Do as you see fit, but it is dinner time now, so do not disturb my meal." With that, he hung up. Brother Sun awkwardly glanced at Xiao Fan, offering a sheepish smile. "Well, my leader is currently dining and is unavailable. However, rest assured, he mentioned that one area only needs a single dog. Oh no, just one boss. How about we seize Jiangshan University together? We can split it 50-50. What is your leader's name? The man who called himself Brother Sun hesitated, stammering that his surname was Zhang, but he refrained from disclosing his full name. He attempted to entice Xiao Fan with promises of material wealth and a number of female students at Jiangshan University, his eyes glinting with obsequiousness. Xiao Fan, however, lost interest in the man and turned his gaze towards Wu Haimei. Zhang Hao could no longer endure the conversation. He lunged forward, gripping Brother Sun's chin and yanking forcefully. Crack! Brother Sun's entire jaw was wrenched off, blood gushing forth. He emitted a mournful wail, rolling on the ground with his hands clutching his face. The gruesome scene sent shivers down the spines of the nearby female students, some turning away or closing their eyes in horror. A few timid girls even succumbed to nausea. Xiao Fan approached Wu Haimei and gently inquired, "Do you know how to use a gun?" Wu Haimei shook her head, fear evident in her eyes. Though she was a counselor, she was merely an ordinary woman who had never witnessed such brutality. Xiao Fan patted her shoulder reassuringly, murmuring, "It's all right, I will teach you." He handed her the shotgun, which felt heavy and unwieldy in her trembling hands. Xiao Fan positioned himself behind her, encircling her waist and guiding her hands, patiently instructing her on how to hold the weapon. "Do not be tense, relax." His voice was soothing against her ear, his warm breath causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. "This is how you chamber a round," he said, gently pulling back the shotgun stock. In the process, his arm accidentally brushed against Wu Haimei's chest. He paused momentarily, then casually asked if Wu Haimei's face turned crimson, and she shyly nodded. Internally, Xiao Fan mused. With such a home environment, suddenly indulging in this feels a bit overwhelming. He continued to embrace Wu Haimei from behind, guiding her on how to aim and pull the trigger. Her body quivered slightly, whether from anxiety or the intimacy of the moment, he could not discern. Brother Sun, still kneeling on the ground, observed as the bullet was chambered, his eyes wide with panic. He shook his head desperately, emitting muffled sounds. Unfortunately, without a jaw, he could not articulate clearly. He attempted to rise and flee, but his legs had turned to jelly, rendering him incapable of standing. A smile crept onto Xiao Fan's lips as he held Wu Haimei's hand, directing the gun's muzzle towards Brother Senator Focus, just like this. Suddenly, he pressed down hard on Wu Haimei's finger. Bang! The deafening gunshot reverberated throughout the warehouse, causing everyone's ears to ring. Wu Haimei and the others were momentarily stunned, only to witness Brother Sun's upper body being obliterated, blood and entrails splattering everywhere. Wu Haimei screamed in terror, nearly dropping the gun, but Xiao Fan caught her, murmuring, "Do not be afraid. You did excellently." The other female students also shrieked in fright at the unexpected gunfire, some collapsing to the ground in shock. The remaining henchmen, witnessing Brother Sun's gruesome fate, were paralyzed by fear, begging for mercy. "Spare us. We will never dare again. Please show us leniency." Chapter 59, Another Ability User. The atmosphere in the warehouse turned icy. Xiao Fan slowly lifted his right foot, as if to kick away trash, sending Brother Sun's severed body aside. Blood oozed from the remains, appearing particularly grotesque under the dim yellow light. His gaze swept across the trembling henchmen, who dared not meet his eyes, fearful that this ruthless figure might choose to eliminate them at a whim. "Lift your heads and look at me," Xiao Fan commanded, his voice steady. Dozens of terrified eyes rose in unison, locking onto the excessively youthful man before them. Xiao Fan leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips, prompting Ji Wengsuan to step forward and light it. He took a deep drag, speaking in a tone as casual as if discussing mundane matters. "You know the consequences of withholding information. Otherwise, your fate will mirror his." As soon as he finished speaking, a bald thug began to tremble and blurted, "Big brother, I'll tell you everything. Brother Sun is our construction team leader. We were just hanging around near the university town, and when the apocalypse hit, we occupied a few warehouses. Then one day, a soldier contacted Brother Sun, offering him weapons and supplies to unify all of Jiangbei University." A cacophony of voices erupted as the thugs recounted their tale, each eager not to be silenced by the shotgun. Xiao Fan listened quietly, though his expression grew increasingly cold. What did this soldier look like, and when did he arrive? Ji Wengsuan inquired. About half a month ago, a tall thug swallowed hard. He was tall and skinny, wearing a mask and military uniform, driving an army vehicle, and he brought several boxes of food. He approached Brother Sun, suggesting that he lead the effort to unify the survivors of Jiangshan University. Another thug chimed in. He promised us more supplies and weapons as long as we complied with his demands. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, flicking ash from his cigarette. Unifying the university For what purpose? We're not sure, the bald thug shrank back. Brother Sun never elaborated, only instructing us to follow that man's orders and gather survivors. Especially what? Xiao Fan's voice turned icy. Especially young and beautiful women. The tall thug's voice dwindled to a whisper. Zhang Hao scoffed from his side. Looks like we have another lecherous fiend, targeting only the beauties. Xiao Fan fixed a penetrating gaze on Zhang Hao. How large are your shoes, Huzzy? Boss, I wear size 44, why do you ask? Xiao Fan nodded. Good. I'll remember that. When we return to the prison, you'll discover what it feels like to wear a size smaller. Listening to the frantic chatter among the group, Xiao Fan swiftly analyzed the information they provided. The military hierarchy, the unification of survivors, the collection of women. The motives behind it were glaringly apparent. Just a month into the apocalypse, individuals were already beginning to carve out their domains. Why did you come to capture Wu Haimei today? Xiao Fan suddenly posed a question. At this, silence enveloped the room. They exchanged furtive glances, eyes darting with trepidation. Xiao Fan burst into laughter, seizing the shotgun from Wu Haimei and chambering another round. He pointed the dark muzzle at the nearest bald thug. What is the hold-up? Still considering concealing the truth. I will count to 3. Fail to answer, and you will miss your chance to speak. 1. Please don't shoot. The bald thug's voice quivered in terror. I will tell you. That man specifically called and said that Teacher Wu is very important and must be captured alive. His tone shifted. He said Teacher Wu is like a daughter he lost long ago. Xiao Fan froze momentarily. A lost daughter? He recalled the man's words from the phone call. The tone he used did not resemble that of a father yearning for a long-lost child. Instead, it resembled an intense eagerness to acquire this item. Xiao Fan's expression betrayed contemplation, his brows slightly furrowing. Something was amiss. What else did that so-called master say? Xiao Fan probed further. Nothing more. The bald thug fervently shook his head. He simply instructed us to capture Teacher Wu and deliver her to a designated location. He revealed nothing else. Where is this designated location? In the outskirts of Jiangsheng. At a military base in the wilderness, a lanky individual interjected eagerly. It's currently a stronghold for that master, and I hear it has gathered over 1,000 people. Xiao Fan nodded thoughtfully and inquired, how many women have you captured for him? This question prompted everyone to lower their heads. After a prolonged silence, someone murmured, a lot, at least 30 or 40. Where are they now? I don't know, came the barely audible reply. Once they were sent there, they never returned. Wouldn't he dare to ask? Xiao Fan inhaled deeply, discarding his cigarette but on the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. He turned to Wu Haimei, who stood trembling in the corner, her complexion pale, clearly shaken by the recent bloody scene. Do you know anyone from that so-called troop? Xiao Fan asked Wu Haimei, who shook her head. Since the apocalypse, I've only been near the warehouse. I've never encountered the people they mentioned. Suddenly, one of the small-time thugs seemed to recall something and quickly added, that master is no ordinary person. He appears to possess extraordinary abilities. What abilities? Ji Wengsuan immediately pressed. I don't know the specifics, but we witnessed something once. The bald thug's voice trembled. One disobedient brother attempted to escape and was caught by that master. Then that brother, as if under some control, gouged out his own eyes. He continued, terror etched across his face. He laughed while doing it, as if he found joy in the act. Once he finished, that master allowed him to stop. The warehouse fell into an eerie silence. Xiao Fan's gaze deepened. Mental manipulation abilities. These thugs clearly had limited understanding of such powers. Does Wu Haimei hold any significance to him? Xiao Fan posed the crucial question. Everyone shook their heads, genuinely unaware. The bald thug stammered, we truly don't know, brother. That master never explains his decisions. We merely follow orders. However, the lanky one hesitated momentarily, stating, I heard Singa mention that when that master saw Teacher Wu's photograph, his eyes lit up. He insisted on personally tasting her, forbidding his subordinates from touching her. Xiao Fan's expression darkened entirely. He glanced back at Wu Haimei, who was comforting several female students. In the dim light, her profile appeared particularly gentle, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman, which could easily attract a certain type of deviant attention. Xiao Fan nodded, stowing away his shotgun. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Hao, who immediately understood, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Let us go, Xiao Fan instructed Ji Wengsuan, then turned towards Wu Haimei. Mr. Xiao, Wu Haimei instinctively took a step back as Xiao Fan approached. Do not be afraid. His voice softened considerably as he reached out to embrace her shoulders. It's time to go home. Go home. Wu Haimei hesitated. Yes, to my safe house, Xiao Fan replied with a smile. It's far safer there. At least 100 times better than here. He turned to the 30 or so female students, all around 18 or 19, their faces still stained with tears, their eyes filled with fear and uncertainty. You will all come with us, Xiao Fan declared. From now on, you're under my protection. As long as you obey. I promise you will survive. Really? A girl with a ponytail asked timidly. Xiao Fan, keep my word, he affirmed solemnly. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the depths of the warehouse. It was Zhang Hao dealing with the thugs, each scream more horrifying than the last, sending chills down the spine. Several female students turned pale, clinging tightly to one another. Do not listen, Xiao Fan whispered. They deserve their fate. Wu Haimei bit her lip, eventually nodding. She understood that had Xiao Fan not arrived in time, she and these students would have faced a fate far worse than those thugs. Let's go. Xiao Fan urged once more, wrapping an arm around Wu Haimei as he led the way towards the warehouse exit. The 30-plus female students followed closely behind, forming a formidable procession as they exited the warehouse. Behind them, the screams persisted but were swiftly muffled by the heavy iron door. The night breeze carried with it the unique stench of blood and decay characteristic of the apocalypse. Xiao Fan gazed up at the pitch-black sky, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Chapter 60, Rules are Rules. Before long, they arrived at the prison. When Xiao Fan and the 30-odd female students appeared before the prison gates, everyone involuntarily halted in their tracks. The outer perimeter was fortified with circles of concrete defenses, trenches, and hidden traps. As Xiao Fan led the group through the winding paths to the prison entrance, a profound sense of security enveloped them. Heavens! Niao Tsong looked up at the fortress-like structure, her eyes filled with awe. The girls accompanying her gasped in amazement, amidst a world overrun by zombies and societal collapse. Finding refuge in such a well-fortified safe house ignited a flicker of hope, causing many to tear up instantly. Goodness, this is so much better than our warehouse. Is this truly a safe house? Step inside, Xiao Fan said calmly, turning to them. As he input the command, the heavy prison door slowly creaked open. Wu Haimei trailed closely behind Xiao Fan, unwilling to stray even a step. Having endured so much, her body and mind felt fatigued. Yet, upon entering the prison, she instinctively relaxed, enveloped by a tangible sense of security that no other place could offer. Sister Haimei, we're really saved? Niao Tsong grasped Wu Haimei's hand, her voice trembling. Yes, Wu Haimei nodded, casting a complex glance at Xiao Fan's silhouette ahead. She had not forgotten the promise she made to him earlier. However, to survive in this apocalypse, her pitiful pride had to be relinquished. Detected the incarceration of an SS-level high-quality prisoner, Wu Haimei. Unlocking infinite resources, Colt Viper. Detected the incarceration of an S-level high-quality prisoner, Niao Tsong. Unlocking infinite resources, unlimited electrical transmission device. Xiao Fan stared in astonishment at the system panel, taken aback that he had unexpectedly unlocked a handgun. He examined the newly acquired Colt Viper through his spatial storage ring. A revolver with a mere 6-round capacity, he mused. Gazing at the Colt Viper resting quietly in the storage space, its surface gleaming with a metallic silver hue, the magazine configured in a revolver format. Although it did not meet Xiao Fan's initial expectations, he was still relatively satisfied, as it effectively compensated for the lack of long-range combat capability within his team during exploration. While Xiao Fan meticulously examined the two resources acquired, a stir arose among the crowd. The sight inside the prison once again astounded everyone. Is this really a prison? Can we actually use a prison as a safe house? The women, still fresh from their recent arrival, chattered excitedly. Xiao Fan clapped his hands to interrupt their conversation. Welcome to my safe house. Of course, you may also refer to it as a prison. Xiao Fan turned around, a subtle smile gracing his lips. From this moment forth, this shall be your new abode. As long as you adhere to the rules, I assure you, your life here will surpass that of the outside world by 100-fold. What are we supposed to do? A girl timidly inquired. Patience, my dear. Let us first complete the admission formalities, Xiao Fan replied, snapping his fingers. Yi Wengxuan, escort them to the registration desk. Yes, boss, Ji Wengxuan responded, beckoning the girls. Follow me. Over 30 girls trailed behind Ji Wengxuan towards the registration area. Just as Wu Haimei was about to follow, Xiao Fan called out to her. Teacher Wu, come with me. He cast her a meaningful glance. Wu Haimei's heart tightened, but she obediently followed. At the registration desk, Lu Yaru sat at her workstation. Upon seeing Ji Wengxuan enter with a throng of girls, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. So many? Indeed, they were just rescued by the boss, Ji Wengxuan explained, students from the dance academy. Lu Yaru's eyes sparkled with interest as she appraised the girls. They were tall, exuding elegance and youthfulness. The caliber of this new cohort was evidently superior to that of the previous ordinary survivors. All right, I understand. Please come forward for registration. Name, age, specialties, one by one. Lu Yaru instructed, rising and producing a stack of forms. The girls began to queue to fill out their information. During this time, Niao Tsong discreetly scrutinized the personnel department head across the desk. Liu Yaru's attire was suitably professional with a hint of business flair. Yet her demeanor and eloquence were far from that of a mere student. She radiated the aura of a seasoned elite. "Excuse me, Minister. May I inquire what our primary duties will be?" Niao Tsong whispered. Liu Yaru looked up at the inquiry and smiled. "Typically, our female inmates are engaged in work at the power generation sector. It's not overly strenuous, but it is time-dependent. Work begins at 8 a.m. and concludes at 8 p.m., with 2 meals provided by the prison. Additionally, there may be statistical tasks or cleaning duties that also fall under our purview. Is that all? Why? What else did you expect?" Liu Yaru retorted. "Do you think we would assign you to something more arduous? Rest assured, while Fangu may have a penchant for the fairer sex, he is still quite principled. As long as you work diligently, no one will trouble you." The girls exchanged glances, their unease somewhat alleviated by Liu Yaru's words. At least there were clear regulations in place, unlike places where bullying ran rampant. Liu Yaru continued. "Of course, if any of you aspire to climb into Fangu's bed, that will depend on your abilities. Positions such as team leaders and ministers offer far superior benefits than those of ordinary inmates. Fangu appreciates capable individuals. If you perform well, promotions and raises are within reach." Her forthrightness put the girls at ease, dispelling some of their apprehensions. Chapter 61. The Arrival of New Inmates, Western Suburbs Military Facility. Upon completing the registration, Liu Yaru retrieved a walkie-talkie. "Li Fei, please take the group to the warehouse to collect the prison uniforms, 36 sets of female attire." "Understood." A voice responded through the device. Before long, Wang Xian arrived with several others, pushing a cart laden with neatly folded prison uniforms, all in a uniform black and white striped design, featuring loose-fitting tops and trousers. "Each of you will receive a set. Please change in the dressing room shortly," Wang Xian instructed. The girls accepted the uniforms, exchanging glances, although they had mentally prepared for this moment. The actual act of donning prison garb stirred feelings of shame and anxiety within them. "Come along. I'll lead you to the changing room," Wang Xian said, turning to guide them. They traversed the courtyard towards a standalone building designated for changing. "You'll change here," Wang Xian announced, holding the door open. "Once you're done, gather outside." The girls filed in, but just as they were about to enter the changing stalls, a voice called out from behind. "Wait a moment." Xiao Fan appeared at the entrance, accompanied by the visibly conflicted Wu Haimei. "Master." Wang Xian quickly bowed her head. Xiao Fan waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sweeping over the group of girls. "Before you change, I must clarify something." The girls turned in unison, their eyes filled with confusion and trepidation. "There are regulations within the prison," Xiao Fan stated calmly, hands clasped behind his back. "You all come from the outside world. Who knows whether any of you have been scratched or bitten by zombies? If someone conceals an injury and mutates, what then? The safety of over 1,000 individuals in this prison could be jeopardized by one person's deceit." At his words, the girls' faces paled. "Therefore, prior to changing, a thorough examination is mandatory," Xiao Fan continued. "I must ascertain that each of you bears no wounds and poses no infection risk. This is not a personal attack. It is a matter of collective safety." "But, can a female conduct the examination?" One girl stuttered, her face flushed. "Females?" Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. "The female inmates have their own responsibilities. Who has the time to inspect each of you individually? Moreover, what if the examiner colludes with the examinee to hide an injury? Then, I am the warden. It is most fitting for me to conduct the examination," Xiao Fan asserted, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You may choose not to be examined, but then you must leave immediately. You've witnessed the outside world. It's your choice whether to remain here." His words were resolute, offering no room for negotiation. The girls exchanged glances, their faces ashen. Having endured the horrors of the warehouse, they were acutely aware of the brutality that lurked outside, the greed and savagery in the eyes of the thugs, and the ever-present fear of violation or death. In contrast, this prison, while regimented, at least offered safety and order. Furthermore, Xiao Fan's reasoning was not without merit. Should anyone indeed conceal an injury, the ramifications of a viral outbreak within the prison would be catastrophic. I am willing to be examined," one girl finally murmured. "Me too. I'm willing as well." One by one, the girls lowered their heads in agreement. Xiao Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, satisfaction blooming within him. Such was the power of rules. As long as the justification was sound, many things could proceed as a matter of course. "Excellent," Xiao Fan nodded. "Let us begin. Step forward one at a time while the others wait outside." He turned to Wu Haimei. "Teacher Wu, you shall demonstrate first." Wu Haimei bit her lip, ultimately consenting. She understood this was Xiao Fan asserting his authority and affirming her position before all the students. Entering the changing room, Xiao Fan casually shut the door behind them. Only the two of them remained in the room. "Undress," Xiao Fan leaned against the wall, his tone indifferent. Wu Haimei inhaled deeply, trembling hands beginning to unbutton her shirt. One button, two buttons, three. As the shirt slipped away, revealing the black lace of her undergarments, her face flushed crimson. Continue. Xiao Fan's voice remained devoid of emotion. Wu Haimei closed her eyes, unzipping her skirt. The fabric glided down her thighs, pooling at her feet. She stood there, clad only in her lingerie, her long legs gleaming enticingly under the light. Her voluptuous figure was accentuated by the lace, the F-cup silhouette captivating enough to draw anyone's gaze. Xiao Fan stepped closer, circling her. Raise your arms. Wu Haimei complied. Turn around. She pivoted, and Xiao Fan's fingers glided over her smooth back, meticulously inspecting every inch of her skin from shoulder to waist and down to her thighs. No wounds. Very good. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. However, for safety's sake, his hand suddenly reached for the clasp of her lingerie. Wait. Wu Haimei gasped. What? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. I have yet to inspect this area. What if there is an injury concealed beneath? No, I cannot say for certain, Xiao Fan stated with a serious tone. Rules are rules. There can be no oversight. With a click, the clasp was unfastened. Wu Haimei hastily covered her chest with her hands, overwhelmed with shame and indignation. Xiao Fan, however, merely conducted a thorough inspection, then nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, there are no wounds. You may dress now. With that, he turned and strode toward the door, his heart racing like a galloping steed. After a month, he could finally enjoy a decent meal. Tired of airplane food, he longed for something more substantial, even though the aesthetics of the meals were undeniably appealing. Yet, it felt as though something was amiss. Whistling a cheerful tune, Xiao Fan exited the room. Inside, Wu Haimei slumped to the floor, tears streaming down her face. A tumult of humiliation, indignation, and powerlessness swirled within her. Yet, she understood that this was merely the beginning. For the next hour, Xiao Fan diligently inspected each girl. Some were reduced to tears from embarrassment. Others gritted their teeth in endurance, while a few simply resigned themselves to the process, deciding it was better to expedite the ordeal. Xiao Fan remained dedicated, meticulously examining each individual to ensure there were no injuries. Of course, he did not overlook any necessary examinations or touches. Over 30 dancers, each boasting an enviable physique, had undergone rigorous training, resulting in beautifully sculpted bodies and exceptional flexibility. Once all had been checked and donned their prison uniforms, Xiao Fan felt invigorated and at ease. Excellent, there are no injuries. He nodded in satisfaction. From this day forth, they would be part of the prison. If they performed well, he would not treat them unfairly. The girls lowered their heads, their faces still marked by shyness and resentment. However, they understood that in this post-apocalyptic world, having a safe haven was an immense stroke of luck. Lu Yaru, place monitoring collars on them. Then escort them to the female inmate area, Xiao Fan instructed. Yes, master, she replied. Watching the girls depart, Xiao Fan stretched his limbs. Today had been remarkably fruitful. Not only had he rescued over 30 high-quality female inmates, but he had also indulged his eyes, especially with Wu Haimei, the exceptional SS-grade beauty. The thought brought a smile to his face. Time to return. As he pushed open the office door, Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback to find Chu Yingxiu still present. She sat on the sofa, the coffee table before her devoid of any remnants of the hot pot, which had been thoroughly devoured. Upon hearing the door open, Chu Yingxiu lifted her head, her gaze filled with a hint of reproach. Where have you been? Her voice carried a note of dissatisfaction. Why have you returned so late? Xiao Fan glanced at the clock on the wall. It had only been about 2 hours since he left. I went out to rescue some people, he replied casually, taking a seat at his desk. Why are you still here? I was waiting for you. Chu Yingxiu hesitated, a flicker of unease crossing her face. Waiting for me? Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow. Yes, she muttered, her voice dwindling. You said you would take me out. Only then did Xiao Fan recall that he had indeed promised her. All right, I'll take you out tomorrow, he replied with a smile, but I'm too tired today. I need to rest. Really? Chu Yingxiu's eyes brightened, her heart swelling with joy. Of course, Xiao Fan stood, walked over, and affectionately ruffled her hair. When have I ever deceived you? Chu Yingxiu's face instantly flushed, and she turned away, mumbling. Haven't you deceived me plenty of times? When have I ever deceived you? Xiao Fan asked, genuinely puzzled, as he realized he had not engaged with her much before. You just mentioned that. His hand slid from her hair to her cheek, gently pinching her chin to lift her gaze to meet his. So now, let me deceive you just once. Stay with me tonight. W what? Chu Yingxiu's eyes widened in shock. Just kidding. Xiao Fan released her. Go back and rest. We have things to do tomorrow. Relieved, Chu Yingxiu sprang to her feet and hurried for the door. Just before exiting, she paused, glancing back at Xiao Fan. The people you rescued today were all female, right? Yes. Are you? Chu Yingxiu pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. What about it? Xiao Fan regarded her with an amused expression. Chu Yingxiu bit her lip, ultimately saying nothing as she turned to leave. After the door closed, Xiao Fan leaned back in a chair, exhaling deeply. How intriguing. He opened the system interface to review his gains for the day. Current number of prisoners, 1406. Daily earnings, 23120 survival coins. Current unlimited supplies, ham sausage, cement, collars, cement, antibiotics, West Century heavy armor, catapults, HRB 400E rebar, timber, gasoline, Colt Viper, unlimited electrical transmission devices. He closed the system interface, gazing out the window. In the distance, the lights of the female inmate area still shone brightly. The newly uniformed dancers were likely acclimating to their new environment. Take your time. There is plenty of time ahead. Today had indeed been exhausting. It was time to rest well. As for tomorrow, he recalled Sun Ji's conversation about the military base in the western suburbs being a potential hazard. Should he reach out to gauge their stance? At midnight, as Xiao Fan lay in bed contemplating the military base, a system notification echoed in his mind. The first phase of the zombie theme has concluded. Current regional area, Jiangxing District, has been developed. Time remaining until the second phase of the game opens, 7 days. Xiao Fan was taken aback, sitting up with a grave expression as he scrutinized the information on the system panel. The first phase has ended? He furrowed his brow, sliding his fingers over the system interface to delve into more detailed information. Jiangxing, as a prefecture-level city, comprised not only the main urban area but also the east, west, south, and north districts. Yet the system indicated that only Jiangxing was marked as developed, while the other 4 regions displayed gray locked icons. It appeared that regions would gradually unlock over time, but he had no insight into the status of the other areas. 7 days of transition. What does this signify? Xiao Fan pondered aloud, quickly analyzing the implications of this information. Was it a period for survivors to recuperate, or merely a calm before the storm? He reached for his phone, attempting to gather information about the other regions online. However, whether on forums or chat rooms, the only discussions revolved around the apocalypse, with no other information in sight. Initially, Xiao Fan did not grasp the significance of this until he realized today while scrolling through short videos. He was entirely in the dark about the situation in other regions, the game theme, and participation methods, as if everything had been erased by an invisible hand. Occasionally, he encountered scattered information about zombies, but upon further investigation, it only pertained to circumstances within Jiangxing. What was happening with the absence of information? Faced with this unexpected situation, Xiao Fan fell into deep thought. He attempted to search for information from other provinces, but only unearthed a few details from before the apocalypse. With no updates on post-apocalyptic occurrences, nothing at all was stirring online. He even tried messaging and calling friends in other regions, but to no avail. This situation heightened Xiao Fan's caution, prompting him to contemplate whether it was a game mechanism or something else entirely. The inability to control information was indeed unsettling. The unknown terror was the most frightening of all. However, overthinking was futile. Resolutely, Xiao Fan turned off his phone and prepared for sleep. Upon awakening, Xiao Fan squinted at the clock, realizing it was already 9 a.m. He stretched and proceeded to check the daily special store as usual. Every day, the time-limited special offers on products are treasures that cannot be overlooked. Although the majority of items may prove to be impractical, there remains a glimmer of hope. The system interface popped up, revealing 3 items from the special store. Chapter 62. The special store has stocked up. The system interface materialized, showcasing 3 enticing products. AMP's 19 High Intelligence Thermal Imaging Scanner. Description: a handheld thermal imaging scanner primarily used for battlefield surveillance, capable of detecting personnel up to 1,000 meters away. It is equipped with an intelligent recognition system that differentiates between humans, zombies, and superhumans based on their thermal signatures. Price: 1,000 survival coins. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up. This device is remarkable. With this scanner, exploring the outside world or engaging in combat with foes would become significantly more convenient. What does modern warfare hinge upon? The disparity of information. Knowing your locations in advance grants me an upper hand in tactical deployment. No matter what moves you make, I shall see them all clearly. He continued to peruse the items. Elite Special Forces Unit. Description: the team comprises 6 members, a commander, a sniper, an observer, an assault soldier, an engineer, and a communications expert. They are adept at most combat scenarios, possessing world-class capabilities in small-scale operations, and are utterly loyal to their summoner. All members possess second-tier physiques and are well-versed in modern tactics and weaponry. Price: 100,000 survival coins. Xiao Fan abruptly sat up in bed, a flicker of ecstasy crossing his face. Special Forces. This is precisely what he lacks at present. Although there are combatants like Zhang Hao and Ji Wengsuan in the prison, they ultimately hail from a student background, lacking in tactical acumen and discipline. Chu Yingxiu, while formidable, has an eccentric personality that complicates command. This special forces unit not only boasts exceptional combat prowess, but also embodies unwavering loyalty. The significance of those 4 words is abundantly clear to Xiao Fan. The loyalty ensured by the system is more reliable than any oath. Though 100,000 survival coins is no trifling sum, it is undeniably worth every penny. He suppressed his excitement and turned his attention to the 3rd item, Obedience Potion. Description: upon consumption, the user will unconditionally follow commands for half an hour. It is colorless and tasteless, capable of being mixed with any liquid. Note: its effect is halved on 2nd-tier superhumans and is ineffective on 3rd-tier superhumans. Price: 500 survival coins. Worthless trash. Who would want that? In the next moment, a small vial containing a transparent liquid appeared in his hand, approximately 50 milliliters in capacity. Xiao Fan scrutinized it. Indeed, as described, it was colorless and tasteless, indistinguishable from mineral water. After a brief examination, he promptly stowed it away in his storage ring for future contingencies. Moreover, it could prove far more effective than harsh interrogation methods in certain special situations, such as extracting information from captives or swaying enemies. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and quickly calculated his balance of survival coins. Currently, there are 1,406 inmates in the prison, yielding a daily income of 230,000 survival coins. Coupled with previous accumulations, he now had 400,000 survival coins at his disposal. Buy. Purchase them all. Ding. Purchase successful. Current remaining 31,030,000 survival coins. Not wishing to waste a single moment, Xiao Fan leapt from his bed, still in his pajamas, and bolted out of the bedroom, striding towards the hall on the 1st floor. The prison was tranquil in the early morning, with only the night shift guards patrolling. A few guards saluted sharply upon seeing the warden, who waved them off to continue their rounds. He stepped into the center of the hall and opened the system marketplace. Purchase AMPA's 19 high intelligence thermal imaging scanner. Deducting 1,000 survival coins. Purchase successful. A flash of white light enveloped him. Xiao Fan suddenly found himself holding a device resembling binoculars, but far more intricate and sophisticated. As he scanned the area, the locations of all prisoners within the prison became crystal clear. Satisfied, he nodded and stored the scanner in his system backpack. Next came the main event. Purchase Elite Special Forces Unit. Deducting 100,000 survival coins. Purchase successful. Summoning in progress. A dazzling white light erupted in the hall, so intense that Xiao Fan could barely keep his eyes open. Moments later, the brilliance dissipated, revealing 6 men clad in combat uniforms standing before him. Each individual possessed a remarkably well-defined physique, their muscular contours suggesting extensive professional training. Their gazes were sharp and focused, standing at attention before Xiao Fan. At this moment, the commander at the forefront took a step forward and executed a flawlessly precise military salute. Reporting, Commander, the Zhulong Special Team is at your service. The 6 men moved in perfect unison. Even their mere stance instilled a sense of formidable strength in Xiao Fan. He appraised them with satisfaction, noting that their expressions conveyed not blind obedience, but rather an intense focus and calmness. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the combat unit within the prison. Qin Feng, as the commander, you're responsible for integrating the existing combat personnel and establishing a comprehensive operational framework. Yes, Commander. Qin Feng's response was succinct and resolute. There is one more matter. Xiao Fan opened his system backpack and retrieved 6 Colt Viper handguns. These will be your sidearms. Currently, ammunition is not an issue, so do not worry about consumption. The 6 men received the handguns, skillfully checking their weapons before holstering them. Xiao Fan regarded the 6 handguns with delight. This was a reward from the system after yesterday's successful capture of the SS-class Wu Haimei and the S-class Niu Tsong, unlocking infinite supplies. Although the Colt Viper is not considered a top-tier weapon, paired with the prefix of unlimited ammunition, it transforms into an entirely different concept. With each Special Forces soldier equipped with a handgun, and together with Zhang Hao and Ji Wengsuan, they now possessed 8 guns that would never run out of ammunition. Given time, Xiao Fan could easily assemble a well-equipped armed force. Commander, please instruct us on the next course of action, Qin Feng inquired. Xiao Fan pondered briefly, recalling the intelligence from last night's military base in the western suburbs. A plan was forming in his mind. Stand by for now. I need to consolidate existing resources, and then we will venture into the urban area outside Jiangxing University. After organizing the Special Forces Unit, Xiao Fan glanced at the time. It was precisely 7 a.m. He retrieved his intercom and directly called the leaders of the 4 teams currently on duty outside. All teams currently executing tasks. Immediately cease current operations and return to the prison by 11:30 a.m. Repeat, everyone must return by 11:30 a.m. Failure to comply will result in consequences as per Rule 3 of the prison. Responses from the 4 team leaders came swiftly over the intercom. Group 1 received. Group 2 received. Group 3 received. Group 4 received. Xiao Fan set down the intercom with satisfaction. The prison's rules are absolute. Rule 3 is explicitly stated. Those who disregard the warden's orders will be placed in solitary confinement and have their food rations for a week deducted. In a post-apocalyptic world, food is more precious than life itself. No one dares to defy such orders. With ample time remaining, Xiao Fan decided to freshen up and enjoy breakfast. Just as he turned to leave, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Chu Yingxiu, clad in prison garb with slightly disheveled hair, clearly having just awakened, rubbed her eyes as she descended the stairs. Upon seeing Xiao Fan and the 6 unfamiliar men in the hall, she paused momentarily. Who are these new combat personnel? Xiao Fan briefly explained. We are heading out to take care of some matters today. Prepare yourself. Chapter 63. The first combat team is formed. Chapter 63. In the center of the prison hall, over 500 male inmates had gathered, exchanging glances, uncertain of what new policies would be announced today. Before long, Xiao Fan, accompanied by the members of the Candle Dragon Special Team, approached slowly under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Noticing the arrival of the prison's leader, the other prisoners instinctively parted ways, creating a pathway for him. Countless fervent and resolute eyes were fixed upon him. As he walked, Xiao Fan meticulously observed the data of the personnel on either side, soon acquiring a general understanding in his mind. After surveying the crowd, he regained his composure and addressed the microphone. Effective immediately, the management model of our prison will undergo adjustments. A portion of you will be selected to become the core combat personnel of the prison. All successfully chosen individuals will have their privileges elevated to a secondary level. Upon hearing this proclamation, the male inmates erupted in excitement. Cheers and shouts filled the air. Boss, pick me. Boss, I have trained in Kung Fu for 2.5 years and can easily take on 5 adults at once. Boss, I can do it too. I am eager to improve. Xiao Fan raised his hand to signal for silence and continued, I have no need for the inept, nor will I support idlers. To survive here, you must demonstrate your worth. He paused, his tone growing even more austere. Of course, if anyone believes the outside world suits you better, the door is always open. The square fell silent. The newcomers were no longer the same naive individuals who had first joined the prison. Having truly witnessed the brutal reality of the apocalypse, this group deeply valued their existence here. They all understood what leaving the prison entailed. No food, no shelter, only an endless swarm of zombies and the even more terrifying nature of humanity. Xiao Fan noted the crowd's reactions and pointed to a few promising young men in the audience. Second row, third one, step forward. Third batch, sixth one. Each individual he called upon stepped out of line with palpable tension. His selections were not arbitrary. They were based on their rebellious values and reasonable physical fitness. Although they could not compare to the elite of the Candle Dragon Special Team, with professional training, they would undoubtedly become reliable combat forces. Soon, 53 individuals stood in a separate line. Xiao Fan turned to Captain Qin Feng, who stood nearby. These individuals are now under your command. Qin Feng stepped forward, saluting with a crisp military gesture. I guarantee the completion of this mission. He then faced the 53 recruits, his gaze piercingly sharp. From this moment on, you will form the first combat team of our prison. I will train you with the strictest of standards. His voice was deep and resonant, carrying the fervor characteristic of a soldier. Whether you can endure this lies solely with you. Those who cannot endure are free to leave at any time and return to your previous occupations. But if you choose to stay, you must obey orders and follow commands. 53 voices responded in unison, though their tones varied. Qin Feng frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the lack of uniformity, but considering they were specially selected by Xiao Fan, he refrained from expressing his concerns. After all, they were formerly students who needed time to adapt. As the selection of the combat team concluded, Xiao Fan continued. For the remaining individuals, new assignments will be given this afternoon. Captain Qin will oversee the male inmates, implementing military training. Although it will not be as rigorous as for the combat team, basic discipline and physical training are mandatory. The apocalypse spares no tears. Only the strong can survive. I provide you with shelter and food, and in return, you must demonstrate your corresponding value. Understand? The response was markedly more synchronized this time. Xiao Fan nodded, satisfied. Very well. Now, aside from the combat team, the rest of you are dismissed to the dining hall for your meals. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, we will reconvene here. And members of the Candle Dragon team will assign you a new training regimen. The crowd began to disperse toward the dining hall, many engaging in hushed discussions about the recent events. Do you think this military training will be tough? It will definitely be hard, but it's better than being outside feeding zombies. True, and look at those in the combat team. They will surely receive more resources in the future. I also want to join the combat team, but sadly, the warden didn't choose me. Xiao Fan listened expressionlessly to the murmurs of the inmates below. This was precisely the effect he sought. He wanted them to see hope, to realize that through diligence, better treatment could be attained, thereby igniting their enthusiasm. Before long, only the 53 members of the combat team and the Candle Dragon Special Team remained in the square. Qin Feng approached the front of the line, meticulously scrutinizing each individual. His gaze swept across their faces as if attempting to see into their very souls. Report. Qin Feng suddenly barked. 1, 2, 3, 4. The numbers echoed chaotically. Qin Feng's expression darkened further. Start again from right to left. Report in unison. This time, the response was marginally better, though still lacking in precision. Qin Feng chose not to continue correcting them and stated, from today onward, all your regular duties are suspended. You will engage in military training. Rise at 5 every morning and lights out at 10 in the evening. The training will encompass physical fitness, combat, shooting, tactical coordination, and more. He paused, his tone becoming increasingly severe. I did not care what you did before. Here, there are only two types of people, qualified soldiers and waste. If you wish to be the former, you must train with all your might. If you prefer the latter, you may leave now. No one moved. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Now, everyone, run 10 laps around the square as a warm-up. Anyone who cannot finish will go without food today. The 53 individuals began to jog around the square. Some were fit and ran effortlessly, while others gasped for breath, clearly struggling to keep pace. Qin Feng stood by, observing coldly. The members of the Candle Dragon team alongside him were also watching, occasionally exchanging remarks, evidently assessing each individual's potential. Xiao Fan chose not to linger in the square any longer and returned to his office. Seated in his chair, he opened the system interface to examine the prison's various data. Number of prisoners, 1370. Males, 500. Females, 870. Daily earnings, 24 million survival coins. Prison level, level 4. Capacity, 1,500 individuals. Gazing at these figures, Xiao Fan fell into contemplation. The prison's capacity was nearing its limit. Yet many survivors outside still required shelter, especially the female survivors, each of whom could yield double benefits, and those with high ratings could unlock unlimited resources. However, the prison space was finite, making unrestricted expansion impossible. Moreover, with the rising number of inmates, management difficulties escalated. Despite the monitoring collars, human nature was unpredictable, and a multitude of issues would inevitably arise. Xiao Fan recalled the special teams available in the system store. When he initially unlocked the Candle Dragon team, he conceived an idea if a safe house could be established specifically for male inmates, with Qin Feng given full authority to manage it. He would be able to dedicate more energy to other matters, particularly concerning female inmates. Xiao Fan was acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. He lacked systematic management experience and had no background in military training. Dealing with male inmates, which required iron-fisted measures, was not his forte. In contrast, the Candle Dragon team comprised professional soldiers with comprehensive training and management systems. Entrusting the male inmates to them would undoubtedly be far more effective than his erratic commands. Furthermore, Qin Feng's loyalty to him was assured by the system. Granting him some authority would not only enhance management efficiency, but also afford Xiao Fan more time to pursue other endeavors, such as gathering more high-scoring female inmates. Chapter 64. Construction of the Safe House. Xiao Fan ventured out, mentally drafting the blueprint for the safe house. There was an item in the store that had caught his eye for quite some time, but he had been unable to implement it due to a lack of suitable personnel. However, the appearance of Qin Feng rekindled Xiao Fan's previous thoughts. He promptly opened the system shop and began to peruse the relevant information regarding the safe house constructor. Description: upon utilizing this item, a building not exceeding 1,000 square meters can be transformed and upgraded into a level 1 safe house. Price: 100,000 survival coins. Xiao Fan contemplated the price for a brief moment. 100,000 survival coins is no trifling sum, yet when considering the long-term benefits, this investment is undoubtedly worthwhile. Furthermore, the prison currently generates a daily income of 24 million survival coins, allowing for a return on investment within 5 days. After that, it will be pure profit. More significantly, the new safe house can accommodate 500 individuals, which would elevate the prison's total capacity to 2,000 inmates. If all female prisoners were detained, the daily income would surge to 40,000 survival coins. The arithmetic is undeniably advantageous. Henceforth, all male prisoners would be consolidated into the new safe house, while highly rated female prisoners would remain under his direct supervision. Without further hesitation, Xiao Fan clicked to purchase. Purchase successful. He closed the system interface and exhaled a sigh of relief. In the next moment, a palm-sized metallic device materialized before him. He gave it a cursory glance, but could not comprehend its intricate workings, so he stored it back in his inventory. Next, he needed to find a suitable location to establish the safe house and then transfer all male prisoners there, placing them under Qin Feng's management. The prison would then be exclusively designated for female prisoners. This arrangement would not only enhance management efficiency, but also maximize profits. Moreover, separating male and female inmates would help avert many unnecessary complications. The more Xiao Fan contemplated this plan, the more flawless it appeared. He rose and approached the window, observing the combat team training in the square. Qin Feng was correcting a prisoner's movements. His approach was rough, yet effective. The prisoner was thrown to the ground, but quickly regained his footing to continue training. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. With Qin Feng present, these individuals would soon evolve into a reliable fighting force. In due course, whether dealing with zombies or other survivor factions, the prison would possess ample strength. Meanwhile, he could indulge in the rare privileges of the apocalypse. With this thought, Xiao Fan felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He glanced at the time. It was nearing noon. He exited his office and made his way to the square. Qin Feng was directing the Candle Dragon team to explain the afternoon training schedule to the combat group. Upon seeing Xiao Fan approaching, Qin Feng immediately paused and approached him. Master, I have completed all tasks assigned. Are there any further arrangements? Xiao Fan pondered briefly before responding. You continue with your duties. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. By the way, let us have dinner later. I have some details to discuss with you. Understood, Qin Feng replied. Xiao Fan took out his walkie-talkie and contacted Chu Yingxiu. Yingxiu, come my office. Got it, came Chu Yingxiu's slightly languid voice through the device. Before long, Chu Yingxiu pushed the door open and entered. What do you need? She asked, crossing her arms and displaying an unmistakable impatience. Xiao Fan smiled. Didn't I promise to take you out? We'll leave right after lunch. Chu Yingxiu's demeanor immediately did a complete turnaround. Her eyes brightened. Really? Of course. Xiao Fan replied, rising. Let's go eat first. The trio made their way to the cafeteria and settled into a quiet corner. The prisoners inside the cafeteria cast reverent glances at Xiao Fan. Upon seeing Chu Yingxiu, many instinctively lowered their heads, fearing her gaze. Chu Yingxiu's reputation as a paragon of virtue was hard-earned. Nearly all the inmates shared a consensus about her. She was a bit eccentric, although undeniably beautiful. Her habit of fixating on trivial matters was quite perplexing. It was not uncommon for individuals to be reprimanded by her for failing to make their beds or for neglecting cleanliness in their quarters. Moreover, as the leader's partner, few dared to provoke her. Xiao Fan ordered several dishes, all of the finest quality available in the cafeteria. Qin Feng sat patiently beside him, waiting to eat until Xiao Fan began. Chu Yingxiu, on the other hand, wasted no time, devouring her food without a care for appearances. Qin Feng, I have a plan I wish to discuss with you, Xiao Fan remarked between bites. Qin Feng set down his chopsticks and listened intently as Xiao Fan elaborated on the plan for the new safe house, including appointing Qin Feng as the overall supervisor to manage all male prisoners and delegating certain permissions. After considering the proposal, Qin Feng replied, Master, your plan is very thorough. Entrusting the management of male prisoners to me will indeed enhance efficiency. Additionally, a militarized approach to their management is the most effective method for these individuals. He paused before continuing. However, I have a suggestion. Once the new safe house is established, we can transform it into a combat base, dedicated to missions such as hunting, resource collection, and clearing out zombies. This way, the prison can concentrate on internal development. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up at this notion. So, you mean the new safe house will primarily handle external operations, while the prison focuses on logistics and production? Precisely, Qin Feng nodded. Such a clear division of labor will enhance efficiency. Furthermore, separating combat personnel from ordinary prisoners will help prevent many conflicts. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. Let it be so. Once the new safe house is completed, you will lead the combat team and the Candle Dragon squad there, while the other male prisoners will be gradually relocated. I will retain a necessary staff here to manage power generation and maintenance. Understood, Qin Feng affirmed. Chu Yingxiu, who had been listening quietly, suddenly interjected, What about me? Where do I go? Xiao Fan glanced at her and replied with a smile, You will, of course, accompany me. Chu Yingxiu feigned annoyance with a huff but remained silent. Returning to her meal. After finishing their lunch, Xiao Fan led Chu Yingxiu and Qin Feng to the front gate of the prison. Let us go. The Jiangxing area has been liberated. It's time we assess the situation in other regions. Chapter 65. The Oddities of Jiangxing District. Chu Yingxiu stood before Xiao Fan with a sulky expression, reluctantly allowing him to adjust her gear. "Don't move," Xiao Fan said sternly, though his hands were gentle as he fitted her with a bulletproof vest. This was the third layer. The innermost layer was a soft ballistic garment. The middle consisted of ceramic plates, and the outermost layer was a thick tactical vest. Chu Yingxiu was swathed in layers, resembling a French pastry, appearing somewhat cumbersome. "I refuse to wear this," Chu Yingxiu finally protested. "I'm quite formidable and have no fear of zombies. This makes movement inconvenient." "Be quiet," Xiao Fan replied, maintaining focus as he adjusted the straps. Although zombies posed no threat, he was concerned about encountering other dangers, such as the operatives from the military base in the western suburbs. Despite possessing a fourth-tier physique, he could not withstand the assault of firearms. They were equipped with numerous weapons, and should they harbor hostile intentions, it was prudent to prepare in advance. As he spoke, he reached for a tactical helmet to place on Chu Yingxiu's head. She became utterly incensed, stepping back repeatedly. "No way. If I wear that, I'll truly become a mobile fortress. And it's so ugly. I refuse." "Ugly?" Xiao Fan raised an eyebrow, patiently insisting. "You must wear this. It's hideous." Choosing se pao that defiant. Seeing her in this state, Xiao Fan couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pinch her cheek. All right, this is the last piece." Xiao Fan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had made extensive preparations for this outing, although the trio was not afraid of ordinary zombies. The complexities of Jiangxing District posed uncertainties about what they might encounter, especially the enigmatic figure from the military base in the western suburbs, rumored to possess psychic abilities. Xiao Fan harbored a profound wariness towards such powers. While physical attacks could be defended against, mental assaults were insidious and unpredictable. He turned to Qin Feng, inquiring, "Have all the equipment been inspected?" "Report. Everything has been thoroughly checked," Qin Feng replied, standing at attention. "Excellent." Xiao Fan expressed his satisfaction with a pat on Qin Feng's shoulder. "Let us depart." The trio exited the prison, making their way to the rear courtyard. A gleaming SUV was parked quietly, and Qin Feng took the driver's seat while Xiao Fan and Chu Yingxiu settled in the back. "Let us go." With Xiao Fan's command, the vehicle slowly rolled forward, passing through the prison gates. The purpose of this outing was unmistakable. First, to gather as much intelligence as possible regarding the military base in the western suburbs. Since the incident involving Wu Haimei, the mysterious individual had become a thorn in Xiao Fan's side. Understanding both oneself and the adversary would ensure victory in 100 battles. He had to uncover the truth behind this enigmatic figure. Second, to scout a suitable location for a new safe house. According to the plan, he intended to establish a male prisoner detention facility accommodating 500 individuals 2 kilometers west of the prison, but the precise location required on-site investigation. The SUV ambled along the streets, with Qin Feng maintaining a cautious speed, ever vigilant of their surroundings. To Xiao Fan's surprise, they encountered several survivors on campus. Groups of individuals were gathered, some scavenging for supplies, others eliminating zombies, and still others fortifying their makeshift shelters, surviving for half a month after the apocalypse. These people had evidently overcome their initial fears and learned to navigate this brutal world. "Boss, there are more survivors than we anticipated," Qin Feng noted as he observed the scene. Just then, a group of survivors took notice of a luxurious vehicle. "Look, that's the warden's car. It really is. I saw a photo of it on the school forum. Warden, please take us in. We are willing to do anything to join your organization." A dozen or so survivors excitedly pursued the vehicle, some even kneeling and bowing in desperation. Their tattered clothing and gaunt faces reflected a mixture of yearning and despair. Xiao Fan gazed at them through the window, his expression impassive. Chu Yingxiu, unable to bear the sight, suggested, "Xiao Fan, should we stop and take a look? They look so pitiful." "Do not stop," Xiao Fan replied calmly. Qin Feng continued driving. "Understood." The SUV did not slow down, driving straight past the throng. The survivors chased for a short distance before finally collapsing in exhaustion, watching helplessly as the vehicle vanished from sight. Chu Yingxiu bit her lip, clearly discontented with Xiao Fan's decision. Noticing her distress, Xiao Fan explained, "It is not that I am cold-hearted. Now is not the time for recruitment. We are here to scout, not to gather people. Besides, the prison is nearly at capacity. We must establish the new safe house before accepting more individuals." "But," Chu Yingxiu began, only to be interrupted. "There are no buts. In this apocalypse, allowing emotions to guide our actions can lead to our demise. Can I save them once? Or save them for a lifetime? Rather than giving them false hope, it is better to teach them self-sufficiency." Chu Yingxiu lapsed into silence. acknowledging the validity of Xiao Fan's reasoning, though a twinge of discomfort lingered in her heart. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Fan suddenly wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. "What are you doing?" Chu Yingxiu protested, struggling slightly. "Stay still," Xiao Fan whispered. "It's a bit chilly. Let me hold you for a moment to warm up." This was undoubtedly a pretext. With his Tier 4 physique, conventional temperatures had no bearing on him. Taken aback, Chu Yingxiu ultimately settled into his embrace. "I don't want to do this either," Xiao Fan murmured. "But in this world, if one is not powerful enough, they can only be prey. I must ensure the safety of my own before I can extend my aid to others." "I understand," Chu Yingxiu replied softly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Xiao Fan looked down at the girl nestled in his arms, suddenly feeling a surge of temptation. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Since you understand, shouldn't you reward me?" "What reward?" Chu Yingxiu asked, puzzled. Without answering, Xiao Fan gently tapped her lips with his finger. Chu Yingxiu's eyes widened, wanting to push him away, but he held her firmly. Qin Feng remained focused on driving, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding scene. After a while, Xiao Fan finally released Chu Yingxiu. She was flushed, panting heavily, her gaze filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "Can you not act so inappropriately?" she admonished, quickly turning to look out the window, avoiding his gaze. Clearly, Xiao Fan's previous transgressions had left a significant impact. Now, his mere proximity made her instinctively tense. Xiao Fan reveled in her reaction, reclining in his seat and leisurely observing the scenery outside. The SUV continued its journey, and approximately half an hour later, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Jiangqing. As the vehicle entered Jiangqing, the trio fell into a heavy silence upon witnessing the scene outside. Chapter 66, The Apartment. What lay before them resembled a hellish landscape, far more devastating than they had imagined. Once a thriving urban center, Jiangqing had been reduced to desolation. The glass windows of towering buildings lay shattered, while the facades of shops bore the scars of violence. Roller shutters had been violently torn apart, leaving goods strewn across the ground. An unusual stench permeated the air. The ground stained a grotesque, dark red, a testament to the blood that had soaked into it. The streets were littered with corpses. Some had begun to decay, while others bore the marks of savage attacks, with entrails scattered about. In a gruesome display, some mutilated bodies dangled from streetlights, painting a scene of unfathomable horror. "My heavens!" Chu Yingxiu covered her mouth, her complexion turning pale. Despite having witnessed numerous bloody scenes, the infernal sight before her evoked a profound sense of discomfort. Xiao Fan tightened his grip on his clothing. Though the frigid temperature had little effect on the three, the sight sent chills down their spines. If it were merely zombies, he could manage. However, this unexpected carnage caught Xiao Fan off guard. This area had once been Jiangqing's most bustling commercial district, with daily foot traffic exceeding 100,000. Now it was a lifeless expanse devoid of vitality, utterly tragic. Suddenly, Qin Feng slammed on the brakes, his expression serious. "Boss, I don't know if you've noticed anything." "What?" Xiao Fan immediately tensed. "There's not a single zombie on the street." Both Xiao Fan and Chu Yingxiu gasped in astonishment, turning sharply to look outside. Qin Feng was correct. In such a vast area, with corpses strewn everywhere and the air thick with the scent of blood, there should logically be a horde of zombies. Yet now, not a single one could be seen. "It's too quiet," Xiao Fan remarked, his unease palpable. The three exchanged wary glances, each reflecting their shared apprehension. After a brief exploration of the area, they approached an apartment building not far from the street. The decision to enter this structure stemmed from its location behind a narrow alley, making it less conspicuous and difficult for potential threats to reach. The building appeared somewhat aged, its exterior tiles peeling away to reveal the grayish-white cement beneath. The glass door on the first floor had been barricaded with wooden planks from the inside, indicating that survivors had fortified the space against some threat. Xiao Fan meticulously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there was no imminent danger before addressing his companions. "Let us go inside and see if there are any survivors." Qin Feng stepped forward, forcefully pushing open the warped security door. The three held their breath, alert to their surroundings, wary of any unexpected visitors. Fortunately, the area remained eerily silent. Chu Yingxiu clutched Xiao Fan's arm tightly, nearly pressing half of her body against him. Xiao Fan could distinctly feel her body trembling slightly from anxiety. Upon entering the lobby of the apartment, a wave of dread washed over him at the sight before them. The lobby was in disarray. Shards of glass from the reception desk littered the floor, and large patches of dried blood stretched ominously towards the staircase. Strangely, there were no zombies present. Logically, such a confined environment should be a haven for the undead. Yet, apart from the blood and signs of destruction, there was nothing else. Xiao Fan furrowed his brow. This anomaly heightened his vigilance. At that moment, Chu Yingxiu suddenly tightened her grip on his hand, her gaze fixed anxiously on the upper floor, her eyes not daring to blink. Her nervous demeanor, coupled with her somewhat bulky appearance due to the layers of body armor, exuded an inexplicable charm. Reaching the staircase, Xiao Fan attempted to extricate himself from Chu Yingxiu's firm grasp, exclaiming with resignation, "We need to go. How long do you intend to hold on?" Chu Yingxiu immediately pouted her signature small mouth. Cheeks puffed as she retorted, "I'm just trying to protect you from danger." "Protect me?" Xiao Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "With your current state, it would be a miracle if you could protect yourself. I'm quite formidable, you know." Chu Yingxiu protested. "I am the first assault expert of the Flip Garden." Xiao Fan interrupted her, gazing at her delicate features as he ruffled her hair. All right, let us get moving." Flustered by the gesture, Chu Yingxiu's cheeks turned slightly pink, yet she stubbornly mumbled, "That's just how it is." The trio chose to ascend the stairs instead of taking the elevator. In such circumstances, the elevator could fail at any moment, and being trapped inside would be no laughing matter. Moreover, the confined space of the elevator left no room for maneuvering in case of danger. The staircase was dimly lit, illuminated only by the faint light streaming through the windows. The emergency lights on the walls had long since extinguished, indicating a prolonged power outage. Qin Feng led the way, clutching a Colt python, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Xiao Fan and Chu Yingxiu followed closely behind, remaining alert. Their footsteps echoed in the stairwell, each step resonating with clarity. First floor, second floor, third floor. The initial floors were devoid of any signs of life. All doors were tightly shut, and no traces of survivors were visible. Occasionally, dried blood and broken objects marred the floor, remnants of a long-past struggle. The apartment building had 9 stories, and upon reaching the 7th floor, the situation finally shifted. New markings began to appear on the walls of the stairwell, scribbled messages in chalk, accompanied by directional arrows. Though the handwriting was hasty, it was evident that they contained pleas for help and safety warnings. "There are living people here," Qin Feng murmured. Xiao Fan nodded. Retrieving the AMPA's 19 high-intelligence thermal imaging scanner he had purchased from a discount store. The reason for not utilizing it downstairs was that in such high-density structures, one needed to be close to detect heat sources behind walls. Being too far would result in signal degradation. After donning the thermal imaging scanner and adjusting the parameters, the world before him transformed instantaneously. The once dim corridor became illuminated under thermal imaging, the walls displaying a cool blue hue, while warmer areas radiated in yellow or red. Xiao Fan turned his head, scanning the 7th floor. Indeed, through the walls, he could distinctly observe several humanoid heat signatures. Some are moving slowly, while others remain still, presumably seated or lying down. "There are people on this floor," Xiao Fan whispered, "at least a dozen heat sources detected." He continued his observation, and suddenly, one specific room caught his attention, causing his lips to twitch. In that room were 2 heat sources engaged in some vigorous activity. Judging by the motions displayed on the thermal imaging, it was apparent that they were not engaged in anything particularly respectable. "Well, they certainly have time on their hands," Xiao Fan remarked, unable to suppress a smirk. "What is it?" Chu Yingxiu inquired curiously, leaning in closer. "Nothing," Xiao Fan quickly diverted the topic. There are indeed quite a few survivors on this floor." He gestured to Qin Feng to remain alert. Qin Feng instantly understood, raising his pistol and scanning the surroundings. With meticulous attention, Xiao Fan continued to survey the area, ultimately zeroing in on room 702, as it contained only one individual, presumably female based on her silhouette. Approaching the door of room 702, he gently knocked. The sound echoed sharply in the silent corridor, akin to a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of disturbance throughout. Through the thermal imaging scanner, Xiao Fan could see that not only room 702, but all the survivors on the floor were startled by the unexpected knock. Some heat sources abruptly stood up, while others hastily moved to the door, evidently on guard. The couple in room 702, previously engaged in their activity, froze momentarily before hastily separating and scrambling to dress. Xiao Fan couldn't help but chuckle as he continued to wait. After about 10 seconds, faint footsteps were heard from behind the door. Someone approached, likely peering through the peephole. Noticing this detail, Xiao Fan struck what he believed to be a suave pose. His left hand in his pocket, the right casually resting against the doorframe, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He wished to convey to the survivor inside that he was not a threat. Observing this, Chu Yingxiu rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, full of himself. Xiao Fan feigned ignorance, maintaining his stance. After a few more seconds, a piece of paper and a pen suddenly extended through the gap at the bottom of the door. Xiao Fan was taken aback for a moment before bending down to retrieve the paper and pen. Written in elegant handwriting was a single question. "Who are you? What do you want?" Despite the graceful script, it was evident that the author harbored deep-seated wariness and fear. Scanning the ends of the corridor to confirm there was no immediate danger, he quickly scribbled a response. I am from Jiangxing University, currently conducting an investigation in this area. Can you share information about your situation? He slid the note back through the gap while using the thermal imaging scanner to reassess the room status. The scanner indicated that room 702 contained only one heat source, with normal body temperature and no abnormal life signs. Qin Feng stood guard with his Colt Python, leaning against the wall beside the door, prepared for any sudden developments. The corridor fell into an eerie silence. Time passed slowly, yet room 702 remained unresponsive. Just as impatience began to creep in, Qin Feng quietly asked, Boss, should we force the door? Xiao Fan shook his head, signaling for patience. His intuition suggested that the occupant of this room bore no ill intent, merely extreme fear. In this apocalyptic environment, it was only natural for any survivor to be wary of strangers. After what felt like an eternity, approximately 5 minutes later, another note slipped through the gap beneath the door. Xiao Fan quickly picked it up and unfolded it, revealing the words, Is your area safe? Can you take me with you? Xiao Fan's eyes flickered. This was an intriguing question. The individual did not inquire about the specifics of Jiangxing University, nor about their numbers or armaments, but rather directly asked if it was safe and whether she could be taken along. This illustrates that the individual has endured sufficiently harrowing experiences in Jiangxing District, so much so that she would rather depart with strangers than remain in this place. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment and inscribed on the paper, Okay. These two simple words shone like a beacon of hope, piercing through the abyss of despair. Almost instantaneously, Xiao Fan heard the sound of the door lock turning. Click, click. Multiple locks were unlatched, revealing the caution of the room's occupant. The door slowly opened a crack, and a head cautiously emerged. It was a gaunt face with prominent cheekbones and sunken eye sockets, clearly indicative of long-term malnutrition. Nevertheless, Xiao Fan could discern that this face possessed an inherent beauty, with finely featured eyes, although the skin appeared somewhat dull due to dehydration. The proportions of her features were nearly perfect. Her gaze first fell upon Xiao Fan, swiftly appraising him, then shifted to Qin Feng, ultimately resting on Chu Yingxiu. Upon seeing Chu Yingxiu, her expression visibly relaxed. The presence of the woman seemed to instill a modicum of safety in her. At that moment, a notification chimed in Xiao Fan's mind. Ding, detected an S-class or higher-rated female prisoner. Incarceration will unlock unlimited resources. Target, Zhang Shaoling. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 41 kilograms. Rating, 84 points. Evaluation, S. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. An S rating was no trivial matter. It was evident that the girl before him was suffering from malnutrition, appearing somewhat emaciated. Yet achieving an S rating under such circumstances suggested that her score might reach SS or higher in a normal state. This was indeed a precious opportunity. The girl inside seemed to have made a decision, quickly waving to Xiao Fan, her movements urgent as she whispered, Hurry inside, don't linger outside for too long. Xiao Fan wasted no time, swiftly ushering Chu Yingxiu and Qin Feng into the room. Qin Feng was the last to enter, turning back to secure the door and promptly locking all the bolts. The scene within the room prompted frowns from all three. It was a less than 50 square meter studio apartment, featuring a simplistic layout, a bed, a table, a wardrobe, and a small bathroom. Yet, the entire space radiated an air of oppression and despair. The windows were tightly covered by heavy curtains, even sealed with tape to prevent a single ray of light from escaping. In one corner lay a few empty water bottles and food wrappers. The quantity was scant, indicating that supplies were nearly exhausted. The bedding on the bed was in disarray, clearly untouched for a long time. Only then did Xiao Fan begin to scrutinize the young woman before him. She appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, standing approximately 165 meters tall, clad in a somewhat soiled white t-shirt and jeans. The t-shirt was evidently a size too large, hanging loosely on her frame. But even so, her figure was discernibly well-proportioned. Perhaps due to prolonged deprivation of sustenance, her face had taken on a gaunt appearance, with pronounced cheekbones and jawline. The girl seemed to be evaluating the three of them in turn, her gaze flitting between Xiao Fan, Chu Yingxiu, and Qin Feng. Finally, she took a deep breath and spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. My name is Zhang Shaoling. I am a recent university graduate, and before the apocalypse, I was a teacher. Her voice was soft, imbued with a palpable frailty, yet her enunciation was clear, at a measured pace, indicative of a well-educated individual. You truly come from Jiangxing University? Zhang Shaoling inquired once more, her eyes reflecting uncertainty and longing. Is it really safe there? Xiao Fan nodded, his tone calm. Relatively safe. At the very least, it is far better than here. He refrained from exaggeration or making excessive promises. In the apocalypse, overpromising often leads to disillusionment. And honesty is the best policy. A glimmer of hope flickered in Zhang Ziling's eyes, only to fade swiftly. She moved to sit on the edge of the bed, her arms wrapped tightly around her knees, curling up as if seeking a semblance of security. You wish to know what has transpired here, don't you? Zhang Xiaoling spoke softly, her voice trembling. I can tell you, but you must be mentally prepared for what you will hear. Xiao Fan approached the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, fixing his gaze on Zhang Xiaoling. Speak. We need to understand the situation in this area. Chu Yingxiu joined him at the table, while Qin Feng maintained a vigilant stance by the door. Zhang Xiaoling fell silent for a moment before slowly beginning. Do you want to know why Jiangxing district appears so desolate, yet shows no signs of monsters? This was indeed a question that had lingered in Xiao Fan's mind. Their journey had revealed streets stained with blood and littered with corpses, buildings in ruins, clearly having endured fierce battles and massacres. Yet paradoxically, neither zombies nor any other monsters were in sight. This was exceedingly abnormal. Zhang Ziling's expression turned grim, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she spoke in a choked voice. The theme of our first game is a special virus. A special virus? Chu Yingxiu could not help but interject. Zhang Xiaoling inhaled deeply, her eyes reflecting profound terror. 1/10 of the population in our district has been infected by this unknown virus. Those infected become unimaginably bloody and brutal, deriving pleasure from torturing the uninfected. Her voice grew softer, yet every word resonated clearly in the ears of the three listeners. They lack the ability to feel pain, possess an extreme aggression, and retain human intelligence. At this juncture, Zhang Xiaoling trembled visibly. She clutched her knees tighter, engulfed by a wave of panic. Every person infected with the virus bears a blood-red cross-shaped rash on their face, and the virus is highly contagious. Anyone who has had physical contact with a survivor is at risk of infection. Infected individuals set traps, ambush, employ weapons, and even deliberately spare some victims only to hunt them down, relishing the thrill of the chase. They are not mindless monsters, but rather demons who have retained their intellect while losing their humanity. As Zhang Xiaoling recounted this harrowing tale, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Xiao Fan and his companions exchanged solemn glances, their expressions turning grave. They had not anticipated the truth to be so brutally stark. If the zombie game at Jiangxing University was a normal mode, then the Blood Cross game in Jiangxing District was akin to hell mode. While zombies were fearsome, they were slow and devoid of intelligence. With sufficient weaponry and defenses, one could manage. However, the Blood Cross infected were entirely different. They retained human intelligence and physical prowess, perhaps even superior, devoid of pain, and possessed extreme aggression. Such foes were far more terrifying than any monster. It was difficult to fathom the implications of zombies possessing both intellect and agility. It would be an insurmountable nightmare. Even Qin Feng, a top-tier special forces soldier with extensive combat experience, felt the weight of gravity in this revelation. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he posed a crucial question. What about the military in your area? Why haven't they intervened to suppress this? This was indeed a pivotal inquiry. Ordinarily, under any apocalyptic scenario, the military should serve as the last line of defense. However, Zhang Ziling's response plunged their hearts into despair. The military, she began, her voice laced with sorrow, tears finally escaping her eyes. The Blood Cross virus has an extraordinarily high infection rate. Our district's only stationed troops are in the western suburbs, and their commander was among the first to be infected. Now, the entire military has succumbed to the infection. This information was relayed to me through a local survivor forum, where many survivors share updates. It was reported that the military lost control on the third day of the apocalypse. The infected soldiers, armed with rifles and maneuvering armored vehicles, unleashed a massacre upon the civilians. At this juncture, Zhang Xiaoling was overwhelmed with tears. Xiao Fan's expression darkened, resembling a storm cloud ready to burst. Indeed, the direst scenario had come to fruition. It appeared that the individuals who had taken Wu Haimei hostage were none other than the infected of the Blood Cross. A cunning infected being, endowed with intelligence and military resources, constituted a truly terrifying adversary. Damn it, Qin Feng muttered under his breath, his hand gripping the pistol tightly, veins protruding. As a soldier, he could not fathom the military transforming into mere instruments of civilian slaughter. Yet, the harsh reality was undeniable. Chu Yingxiu fell silent, recalling the corpses strewn along the road and the ravaged buildings. This devastation was wrought by human hands, or rather, by the infected. Xiao Fan took a deep breath, compelling himself to think calmly and devise a strategy. This was not the time for lamentations. He needed more information. What about the survivors? How many are left in this area? Not many, Zhang Xiaoling replied, shaking her head. The number of people on the forum was dwindling. Initially, there had been thousands online, Now, only a few hundred remained. Furthermore, many were cowering in their homes, too afraid to venture outside, much like myself, waiting to perish in solitude. Food and water were rapidly depleting, yet no one dared to seek supplies, for outside lurked the infected. A mere misstep could lead to infection for any unwary civilian. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment before posing the most critical question. Do you know the specific situation at the Western Suburb military base? How many infected are there? And what armaments do they possess? Zhang Xiaoling shook her head. I do not know the specifics. But some on the forum claimed there are at least several hundred infected soldiers there, along with tanks, armored vehicles, and various firearms. The commander is said to be a psychic, possessing the ability of mental control. He can command other infected to obey his orders. Thus, the Western Suburb military base has effectively transformed into a stronghold for the infected. Xiao Fan's brow furrowed deeper. The combination of mental control and military resources posed a catastrophic threat. If that commander had set his sights on Jiangxing University, the safety of his prison would undoubtedly be at great risk. A pall of gloom settled over the group. It was disingenuous to claim they were not anxious in the face of such a formidable enemy. The immediate priority was to understand the weaknesses of the Blood Cross infected and the situation at the Western Suburb Military District. Given that Jiangchang District was adjacent to Jiangxing University, and with the area now opened, a confrontation between his prison and the infected was inevitable. Thus, acquiring as much intelligence as possible was imperative. Chapter 69, Heading to the Western Suburb Military District. Xiao Fan remained silent for a moment, suddenly recalling a pressing concern. The first phase of the game should have concluded. Had the Blood Cross virus vanished? This was Xiao Fan's utmost worry. If the virus continued to spread, he would have to contemplate vacating Jiangxing University. Zhang Xiaoling shook her head and slowly elucidated. The virus has not vanished. It has merely lost its infectivity. This is somewhat reassuring, as it alleviates concerns about further transmission. However, his heart remained heavy. According to Zhang Xiaoling's description, the number of infected in Jiangxing District could no longer be quantified simply. Miss Zhang, there is one thing I cannot comprehend. Qin Feng interjected suddenly, his voice low and composed. Since the military has been infected with the Blood Cross virus, why haven't they deployed weapons of mass destruction? With the military's firepower and equipment, it should not be difficult to cleanse the entire Jiangxing District swiftly. This was indeed a pivotal question. If the infected retained human intelligence, they could exploit the resources of the military base for an organized massacre. Yet, it appeared that, despite the devastation, the district had not suffered the marks of extensive bombardment. This anomaly left Qin Feng perplexed. Zhang Xiaoling clasped her head in fear, saying that they take pleasure in torturing survivors, relishing the thrill of the hunt. Thus, they refrain from using heavy weaponry unless absolutely necessary. I have witnessed firsthand the infected soldiers. Her voice trailed off, but the tremor in her tone revealed that she was haunted by some horrific memory. Chu Yingxiu stood quietly behind Xiao Fan, her already innocent heart now ignited with a fierce rage, longing to personally eliminate the infected. Where are they now? Qin Feng's voice tinged with urgency. If they are still roaming the district, we must swiftly ascertain their location and numbers. As a soldier, Qin Feng understood the paramount importance of intelligence. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. The greatest challenge now lay in their scant understanding of these infected beings. They should be in the main urban area, Zhang Xiaoling stated. Currently, Jiangxing District resembles a ghost town. Far too many have perished in this massacre. The infected seem to be playing a hunting game, moving to denser population areas after eliminating everyone in a given region. Our area has a relatively low population density. Previously, some infected came here, killed a number of people, and then departed. Xiao Fan rapidly analyzed the situation in his mind. The main urban area was still some distance from Jiangxing University. If the infected were indeed in the city center, the prison should remain relatively safe for the time being. However, this was but a temporary reprieve. Once the city center was cleared, Jiangxing University would likely become their next target. Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on the contemplative Xiao Fan, awaiting his decision. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Fan ultimately resolved to solicit Qin Feng's opinion. He turned to the seasoned Special Forces commander. Qin Feng, what are your thoughts? Qin Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached the window. Peering through the glass at the street outside, lowering his voice, he said, Boss, I have an idea. Speak, Xiao Fan replied succinctly. According to Miss Zhang's information, the main forces of the Western Suburb Military District should currently be in a vulnerable state, as most infected soldiers have moved to the city center. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. This presents an opportunity. Shall we probe their situation? For instance, their weaponry, personnel configuration, defensive layout, and so forth. Acquiring such intelligence would greatly aid our subsequent defenses. Moreover, if their stronghold is indeed weakened, we could seize this chance to take it down. Qin Feng elaborated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan instinctively considered a refusal. Just from Zhang Ziling's account, he sensed the complexity of the situation. These infected retained human intelligence, yet were devoid of moral constraints. Such adversaries were far more fearsome than mere zombies. Instinctively, he wished to remain in the safety of the prison, fortifying defenses and awaiting further instructions from the system. However, upon further reflection, Xiao Fan's expression grew graver. The area had already been opened, and according to the system's indications, there would be new developments in 7 days. Once the infected dealt with the survivors in the city center, would Jiangxing University be their next target? At that juncture, could the prison's current defenses withstand an onslaught from a well-equipped infected army? Images of the prison flitted through Xiao Fan's mind, the newly arrived female students and the over 1,000 inmates. If the infected army were to breach the prison, the consequences would be catastrophic. Rather than remain on the defensive, taking the initiative to strike seemed far more prudent. At the very least, they needed to uncover the enemy's true nature. After much hesitation, Xiao Fan ultimately nodded, compelled by reason. Excitement flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. This was indeed the calling of a soldier. Late tonight, around midnight, Xiao Fan suggested taking action. Zhang Xiaoling, who stood nearby, was dumbfounded upon hearing their conversation. Her gaze grew vacant as she looked at the 3 individuals, a wave of regret surging within her. Had she known they would be so reckless, she would never have divulged such information to them. After all, they were dealing with an army infected by the Blood Cross virus. For an entire month, Zhang Xiaoling had hidden in this apartment building, witnessing countless times how those infected soldiers brutally slaughtered survivors. These harrowing images haunted her nightmares every night, pushing her to the brink of collapse. And now, these 3 were willingly venturing to scout the Western Suburb Military District. It was tantamount to courting death. Zhang Xiaoling wanted to dissuade them, but swallowed her words. From the earlier dialogue, it was apparent that the young man named Xiao Fan was their leader, with Qin Feng, evidently a professional soldier, by his side. Neither of them displayed impulsiveness. Their decision surely stemmed from careful consideration. "Let us go," Xiao Fan said, turning toward the stairwell. At that moment, Chu Yingxiu abruptly halted, turning to face the corridor. She inhaled deeply, then loudly called out, "Is anyone willing to leave with us? We have a safe place with food and water." Her voice echoed through the empty hallway. Everyone paused, awaiting a response. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Silence persisted. The doors to those rooms remained firmly shut. No one answered. Perhaps they were too frightened, or perhaps distrustful of strangers. "Di sapon, choosing sai sopti." "Let us go," Xiao Fan murmured. Not everyone possesses the courage to take that first step. After a long pause with no reply, Xiao Fan and his companions departed the dilapidated apartment building, taking Zhang Xiaoling with them. Outside, the street remained eerily silent. Bloodstains, corpses, shattered glass, overturned vehicles, all bore testament to the atrocities that had unfolded. Zhang Xiaoling trailed closely behind the trio, her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, fearful of any sudden threat. "Get in," Xiao Fan commanded, opening the door of the motorhome. Zhang Xiaoling's eyes widened slightly at the sight of the modified vehicle. To possess such a car in this apocalypse was a testament to their formidable capabilities. Once inside, Xiao Fan started the engine, and the motorhome slowly rolled forward along the street. Chapter 70. The frenzied infected under the cloak of night, Jiangcheng district descended into deep darkness. Qin Feng maneuvered the motorhome along a rugged mountain path, jostling through the uneven terrain. Zhang Xiaoling curled up in a corner, clutching her knees tightly, lost in thought. Xiao Fan raised his head, peering through the window. Their chosen route was a mountainous road, somewhat circuitous but secluded, minimizing the risk of exposing their movements. After more than an hour, the vehicle halted at the edge of a dense forest. Qin Feng was the first to disembark, vigilantly surveying the area. Once assured of safety, he signaled the others. Through the trees, the faint glimmer of distant lights was visible. "Leave the motorhome here. We'll proceed stealthily from this point," Xiao Fan instructed, stepping out and gazing toward the horizon. Qin Feng swiftly drove the vehicle into a naturally formed earthen pit, then gathered numerous dew-covered branches and leaves from the surroundings, carefully camouflaging the motorhome. Within minutes, the modified vehicle blended seamlessly into the environment, nearly invisible even upon close inspection. Zhang Xiaoling, remain inside. Lock the door and stay silent. In case of emergency, the motorhome will automatically secure itself, providing sufficient defense, Xiao Fan told the trembling woman, pressing a miniature communicator into her hand. Zhang Xiaoling nodded emphatically, gratitude and fear flickering in her eyes. She parted her lips as if to speak, but only whispered, "Please be careful." Xiao Fan offered no reply, turning instead to check their gear. Qin Feng was fully armed. A Colt Viper pistol holstered at his waist, several flashbangs and smoke grenades hanging from his vest. Despite her earlier complaints about the heavy armor, Chu Yingxiu now set aside her grievances, meticulously preparing her weapons. "Move out," Xiao Fan commanded softly. The trio melted into the night. Qin Feng led with the stealth and poise of a special forces operative, followed closely by Xiao Fan and Chu Yingxiu. They maintained a standard tactical formation, silently closing in on the military base. The nearer they approached, the more nauseating the stench of blood became. Suddenly Qin Feng halted, raising his fist to signal a pause. Xiao Fan and Chu Yingxiu immediately dropped to the ground, holding their breath. After a few seconds, Qin Feng gestured toward a spot 50 meters ahead. It appeared to be a patrol post. Xiao Fan nodded, signaling to advance. They crawled forward cautiously. Soon, they spotted the patrol post, a solitary, makeshift sentry box standing by the roadside, but it was deserted. Frowning, Qin Feng rushed to inspect the post thoroughly. He shook his head gravely at Xiao Fan. "No one here," Qin Feng whispered. "By military standards, there should be at least 2 soldiers guarding this spot." Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, scanning the vicinity. 2 other patrol points nearby were similarly abandoned. "Just as I suspected," Qin Feng scoffed bitterly. "The Blood Cross-infected troops have completely lost all discipline and instinct as soldiers." They pressed onward, passing several key defensive positions, all unmanned. The perimeter defenses of the military base were effectively non-existent. 20 minutes later, they finally crept to the base's outer wall. Pressing close to the barrier, Xiao Fan cautiously peered over. The sight before him was startling. A vast military complex composed of over a dozen buildings. At its heart stood a 3-story command center, surrounded by training grounds, armories, warehouses, barracks, and other functional structures. The base was well planned, boasting robust defenses, undoubtedly a crucial military stronghold even before the apocalypse. More importantly, its location was ideal, nestled against mountainous terrain, open on 3 sides, easily defensible. According to Zhang Xiaoling's account, the base's supplies should be abundant. Xiao Fan's heart began to race. If they could seize this place. He forced himself to remain composed, retrieving an AMPA's 19 high-intelligence thermal imaging scanner from his backpack. The thermal scan revealed only scattered heat signatures within the base, around 200 individuals, unevenly distributed, mostly concentrated in the command building and several barracks. Other areas were nearly deserted. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes alight with barely contained exhilaration. This figure was far below expectations. A standard military base, even a small one, would house at least 500 soldiers, with only about 200 remaining, and these infected, if they exercised caution, capturing the base would pose little difficulty. Qin Feng leaned toward Xiao Fan, whispering, "Boss, should we capture a live prisoner to gather more intelligence?" Xiao Fan pondered briefly, then nodded, although the thermal scanner offered a rough count and location data. Crucial details, such as the specific abilities of Xiao Fan and his companions, advanced stealthily along the shadows cast by the buildings, soon spotting a solitary target. It was a soldier clad in camouflage, staggering out from a dormitory. Physically, he appeared unremarkable, yet as the moonlight illuminated his face, Xiao Fan discerned the ghastly crimson cross scar that marred his visage. This scar seemed as if seared into his skin by a branding iron. The surface raised and exhibiting an unnaturally vivid red hue, strikingly conspicuous even in the darkness. The soldier appeared utterly oblivious to the imminent danger, continuing his sluggish march forward. His gait was peculiar, oscillating between normalcy and sudden spasms, as though his body was beyond his control. Qin Feng signaled, and the trio swiftly dispersed, encircling their prey. Xiao Fan and Qin Feng approached cautiously from either side, while Chu Yingxiu remained poised at the rear, ready to provide support. They drew ever closer, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. As the soldier passed a wall, Xiao Fan and Qin Feng sprang into action simultaneously. Qin Feng moved with lightning speed, lunging forward to firmly grasp the soldier's shoulders and neck, executing a flawless joint lock to bring him crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, Xiao Fan lunged for the soldier's joints. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply through the night. The soldier's limbs twisted at unnatural angles, yet bizarrely. He emitted no cries of agony. Qin Feng clamped a hand over his mouth while pressing the barrel of a Colt Viper pistol against his forehead. Xiao Fan crouched down to scrutinize the infected individual. From this close vantage point, the blood-red scar became all the more horrifying, with its edges oozing pus and emitting a foul stench. However, what captivated Xiao Fan's attention most were the soldier's eyes. There was no trace of fear or surprise. Only madness remained. Even with broken limbs and the gun barrel pressed to his forehead, he continued to fix Xiao Fan with a frenzied stare. Xiao Fan lowered his voice. articulating each word deliberately. I ask, you answer. Do you comprehend? The soldier's throat emitted a hissing sound, almost like laughter. Qin Feng slightly loosened his grip to allow him to speak. Don't kill me, the soldier rasped, his voice so feeble it was nearly inaudible. I am willing to cooperate. Xiao Fan narrowed his eyes, surprised by the unexpected reaction. Where is the commander? He demanded, posing the critical question. The soldier's lips moved, struggling to form coherent words. He stammered a jumbled series of phrases, but the combination of his injuries and his faint voice rendered it indecipherable. The command tower underground laboratory. The commander is Xiao Fan furrowed his brow, leaning closer to catch every word. Just at that moment, calamity struck. The seemingly weakened soldier suddenly erupted with astonishing strength, springing up like a coiled spring. He opened his mouth, revealing a maw filled with blood-stained teeth, lunging viciously towards Xiao Fan's neck. The speed was astounding, leaving Xiao Fan with barely enough time to evade fully. Bang! The gunshot rang out abruptly. Qin Feng decisively pulled the trigger, the bullet piercing the soldier's skull with precision. The infected body stiffened momentarily before crashing to the ground, lifeless and still. A system notification chimed in Xiao Fan's mind. Ding! Killed a Tier 2 virus-infected, awarded 5 survival coins. Dropped a white supply card. 1. A luminous white card materialized from the corpse, gently drifting into Xiao Fan's grasp. Rising, he rotated his neck to relieve the tension. That encounter had been perilously close. Had Qin Feng not reacted swiftly, he might have been bitten. It seemed that all individuals infected with the blood cross virus were devoid of fear. Their minds appeared consumed solely by the desire to kill. We must abandon communication, Xiao Fan stated coldly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. We must eliminate them all. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. I share your sentiments. However, prior to that, I suggest we head to the armory. Oh, Xiao Fan turned to him. If we engage directly, these infected will surely rush to the armory for support. Qin Feng pointed to a distant large structure. Rather than react defensively later, we should clear the armory first. This will not only replenish our ammunition, but also sever their supply lines. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Fan found the suggestion sound. Very well, let us proceed. The trio swiftly made their way toward the armory. According to the thermal imaging scanner, the armory area showed no signs of heat sources, indicating it should be secure. The armory was situated at the far end of the base, housed within a colossal warehouse. To reach it, they had to traverse a row of smaller storage facilities. They cautiously passed through the entrance of the first warehouse, only to halt abruptly. The scene before them froze the trio, seasoned witnesses to the apocalypse, in place. The warehouse was littered with corpses, or rather, parts of corpses. Neatly arranged on the ground were severed human heads, some belonging to men, others to women, young and old alike. Yet all shared a commonality, their faces twisted in grotesque agony, as if they had endured unimaginable torment in life. All the heads were devoid of eyeballs, leaving behind 2 hollow sockets that stared vacantly at the intruders. More horrifying still, the corresponding bodies hung naked from the rafters, each with a gaping abdominal wound, their innards long extracted. Intestines dangled like ropes from the abdominal cavities, binding the remains to the beams above. Chu Yingxiu covered her mouth, her face ashen. Even she, who had faced countless battles, was taken aback by the sight before them. Chapter 71, The Armory. The 3 stood at the threshold of the warehouse, their worldviews shattered by the horrific tableau. Xiao Fan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He had witnessed the brutality of the apocalypse and the gruesome fate of humanity at the hands of zombies. Yet this scene surpassed all comprehension. This was not survival. It was not instinct. It was pure, sadistic slaughter. Those infected retained human intellect, but had channeled it entirely into torturing their own kind. Chu Yingxiu bit down on her lip, drawing blood as she fought to contain her rage. Her body trembled, not from fear, but from fury. Throughout their journey, she had been suppressing herself. When confronted with the slain civilians, she had forced herself to remain rational. When faced with the evidence of the infected soldiers' atrocities, she had told herself to stay calm. But upon witnessing this scene, she lost all composure. I want to kill these beasts, she said, her voice trembling, her eyes ablaze with nearly tangible wrath. Yet before she could finish her thought, Xiao Fan enveloped her in a tight embrace. Do not rush. You'll have your chance. He spoke in a low, steadfast tone. He could feel the tremors coursing through her body and the weight of her suppressed anger. He pressed her head against his chest, allowing her to hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Xiao Fan understood that at this moment, Chu Yingxiu needed not persuasion, but an outlet for her emotions and unwavering support. I promise, we will not spare a single infected here, Xiao Fan vowed, his voice laced with intent to kill. But for now, we must remain calm. Impulsiveness will only lead us into danger. It may not only thwart our vengeance, but could also cost us our lives. After a moment of soothing, Chu Yingxiu's breathing gradually steadied. She recognized that Xiao Fan was right. This was not the time for rage. Taking a few deep breaths, she raised her head, her rationality restored. I understand now. Chu Yingxiu murmured, her voice hoarse. Qin Feng observed their surroundings for a moment, ensuring their temporary safety before quietly suggesting, Boss, let us proceed. The armory should be just ahead. The trio adjusted their demeanor and stealthily advanced. The interior of the base was largely shrouded in darkness, with only a few flickering lights casting dim illumination. Along the way, they encountered numerous infected individuals bearing the blood-red crosses on their faces, clad in military uniforms, their grotesque appearances particularly eerie in the night. Some were patrolling, others huddled in conversation, while a few wandered aimlessly. To avoid alarming the other infected, Xiao Fan refrained from using his weapon. Whenever he encountered a solitary infected, he would swiftly approach from behind, and before they could react, his hand would already be clasped around their necks. The crisp sound of bone cracking echoed through the night, and the infected would collapse without even a scream, falling limply to the ground. Xiao Fan's movements were precise and efficient, devoid of any hesitation. Meanwhile, Chu Yingxiu and Qin Feng maintained vigilance and delivered the finishing blows. After dispatching each infected, Qin Feng would swiftly drag the corpse into the shadows to prevent detection by others. The process unfolded more smoothly than they had anticipated. Having eliminated over a dozen infected without raising significant noise, the trio continued their advance. Although the infected retained human intelligence, they exhibited no awareness or discipline. Before long, they successfully reached the armory. Chapter 72, Infinite Regeneration. Standing before the massive blast door of the warehouse, the three surveyed their surroundings. The area, which should have been heavily guarded, was eerily devoid of personnel, as if the warehouse were inconsequential. Qin Feng approached to inspect the door, discovering that the lock had been damaged, clearly a result of the infected's previous incursions. He cautiously pushed the door open, and they entered one by one to assess the situation. As they beheld the interior of the warehouse, both Chu Yingxiu and Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with astonishment, for the array of weaponry before them was truly eye-opening. Dominating the center of the warehouse were 20 Type 96 tanks, surrounded by various armored vehicles, troop carriers, and rows of weapon racks. The racks boasted an assortment of firearms, including QBZ-191 assault rifles, QSE-92 pistols, QJB-201 light machine guns, sniper rifles, submachine guns, and more, everything one could imagine. Nearby, ammunition crates towered high, filled with an astonishing quantity of rounds, grenades, and rocket launcher ammunition. Had they not come to inspect the armory beforehand, the infected would have undoubtedly posed a dire threat had they obtained these weapons. While Xiao Fan and Qin Feng maintained their composure, Chu Yingxiu, like a curious child, eagerly explored each weapon, eventually finding herself beside a tank, marveling at the colossal machine for the first time in her life. This is the Type 96 Universal Tank, suitable for operations in plains and hills, Qin Feng remarked, approaching a tank to professionally assess its condition. These tanks are well maintained and should be operational. He then moved to the wall where the inventory list hung, scrutinizing it intently. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Fan inquired, is there a way to incapacitate these tanks without causing damage? His concern was that it was ill-advised to operate the tanks openly, as a commotion would surely attract the infected, and the distance to their prison posed significant logistical challenges. He could not allow the infected to use these tanks as instruments of threat, as the artillery they fired was no mere firearm. Qin Feng, recognizing the gravity of the situation, pondered briefly before responding, this is not a significant issue. We simply need to disable their electronic systems and install our own protocols to render them temporarily inoperable. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened at this prospect. Can you manage that? He asked eagerly. Qin Feng nodded. It will take about 1 to 2 hours to secure all 20 tanks, given that it is late at night. Even the infected require rest, so the exposure risk is minimal. Moreover, with the armory under our control, even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, my military training and the ample armaments within should mitigate any potential problems. Then focus on the tanks, Xiao Fan instructed. I will gather the other weapons. Leading Chu Yingxiu to the weapon racks, Xiao Fan began to pack as many arms as he could into his storage space. In addition to firearms, he collected a substantial quantity of ammunition, filling box after box with rounds of various calibers, as well as grenades, flashbangs, and smoke bombs. He even unearthed several crates of anti-tank rockets and their accompanying munitions. Chu Yingxiu assisted, though her knowledge of weaponry was limited. She was more than capable of handling the physical labor. Xiao Fan's storage had considerable capacity, yet faced with such an overwhelming quantity of weapons, it was nearing saturation. He had to prioritize the more valuable equipment, temporarily foregoing the ordinary arms. after scouring the warehouse multiple times to ensure no threatening weapons were left for the infected. He approached Qin Feng. Chu Yingxiu and I will continue to scout for intelligence. You stay alert here, Xiao Fan instructed. Qin Feng, engrossed in hacking the vehicle systems, turned to respond earnestly. Boss, be careful. Xiao Fan gestured to the radio device clipped to his waist, saying, I've left you some weapons in the warehouse. If the infected come, use this to retaliate against them. Remember, prioritize your own safety. Contact me via radio if anything arises. This radio communication device had been unlocked through the apprehension of Neo King Kong supplies. Before setting out, Xiao Fan had equipped everyone with one, anticipating situations devoid of signal. Fortuitously, this device proved invaluable in the military district, where signal jammers rendered mobile phones useless. To relay messages, they had to rely on this radio device. Once everything was arranged, Xiao Fan and Chu Yingxiu discreetly exited the armory, their next destination being the office building. Under the moonlight, they cautiously traversed the warehouse and soon arrived at the building's entrance. Standing below, Xiao Fan retrieved a thermal imaging scanner and conducted a sweep of the structure. The results revealed a significant number of infected within the building, over 30 individuals, distributed across various floors, some resting, others congregating in offices. Xiao Fan shared his findings with Chu Yingxiu. Isn't it a bit dangerous to charge through the front door? She pondered, furrowing her brow. Xiao Fan glanced at her in surprise, taken aback by her unexpected display of prudence. He pointed to the building's exterior wall. We can scale the wall. There are currently no patrols in the military district, which minimizes our risk of exposure. Chu Yingxiu nodded in agreement. Although lacking formal climbing training, her enhanced physical capabilities as an esper made scaling the building feasible. After checking their gear and confirming its readiness, they began their ascent. Their movements were remarkably agile as they utilized the protrusions and windowsills of the wall, climbing upward like geckos. Before long, they reached the 5th floor. However, sounds emanating from the office interrupted their ascent. Xiao Fan gestured for Chu Yingxiu to halt, and they cautiously crouched by the window, peering through the curtain's gap to glimpse the interior. The scene within the office caused the pupils of the two individuals to constrict. An infected individual clad in an officer's uniform stood before the desk, his expression manic, radiating an exhilarating thrill. Opposite the infected, a woman was bound to a chair, her body marred by dry blood, evidently having endured prolonged torment. What horrified Xiao Fan further was the array of tools strewn across the desk. Knives, pliers, screwdrivers, each instrument bearing the marks of survivors who had suffered unspeakable abuse. Your ability is quite remarkable, infinite self-healing. No matter how I play with you, it never gets dull. Haha, what shall we play today? As he spoke, the infected rummaged through the toolbox and produced a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid, humming a cheerful tune. Let us pour this acid down your esophagus and see how long it takes for your healing to kick in. Chapter 73, Uncontrolled. The woman, bound and helpless, remained unmoved by the infected's deranged words. Her gaze contained no hint of struggle or fear, akin to a stagnant pool, devoid of ripples. It was unfathomable to consider the extent of the torment she had previously endured to arrive at this state. The infected, elated, licked his lips and forcefully plunged a dagger into the woman's throat. The blade pierced with a sickening squelch as blood gushed forth, splattering the infected officer's face. Rather than recoiling, he extended his tongue to taste the blood at the corner of his mouth, emitting a satisfied moan. What a delightful sensation! Xiao Fan clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly piercing his palms. He had initially intended to observe quietly and wait for the opportune moment to act. However, just then, a sudden crash reverberated through the air, the sound of shattering glass, as Chu Yingxiu burst through the window. Cursing internally, Xiao Fan lamented her obstinate nature. He knew her stubbornness would eventually lead to trouble. Nevertheless, there was no turning back now, and he swiftly followed suit, tumbling into the room. The infected, upon seeing the two intruders, showed no sign of panic. Instead, he grinned widely, revealing blood-stained teeth. Oh, another one come to die? And a pretty little thing at that. This should be entertaining. His gaze roamed over Chu Yingxiu with an unrestrained blend of perverse desire and malice. Ding. Detected a prisoner with a rating above S level. Capturing her will yield unlimited resources. Lin Shanshan. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Rating, 80 points. Evaluation, S. The system notification suddenly echoed in Xiao Fan's mind. He momentarily froze, his gaze falling on the nearly unconscious woman. He distinctly sensed that, upon their entrance, a flicker of awareness ignited in the eyes of the bound woman. Just as Xiao Fan was lost in thought, Chu Yingxiu sprang into action. Her form darted forward like an arrow, delivering a powerful kick to the infected officer. Boom! The infected officer had no time to react. His body sent crashing against the wall. He coughed up a mouthful of dark, crimson blood as he slid down the wall. You're seeking death. The infected officer struggled to rise, rummaging inside his military uniform. Xiao Fan instantly realized he was reaching for a firearm. Almost instinctively, he retrieved a submachine gun from his storage space, aiming it at the infected officer's forehead. Bang, bang, bang. Several rounds struck true, piercing the officer's brow and reducing his head to a pulpy mess, dark, viscous brain matter splattering against the wall. The gunfire echoed harshly in the confined space, and Xiao Fan could faintly hear the stirrings of infected individuals below. This is bad. We've been exposed. Xiao Fan's expression shifted, urgently calling out to Chu Yingxiu. We need to leave. Meanwhile, Chu Yingxiu hastily unfastened the woman's bindings. It was then that Xiao Fan fully observed her features. She appeared to be in her late 20s. With delicate features, though her pallor was alarmingly ghostly, marred by numerous gruesome wounds. Remarkably, the wound on her throat where the dagger had pierced had already healed significantly, leaving only a faint scar. Xiao Fan silently observed this, drawing connections to the infected's earlier dialogue, surmising that this woman was likely a sequence ability user as well. Miss, you're safe now. Don't be afraid. Chu Yingxiu gently wiped the dirt from the woman's face with a handkerchief. At this moment, Lin Shanshan began to grasp her predicament, a flicker of vitality returning to her gaze as she hoarsely urged, You must run. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. Just as Xiao Fan was about to respond, Chu Yingxiu erupted. Her voice trembled, not from fear, but from anger. Xiao Fan, I can't hold back. It seemed the cruelty of the infected had pushed her to the brink. Throughout their journey, she had been suppressing her rage, and now it erupted in full force. Yingxiu, calm down, Xiao Fan urged, attempting to wield his sequence control to rein her in. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. He felt their souls still deeply intertwined, yet his control seemed ineffective, as if her foundational logic had been activated. Xiao Fan's pupils dilated in alarm. He realized they were in deep trouble. A soft golden light began to radiate from Chu Yingxiu, transforming her into an angelic figure bathed in divine radiance amidst the darkness. This is the power of the Holy Mother. Xiao Fan sighed helplessly, retrieving 2 submachine guns from his storage and handing one to Chu Yingxiu. Let us go. If you can't control it, then don't. I'll stand by you as we lay waste to them. However, Chu Yingxiu did not reach for the offered firearm. Instead, she drew a long alloy blade from her back, gracefully twirling it in a display of skill. I'm not accustomed to guns, she declared with a note of authority, advancing towards the door with her blade poised. Xiao Fan understood that tonight there would be no dissuading her, and he swiftly followed in her wake. In the corridor, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from all directions. As soon as they emerged, Xiao Fan spotted a throng of infected individuals spilling forth from either side of the street, at least 20 or 30 of them. Their faces bore frenzied smiles, and their eyes glimmered with a lust for blood. Survivors. Ha ha, and a beauty at that. Tonight shall be delightful. The infected howled with excitement, resembling beasts on the hunt, rushing towards the trio with reckless abandon. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yingxiu charged forward. Her speed was astonishing, her physical prowess amplified several-fold by the judgment sequence. The long blade traced a silver arc through the air, and the head of the first infected individual soared away. At this moment, Chu Yingxiu was entirely in combat mode. The blade in her hand seemed alive, each strike precisely severing the vital points of the infected. Blood sprayed across the corridor as the bodies of the infected fell one after another. Chu Yingxiu maneuvered effortlessly among them, like the harbinger of death. Her expression remained devoid of emotion, her countenance characterized only by a chilling intent to kill. With each infected she dispatched, the golden light surrounding her intensified. Xiao Fan too was not idle. He fired his Colt Viper pistols relentlessly, complementing Chu Yingxiu's attacks and eliminating any infected attempting to ambush them. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire and the glint of blades intertwined, turning the corridor into a veritable slaughterhouse. In less than a minute, over 30 infected were ruthlessly exterminated. The corridor lay strewn with lifeless bodies, pools of blood converging into small streams that trickled down the staircase. In the midst of the carnage stood Chu Yingxiu, her bloody blade dripping ominously from its tip. Though her breath came in quickened gasps, her gaze remained composed and resolute. How many more? She inquired. Xiao Fan retrieved a thermal imaging scanner, swiftly surveying the entire building, detecting approximately 150 heat signatures converging towards their location. Then let us eradicate them, Chu Yingxiu stated calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Xiao Fan regarded her with a sudden smile. Very well, I shall accompany you in this slaughter tonight. However, Yingxiu, remember this. He paused, his expression turning serious. No matter how strong you may be, Do not stray beyond my line of sight. I cannot bear to witness your demise. Chu Yingxiu momentarily faltered, then offered a faint smile, understood. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from below. Clearly, the sounds of gunfire and the cries of the fallen had roused the infected throughout the building. They were surging from various floors, preparing to encircle the two audacious intruders who dared to invade their stronghold. They're coming, Xiao Fan intoned gravely. Chapter 74. Carnage and Advancement. Xiao Fan stood by the window, scrutinizing the building's situation through the infrared scanner. Within his view, a dense mass of red heat signatures converged towards their position. While Chu Yingxiu stood beside him, her blade continuously dripping with blood. Xiao Fan, do you see the enemy? How many are there? She asked, her voice devoid of trepidation. Conservatively, there are around 200 left, Xiao Fan replied, retracting the scanner with a sigh. Fortunately, they are not true soldiers, though the infected retain human intelligence. The tactical acumen expected from them in life is utterly absent. Through the window, he could clearly observe the scene below. Hundreds of infected individuals scurried about, like headless flies, exhibiting no semblance of strategy or even seeking cover. Their eyes were filled solely with primal bloodlust, devoid of any collaborative instinct. Suddenly, the sounds of chaotic gunfire erupted from below. A handful of infected had somehow acquired firearms and were wildly shooting at the building. Bullets ricocheted off the walls, sending fragments flying. Yet their aim was so atrocious that they posed no threat to Xiao Fan and Chu Yingxiu. The armory should be secure, right? Rest assured, I'll lock the main door before leaving, Xiao Fan assured her, patting his chest. Moreover, Qin Feng is guarding it. With such an arsenal at his back, no infected could easily breach the armory's entrance. No sooner had he spoken than the infected abandoned their gunfire and charged en masse towards the office building. They're here, Xiao Fan said in a low voice. The sound of rapid footsteps resonated on the first floor, accompanied by the excited howls and screams of the infected. Resembling wolves sensing the scent of blood, racing eagerly upstairs. Xiao Fan instinctively sheathed his machine gun into a spatial ring and drew forth an alloy long knife. What are you doing? Chu Yingxiu questioned, taken aback. With a machine gun, it would create too much noise. What if we scare this pack of infected away? Xiao Fan flexed his wrist, the blade glinting ominously in the air. Since they are so eager to meet their fate, we shall remain here and slay them one by one. That's a splendid idea, Chu Yingxiu agreed, tightening her grip on her long knife and positioning herself beside Xiao Fan. Just don't slow me down. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes as an infected charged towards him. He deftly sidestepped, his blade slicing cleanly through the creature's throat. He exclaimed, swiftly followed by a second, third, and fourth infected, who poured forth from the stairwell as if summoned. Warm blood sprayed across his face, yet Xiao Fan had no time to wipe it away. He pivoted, sweeping his knife horizontally to sever another infected spine. The infected shrieked in agony, their upper and lower halves separating, innards spilling forth. Yet astonishingly, the creature continued to writhe, attempting to crawl towards Xiao Fan until Chu Yingxiu delivered the fatal blow, ending its torment. The sheer physical prowess of the two rendered the infected utterly defenseless. A mere encounter was sufficient to dispatch each foe. Chu Yingxiu took the lead in the frontal assault, while Xiao Fan handled the finishing blows and flanked defense. Together, they descended into a frenzy, the blood and flesh erupting forth to form small pools. Before long, the corridor transformed into a veritable meat grinder. Xiao Fan had lost count of the number of strikes he had delivered, nor could he recall how many infected he had slain. Eventually, fatigue set in. His arms began to ache, and his breaths grew labored. In stark contrast, Chu Yingxiu seemed to thrive on the chaos. With each infected she felled, her golden aura intensified. Unceasing in her assault, she also remained vigilant of Xiao Fan's situation, as if wishing to alleviate some of his burden. Despite the concern evident in her gaze, her words were less than reassuring. Are you holding up? She teased. Xiao Fan mentally noted this scene, planning to strip her of her moral high ground later. Xiao Fan, watch your left. Xiao Fan reacted with remarkable speed, instinctively rolling to the right as a sharp military dagger grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep gash in the wall. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, turning to discover that his assailant was an infected female soldier. Her movements were markedly more agile than those of her counterparts, and a glimmer of cunning remained in her eyes. Instead of mindlessly charging like the others, she opted for a more tactical flanking approach. Interesting, Xiao Fan mused, narrowing his eyes as he tightened his grip on his long knife. The female soldier lunged again, this time with a more devious attack trajectory, targeting Xiao Fan's blind spots. Yet, he was no novice. He retreated several paces while keenly observing her patterns. On her third assault, Xiao Fan suddenly halted his retreat. He surged forward, his long knife slicing upward, impacting her chin. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced through her jaw, emerging from the top of her skull. Xiao Fan forcefully flicked the body off his blade and rejoined the fray. Time seemed to blur, perhaps 10 minutes or maybe half an hour had passed. When Xiao Fan next raised his long knife, no infected remained standing before him. The corridor was now a graveyard of bodies, blood pooling into a river that flowed from the staircase to its very end. The walls, ceiling, and even the windows bore the gruesome stains of blood and shattered flesh. Gasping for breath, sweat mingled with blood trickled down his face. His garments were thoroughly soaked, transformed into a deep crimson. He bent over, leaning on his knee, feeling as though his entire right arm was convulsing. This was a normal reaction to overexertion, despite now possessing a fourth-tier physique. The intensity of the combat was still a challenge for him. In stark contrast, Chu Yingxiu appeared in far better condition, though equally bloodied. Her breathing was markedly steadier than Xiao Fan's. More importantly, the golden light surrounding her flared brilliantly after she dispatched the final infected. A powerful surge of energy erupted from within her, prompting Xiao Fan to instinctively raise his arm to shield himself, peering through his fingers towards Chu Yingxiu. She stood still, eyes closed, as the golden glow danced around her like a living entity, evaporating the blood that had clung to her skin. After approximately a minute, the golden radiance began to converge, ultimately merging entirely with Chu Yingxiu's being. She opened her eyes, which now shimmered with a faint golden hue, turning to look at the breathless Xiao Fan with a soft smile. This military base should be free of infected now. Xiao Fan was momentarily stunned, but soon grasped her implication. They had eliminated all threats. Indeed, Chu Yingxiu confirmed with a nod. I can sense that within a kilometer radius. There is no longer that nauseating malice. Xiao Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, but soon a thought struck him, his eyes brightening. I see. You just advanced in rank. Yes, Chu Yingxiu replied, her face lighting up with a hint of joy. I've just broken through to the second tier. Xiao Fan, invigorated by this news, momentarily forgot his weariness. What direction did you choose for your advancement? Why did you consult with me? What if you made an erroneous choice? Chu Yingxiu was taken aback by Xiao Fan's sudden concern. She blinked and pointed to herself. I only had one option for advancement. What? Now it was Xiao Fan's turn to be bewildered. He distinctly remembered that during his own and Zhang Hao's advancements, the system had provided 3 distinct evolutionary paths to choose from. Why did Chu Yingxiu only have one option? Could it be due to her higher sequence ranking? Xiao Fan mused aloud, his mind racing through various possibilities. The judgment sequence was ranked 004, placing it above his own. Perhaps the more powerful sequences had more fixed evolutionary paths, or the judgment sequence possessed a unique growth trajectory that did not necessitate multiple choices like the others. While Xiao Fan was lost in thought, Chu Yingxiu continued, the ability I gained this time is called guilt perception, which allows me to sense the degree of malevolence in nearby beings. Furthermore, for those I deem malevolent, all damage I inflict will be true damage. True damage? Xiao Fan frowned. What does that mean? It means it disregards all defenses and damage reduction effects. Chu Yingxiu elucidated. No matter how thick the armor or what protective measures are employed, as long as my weapon strikes, it inflicts 100% damage. Moreover, she glanced at her hands, her tone laced with astonishment. I can also sense that this ability seems to transcend mere physical defenses. Even certain special psychic protections should be bypassable by me. Xiao Fan gasped in awe. This ability was nothing short of a game-changer. He had no doubt that there existed some psychics who could evade attacks through elemental transformation or other special means. Yet if they were to encounter someone like Chu Yingxiu, who could deal true damage, all those defensive tactics would become futile. Xiao Fan genuinely felt delighted for Chu Yingxiu and reached out to touzle her hair. You little stubborn mule, you've even installed a radar. Chu Yingxiu shot him an exasperated glance. All right, enough teasing. Let us clean up the battlefield. The pair began rummaging through the heaps of corpses for the supplies dropped by the infected. Here, S.A. Green One. Juzings et Kalim et Siten Li. Xiao Fan rushed over to see her holding a card radiating a soft green glow. Green supply cards were significantly more valuable than white ones, typically redeemable for rare resources or mid-tier weapons. It appeared that the second-tier infected yielded more advanced supplies than the ordinary zombies. Xiao Fan beamed with joy as he continued to search through the other bodies. As time passed, they finally cleared the entire battlefield. In addition to numerous white supply cards, they had also collected 5 green ones. Xiao Fan, Chu Yingxiu suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with fatigue. What is wrong? Xiao Fan turned to her. I'm quite hungry, she admitted bashfully, rubbing her stomach. Once we return, you must treat me to hot pot. Xiao Fan was taken aback, recalling her earlier demeanor. All right, My esteemed contributor. Not only will I treat you to hot pot, but also to chicken. He added, now hand over those supply cards. We should check on that girl. Deal. Chu Yingxiu's eyes sparkled. Rest assured, whether you eat or not, you will, Xiao Fan vowed, patting his chest. Chapter 75, Sequence 35, Life, pushing the door open. Lin Shanshan was already dressed. She wore a set of clothes belonging to an infected individual, which appeared exceedingly out of place on her. She sat quietly in the corner, hugging her knees, her face buried in them, curling up like a fragile shell. Chu Yingxiu frowned and approached, intending to help Lin Shanshan up, but was halted by Xiao Fan. Let me, he whispered, moving closer to Lin Shanshan, crouching down to soften his voice. Are you all right? Lin Shanshan remained unresponsive, maintaining her posture. The previous urgency faded, allowing Xiao Fan to scrutinize Lin Shanshan more closely. She appeared to be in her early 20s, yet at this moment, she resembled a soulless husk. Her eyes were vacant, devoid of focus, as if the entire world held nothing worth clinging to for her. The blood wound on her neck had completely healed, leaving no trace, as if everything that had transpired was but a figment of imagination. Seeing this, Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the girl before him. Such a gift was undeniably powerful, yet for Lin Shanshan, it seemed more akin to a curse. It was precisely because of this ability that she had been toyed with and tormented by those deranged infected. Xiao Fan couldn't bear to ponder the horrors she had endured. Are you also a sequencer? Xiao Fan tentatively inquired. Lin Shanshan continued to remain silent, seemingly unaware of his presence. Xiao Fan patiently stayed, crouched before her, waiting. Chu Yingxiu stood nearby, anxiously observing the scene. She wished to speak, but was quelled by Xiao Fan's gaze. As moments ticked by, Lin Shanshan did not respond, and the two refrained from pressuring her. After 5 minutes, Lin Shanshan finally stirred. Slowly, she lifted her head, her hollow eyes meeting Xiao Fan's. Sequence 35, Life. Lin Shanshan's voice was hauntingly hoarse. Upon hearing her response, Xiao Fan nodded. I see. How did you end up here? He inquired further. Lin Shanshan remained silent, her gaze drifting back to the window. Xiao Fan continued to ask several questions in succession. Yet she remained mute, staring blankly outside as if her soul had vacated her body, leaving behind merely an empty shell. Her expression was one of profound desolation, as if nothing in this world could possibly pique her interest. With a sigh, Xiao Fan rose to his feet and gestured to Chu Yingxiu, indicating his helplessness. Chu Yingxiu bit her lip, a flicker of compassion crossing her features. She walked over to Lin Shanshan and gently grasped her hand. Don't be afraid. Those bad people are gone. We won't harm you. Lin Shanshan still did not respond, yet she did not pull away from Chu Yingxiu's grasp. Xiao Fan observed this scene, feeling a swirl of emotions within him. He had witnessed too many struggling survivors during the apocalypse, but encountering someone like Lin Shanshan, who had completely lost the will to live, was a first. He took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and crouched down again, looking into Lin Shanshan's eyes. One last question. Lin Shanshan's gaze remained fixed outside. Do you wish to come with us? Xiao Fan asked earnestly. To leave this place and go somewhere safe? You need not fear anymore. You will not be harmed. The air fell once again into silence. Xiao Fan did not rush her. He simply waited patiently. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Lin Shanshan slowly, almost imperceptibly, nodded. The movement was so slight that it was nearly undetectable, yet Xiao Fan caught it nonetheless. Good. Xiao Fan stood up, extending his hand. Then let us be on our way. Lin Shanshan hesitated for a moment, gazing at Xiao Fan's outstretched hand. Ultimately, she placed her hand in his. Her touch was icy, as cold as ice itself. Xiao Fan squeezed her hand firmly, endeavoring to convey a semblance of warmth. Trust me, everything will turn out well. Lin Shanshan remained silent, yet she offered no resistance. Obediently, she rose and followed behind Xiao Fan and Chu Yingxiu. The three descended the stairs together. Upon arriving at the armory's entrance, Xiao Fan noticed Qin Feng awaiting them. All set, boss. I've sabotaged the electronic systems of all the tanks. They won't be reparable anytime soon, Qin Feng reported. Good work, Xiao Fan commended, patting him on the shoulder. Let's go back. Only then did Qin Feng notice the additional presence behind Xiao Fan. He cast a few curious glances at Lin Shanshan, but wisely refrained from questioning. The quartet departed the military base. They traversed the guardless forest and reached the concealed RV. As Qin Feng approached the door to unlock it, the door swung open from within. Zhang Xiaoling poked her head out, and, upon seeing Xiao Fan and the others, her face brightened with joy. Wonderful, you're back. I've been waiting. Her words faltered abruptly as she caught sight of Lin Shanshan. And who is this? Zhang Xiaoling inquired, puzzled. Risque en route, Xiao Fan briefly explained. Get inside first. We'll discuss later. Oh, understood. Zhang Xiaoling promptly stepped aside to let them enter. Inside, the RV was spacious. Lin Shanshan chose a seat away from the group, while Qin Feng took the driver's seat. Zhang Xiaoling thoughtfully poured water for everyone. You've all worked hard. Have some water, she offered, handing a cup to Xiao Fan. Thank you, he replied, draining it in one gulp, parched from the prolonged battle. Chu Yingxiu also took a sip, her gaze frequently flickering towards Lin Shanshan, laden with concern. Seated in the corner, Lin Shanshan maintained her vacant expression. She accepted the water cup from Zhang Xiaoling, but did not drink, merely holding it as the warmth seeped into her palm. Qin Feng started the engine, and the RV smoothly departed the military base. Chapter 76. Are you trying to deceive me again? The RV glided steadily through the night, soon arriving at the prison. Xiao Fan had Lin Shanshan and Zhang Xiaoling detained, the system promptly confirming the successful incarceration of 2 S-class prisoners. Qin Feng retired to his room to rest, exhausted by the night's grueling combat, unlike Chu Yingxiu and Xiao Fan, whose constitutions were extraordinary. In the early hours, within an office on the 4th floor, Xiao Fan and Chu Yingxiu sat around a small table. A steaming electric hot pot simmered before them, its red broth bubbling vigorously. An assortment of meat rolls, vegetables, and meatballs were neatly arranged nearby. Wow, it smells divine. Chu Yingxiu's eyes sparkled as she eagerly picked up chopsticks and began to pluck food from the pot. Xiao Fan lifted his bowl, ready to select some lamb rolls. Just as he reached in, Chu Yingxiu's chopsticks darted like lightning, snatching the lamb slices away. It's hot, so hot. She puffed on the meat rolls as she chewed, her face radiating pure bliss. Xiao Fan paused momentarily before reaching for a plate of beef rolls. Yet again, Chu Yingxiu's chopsticks intercepted with precision, dumping the entire plate into the pot. Once cooked, she promptly transferred them all to her bowl. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Xiao Fan stared at his empty bowl, then at Chu Yingxiu's mountainous heap of food, his lips twitching in helpless amusement. Determined, he aimed for the freshly cooked tripe in the pot. However, Chu Yingxiu's chopsticks, seemingly equipped with radar, intercepted his move, swiftly seizing the tripe and stuffing it into her mouth. So crispy, so tasty. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and shifted his attention to the shrimp paste. As he extended his spoon, Chu Yingxiu immediately poured the entire bowl into the pot. When the shrimp paste floated to the surface, she scooped it all out into her bowl. Shrimp paste is super delicious too. Hey, don't just sit there. There are vegetables here. I'll pick some for you, Chu Yingxiu said as she ladled cooked vegetables into Xiao Fan's bowl. Witnessing the scene, Xiao Fan's features contorted in a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Damn it, he muttered, glancing at the bubbling broth. Then, at Chu Yingxiu's colossal pile of food and her insatiable appetite, finally surrendering. He symbolically picked a few greens and ate them, having already snacked on canned food with Qin Feng during the drive back, so he wasn't exceedingly hungry. Xiao Fan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and inhaled deeply. Chu Yingxiu's cheeks were puffed with various morsels. Noticing Xiao Fan had put down his chopsticks, she mumbled indistinctly, so happy. Hot pot is truly delicious. She then grabbed a generous helping of enoki mushrooms, stuffing them in her mouth before suddenly realizing something. She looked up at Xiao Fan. Hey, are you full? Don't be shy. Xiao Fan silently fixed her with a steady gaze, exhaling a smoke ring without a word. Chu Yingxiu continued her feast, oblivious to the expression on his face that seemed to say, I'm fine, don't ask. After about 10 minutes, Chu Yingxiu finally set down her chopsticks and patted her belly contentedly. Phew, I'm full, really full. Xiao Fan flicked ash from his cigarette, incredulous. Finished eating? Then let's get down to business. Huh? What business? Chu Yingxiu tilted her head with curiosity. Xiao Fan didn't answer immediately, but winked at her. She froze for 2 seconds, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson like a ripe apple, lowering her gaze while still chewing the last bite. Why stop eating? Xiao Fan teased, a playful smile curling his lips. I'm full, Chu Yingxiu whispered almost inaudibly. Xiao Fan rose and approached her, reaching out to tousle her hair gently. Since you advanced tonight, I want to check on your physical condition. Chu Yingxiu's blush deepened. Her heartbeat thundered in her chest. They had shared a moment before. Though she had been somewhat dazed then, she remembered it afterward. Now, his words stirred memories of that night. Her hands fidgeted nervously, her face as red as a boiled crab. Amused by her demeanor, Xiao Fan pressed on. Don't worry, no funny business, just a hug. You said the same last time. She murmured like a buzzing mosquito. Then you said you felt a bit uncomfortable, so just a little rubbing, and then a couple of moves. Chu Yingxiu coyly turned her face aside, sneaking a glance at Xiao Fan before quickly lowering her head again. You think I'm silly and easy to fool, don't you? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Xiao Fan's lips twitched awkwardly. He expected her to bring that up. Clearing his throat, he said, That last time was an accident. This time really just a hug. Liar. I swear. You swore last time too. Xiao Fan suddenly realized that Chu Yingxiu might not be as gullible as she appeared. Yet, since the topic was out in the open, he wasn't about to back down. Approaching her, he took her hand gently. Yingxiu, I'm truly concerned about you. Your sudden advancement tonight worries me. I want to ensure you're physically all right. Looking into Xiao Fan's earnest eyes, Chu Yingxiu's resistance softened. Just a hug, really? Really? Promise you one tea trick me. No tricks. After hesitation, she finally nodded. All right. Xiao Fan smiled, taking her hand as they headed towards the lounge to rest. As the two departed the office, Xiao Fan suddenly recalled something and opened the system interface to take a look. Just moments ago, upon the apprehension of Lin Shanshan and Zhang Xiaoling, the system had notified him of the unlocking of 2 items of infinite resources. Yet he had not yet had the chance to ascertain what they were. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked infinite resources. High explosive grenade. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked infinite resources. Abnormal state resistance potion. Xiao Fan's eyes brightened. Ever since the first phase of the apocalypse concluded, the rewards from unlocked infinite resources had been progressively superior. Both of these items could significantly enhance the overall survival rate of his prison members. The high explosive grenade was undoubtedly a formidable weapon, while the abnormal state resistance potion was an exceptional asset, capable of markedly boosting one's resistance to various adverse conditions, such as poisoning, paralysis, and blindness. Who could predict what monstrous transformations would occur when the second phase of the apocalypse commenced? With satisfaction, Xiao Fan closed the system interface and cheerfully followed Chu Yingxiu into the lounge. Approaching her, he gently embraced her, assuring, Relax, I merely wish to hold you. Chu Yingxiu responded softly, her gaze somewhat averted. After a lengthy pause, she suddenly spoke, Xiao Fan. Are you trying to deceive me again? Not at all. Then what is your hand doing? That was involuntary. Liar. Chapter 77, May I refrain from calling you Fangu in the future? Yesterday had indeed been a whirlwind, with Xiao Fan only managing to sleep past midnight, when the morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains. He opened his eyes to find it was already 10:30. As he attempted to rise, he discovered he was immobile. Chu Yingxiu had entwined herself around him, one leg draped over his waist and one arm wrapped around his neck. Resembling an octopus, her body pressed snugly against his back, breathing steadily, deep in slumber. Xiao Fan attempted to shift slightly, only for Chu Yingxiu to cling closer, her grip tightening. With an expressionless demeanor, he extricated himself from her grasp. At that moment, she was blissfully unaware of her surroundings, occasionally murmuring something about meat in her dream, blissfully content. He cast a glance at her, shook his head, and dressed before descending the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, the rhythmic sound of footsteps and chants filled the air. Approaching the window, he peered outside to see Qin Feng leading the Candle Dragon squad in drills with the new recruits. The recruits were arranged in 3 neat columns, engaged in running exercises. Qin Feng stood beside them, stopwatch in hand, while Zhang Hao and several other members of the Candle Dragon squad were scattered throughout the formation, correcting the recruits' movements from time to time. Lift your feet higher. Are you on a leisurely stroll? Swing your arms. Don't resemble a wooden puppet. Keep pace with the rhythm ahead. Don't lag behind. Observing the recruits, Xiao Fan noted their improvement since yesterday. While still somewhat unrefined, their formation was intact, and their steps were markedly more synchronized. Several individuals who had previously appeared lackadaisical were now earnestly pushing themselves to keep up. In just a day, the recruits had clearly transformed, and Xiao Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. He pushed the door open and stepped outside, with Qin Feng being the first to notice him. Quickly jogging over. Fanga, you're awake. Xiao Fan nodded, sweeping his gaze across the training ground. How is the training going? Not too shabby. They have a solid foundation, just need some discipline. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow. Yesterday, a few were a bit unruly, so I had Zhang Hao take care of them. They're much more compliant now. Xiao Fan smiled. Continue the training. After lunch, I'd like you all to come to my office. Qin Feng immediately understood, nodding in acknowledgement. Xiao Fan gestured to Zhang Hao and the other members of the Candle Dragon squad, inviting them to join for lunch as well before turning away from the training ground. Instead of returning to his office, he made his way to the first floor work area, entering a private office. Although he felt considerably better after a night's rest, he still sought the comforting presence of his little angel, Xine. Pushing open the door to the logistics building, he found the interior tranquil. Approaching the innermost office, he peered through the glass window to see Tang Xin seated at her desk, intently organizing some documents. Dressed in a light blue sweater with her hair tied back in a simple ponytail, her profile appeared exceptionally gentle in the sunlight. Scattered across her desk were several forms, and she was diligently writing, her brow furrowed in concentration. Since the influx of weaponry in the prison, her responsibilities had gradually shifted towards logistics. She was now primarily tasked with tracking resource consumption and distribution within the prison, alongside statistics on contributions from both genders. Despite the considerable workload, she had never uttered a complaint. Xiao Fan gently pushed the door open, treading lightly as he entered. Tang Xin, he remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in her work. Approaching her from behind, he unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her. Tang Xin, he gasped, dropping her pen onto the desk. Instinctively, she turned to see Xiao Fan's face, her initially tense expression quickly relaxing. You scare me to death, Fango, she exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart. Can't you walk without making a sound? Xiao Fan chuckled softly, not releasing her. Resting his chin on her shoulder, he inquired, what are you working on? Organizing this month's resource consumption report. Tang Xin, he indicated the forms on the desk. The basic supplies have been depleting rather quickly, so I need to reassess the inventory and identify what needs replenishing. Xiao Fan glanced at the dense numbers, feeling a headache coming on. You've been working hard. Tang Xin, he shook her head. It's not hard, it's my duty. He pulled her up from the chair, seated himself, and then drew her onto his lap. Give my shoulders a massage. I'm exhausted from yesterday. Tang Xin's cheeks flushed, yet she obediently settled on his lap, placing her hands on his shoulders and gently kneading. Here, a bit to the left, yes, right there. Her touch was tender, applying just the right amount of pressure. Xiao Fan closed his eyes in bliss, feeling himself relax completely. Her form was soft, faintly scented, and the weight of her sitting on him was almost imperceptible. His arms encircled her waist, distinctly sensing her body tense slightly at times. Relax, he urged. Yet her movements grew more anxious. Xiao Fan smiled, remaining silent as he drew her closer. Leaning against his chest, her actions gradually slowed until they came to a halt. The two sat in serene silence, the only sound in the office being the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. After a considerable passage of time, Tang Xin suddenly spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Fan Yim, may I stop calling you Fango in the future? Xiao Fan paused, looking down at the girl nestled in his embrace. Her face was flushed, her gaze fixated on her fingers, avoiding his eyes. With a bemused expression, he asked, what would you prefer to call me? Tang Xin bit her lip, remaining silent for a long moment before finally lifting her gaze to meet his. Her eyes glistening with emotion. I wish to be your woman, your true woman. Can you grant me a name? As she spoke, her voice trembled, yet her gaze was earnest. Xiao Fan regarded her, suddenly comprehending her feelings. She was a sensitive girl, particularly as the number of beautiful girls in the prison had increased. Though she had never voiced it, he knew she sought security. He reached out to caress her cheek. What would you like to call me? Tang Xin's face reddened further, her gaze dropping as she murmured almost inaudibly, husband. Upon uttering this word, her entire being trembled with nervousness. Unable to meet Xiao Fan's reaction, Xiao Fan chuckled, lifting her chin with his finger, compelling her to look at him. Say it again. Tang Xin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, husband, you truly agreed. You really did. Xiao Fan tenderly stroked her silky hair, responding, of course. In an instant, Tang Xin leapt into his embrace, holding him tightly as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Why are you crying? Xiao Fan asked, bemused. I'm just so happy. I fear you might abandon me, she sobbed. Xiao Fan wrapped his arms around her, feeling her body tremble. At that moment, he realized he ought to treat this girl with greater kindness. From her first day in the prison, she had quietly fulfilled her responsibilities without ever demanding anything or voicing complaints. The atmosphere became charged with intimacy. Perhaps I should fulfill my duties as a husband now, Xinyi. Xiao Fan teased with a mischievous smile, gesturing playfully toward Tang Xinyi. She seemed to understand the unspoken cue and took the initiative to respond. Chapter 78, A New Safe House. Do you wish to possess extraordinary abilities? After spending some time in the office together, Xiao Fan and Tang Xinyi leisurely made their way to the conference room following their meal. Tang Xinyi trailed behind him, her cheeks flushed, her gait somewhat awkward. She lowered her head as she escorted Xiao Fan to the door, reluctantly waving goodbye as he disappeared from her sight. Once he was completely gone, she adjusted her attire, took a deep breath, and reverted to her usual demeanor. Upon Xiao Fan's entrance, the conference room was already filled with attendees. All the male team leaders from the prison were present, not one absent. As Xiao Fan entered, everyone stood in unison, their voices synchronizing in unison, boss. Xiao Fan waved his hand, signaling them to sit as he took his place at the head of the table. Tang Xinyi stood behind him, pulling out a notebook to record the meeting's proceedings. Xiao Fan surveyed the room, recognizing many familiar faces, alongside 3 new ones. These newcomers appeared somewhat tense, sitting rigidly with their hands resting on their knees, their eyes averted. Xiao Fan assessed them, understanding they were likely newly promoted leaders who had recently met the contribution criteria. As they caught his gaze, their bodies stiffened further, their faces betraying unease. Noticing their anxiety, Xiao Fan softened his tone and reassured, "Do not be nervous. We are all allies here." The three relaxed visibly, their shoulders dropping. The youngest among them wiped the sweat from his brow and quietly expressed, "Thank you, boss." Xiao Fan cleared his throat and formally began. Today's meeting is to announce several important matters. The room fell silent. Every pair of eyes focused on him. He paused briefly before continuing. "The first matter at hand is my intention to establish a new safe house in the coming days." At his words, puzzled expressions emerged among the attendees. Zhang Hao opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated upon glancing at Qin Feng, ultimately remaining silent. No one dared to inquire further, all waiting for Xiao Fan to elaborate. He scanned their reactions and continued. "Everyone present here is to inform your subordinates that the most crucial task in the next few days is to identify a sufficiently spacious safe house within Jiangxing University. It must also be in proximity to our current location, allowing for swift support in case of emergencies." Finally, unable to contain himself, Zhang Hao raised his hand. "Boss, isn't the military base in the western suburbs a suitable option? I heard from Qin that you've cleared out the remaining infected there. It's spacious, well-armed, and fortified. Why not utilize that location?" Before Xiao Fan could respond, Qin Feng interjected, "Currently, the main group of infected is concentrated in the city. Setting our safe house, that would expose us to unnecessary risks. Moreover, with our large numbers, if we encounter the infected during relocation, we would find ourselves in a perilous situation, unable to escape." Zhang Hao paused, then realized the truth in Qin Feng's words, sheepishly returning to his seat. The conference room fell silent once more as Xiao Fan continued the second matter. Everyone's attention refocused. Xiao Fan's tone turned serious. "I need you all to find female survivors. The more attractive, the better. Once we locate the new safe house, all male prisoners will be relocated there, leaving only the females here." Upon hearing this, rather than the expected confusion, understanding dawned on every face in the room. Noticing their lack of questions, Xiao Fan felt a twinge of discomfort, clearing his throat to add, "This is for the long-term development of the prison. Do not overthink it." The group stifled their reactions. But Zhang Hao, unable to contain himself, chuckled lightly, causing the room to fall silent as all eyes turned toward him. Xiao Fan shot him a warning glance. "Zhang Hao, do you have an objection?" Zhang Hao quickly covered his mouth and waved his hands. No, boss, take care of yourself." He then gave Xiao Fan a thumbs up. Xiao Fan felt his cheeks flush. After all, women provided survival credits at double the rate of men, which explained his preference for female recruits. Noticing the silence, he swiftly shifted the topic. "From now on, there will be no restrictions on the number of prisoners in the prison. Once the new safe house is established, recruit as many as possible, regardless of gender. The more, the better. We will first gather all survivors from Jiangxing University, placing the men in the new prison and keeping the women here." A chorus of agreement resounded in the room. Concurrently, Qin Feng and Ji Wengsuan were appointed to jointly manage the new prison, with Qin Feng overseeing exploration, combat, and training, while Ji Wengsuan would handle internal affairs, with the rest assisting. Xiao Fan paused, surveying the group. "Any questions?" The unified response was a resounding no. Qin Feng stood, nodding at Xiao Fan. "I will ensure the task is completed." Ji Wengsuan followed suit, a smile on his face, though his eyes conveyed seriousness. "Boss, rest assured, I will manage the new prison meticulously." Xiao Fan had sound reasons for delegating authority to Ji Wengsuan. He was resourceful and intelligent, and had shown loyalty to Xiao Fan, making him well-suited for a managerial position. As for why he didn't assign Qin Feng, Xiao Fan felt it would be an underutilization of his capabilities. With personnel appointments concluded, Xiao Fan waved, "All right, everyone take your seats. The meeting is adjourned. Go about your tasks." He called Qin Feng and Ji Wengsuan to follow him. As the others began to leave, Zhang Hao glanced back at Xiao Fan with a grin, only to be playfully kicked out by Qin Feng. Once only the three of them remained in the conference room, Xiao Fan led Ji Wengsuan and Qin Feng to the logistics supply room. Given it was lunchtime and not particularly busy, Wang Xian was absent, likely resting. Xiao Fan retrieved the keys from his pocket and unlocked the supply room door. Entering the password, only he and Wang Xian had access to this area, so he felt no concern about any mishaps. As he pushed open the door, Xiao Fan stepped inside and, with a mere thought, summoned an array of firearms from the storage space. Handguns, rifles, submachine guns, machine guns, sniper rifles, and boxes upon boxes of ammunition covered the floor, a veritable arsenal laid out before them. When Ji Wengsuan entered the room, he was utterly stunned, his mouth agape. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, he could only point at the firearms scattered on the ground, and then at Xiao Fan, stammering, "B-boss, these." Qin Feng, having encountered such sights before, remained unfazed. He approached a crate of ammunition, crouched down to examine it, and remarked that this batch of weaponry was exceptionally well maintained. With an ample supply of ammunition, Xiao Fan walked over to Ji Wengsuan, patting him on the shoulder, urging him not to be so startled, adding, "I have even more." Ji Wengsuan swallowed hard. After spending so many years in prison and witnessing numerous grand spectacles, the arsenal before him was sufficient to equip a small army. "Boss, are you planning to?" Ji Wengsuan inquired cautiously. Xiao Fan stepped into the center of the room, stepping over the firearms as he declared that all these weapons were allocated for the new prison. However, he stressed that not everyone would be permitted to wield a gun. He turned to Qin Feng, stating, "I have granted you access to monitor wristbands. Through these, you can observe the rebellion levels of others. All armed individuals must possess a low rebellion level and must be obedient. This is something you all must manage." Qin Feng nodded in understanding. Then, Xiao Fan shifted his gaze to Ji Wengsuan, adding, "Furthermore, from now on, every inmate must be equipped with monitoring devices on both hands and feet. I'm a person of few trusts and cannot tolerate betrayal. I must ensure that every individual in my prison has absolutely no potential for treachery." Both Qin Feng and Ji Wengsuan nodded in agreement. Xiao Fan paced around the room, the sound of firearms clattering beneath his feet echoing in the space. He stopped and turned to the two men, stating, "One last matter, do either of you wish to possess supernatural abilities?" Upon uttering this phrase, the air in the room seemed to solidify. Chapter 79, Their Awakening. Xiao Fan stood in the supply room, gazing at the two before him, and posed the question again. "Do either of you desire to acquire supernatural powers?" His inquiry was not a whim, but rather a well-considered proposition. While the use of the sovereign contract would extract 50 of one's life essence, he possessed a wellspring of adaptability, allowing him to replenish all lost vitality, albeit requiring a period of recuperation. Although the cost was steep, the two before him were worth the investment. Firstly, there was Qin Feng, the captain of the Zhu Long Special Forces. His combat awareness and strategic planning capabilities were formidable. With the aid of supernatural powers, he would be akin to a tiger with wings. As for Ji Wengsuan, he was capable and ruthless in his endeavors, yet despite his low rebellion level, nothing could genuinely restrain him, leaving a lingering risk of betrayal. Given the intention to assign him to oversee the new prison, it felt as though the monitoring wristbands would not suffice. A deeper binding was necessary. Some action Xiao Fan was unwilling to take, and Qin Feng would not undertake. Yet Ji Wengsuan could manage. His strategic positioning was for Xiao Fan akin to a hidden blade, capable of shouldering all the grim and arduous tasks. Though harsh, this was the truth. In a world teeming with individuals more capable than oneself, it was what one was willing to sacrifice that truly caught the attention of leadership. Ji Wengsuan understood, as did Xiao Fan. Moreover, Ji Wengsuan's physique had now reached the 4th tier, rendering him significantly stronger than he had been when he employed the sovereign contract with Chu Yingxiu. Even if he were to invoke the contract twice, it would only amount to a 75 extraction of life essence. This was trivial in light of the impending onslaught of the Blood Cross Infection Army. When Qin Feng and Ji Wengsuan heard Xiao Fan's inquiry about acquiring supernatural abilities, they momentarily froze. They exchanged glances, disbelief flickering in their eyes. Yevengsuan's breath kwitskenet, his fists clenching instinctively. Qin Feng, although maintaining a soldier's composure, could no longer suppress the upward curl of his lips, revealing a smile even from his typically stoic demeanor. "Boss, we are willing," they exclaimed in unison. Xiao Fan nodded. "Very well, let us commence." He inhaled deeply, centering his thoughts, and activated the sovereign contract within the realm of consciousness. In an instant, a wave of profound weakness surged through him. He felt an increasing number of intangible substances gradually detaching from his body. Before long, fine wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes, and his formerly lustrous black hair began to lose its sheen, his bodily functions slowly deteriorating. It felt as if someone were gradually spooning away his life force. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to maintain his stance. Across from him, both Qin Feng and Ji Wengsuan simultaneously closed their eyes, their bodies beginning to tremble slightly. An invisible energy seemed to flow through the air, causing the temperature in the supply room to drop several degrees. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Xiao Fan finally exhaled, assessing his condition. Despite having invoked the sovereign contract twice and expending 75 of his life essence, he found his state surprisingly similar to that after signing with Chu Yingxiu. It appeared that his 4th-tier physique had granted him nearly a century's worth of longevity enhancement. Thanks to his now formidable constitution and the nourishment from the wellspring, he would otherwise have needed to rest for 10 to 15 days. watching the two before him as they closed their eyes to absorb the sequential information. Xiao Fan retrieved 2 vials of wellspring fluid from his storage space and drank them down. Shortly after, the two slowly opened their eyes. Did it succeed? What supernatural abilities did you awaken? Xiao Fan inquired with curiosity. He too was eager to discover what sequences the sovereign contract would yield. After all, this phenomenon was random. Good fortune could bestow top-tier sequences, while misfortune might result in rather lackluster abilities. Ji Wangsuan spoke first, his voice betraying a barely contained exhilaration. Boss, let me give it a try. He crouched down and placed his hand on the concrete floor of the supply room. In the next moment, the ground began to swell, and a half-meter-high mound of earth erupted from below. Ji Wangsuan waved his hand again, causing the mound to swiftly collapse back, restoring the ground to its original state. After completing this feat, Ji Wangsuan's forehead glistened with sweat, clearly having expended some energy. Boss, I have awakened sequence 53, Earth. I can alter the terrain, but my current physique cannot sustain this ability for multiple uses. Ji Wangsuan stood, beaming with joy. Xiao Fan nodded in approval. A commendable talent, combining offensive and defensive capabilities. You could even assist in infrastructure, perhaps erecting a wall or two. If employed effectively, altering the battlefield could pose significant challenges for the enemy. He then turned his attention to Qin Feng. Post-awakening, Qin Feng exhibited subtle changes in his appearance. His pupils, once black, transformed to a silvery hue, emitting a faint glow in the dimly lit supply room. His overall demeanor shifted. If the previous Qin Feng had resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, the current version was akin to a knife still sheathed, more reserved, yet infinitely more perilous. Qin Feng, what supernatural ability have you awakened? Xiao Fan inquired with curiosity. Qin Feng paused for a few seconds, his silvery pupils locking onto Xiao Fan. Boss, my sequence is